Ended. The phone finally rang in the room. Boss, great news. Stop teasing. What's the opening day box office? Spit it out. The stats are in for Independence Day's opening day. It played on 3,600 screens, grossing $21.35 million. Adding $6.37 million from the midnight shows, the total is $27.72 million. We've just set a new record for the highest opening day box office in North America. Wow, that's fantastic. We broke the box office record. Christiana and Nicole both cheered as soon as they overheard the news and rushed into Linton's arms to give him passionate kisses. Let's celebrate properly. All right, I want to be on top. Me too. Let's do it together. The game was on. July 5th, Saturday. Thanks to Independence Day's blockbuster opening, critics went into a frenzy of attacks. Nearly every newspaper was filled with scathing reviews aimed at Independence Day, dragging its professional score down even further to an unbelievable 2.6. Yet when viewers saw the real picture at theaters through MCA and UPN broadcasts and read of the heated debates between Kenneth and audience members about Independence Day in newspapers, and saw Linton's clear statement in the New York Times that audiences are more important than critics, most young people decided to go to theaters themselves. As Linton said, this generation didn't blindly worship authority, and his statement that audience matters more than critics struck a chord with them. As a result, that night UPN and MCA's footage showed a surge of crowds flocking to theaters nationwide to watch Independence Day. A theater manager in New York pointed to the long line at the box office. Look, these people are lined up for one reason only, to see Independence Day. All the tickets up until 10 p.m. are sold out. The only option now is for later shows. In Chicago, another theater manager said, the audience enthusiasm has exceeded all our expectations. We had to add 5 extra screenings today and still can't meet demand. Unsurprisingly, Saturday's box office grew even more, reaching a staggering $28.53 million. According to a post-release audience survey by Caesar, the film maintained an A-grade rating, with over 92% positive reviews. The box office forecast for North America predicted at least $300 million in total gross. Chapter 391, Record-Breaking Opening Weekend Box Office and the Critics' Fury. Despite harsh criticism and negative press from film critics, Independence Day still drew massive crowds to theaters. In just 2 days, Independence Day shattered expectations with a staggering $56.25 million box office in North America. This undeniable fact enraged and infuriated critics. Their reviews had been completely ignored by audiences. That dazzling box office number only proved one thing. Professional critics wielded far less influence on big-budget blockbusters than they liked to believe, and they certainly didn't have the guiding impact on the film industry's direction that they had always imagined. What was even more alarming was that, from now on, no major studio would spend hefty sums on courting these critics during a movie's release, because that would directly cut into their revenues. Particularly damning was the exclusive interview Linton gave to the New York Times, which blew away the curtain of embarrassment covering these critics. So, on Sunday, July 6th, the third day after the movie's release, the critics' attacks went into overdrive, escalating beyond just the film itself. The worst movie in history. What was Michael Bay thinking? Linton's performance was nothing but clowning around. I'd rather sleep on the street for 2 hours than endure the endless noise of Independence Day in a theater. Don't expect anything from the plot, and forget about the actors' performances. Independence Day is trash. Ridiculous story, awful acting. Independence Day pollutes the American people's eyes and ears. Both Michael Bay and Linton should be arrested and sent to community service. The critics seemed like a swarm of cats with their tails stepped on, unleashing a relentless barrage of venomous attacks on the film, Michael Bay, and Linton. They were eager to crown Michael Bay the worst director ever and to label Linton the worst actor in history. It wasn't only the critics. Independence Day's runaway success also sparked strong resentment from Disney. Just last week, Disney's animated film Pocahontas had premiered and earned $31.2 million in its opening weekend, with high expectations riding on its box office performance. Since Independence Day and Pocahontas were completely different genres with distinct audiences, Disney hadn't considered Independence Day much of a threat. But when faced with a phenomenon-level blockbuster, reason went out the window. Independence Day smashed box office records on its first day. Starting Saturday, theaters naturally ramped up screenings of Independence Day. Since the total number of screens was limited, Pocahontas's showings inevitably took a hit. Moreover, many casual moviegoers without a fixed choice would walk into theaters, see Independence Day's popularity, and pick it without hesitation. As a result, Pocahontas's July 5th box office dropped over $1 million compared to July 4th, slipping below $6 million. Disney was somewhat fortunate. The movie had already been out for a week, so its peak earning phase had passed. Also, due to the film's genre and audience, the impact, while noticeable, wasn't devastating. Paramount, however, was in a much worse position. They were preparing to release Congo next week, an action-adventure film targeting largely the same demographic as Independence Day. If Independence Day maintained its current momentum, Paramount's outlook was grim. Initially indifferent, Disney and Paramount swiftly took action, launching attacks and attempts to stifle Independence Day. All media outlets under the two companies stopped any positive promotion of Independence Day, wiping out controversial topics as well, and instead filled their pages with scathing articles penned by professional critics. Viacom's CBS and Disney's Family Channel even started inviting critics on talk shows to openly condemn Independence Day on national television, trying to dissuade viewers from choosing to watch the film. CBS moved up a scheduled interview with Roger Ebert from Monday to Sunday, airing his sharpest criticisms of Independence Day live to audiences across America. Paramount's only request to Roger Ebert was to make his review even harsher, hoping to sway more viewers. At 8 p.m., CBS aired the live show Siskel and Ebert in the Movies. On screen, Gene Siskel turned to Roger Ebert and said, "Since Independence Day's release, it's faced unanimous backlash across the country. The media and critics regard it as a hopeless disaster, with professional ratings barely hitting 3 out of 10. Roger, can you break down why?" First off, Independence Day's plot and structure suffer from serious issues. Anyone who saw the trailers knows it's yet another alien invasion story, Americans saving the world. Such cliché, overused stories are everywhere in Hollywood. Audiences are just fed up. This one is, without a doubt, the worst, dullest, and most absurd one I've ever seen. The storyline is thin and predictable, full of logical holes. The acting is superficial, and the special effects look cheap and crude. Siskel interjected, "Roger, can you give some concrete examples?" The utterly absurd scene where a computer virus disables the alien shields. Anyone familiar with computing knows a virus depends on an operating system. What works on a Windows PC doesn't affect a Mac. So, are the aliens running Windows? Besides that, it's just an endless parade of explosions. Characters are cardboard cutouts, and the emotions are cheap and manipulative. This film lacks depth, human warmth, or any artistic merit at all. With Siskel assisting, Ebert mercilessly tore apart the film's plot, acting, logic, and structure. CBS was one of the big four networks in America. Its influence far surpassed that of MCA and UPN, meaning millions saw the program. Inevitably, some viewers, especially those over 40, found some truth in Ebert's words and were discouraged from seeing Independence Day. But younger audiences mostly thought he was just nitpicking for the sake of it, and it didn't affect their plans to watch the film. In fact, as Linton had suspected, Independence Day's core audience was aged 17 to 26. This was reflected in the box office numbers, although earnings dipped slightly on Sunday. They still reached $21.81 million. The total for the first 3 days stood at $78.06 million, a new North American record for opening weekend box office. Chapter 392, fastest to hit $100 million. When waves of attacks from film critics kept pouring in, expanding blatantly to target director Michael Bay and star Linton Anderson, neither man stayed silent for long. On the Monday night of July 7th, Michael Bay finally broke his silence. Originally, under Linton's plan, Michael Bay had stayed back in Los Angeles instead of joining the promotional tour, intending to let the media and critics clash with each other and boost Independence Day's buzz. But despite his reputation as Explosive Bay, Michael was actually a director with artistic ambitions who dreamed of one day winning an Oscar statuette. He had been cautious not to offend critics too much and had kept quiet. However, as the critics' attacks became increasingly absurd, Michael, known for his fiery temper, and buoyed by the movie's record-shattering box office, finally snapped. He agreed to a joint interview broadcast simultaneously on UPN and MCA networks. Why are critics so fiercely attacking Independence Day, and me personally? Michael asked. I think there's a fact that audiences have been overlooking. Up to now, the combined score from professional critics stands at a meager 2.5 out of 10, but a third-party polling company surveyed 100,000 moviegoers right in theaters, and their approval rating hits a whopping 91%. Massive numbers of viewers have ignored the unethical attacks and character assassinations from critics and flocked to theaters to see Independence Day, and they've given it high scores. The critics are losing it because the audience isn't buying their negativity. When I was working as an assistant director on my first film during the production of Speed, my mentor and director, Linton, taught me one vital lesson. The core of a commercial movie is the audience. That's a lesson I've taken to heart as my #1 principle of filmmaking. Independence Day was made with the audience's viewing experience as its central focus. So, seeing 100,000 surveyed moviegoers consistently giving the film top grades convinced me my movie succeeded. What makes a good movie? The standards for judging film quality and success ought to be diverse. But ultimately, a movie that the audience loves. That's what I call a good film. It shouldn't just be up to critics to decide. The live broadcast drew cheers from viewers. Remember how critics trashed Star Wars back in the day? It was the same barrage of insults and vicious attacks on director George Lucas. And look what happened. Star Wars became a cultural icon in America. Independence Day will follow in the footsteps of Star Wars and its predecessors. It won't fall to critics' attacks. The groundbreaking first weekend, box office, and overwhelmingly positive word of mouth from audiences already prove this. To all the fans out there, what I want to say is this. Nowadays, the opinions of that tiny band of critics don't matter to the film industry or moviegoers. Today's critics have gotten worse and worse. Beyond attacks, insults, and slanders, they can't write any truly insightful reviews. Their venomous, sensational prose is meant solely to grab readers' attention. Most of them just jump on bandwagons, and here's their flawed logic. Any commercial film gets a bad review, and if a film is popular with audiences, they mark it low to stand out. Do they really have any professional insight? Even when a film clearly has flaws, their explanations and analyses make you shake your head. I think they deliberately distance themselves from the public to seem superior. They refuse to use professional skill and objectivity to analyze why a film is successful or what attracts viewers. They've set themselves against the audience. I think it's time to break free from the blind faith in critics. When deciding whether to see a movie, audiences should rely more on fellow viewers' opinions. Finally, what kind of movie is Independence Day? Critics hate it, slam it mercilessly, and give it terrible scores. But audiences love it, cherish it, praise it as the best movie of the summer, and even get into heated arguments with critics over it. I encourage everyone to just go to the theaters, experience it yourself, and make your own judgment. I'm sure you'll find your own answer. Michael Bay's televised rebuttal resonated with many, especially his statement that the core of commercial film is the audience, which struck a chord with viewers and fueled Independence Day's momentum even more. The North American market had never seen a phenomenon quite like Independence Day. Abysmally low critic scores, sky-high audience praise, and record-breaking box office combined into a fascinating cultural moment and the hottest topic around. This sharp contrast and heated debates, stirred up by the media, actually attracted more viewers to theaters to see what on earth this controversial film was all about. According to polling data, over 20% of the surveyed audience had no plans to see Independence Day until the public feud aroused their curiosity and lured them into theaters. The publicity campaign perfectly achieved Linton's intended effect. In fact, the critics' vicious attacks and smear campaign, managed correctly by Universal and Linton's teams, became an unwitting ally in driving Independence Day's blockbuster success. As for the proof, the box office numbers spoke volumes. On Monday, July 7th, with the Independence Day holiday over, every film's box office saw a decline, including Independence Day's, which dropped to $13.11 million in daily gross. a very healthy less than 40% drop. Tuesday continued, with another $13.29 million. In just 5 days, Independence Day raked in a total of $104.46 million in North America, breaking the $100 million mark faster than any film in history. Besides Universal and Linton's companies, theater chains were among the biggest winners. For them, a good movie is one that attracts audiences and sells tickets. Currently, Independence Day's screening count expanded to 3,800 screens nationwide, accounting for 43%. Furthermore, despite 5 new movies opening that weekend, including Paramount's big-budget Congo, major theater chains promised not to cut Independence Day's screen count. Other films struggled. Disney's Pocahontas barely held on to 800 screens, while Congo managed only 2,400 screens on opening. That's how the movie market works. The winner takes all, especially when there's a phenomenon-level hit. What follows is a trail of casualties for the competition. Chapter 393, Mortal Enemies. Given the overwhelming success of Independence Day, Linton and his crew found that continuing their publicity tour across North America wasn't really necessary anymore. Originally, Linton had planned to cancel the remaining stops, but this idea was met with strong resistance from Christiana and Nicole Kidman, as well as Bill Pullman and Jeff Goldblum. Having starred in such a blockbuster film was a rare chance to visibly boost their popularity and commercial value. They wanted to leverage the film's promotion to increase their exposure and solidify their new status in Hollywood. During this period, they were dominating the front pages of countless newspapers every day. Unfortunately, the internet wasn't well developed yet, but once social media became mainstream in the future, they probably would have been trending nonstop. When it came to box office earnings, the biggest beneficiaries were naturally Linton and Universal Pictures. Next in line were the 5 lead actors. Linton was already a megastar, impossible to boost any further in status. But judging by the recent growth in his power, his popularity had noticeably risen. Christiana and Nicole Kidman benefited immensely as well. Not only did their fame skyrocket, but both actresses moved from being on the cusp of top-tier stardom to full A-list celebrities. Their commercial value surged, and their agencies were flooded with endorsement offers, with fees climbing rapidly. Even Bill Pullman and Jeff Goldblum, previously considered marginal actors, now rose to Hollywood's second-tier star status. For Christiana and Nicole, this promotional trip was more than just marketing. It was a sweet getaway with Linton, funded by the studio. In the evenings, Linton's attention was entirely on them, making it a rare and treasured opportunity. Under their firm insistence, Linton reluctantly agreed to keep up with the planned tour schedule, though he managed to ease the promotional tasks to make the trip a bit more relaxed, treating it as a cross-country vacation with Christiana and Nicole. Of course, their laid-back journey didn't stop Independence Day from continuing its box office dominance. The numbers came in. Wednesday, $13.51 million. Thursday, $13.37 million. By the end of the full week, the total domestic gross had reached $131.34 million. Friday saw a bounce back with $18.16 million. Saturday, $19.23 million. Sunday, $17.86 million. The second weekend raked in another $55.25 million, firmly maintaining its status as the box office champion. The total gross soared to $186.59 million. By comparison, the second-place movie Congo managed only $21.83 million during its opening weekend, falling well short of Paramount's expectations. At this point, no one doubted Linton's prediction at the premiere. Independence Day was set to surpass ET's North American box office record. Media outlets launched another wave of concentrated coverage and hype, praising Linton's unique vision and the film's popularity, analyzing the many factors that drew audiences in. Film critics, led by Roger Ebert, David Denby, Kenneth Turan, Todd McCarthy, and Claude Hank, finally came to terms with the brutal truth. They simply couldn't stop Independence Day's blockbuster success. In other words, critics' influence on the commercial performance of big summer releases was minimal at best, maybe only affecting ticket sales by a few cents. This realization wasn't lost on the Hollywood studios either. Soon, Other major productions scheduled for late July and early August, such as Die Hard with a Vengeance, canceled their planned critics' outreach. For critics, this was a real financial blow. Michael Bay and Linton, the two main architects, didn't just trample the critics' pride. They effectively cut off their money pipeline. This was unacceptable. From that moment on, Michael Bay and Linton became mortal enemies of critics like Roger Ebert. Since they couldn't beat them at the summer box office, they planned to give them a big surprise during award season. This year's Golden Raspberry Awards had the Worst Picture, Worst Director, and Worst Actor all locked in for them. Starting the second weekend, Independence Day rolled out internationally, premiering first in the UK, France, Germany, Japan, New Zealand, Spain, Italy, Brazil, and Australia. The overseas response mirrored North America. A booming surge of viewers lined up to see the film, while countless foreign critics furiously denounced and smeared it. Independence Day ostensibly depicts an alien invasion, but actually reflects American aggression and imperialism. Such a film holds no viewing value. The Times, UK. Independence Day portrays the delusions and ambitions of American exceptionalism. Films like this should be banned. Barcelona Daily. Spain. A showy spectacle with no realism. If the top leader were really to take to the skies in battle, it would spell utter defeat. French audiences shouldn't waste time on such a terrible film. Le Parisien, France. Americans have lost their minds. Michael Bay has lost his mind, trying to force the whole world to celebrate the 4th of July through a sci-fi movie. Berliner Zeitung, Germany. For a time, it seemed that professional critics worldwide launched a coordinated attack on Independence Day. Even critics across the Western world could not stomach the film's promotion of American hegemonism. They were passionate, calling for the film to be banned and cast onto the gallows of history. Criticizing and blackening Independence Day became politically correct in the review circles. Even some critics who actually liked the movie hesitated to speak up, forced to join the bandwagon and attack the film insincerely. Yet, the market reacted completely opposite to the critics' wishes. Just like in North America, theaters around the world saw long lines for Independence Day tickets, and the film's screening schedule was repeatedly increased. Frustrated and furious, critics gnawed their teeth and unleashed the most vicious attacks, but could do nothing to stop the frenzy of audiences flocking to the film. It was as if, just like in North America, the more harshly critics attacked, the hotter Independence Day got, and the higher the box office numbers climbed. By the end of the first weekend overseas, the film grossed an impressive $86 million. As the next weekend's numbers came in, global critics grew even angrier and more frenzied in their attacks. But in the face of Independence Day's blockbuster earnings, all their efforts seemed utterly futile and powerless. Chapter 394. Death is right beside you. After an easygoing 2-week promotional tour, on July 19th, Linton and his team returned to Los Angeles. During the workweek of the second week, Independence Day continued its unstoppable box office run in the North American market, grossing $28.93 million over 4 days. After 2 full weeks, Independence Day's total North American box office reached $215.52 million, setting a new record as the fastest film to surpass $200 million at the North American box office. Overseas markets had completed a full week of screenings, and the box office had already exceeded $135 million. Starting tomorrow, the 4 lead actors from the film, Christiana, Nicole Kidman, Bill Pullman, and Jeff Goldblum, would embark on overseas promotional tours. However, Linton had no plans to join the overseas promotion. One reason was that the film's popularity was already high enough, making his presence abroad less necessary. More importantly, he was preparing to take a trip to South Colombia and Asia at the end of the month. Though Christiana and Nicole Kidman were reluctant, they both hoped to combine the tour with some overseas travel with Linton. It was impossible. Madonna was due to give birth at the end of August, and by then, Linton definitely couldn't travel far. So, realistically, only late July remained as free time. Since Linton wouldn't join the overseas promotion, the 4 of them had no reason to stick together. For efficiency and to secure more media exposure, they split up. Christiana was responsible for the UK, France, and Brazil. Nicole Kidman was responsible for Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. Bill Pullman covered Spain and Italy. Jeff Goldblum took charge of Germany and Mexico. Back at the estate, Madonna, Winnie, Monica Bellucci, who had just wrapped her film, Jennifer Connelly, Noriko Sakai, Akina Nakamori, and Sophie Marceau, who was fresh off filming Braveheart in Ireland, had already prepared a grand party to welcome back Linton, Christiana, and Nicole Kidman in triumph. The housekeeper Amy decorated the estate with festive lanterns and creatively set up a huge balloon inside. Hanging from the balloon was a banner that read, warmly celebrating the box office smash of Independence Day, Linton, Christiana, and Nicole Kidman, breaking all historical records. Linton, Christiana, and Nicole Kidman were naturally overjoyed. Back home, Linton first embraced Madonna to check that she and the baby were safe and sound, then greeted each of the ladies warmly. Madonna was already in her 9th month of pregnancy, but thanks to the long-term nourishing effects of his care, she looked nothing like a typical expectant mother. Apart from eating and sleeping well, she still went around her company daily. In her own words, she had no problem attending evening parties and participating in drama activities. However, following Linton's advice, she planned to step back from company affairs starting August to focus on staying at the estate for the delivery. Seeing Madonna's happy expression and the occasional maternal glow on her face, Christiana, Monica, and Sophie all felt a bit envious. More interestingly, after dinner, Madonna proudly showed off the maternity photo series Linton had recently shot of her to the group of sisters. After seeing the photos, Christiana, Monica, and Sophie immediately proposed to Linton that they wanted to have children as soon as possible. At the evening's party and performance, Linton naturally paid special attention to these 3 ladies. The next day, Christiana and Sophie Marceau, accompanied by their bodyguards and assistants, flew overseas to continue promoting Independence Day, arranged by Universal. Linton headed to the studio and touched base with Sky Digital about the special effects production for Mission Impossible. It had to be said, Mission Impossible's effects weren't very complex, perfect for Sky Digital's practice. Moreover, they had been involved since the film's pre-production phase, so the effects production was progressing smoothly. Linton reviewed the scenes they had completed, and they fully met his standards. At most, it would take 2 more months to finish all the effects. Final Destination was scheduled for release on August 12th, just 3 weeks away. Though the promotion for Independence Day was still in full swing, the studio's distribution department had already shifted its focus to Final Destination. With a budget of only $15 million, Final Destination couldn't afford the massive promotional campaign that Independence Day had. Linton approved a promotional budget of just $8 million for the distribution department. Still, $8 million was a sizable amount in that era, enough to cover traditional marketing. Posters in busy movie theaters, subways, commercial plazas, advertorials in newspapers, plus various trailers on the UPN TV network, all arranged. Moreover, based on Linton's advice, the distribution department had collected many real-life cases of situations where death seemed to be stalking. In a middle-class neighborhood of San Francisco, one morning, Morton picked up today's newspaper from his front lawn. His mother was still preparing breakfast. He divided the paper into 2 sections, handing the social and political news to his father and taking the entertainment section for himself. Real-life examples of Final Destination. Morton's heart skipped a beat as he continued reading. Death never spares those who try to avoid their fate. Many true cases have occurred right under our noses. In real life, some people narrowly escape a great disaster, but the danger doesn't end there. The survivors face the relentless pursuit of death, often dying in bizarre ways. In December 1992, 20-year-old Garcia from San Diego planned a day trip to the suburbs with 26 classmates on a rented bus. But just before departure, her boyfriend called, saying he was ill and asked her to accompany him to the hospital. Though reluctant, Garcia stayed with her boyfriend and missed the trip. Tragically, later that afternoon, the bus plunging off a cliff resulted in the deaths of all 27 passengers, including the driver. 5 days later, Garcia and her boyfriend were caught in a gang shootout downtown. Garcia was struck in the head by stray bullets and died instantly. Her boyfriend was also critically wounded and later died in hospital. Morton scratched his head. Could death really be chasing after people? Several more cases followed, from Chicago, New York, Canada, and Mexico, France. Time, place, people, and details of their deaths were clear and precise. The San Francisco Chronicle, a reputable newspaper, wouldn't fabricate such stories. Finally, Morton read the article's conclusion. Final Destination, premiering on August 12th, is said to be based on a true air disaster story. In the 1980s, several high school classmates were kicked off a flight after a dispute on board, narrowly escaping a fatal crash. But over the following 2 months, all of them died in various accidents. Could death really be stalking? At this point, Morton was deeply intrigued by Final Destination. He decided he definitely wanted to see it in theaters on August 12th and planned to invite his friends. In Chicago, 22-year-old Hank, after a long day at work, bought a copy of the Chicago Tribune on his way home. It also featured real cases linked to Final Destination. Hank's interest was instantly piqued as he read, "Death never relents against those who evade their fate." Many such cases have occurred nearby. In August 1991, Rebecca, a librarian from Springfield, Illinois, was caught in a drug dealer shootout on her way home. Luckily, she hid behind a trash bin, escaping unscathed except for minor scratches. But 7 days later, she was shot in the abdomen during a robbery outside the library, bleeding to death before help arrived. Death relentlessly pursues those who escape it until it claims their lives. New York, Los Angeles, Washington. Some escaped nightclub fires but died in car crashes. Others dodged shootings but were killed by rabid dog attacks. Some survived plane crashes only to drown soon after. Their fates seemed sealed by death's grip. If one accident didn't get them, another awaited until it claimed their lives. The article's final lines repeated. Final Destination, opening August 12th, is said to be based on a real air disaster. In the 1980s, several high school classmates were kicked off a flight after a dispute, surviving a deadly crash. However, they all died in separate accidents within 2 months. By late July, reports of unexpected deaths in newspapers, magazines, and TV channels suddenly surged. All reports ended by mentioning the upcoming film inspired by these events. In the 1980s, several high school classmates were kicked off a flight after a dispute on board, narrowly escaping a fatal crash. The horror film Final Destination, based on these events, is set to premiere on August 12th. Death is right beside you. Chapter 395. The garden begins to take shape. After wrapping up the company matters, Linton took Winnie on another tour of the farm. While it was scorching summer in many other parts of the country by July, Montana was just entering early summer. The perfect season for growth. The sun shone brightly, and the temperature hovered around a comfortable 77 degrees Fahrenheit, ideal for the rapid growth of plants, trees, and crops. As Linton arrived at the farm, his eyes were met with an endless sea of green, a vibrant and thriving scene where everything seemed to be competing for life. The construction of the small airport was well underway, with the runway, control tower, tarmac, passenger terminal, and maintenance hangar nearing completion. The project manager assured him everything was on track for a full handover by the end of August, ensuring smooth flight operations. They walked into the heart of the farm, right within the coverage of the Spirit Gathering Array. 2,000 acres of fruit orchards and 1,000 acres of vineyards were fully planted. Though still young saplings, all the trees had firmly taken root and were growing well, creating lush green canopies. Next to the grapevines, sturdy trellises were already up. The farm manager, Tukalanka, quickly reported, "Boss, the soil here is incredibly fertile, perfect for growing fruit trees and grapes." The survival rate on these plantings is an astonishing 99%, with only a handful needing replanting, which amazed everyone at the company. The fruits here are sure to be delicious when they mature. That's excellent. This area will serve both as the orchard and as a scenic part of the farm. What about the pastures? The grass is thriving even better. It's already suitable for grazing. Good. Arrange for a small number of cattle and sheep to be brought here, but remember, all products, including meat, milk, grains, and fruits, are strictly for our own use. None of it is allowed to enter the market. Understood. I'll get on it right away. Further inside, they came upon the crop, suma root, and tea. Planting zones. The 200-acre crop field was managed using crop rotation. Of its 100 acres, 50 were dedicated to corn, 20 to wheat and 30 to soybeans. The 270 acres of summa root were grown under Linton's direction, planted for a minimum of 10 years. To optimize growth space and land use, the workers suggested planting 1 summa root per 10 square meters. After about 5 years, half of the plants can be harvested, while the remaining ones, given 20 square meters of space each, continue growing to increase their potency. Summa root naturally grew slowly. Only sparse greenery and small saplings were visible, but his spiritual awareness sensed vibrant life energy thriving in the roots. Clearly, they were well cared for and had taken root deeply in the soil. Nearby, 30 acres of tea bushes were growing significantly faster and were almost half a meter tall. It seemed possible to harvest a small batch of fresh tea leaves as soon as next year. They stepped into the inner garden enclosed by tall walls. The 200-acre garden was already taking shape, divided into 3 parts. The outer courtyard was near the main gate and covered about 50 acres. It housed 5 guest houses and 52-story apartment buildings, each with 12 small suites. Though the outer courtyard, it featured 2 small artificial hills, 5 outdoor pavilions, and a half-acre pond. The courtyard was filled with various greenery, creating a beautiful natural landscape. Further in stood a nearly 7-foot-tall brick wall with red tiles, enclosing the 70-acre inner courtyard. Upon entering, an air of opulence and aristocratic elegance greeted them. At the center was a large estate with 7 courtyards in series. The innermost was the master bedroom, which Linton had designed even larger than the one at the Los Angeles estate, about 4,300 square feet. It featured a massive 16 by 16-foot bed, a walk-in closet covering 2,150 square feet, and a 1,600 square foot bathroom. Inside the bathroom was a supersized bathtub of over 430 square feet. Around the estate were 5 magnificent 3-story buildings dedicated to office, reception, conference, education, and storage purposes. Each building was beautifully crafted, with griffins standing guard at the entrances and fire-breathing dragons winding along the roof lines, together creating a majestic and timeless atmosphere. Below the storage building, they had dug a huge temperature-controlled cellar. This cellar wasn't for valuables, but designed to store the farm's core products, fruits, grains, wines, and fruit liquors. Because these goods were rich in spiritual energy, their distribution needed strict control. Surrounding the inner courtyard were 50 finely built villas serving as private quarters for the women in his harem. To the east of the inner yard was another, larger lake, 2 acres in size, with a central observation pavilion, connected to the shore by a wooden pier. To the west stood a standard swimming pool and a massive entertainment and fitness center. Moreover, there were over 10 artificial hills, 2 winding corridors, countless pavilions, and vast greenery, including transplanted tall trees. Beyond the inner courtyard lay the 80-acre back garden, featuring 2 lakes, one 4 acres and the other 1 acre in size. The garden was decorated with stacked stones, artificial hills, winding corridors, pavilions, rare flowers, and precious trees. The landscape was breathtaking. What made this garden even more impressive was the seamless blend of classic aristocratic style and modern living conveniences. All buildings were fully equipped with plumbing, electricity, telecommunications, toilets with flushing, and sewage systems. For heating, electric radiators were installed throughout, powered by a purpose-built substation with ample capacity. The garden's construction was in the finishing stages, aiming for full delivery by the end of September. James Van Sweden and Topher Delaney shared that they were currently focusing on perfecting the main buildings within the inner courtyard and fine-tuning the landscaping, striving to achieve top-tier results by handover. Seeing all this filled Linton with profound excitement and satisfaction. He was already considering hosting Christmas and New Year's celebrations here this year. By then, the airport would be operational, and with their private jet, travel wouldn't be an issue. Staff hiring would need to be arranged well in advance. This time, they planned to source help from overseas, hoping Miguel Herrera was reliable enough to recruit qualified personnel. After 3 months of training, everything would be ready by November. Winnie was dazzled, her eyes sparkling as she gushed. "It's so beautiful. It's unbelievable." She struggled to find better words. Even after leaving the garden, she still found it hard to believe. "Honey, Is this really our home? Absolutely. This Christmas, all of us will move here for the holidays. He pointed at the 50 exquisite villas. You can pick one as your private living space. You can also use it to host family and friends. Living here had additional benefits he hadn't mentioned. The whole area was uniquely rich in spiritual energy. Daily life surrounded by this aura would naturally rejuvenate the body, improving health dramatically. Plus, regularly eating foods infused with this energy would not only strengthen their bodies, but also extend their lifespans. Growing up here could even enhance natural ability and constitution. Honey, this place is amazing. I can't wait to move in. They spent a warm and loving night at the farm. The next morning, they boarded their private plane for the flight back to Los Angeles. Linton had originally planned to bring Winnie along on his upcoming business trip to Asia. Unfortunately, Netscape Communications was confirmed to go public in August. The lead underwriter, Goldman Sachs, had already settled in and was preparing for the IPO. As the second largest shareholder of Netscape, Winnie had too many tasks to manage and vital negotiations to oversee. She simply couldn't leave. As for the other women, to avoid stirring public scandals and prevent internal conflicts, he decided not to bring anyone else. So he'd go alone this time. Chapter 396, Trip to South Colombia. On July 22nd, Linton bid a reluctant farewell to Madonna and the other ladies, then joined forces with his assistant Mina and 2 bodyguards. Together with Aunt Kelly and her assistant, the 6 of them boarded his private jet from Los Angeles International Airport straight to Bogota. According to the itinerary, Linton planned to stay in South Colombia for 10 days. His first stop was, of course, his grandmother's hometown in the Cauca region, to pay respects to his ancestors. He also wanted to see firsthand the results of his philanthropic efforts, visiting newly built schools, hospitals, and roads, and witness the improvements brought to the local community. 2 weeks earlier, upon confirming Linton's departure date, Aunt Kelly had coordinated with the municipal government of Popine and the local officials. Over the past 3 years, Linton's charity foundation invested a total of $21 million in Cauca. They had built 20 schools, upgraded clinics, and improved over 160 kilometers of township and village roads, profoundly transforming the lives of countless residents along the way. Learning that such a generous philanthropist planned to visit personally, local officials placed great importance on his arrival, assigning staff for a warm welcome at the airport. The moment Linton and Aunt Kelly stepped out of the terminal, they were greeted with cheers and flowers. People waved handmade banners, and the mayor personally welcomed them. Following the prearranged schedule, the group first visited the municipal office for a brief exchange. The officials expressed their gratitude for Linton's investments and his efforts to lift up the community. They warmly welcomed him to South Colombia and encouraged him to continue expanding the foundation's outreach. Linton responded, "My grandmother was born here. Supporting her hometown and helping local families build a better life is my responsibility. My foundation will keep working to improve education and infrastructure." That evening, they stayed at Hotel Monasterio, a converted colonial monastery in downtown Popine. After dinner, local hosts accompanied Linton and Aunt Kelly for a stroll through the city's whitewashed streets, lit softly by lanterns. However, Aunt Kelly reminded him that while the accommodations in Popine were comfortable, conditions would be simpler once they traveled into the rural townships. He should prepare himself for that. The next morning, they toured Popane's historic center, famous for its colonial churches, plazas, and heritage architecture. The rich history, the ornate facades, and the atmosphere of tradition left everyone impressed. In the afternoon, the group drove south toward Puellinge Township, where Linton's grandmother's family once lived. There, Cauca's regional leaders received them warmly. After thanking Linton for his heartfelt contributions, they expressed hope that the charity's reach could expand throughout the department. After 3 years of investment, Puellinge had transformed. Nearly every nearby village had a new school, paved roads linked once isolated communities, and clinics provided health care that had never been accessible before. The township's economy was growing much faster than neighboring areas, and living standards had improved dramatically. Other communities in Cauca envied this success, but it was clear why it happened. They had a dedicated benefactor with deep roots in the land. What made it even more remarkable was that Linton wasn't seeking recognition or profit. He had never even been here until now, sending only assistants to oversee projects. That authenticity made people trust him more deeply. Now that the core schools and roads were completed, the natural question arose. Would the charity continue? Could the foundation's funds extend to other regions? The regional leaders certainly hoped so. They encouraged Linton to keep investing, ideally across the whole of Cauca, focusing on infrastructure and education to further boost development. Linton promised to continue investing $10 million that year toward improving education and transportation in underdeveloped areas, primarily building schools and roads. The regional government would provide a short list of locations, and Aunt Kelly, acting as the foundation's ambassador, would inspect and finalize the choices. Once Linton's charity plans were confirmed, the officials were delighted, and the day ended with warm toasts and handshakes. On the third morning, accompanied by local officials, Linton and Aunt Kelly took a chartered bus into the countryside, arriving in Pulinge Township, the home of Linton's great-uncle, Alvaro Cherez. Thanks to new highways, the journey was smooth, and the township looked nothing like the struggling place Aunt Kelly remembered from her first visit years ago. Rows of new brick and stucco houses lined the roads, small shops were thriving, and children walked to school in clean uniforms. Upon hearing of Linton's return, Pulinge had hung a banner across the main street. "Welcome home, Linton. Thank you for your support for our people." Though the wording was simple, the sincerity behind it moved him deeply. Great-uncle Alvaro Cherez's home had also transformed. Of his 3 sons, one worked in education, another in local government, and the eldest was a community leader. Their old adobe house had been replaced with a spacious 2-story residence, and neighbors crowded in to personally thank Linton. What surprised Linton most, however, was the subtle change in his internal energy since arriving. At first, he paid it little mind, but as he drew closer to the township, his cultivation stirred. Though still at the early celestial presence stage, his perception sharpened, and his awareness radius expanded from 25 kilometers to 30. The word merit flashed in his mind. He had gained a trace of the power of good deeds, said to strengthen cultivation and reduce the danger of tribulations. It was clear this gift came from his philanthropy and the heartfelt gratitude of those he helped. Yet he wondered, why hadn't this happened before, when he had invested millions in the United States? Was it because gratitude from afar didn't resonate strongly enough? Or because charity at home often failed to reach those most in need? It seemed both proximity and genuine impact mattered. Regardless, the gain was invaluable. Charity was no longer just duty. It was now a path to advancing his cultivation. After warmly greeting his great-uncle and great-aunt, Linton followed the men of the family to pay respects at the ancestral graves, reflecting quietly on the bond between his family, his philanthropy, and his newfound power. Chapter 397, Charity Program Upgrade, Products Trade Fair. Since Linton had discovered that the power of goodwill was directly linked to charity work, he became determined to cultivate more of it and test how strongly it was tied to his philanthropic efforts. He adjusted his trip schedule to include on-site inspections of all the schools his foundation had funded. To Aunt Kelly, her assistant, and the local officials, this seemed perfectly natural. They assumed he simply wanted to check on the quality of the construction. The regional officials quickly put together an itinerary and notified the schools of his visit. Over 2 additional days, Linton personally toured 20 newly built schools in the department. At each stop, he was welcomed warmly, with teachers and children showing heartfelt gratitude. As Linton had suspected, the goodwill power was tied not only to the depth of gratitude from those he had helped, but also to his physical presence among them. While he remained within the department, the energy in his body circulated on its own, growing subtly stronger. But whenever he left the area and returned to the city for the night, the energy quieted, the effect weakening with distance. More striking still, each time he entered a schoolyard and interacted with teachers and students, the goodwill energy inside him surged noticeably, but only for about 30 minutes, after which it plateaued. 2 further patterns emerged. First, elementary schools gave him more goodwill power than middle schools. Younger children's innocence and pure gratitude seemed to amplify the effect. Adults and older students carried more complicated emotions that diluted it. Second, the poorer and more remote the town, the greater the effect. The same donation inspired far more gratitude from those who truly had nothing than from communities already doing relatively well. This raised uncomfortable questions about his U.S. charity work. Had most of it been misdirected, going to people who didn't really need help, or worse, caught up in administrative waste, so the aid never reached those who did? By the end of the inspections, his strength had grown, and his spiritual awareness now extended in a 35-mile radius. Still, he sensed that this was the limit of what past efforts in this region could provide. To gain more goodwill power, he would need to fund new projects. With the insights gained from these 2 days, Linton began shaping his next philanthropic plan. If charity in the U.S. and Africa failed to stir this goodwill energy, then he would concentrate his resources here in South Columbia. After talking it over with Aunt Kelly, they arranged for a meeting with the regional leadership. At the meeting, Linton expressed his satisfaction with the results of last year's investments. Then he announced a bold step forward. This year's charity budget would increase to $15 million, all of it to remain within South Columbia. The officials assured him of their full cooperation. He set out clear conditions. Funds could only be used for schools and roads. At least 40% had to go to elementary and middle schools, with a priority on elementary. The original department, now well-developed, would receive no further funds. The new money had to go to other provinces and municipalities. Every project site had to be verified in person by Aunt Kelly to ensure genuine need. No showcase projects or political favors, only aid at the point of real hardship. Aunt Kelly agreed immediately, promising to carry out the oversight. The regional leaders were overjoyed. Not only had the overall budget grown, but it would remain entirely in their country. It was an unexpected windfall. With these arrangements complete, Linton checked the calendar. The National Products Trade Fair in Cali had just begun. Tomorrow, he would travel there. In truth, this had been one of his key reasons for visiting now. The fair ran from July 26th to 28th and was famous for showcasing medicinal herbs, some rare and little known outside South America. Linton hoped not only to find the ingredients he needed, but also to establish reliable supply channels. Since Aunt Kelly had little interest in herbs and wanted to continue reviewing reports from charity projects, Linton suggested she take some time to enjoy the region's scenery instead. The following morning, they parted ways. Aunt Kelly, her assistant, and local staff headed off to tour the Andean foothills, while Linton, accompanied by his assistant and bodyguard, departed for Cali with several officials. Despite being called a major city by locals, Cali in 1995 still lacked the polish of world capitals. Streets were busy but underdeveloped, the skyline modest, and modern hotels were few. Thanks to prior arrangements, the group secured a suite and several rooms in the city. Linton wasted no time. With his team, he headed straight to the convention hall where the trade fair was underway. The scale was impressive. More than 200 storefronts and over 2,000 booths filled the hall, with crowds of buyers, healers, and farmers numbering in the tens of thousands. It was the perfect place to search for what he needed. He had prepared 2 formulas, beauty pills and vitality elixir. The beauty pills enhanced appearance, smoothing skin and eliminating signs of age, a favorite among cultivators who prized youthful radiance. The vitality elixir strengthened the body's core, improving health, vigor, and resilience, with the possibility of extending life by several years. The pills required 11 distinct herbs, and the elixir another 18, with 3 overlapping. In total, he needed to identify 26 herbs. The question was simple. Could he find them here? Chapter 398, Searching for Herbal Ingredients. Linton made his way to the largest establishment he could find, the Herbal Emporium of Cali. The place dominated one corner of the convention hall, far bigger than the surrounding booths, and seemed promising enough to hold everything he needed. The Herbal Emporium had a 2-level layout. The ground floor alone was sprawling, with glass cases running the length of the walls. Inside, dried roots, powders, bark, flowers, and resins were neatly displayed in jars, each tagged with its name and price. Behind the counters stood a dozen attendants in matching green dresses, welcoming customers with warm smiles and drawing them in to browse. At the center of the floor sat a consultation table where 2 older herbalists, in white coats, gave advice on remedies for ailments ranging from stomach troubles to chronic fatigue. The store was buzzing. Customers left with paper bags full of herbs, bargaining voices mixing with the herbalist's low explanations. At the stairwell leading up, a striking woman stood guard. She had a tall frame, a narrow waist, and curves made more dramatic by her fitted dress. Next to her, a sign read, "Bulk orders and trade negotiations upstairs." Linton didn't hesitate. The woman straightened as he approached. "Hola, Sayer," she said. Then, realizing he was a foreigner, switched awkwardly to a halting hello. "No problem," Linton answered smoothly in Spanish. "Would you take me upstairs?" he asked. Politely. "Of course, Sayer," she replied, handing him a card before leading him up the stairs with a confident sway. On the second floor, she guided him into a quiet meeting room and served tea before leaving, heels clicking, to fetch the manager. Soon, a stout man with a warm but calculating look entered. He handed over his card. "Welcome, sir. I'm Diego Alvarez, manager of the Herbal Emporium. How can we help you?" "Sayer Alvarez, I have here a list of 26 herbal functions. Could you help me match them to specific herbs?" The man frowned slightly, puzzled by the odd request. "You mean, you know the therapeutic effects but not the plant names?" "That's right." Alvarez raised his brows, then extended his hand. "Let me see the list." Linton passed over the printed sheet. Alvarez scanned the lines. Replenish energy, strengthen lungs, promote fluids, calm nerves. "That one sounds like suma root," he said. Then, nourish blood, regulate menstruation, relieve pain. "That's Angelica, no doubt." His knowledge was evident. One after another, he identified 12 herbs with confidence. But the rest gave him pause. "Sayer, I'll admit, this list goes beyond my expertise. But we have senior consultants at our headquarters in Bogot. With your permission, I can send this to them immediately." "Headquarters?" Linton asked. "Yes. Our Bogot office employs nationally respected experts in traditional and indigenous herbal medicine. They should be able to identify the rest." "Any conditions?" "Only one," Alvarez said frankly. "If we succeed, I hope you'll purchase the herbs from us." "That's reasonable. But how will I verify the identifications?" Alvarez smiled knowingly. "I thought of that. Please wait." He left, and soon returned carrying 3 thick volumes. "This is Compendio de Plantas Medicinales de Sudamerica. It's the most comprehensive catalog of herbs in this part of the world, 1,800 entries with illustrations and formulas. After my experts suggest names, you can confirm them yourself here." Linton accepted the volumes, impressed. He had heard of this modern compendium, but never held a copy. It was exactly the kind of resource he needed. He made a mental note to purchase a set. "As long as the identifications check out, I'll buy 10 kilograms of each herb," Linton said. Alvarez's face lit up. 10 kilograms each, including suma root?" "Yes. Do you carry wild, forest, and cultivated?" "All 3. Prices vary." "Then 5 kilograms of each." Alvarez's smile widened. "Excellent. Please, give me a few minutes while I send your list to Bogot." While Alvarez handled the facts, Linton leafed through the compendium. The detail amazed him. Precise drawings, harvesting methods, preparations, and over 10,000 traditional remedies. By the time Alvarez returned, the specialists had already replied. The remaining 14 herbs were named and cross-referenced in the compendium. Linton verified them carefully. Each matched the medicinal properties he needed. Even better, the Emporium had nearly all of them in stock. Alvarez personally arranged to source the 2 missing items from trusted colleagues in the trade. The deal was struck. 10 kilograms each of 23 herbs, plus 3 types of suma root at 5 kilograms apiece. The total came to just over $20,000. Fortunately, the Emporium's payment system accepted international cards. Linton's visa cleared without issue. The only obstacle was shipping. Cali's Fair didn't offer international delivery. But Alvarez had already anticipated this. He escorted Linton to the local post office, which had just launched international parcel services, and oversaw the careful packaging and dispatch. The entire process had gone far more smoothly than Linton expected. He had braced for days of searching through countless small vendors, but one visit to the Herbal Emporium had accomplished it all. Carrying the compendium and Alvarez's contact details, Linton left the Emporium satisfied. Chapter 399. how hiring waitresses turned into a beauty pageant. After resting overnight in Cali, Linton returned to Puelinge by bus the next morning. Linton thought he'd finally get a chance to rest, but Miguel Herrera's insistent call had pulled him onto an overnight flight across the Pacific. "Sir, I've prepared something special for you," Miguel had said in that eager, secretive tone. "It's better if you come to Hong Kong right away. Trust me, you won't regret it." And so here he was, stepping out into the humid morning air at Kai Tak Airport. Miguel was already there waiting, grinning like a man who couldn't wait to unveil a surprise. Beside him stood a well-dressed Asian official with sharp eyes and a steady manner. "Sir Linton," Miguel said, pulling him into a hug. "Let me introduce Lin Hao, Deputy Director at the Home Affairs Department. He's an old friend of mine. Without him, I couldn't have pulled this off." Lin Hao extended his hand politely. "Mr. Linton, welcome to Hong Kong." "Sir, I have exceeded the task you assigned me." "Exceeded?" "Yes. Once I arrived in Hong Kong like you instructed, I found Lin Hao here, and with his help, we found a labor service company to cooperate with." Miguel began to talk about his recruitment experience with a beaming face. No, it was his beauty pageant experience. Miguel lived a very happy life during this period. At work, he successfully won a large order for the construction of Linton Farm Gardens. This was a huge order of $5 million, and the project was progressing smoothly. Linton paid the money generously, and $4 million had already been received. Privately, he accepted the commission to help Linton select 100 young waitresses. Linton did not let him help in vain. He signed a contract with him at that time and transferred him $100,000 in labor fees in the name of service fees. After returning from the States, Miguel had invested $20,000 with a staffing agency in Hong Kong, then spent $30,000 buying a daily 30-second TV slot. The ad read, "American Top Gardening Company is hiring maids and waitresses aged 16 to 22 with a high school diploma. Applicants should be good-looking, hard-working, kind, and between 5 feet 3 inches and 5 feet 9 inches. Benefits included room and board, an annual salary of $120,000, 1 month paid vacation, a 5-year contract, guaranteed annual raises, and even the possibility of U.S. residency for top performers. For inquiries, call XXXXX. The ad featured clips of Linton's grand landscaping projects. The result was chaos. Within weeks, the agency received over 10,000 applications from around the world. After filtering, more than 8,000 still met the basic requirements. The pay was unheard of, 6 figures a year, in a country where top-tier salaries barely passed $2,000. Add housing, vacations, and immigration opportunities, and the job sounded like a golden ticket. Many of his contacts, prominent officials and wealthy families, scrambled to secure spots. Miguel and Lin Hao entertained endless dinners and gifts. Although the waitress job was not very prestigious, they could not resist the temptation of an American green card. After hearing that it was Linton Anderson's garden that was recruiting, their determination to join became stronger. There are always some people in this world who can take shortcuts. As long as the descendants of these people met the hard requirements and were not too bad-looking, Miguel agreed. However, he also said that he was only responsible for the recommendation and that the final decision was in Linton's hands. In this way, he gave away more than 20 places, which earned him a lot of favors and built a lot of new connections. But with so many applicants, Miguel decided to organize 3 rounds of elimination. In the first round, they contacted a hospital and negotiated a preferential price. All applicants went to this hospital for routine physical examinations, which added subjects such as height and body measurements. Of course, the medical examination fees were borne by the applicants themselves. According to the physical examination reports, those with any diseases, height below 5 feet 3 inches or above 5 feet 9 inches, chest circumference below 34 inch, waist circumference above 24, and hip circumference below 35, were rejected. After screening according to this standard, 90% of the applicants were eliminated, leaving only a little over 700 people. Next came the second round, in which the company scored the candidates based on the photos in their applications. Those with a score below 80 were rejected. This eliminated half of the candidates, leaving only over 300 people. The third round was an on-site interview. Miguel spent $20,000 to organize a grand interview. 7 experts were invited from TV stations, universities, and other institutions to form a jury, and an interview venue was rented at a stadium. More than 300 girls who entered the third round performed 3 programs: talents, singing, dancing, or playing musical instruments of their choice, cooking, and women's work. The judges scored each person's 3 performances one by one, plus appearance scores and image and temperament scores, 20 points each, for a total of 100 points. The 7 judges scored all the contestants, summarized the results, and ranked them from high to low, taking the top 100. There was no guarantee that the 100 people who survived these 3 rounds of beauty pageants were kind-hearted, but they could cook and do housework, so they should be hardworking. More importantly, their appearance was definitely impeccable, and each of them was a young, beautiful, and lively beauty. By the time they reached the hotel and stepped into the ballroom, Linton froze. Rows upon rows of girls filled the space, each wearing a number tag pinned neatly to her dress. "There must be," Linton murmured. "Yes, I organized a beauty pageant and carefully selected 128 young and beautiful women," Miguel finished proudly. "Beauty pageant? Miguel, Director Lin, you must be mistaken. I am recruiting waitresses and maids. Do you think such beautiful girls would be interested using a beauty pageant to recruit maids? What in the hell was this? As I was saying, the offer you provided was too generous. We trimmed them down through multiple rounds. Out of thousands, these are the top 100. And on top of that, 28 more I couldn't turn away, daughters from wealthy families, recommended personally. That's how we landed at 128. He gestured around the room, his voice dropping slightly. Every one of them is young, beautiful, and able to work. Some might not exactly scream maid, but with salaries this high, Sayer, even the elite wanted in. Miguel clapped him on the shoulder. "Sayer, I told you it'd be worth the trip." Chapter 400, The Future Leading Ladies and Starlets. In the upscale suite of the hotel, Lin Hao laid 2 thick stacks of files neatly on the table in front of Linton. The papers looked more like something from a government archive than a private event. "Sayer Anderson," Miguel said with a grin, "I've arranged everything. Tomorrow morning, everyone will gather at the sports center for your final review. Here are all their profiles." The thick stack is the top 100 contestants from the beauty pageant. Wow, quite a few of them are truly stunning. Could easily rival movie stars. The thinner stack consists of connections I've pulled strings for. These are people I couldn't turn down, but it's not really your concern. Just reject anyone who doesn't impress you. After all, their connections won't affect you. Linton first picked up the thinner pile and carefully flipped through it. The basic qualifications were solid. Most were still in college, a few just out of high school. None were ugly. In fact, they all looked above average, though none were exceptionally beautiful. Really? If I don't like someone, I just say no? Won't that cause trouble for you? Linton asked playfully, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Of course not. Unless you really hate someone, try to be polite. Think of it as doing me a favor. After all, these folks have some backing. Miguel, feeling the weight of Linton's gaze, dropped his pretense. All right, to make this clear, these 28 people can skip tomorrow. Find some time the day after tomorrow morning. I'll screen them individually. The test will be simple, just like the last 2 rounds of your pageant. Cooking skills and basic craftsmanship. If they're not awful at those, I can accept them. But anyone just pampered and used to luxury? No chance. I won't take someone who only knows how to enjoy life without working. Sounds good. That makes sense. If they were to be maids, they should at least know the basics. Nobody will complain if they get rejected. Miguel laughed happily. After all, no one would seriously hire a pampered rich girl to be a maid. He had already made the requirements clear to the relevant parties. If anyone messes up, so be it. They'd just be dead weight. No point holding on to that kind of connection. What about the training afterward? Per your request, I've rented a resort out in the suburbs from August 1st to October 15th, a 2.5-month program. For English classes, I contacted local universities. They're sending a 10-person teaching team focusing on everyday conversational skills. As for etiquette and service skills, I hired trainers from the housekeeping department of a 5-star hotel. Want to meet them? Sure, let's schedule that for the afternoon after tomorrow. Mr. Anderson, why don't you take a look at these 100 beauties first? These are the cream of the crop, picked through several rounds of pageants. You're going to be amazed. Lin Hao pushed the thick stack of files toward Linton. At the top of the first page was the name Li Xiaoran, 5 feet 6 inches, born in 1976 in Beijing. She graduated from Beijing Dance Academy at the age of 17 and was currently working in the Oriental Song and Dance Troupe from Beijing. Page 2 was Sophia Hu Jing, 5 foot 7, born in 1978, from Yunnan, studying folk dance at Minzu University of China. Third page, Yin Danshan, 5 feet 5 inches, from Hunan, born in 1978, third-year student at an art school. Page 4, Zheng Li, 5 foot 7, from Hubei, born in 1976, graduate of traditional opera, currently with an opera troupe. Page 5, Gao Yuan, 5 foot 5, from Beijing, born in 1979, sophomore in high school. She was only 16 now. Why was she joining in the fun? Page 6, Yin Tao, from Chongqing, born in 1979, first-year student at an art school. Another 16-year-old. Page 7 listed Michelle Dong Xian, from Heilongjiang, born in 1979, first-year student at a music course. Again, another 16-year-old. Page 8. Qin Lan, 5 feet 5 inches, from Liaoning, born in 1979, sophomore in high school. Page 11. Enai Hongjie, 5 feet 7.5 inches, from Jiangsu, born in 1978, second year of high school. Page 15. Zhang Zi, from Beijing, born in 1979, sophomore at Beijing Dance Academy. Page 20. Su Jinglei, from Beijing, born 1974, sophomore at Beijing Film Academy. Page 26. Li Bingbing, from Heilongjiang, born in 1973, sophomore at Shanghai Theatre Academy. And so on. No other famous actresses from his memory appeared beyond that. No wonder Miguel and Lin Hao boasted so confidently about the high quality of this group. A spectacular lineup of future stars who would shine brightly in the film and TV industry around the world had gathered. How could he not be thrilled? The problem was, if Linton actually took all of them away, they'd essentially be cut off from the entertainment industry. Their star paths would vanish entirely, leaving the world much less vibrant. But from another perspective, if he gave them a little push, showed them the way, encouraged them to stay and build their careers, when they eventually became big stars, what kind of boost would they give Linton's power? What incredible surprises might that bring? Even if it failed, some falling behind, or some succeeding but joining other camps, that wouldn't matter much. Linton didn't have to invest any resources up front. Sunk costs were basically zero. As long as he landed even one major star, he'd profit, 2 or more, and that'd be a huge win. Seeing Linton pull out 11 profiles separately, Miguel laughed proudly. So, Senor, what do you think? Pretty, right? I didn't lie to you, did I? Definitely pretty. Too pretty, actually. Do you really think they'll settle for working long-term as maids in my estate? Linton asked. Lin Hao was sure. They should. After all, the conditions you offer are fantastic. And it's their own choice. You know I run a film company and direct movies. With my professional eye, all of them are well suited for acting. Maybe a few will become stars in a few years. Mr. Anderson, you don't understand the local situation of these girls. In Hollywood, becoming a star means big money and high social status. But here, it's different. Film stars are just actors, no better than service workers, just different jobs. They don't make more money. They just earn a salary. At this point of time, private capital wasn't allowed in China's film and TV industry. All directors, screenwriters, and actors worked for state-run studios or TV stations on fixed salaries. The concept of star pay or market value simply didn't exist. At that point, industry workers, especially actors, had low status. For example, there was no phenomenon of star children inheriting their parents' careers. No big stars would want their kids to continue acting. With China's rapid economic growth and rising incomes over the years, the film industry expanded at an astonishing rate, eventually becoming the world's second-largest film market. Stars' incomes soared to unimaginable heights. 2 decades later, a top-tier star's annual earnings would surpass the profits of many public companies, with an average income of $2 million, a staggering sum even by Hollywood standards. At that time, forget star kids. Wealthy heirs and heiresses with no talent, looks, or professionalism would flood the industry, using capital power to grab top roles. Mainstream film resources would be hogged by them, and audiences would lose the right to simply enjoy attractive and talented stars on screen. I think this situation is temporary, Linton said. Setting that aside, I want to talk to them individually first and give them a fair shot. Chapter 401. First meeting with Su Qing. Senor, the way you're acting doesn't really scream successful businessman, you know? Enough of that. I've reserved seats at the VIP lounge of the Jefferson Hotel. They serve some of the finest comfort food here. This place has even hosted a couple of U.S. presidents, including President Nixon back in the day. Come on, let's grab a drink first. Sounds good. Mr. Anderson, I want to introduce you to a stunning lady. Why do I even need you to set me up? I can't help it. She's the daughter of an old family friend. But trust me, she's really beautiful. Just like you. She's also a movie star. You just said movie stars aren't all that prestigious these days. How did your family friend let his daughter go into acting? Well, he originally wanted her to enter diplomatic service, but her mother was a former lead dancer in the National Performing Arts troupe. The girl's been passionate about singing and performing since she was a kid, and she's got real talent for it. She's smart and a top student, too. When she graduated high school in '88, both the International Relations School and the Jefferson Film Academy sent her acceptance letters, but she was dead set on joining the Film Academy. My friend couldn't stop her. So that's how she became an actress? Exactly. She started out acting and slowly made a name for herself. In '92, she was even sent by the Ministry of Culture on an exchange program to the Singapore Broadcasting Corporation for a year. Now she's quite a well-known actress here, though, of course, her fame and status can't compare with yours. She's actually your fan. When she heard you were coming and knew about my connection with you, she reached out through my friend hoping to meet you. Okay, no problem. Let's meet her then. The banquet hall was a standout venue in the Jefferson Hotel, located on the 7th floor of the VIP wing. Linton told his assistant and bodyguard to handle their own dinner plans, then went with Miguel and Lynn out of the banquet hall. At the entrance stood a breathtaking woman in a fitted evening gown, tall and slender, with flawless fair skin and a pair of sparkling almond-shaped eyes. Her face was soft and smooth with elegantly rounded cheeks and delicate dimples when she smiled. Her arched brows and gentle expression marked her as exceptionally beautiful. Linton, let me introduce you. This is my niece, Su Qing. She's an accomplished young actress and also a fan of yours. Su Qing, I don't need to introduce him, right? No need. You're a world-renowned Hollywood director, a megastar. Mr. Anderson, you're my idol. I couldn't not know you. The stunning woman gracefully stepped forward, flashing those adorable dimples, and extended her slender, fair-skinned hand. Hello, Mr. Anderson. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Su Qing. Nice to meet you. You can call me Linton. He took her hand, feeling its softness and caught the faint, pleasant fragrance she wore. Su Qing was an intellectual beauty with excellent upbringing and broad horizons. She was even well-versed in cuisine and could speak impressively about its history and techniques. When she met Linton, she didn't act like some starlet trying to latch onto him, nor did she blindly admire him like typical fans. Instead, she smoothly joined in conversations between Linton, Miguel, and Lin Hao, impressing Linton. When the dishes arrived, she turned into a charming guide, elegantly explaining the origin, preparation, and unique flavors of each course to the staff and guests alike. The food was already delicious, but with Su Qing's exquisite commentary, the experience became a perfect harmony of taste, aroma, and presentation. Linton ate with great delight. Feeling pleased, Linton raised his glass for a toast with Miguel, Lin Hao, and Su Qing. Lin Hao, this is one of the best meals I've ever had. Can I bother you for a favor? Linton, no need for formalities between us. Just tell me what you need. You know my garden is nearing completion. Could you help me find a skilled culinary team? I want to bring them to America, so I can enjoy such delicious food anytime. I'll do my best, but it won't be easy. Don't worry about salary. The head chef can have $100,000 a year, and the rest $20,000 annually. It's not just about pay. The real problem is that most top chefs don't speak English, and those who do are usually older and may find learning English challenging. Well, try your best. If language is an issue, we can start by hiring a translator with decent English skills. Linton, I happen to be on vacation now. If you trust me, I can take this on. To Linton's surprise, Su Qing volunteered to handle the task. Linton, with Su Qing involved, you're sure to get a better team than if I looked myself. All right, then thank you, Su. Linton raised his glass again. When are you returning to America? In about 2 weeks, August 12th. I'll try to arrange an interview before then so you can test their skills. Thank you. My pleasure. Can I ask about your plans after that? No problem. Tomorrow and the day after, I'll be interviewing service staff with Miguel and Lin Hao. Then, I plan to travel to the Grand Canyon and Sedona. Director Lin has been raving about how beautiful those places are. I've been to both. They're truly stunning. Maybe I'll have the honor of guiding you. Don't worry, I won't let the chef search slow us down. Is it appropriate to have you as my guide? With such a gorgeous woman volunteering, Linton felt his heart beat faster. Still, since she was Lin Hao's niece, he glanced at him hesitantly. I think it's fine. I was worried I wouldn't have time to go with you, so I needed someone good for the job. Su Qing is perfect. Great, thank you. Here's to a great trip. Chapter 402. Showcasing the Beauties, Linton's Advice. On July 29th, Linton arrived at the stadium accompanied by Miguel and Lin Hao. Inside the indoor competition venue, a small stage had been set up at the front entrance. Below the stage, 100 young and beautiful women were seated, all selected through 3 rounds of pageants. Knowing that a top executive would be conducting the final assessment today, each girl was visibly nervous, yet carried a mix of excitement, hope, and ambition. When they saw Linton appear, they were all stunned by his youth, tallness, and handsomeness. The expectations and ambitions in their hearts became even more eager, and then they broke into the warmest applause, and everyone clapped their hands until they were red. After Linton, Miguel, and Lin Hao took their seats in the front row, the host from the employment agency arranged for the girls to come on stage in order of their ranking. Linton's request was simple. Each girl would step to the center of the stage, introduce herself briefly in English, and showcase a little talent, all within 1 minute. The first person to come on stage was Li Xiaoran. A stunning young woman in a red dress stepped forward with elegant poise. Her facial features were delicate and three-dimensional, especially her bright, expressive eyes that seemed to speak on their own, full of spirit and warmth. A high nose bridge and cherry-red lips lent her a touch of classical beauty. Her skin was fair and luminous, and under the glow of the stage lights and the contrast of the red dress, she appeared almost radiant. In Linton's memory, only Nicole Kidman's complexion could compare. She was tall and well-proportioned. Even though her dress wasn't form-fitting, it couldn't hide the fullness of her chest or the length of her straight, slender legs. Mr. Anderson, my name is Li Xiaoran. I'm 19 years old and graduated from the intermediate dance school affiliated with the Beijing Dance Academy. After graduating 2 years ago, I joined the Oriental Song and Dance Troupe. I'm skilled in dance. After her introduction, she dropped into a graceful split, earning applause from the audience. The next person to come on stage was Sophia Hu, a tall beauty dressed in a blue t-shirt and denim shorts, white sneakers completing her lively look. Her youthful energy radiated. Her glowing skin and dimples when she smiled were utterly charming. What set her apart were her amber eyes, with a hint of mixed heritage. Mr. Anderson, I am Sophia Hu, 17 years old, from Huayan Province. I am currently studying ethnic dance at Central National University and won second prize in last year's BJ City Dance competition. After her introduction, she performed a few traditional dance moves and capped it off with a sharp backflip, earning a roaring applause. The third was Yin Danshin, confidently wearing a pink dress, with delicate fair skin and a lean figure. Her beautiful, captivating eyes had a mesmerizing quality. Mr. Anderson, I'm Yin Danshin, 17 years old, from Hunan Province. Currently enrolled at the Hunan Provincial School of Arts. At home, I'm the obedient daughter who loves helping with chores, and I've loved music and dance since childhood. After her formal introduction, she approached a piano by the stage and played a few simple notes. The graceful melody instantly won over the crowd, receiving applause. Mr. Anderson, my name is Zheng Li. Mr. Anderson, my name is Gao Yuan Yuan. Mr. Anderson, my name is Immortal. Almost 2 hours passed as all 100 girls completed their brief introductions and talent showcases. Indeed, as their profiles stated, each was a rare beauty, top-notch in appearance, charisma, and talent. Their hands were all soft, pale, and delicate with no sign of hard manual labor. The problem was, he wasn't recruiting for a performing arts troupe. He was hiring service staff for a landscape garden. He blamed himself for not clearly communicating the requirements to Miguel, but it was too late to reverse the situation now. He wasn't sure how well these girls would handle the reality after moving to America. Thinking this over, he knew he had to be upfront to prevent any disappointment or problems that could damage his reputation. Walking onto the stage amidst applause, Linton took the microphone from the host. "Hello, beautiful ladies. I'm Linton Anderson. After hearing your introductions and watching your performances, I must say you're all outstanding. However, I need to clarify. I've just built a large private garden estate in America. The positions we're hiring for here are for garden service staff, not members of an arts or dance troupe. Your work there will be as service staff, not as singers, dancers, or performers. Given your talents, I imagine many of you have dreams and aspirations. I'm worried some of you might have gotten misleading information and may face a harsh reality. That's why I'm being straightforward today, so you can decide carefully. Feel free to discuss this with your parents or families, and if anyone feels this isn't the right fit, please withdraw now. Of course, if you truly feel ready and willing to work as garden service staff, you have my full support and welcome. 2 days from now in the morning, those who decide to stay should gather here as per the service company's instructions to sign contracts. Then, we will travel together to a resort for a 2.5-month intensive training, focusing on English conversation, service etiquette, and skills. During your training, I will arrange to have official work invitations sent from America. The employment company will then help you apply for passports and American visas. If you pass the evaluation after training, by late October, we will all depart together, flying to my garden estate in Montana. Warm applause and cheers filled the room. Linton scanned the crowd, noting everyone wore excited smiles, clearly not fully absorbing his advice. Well, I guess I've said what I needed to. At least I laid out the truth clearly. If anyone can't handle the gap between expectations and reality later on, they have no one to blame but themselves. Chapter 403. The future of entertainment needs you. Watching the excited and eager expressions on the girls' faces below, Linton said nothing more and let the host announce the end of the meeting. However, as the host declared it over, he read out a notice from a note Linton had given him. He called for Li Xiaoran, Sophia Hu, Yin Danshun, Zheng Li, Gao Yuanyuan, Yin Tao, Michelle Dong, Qin Lan, and I Hong Jie, Zhang Zi, Su Jinglei, and Li Bingbing. 12 people to stay behind. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the others, Li Xiaoran, Sophia Hu, and the others followed the instructions into a small conference room nearby. Soon, Linton, Miguel, and Lin Hao entered and took their seats at the head of the table. Under the eager gazes of the women, Linton began calling their names one by one. Each girl who heard her name stood up energetically and responded. After calling all the names, with anticipation filling the room, Linton continued, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Linton Anderson. Besides being the owner of this recruitment for service staff, does anyone here know what I actually do in America?" "I know." Only 4 people raised their hands high. Li Xiaoran, Zhang Zi, Su Jinglei, and Li Bingbing. "Ms. Li Xiaoran, why don't you tell us?" "Mr. Anderson, I know you're a big director in Hollywood, a superstar, and also a top singer." "Wow." The others all opened their mouths wide in surprise, but they looked at Linton with even more eager eyes. "How did you know?" "I've watched your movies and bought your CDs." "Oh, I remember my movies and songs haven't been officially released here. Sorry, I watched them on videotapes, and the CDs were probably pirated copies." "No worries, it's not your fault, because the market here doesn't have official copies available." "All right, I'm glad someone recognizes me here. It seems I have at least some fame locally." As Li Xiaoran said, "My real career in America is as a Hollywood movie company owner, director, film star, and singer." He went on, "I asked you all to stay behind because you are very talented. Your 1-minute performances on stage today left a deep impression on me. From a professional standpoint, all of you have strong acting talent. With proper training, you have a great chance to excel in film and television. From where I stand, and out of responsibility to you, I think your better future lies in becoming film stars, not working as service staff at my landscaping company. Can we really become movie and TV stars? The crowd buzzed with excitement after Linton's uplifting words, whispering among themselves. Mr. Anderson, how can we become movie stars? A clear, youthful voice spoke the shared thought. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Zi, the youngest among the five who raised their hands earlier, only 16 years old. Zhang Zi, that's a great question. To become a movie or TV star, you first need talent. Then you have to turn that talent into the right skills. Finally, you need opportunities to enter the industry. You all have the talent. I suggest you work hard to gain admission to a film school. At these schools, you'll learn all the professional knowledge needed for acting. More importantly, these universities have close ties to film and television production companies and are highly respected in the industry. Their graduates naturally get more attention from the film and TV world and have a smoother path to landing roles. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the clear explanation. Another hand went up. Su Jinglei, go ahead. Mr. Anderson, I'm currently a sophomore at Beijing Film Academy. As you said, it's easier to interact with the entertainment circle there. But here, the film and TV industry is still very small. The demand for actors is low, and opportunities to become stars are even fewer. Many of my seniors can't find roles after graduation and end up changing careers. Even when actors join studios or TV stations, does the job really offer a good future? Even the lucky few who become stars, their incomes tend to be low. The work is tough. Shooting late into the night is common, and filming scenes out of season can be grueling. Many veteran actors suffer lasting health issues. I want to ask, is being an actor or star really the path to a good future? She was indeed a talented woman, asking questions deeper and broader than most. That was a very good and realistic question, Su Jinglei. What you're really asking is, what is a better future? Acting here or working as a gardener in America? Right, I'm confused. Can you help me analyze this? Of course. I believe others have the same question. Let me ask you this. Do you know how much I make from directing a movie or from a commercial endorsement? No. It might not be a fair comparison since I'm a man. But do you know about Vivian Chow? Yes, we've heard her songs and watched her movies. She currently earns about 500,000 Hong Kong dollars per film and around 5 million Hong Kong dollars annually from endorsements. But Mr. Anderson, Chinese actors in mainland get salaries, at most about 600 yuan per month, Su Jinglei said again. That's true. The film industry there hasn't fully opened up, so people don't see the glamour and benefits of being a star. But I want to tell you, I believe strongly in the growth of the economy, and even more so in the future potential of the entertainment industry. I know the government has issued reform plans allowing private capital into the film industry, and marketization has slowly begun. These reforms will accelerate. With a population exceeding 1 billion, the film market will surely flourish and grow rapidly. Countless opportunities will emerge, and once the market matures, star salaries will rise dramatically. You might find Vivian Chow's salary astonishing now, but I bet within 10 years, most top stars will earn even more due to the massive market size. Mr. Anderson, do you think we can all become big stars? Michelle Dong raised her hand. I can't make guarantees. I just think you all have talent. But talent alone doesn't ensure success. In every field, only those who work hard to transform talent into skills and persistently strive have a chance to succeed. From this perspective, entering the industry gives you a head start. Your outstanding looks increase your chances, but ultimately, success depends on your own effort. In the entertainment industry, opportunities are key, but I won't discourage you by talking about that now. Mr. Anderson, if I choose to be an actor and become a star, could I come to Hollywood to star in your films? Zhang Zi's bright eyes shone with ambition. Her question was powerful, and soon everyone was echoing it excitedly. Yeah. Can we all shoot your movies in Hollywood one day? Not all of you can go to Hollywood. That's unrealistic, but I promise that the top 5 performers who stand out will have opportunities to star in films produced by my company. Lastly, I want to add, if you choose to quit, I won't let your efforts go to waste. Those who leave will receive a $2,000 stipend each. I hope this helps with your continued studies. Of course, if you choose to continue working at my garden in America, you're welcome as well. Mr. Anderson, can we take some time to think this over? Sure. Make your decision before the contract signing 2 days from now. I'll be here this afternoon if you want to ask any questions. Mr. Anderson, why are you so good to us? Li Xiaoran, who had been silent, finally spoke the unspoken thought of the group. Because I truly believe your talents would be wasted as landscapers. And I believe the future of entertainment needs you. Chapter 404. Su Jinglei's Ambitions and Actions. It wasn't just Li Xiaoran and the girls who found it hard to believe. Even Lin Hao, who had been quietly observing, found it incredible. During their lunch alone together, he asked the same question. Linton, I just don't get it. Why do you treat these girls so well? Why don't you just have these beautiful girls work as attendants in your garden? Instead, you're willing to pay for them to learn acting and join the film industry? What's your angle? Linton's real goal, of course, was to use this chance to cultivate more talented stars who could support his long-term ascent in the industry. But that was his biggest secret and not something he could openly share. Facing Lin Hao's question, he knew he needed a reasonable explanation to avoid raising doubts. Lin, hiring young women as attendants in my garden is great. But honestly, being a garden attendant is a low-level job. If a girl is really talented, having her do this job actually deprives her of a better future. So you believe all those girls have better futures ahead, maybe way better than working in your garden? Hey, I am a director. Maybe I can't spot talent in other areas, but I can see raw talent in dance and acting. These girls have excellent potential. I can't help but feel a genuine love for talent. Of course, success isn't just about talent. How far they go and what they achieve depends on their own choices and efforts. Still, giving them an extra $2,000 each as a stipend? You're really generous. Consider it a goodwill gesture. After all, they spent over 2 months just preparing for this recruitment. Linton, you're amazing. I truly admire your heart. In the afternoon, after Lin Hao returned to work, Linton instructed Miguel to arrange for him to personally handle the interviews, so he stayed in the stadium's meeting room ready to answer the girls' questions. The first to enter was Su Jinglei. Ambitious and determined, after hearing Linton's words that morning, it seemed as if a new door had opened for her, a new world. Especially when Linton used Vivian Chow's example and talked about hopes of breaking into Hollywood. It sparked a fire of desire and ambition in her. Unlike most present, she had already studied at the Beijing Film Academy for 2 years and even acted in last year's TV drama, My Old Classmate. Immersed in that environment, she deeply understood the industry's ecosystem and the crucial importance of opportunity. She knew how rare it was to have a chance to connect with an international director and superstars, especially when this director recognized her potential. This could very well be her only shot to break into Hollywood. Of course, today's one meeting didn't guarantee anything. Maybe after a year or so, he'd completely forget about her. After all, he owed her nothing. Plus, she'd get a $2,000 stipend if she quit. How to make him remember her and add a strong guarantee for her future that she had already decided at lunch. Her youth and beauty were her only real assets. Considering most of her classmates were no longer innocent and that she'd sooner give herself to some random guy, why not to this young, handsome director? A cross-cultural connection like that could only benefit her. With these thoughts, she lingered at the stadium, and when Linton entered the meeting room, she quickly followed him in and carefully shut the door, locking it from the inside. The gesture surprised Linton, but he didn't care. Nothing would happen here anyway. Her body held limited allure for him. This wasn't the proper place, and with her lack of fame, she couldn't benefit him. What he valued was her future popularity. Su Jinglei, hello. What questions do you have? Director, I want to perform for you privately, so you can fully understand me. Is that okay? Sure, go ahead. Su Jinglei took a cassette from her bag and placed it in the recorder on the table. As the classic Blue Danube waltz began, she didn't start immediately, but walked slowly toward Linton. Linton was a bit puzzled as she gently unzipped her dress and then removed her bra and underwear, revealing a youthful, attractive figure. Although her figure wasn't extraordinarily curvy, her curves were well-defined, with a slender waist that was impressively delicate. For Linton, who had seen many beauties, the temptation wasn't overwhelming, but he didn't look away or stop her. He openly admired her form. At first, Su Jinglei was shy, covering her intimate parts with her hands, but seeing no reaction from Linton, she let go. She began a sensuous dance to the music, her body moving gracefully, performing a mesmerizing dance. In the first part, she showcased her body's beauty and flexibility, executing difficult moves right in front of Linton. In the latter part, she turned up the heat, seductively teasing him by dancing around him, spinning using his body for leverage, pulling his hand across her body, and finally jumping into his arms. The music ended, but she stayed curled in his embrace, even initiating a passionate kiss. Linton didn't resist and kissed her back intensely. After the kiss, Linton remained calm, but Su Jinglei melted completely into his arms, burying her head there. She was still innocent, after all. What puzzled her was that Linton made no further moves. According to her plan, this was when he should have turned beastly. Was she not attractive enough? She clearly felt his warmth and hardness. Feeling confused and a bit resentful, she lifted her head and shyly kissed him again, asking softly, "Mr. Anderson, don't you like me? This is my first time." "What? Your first time?" Linton's interest was piqued. This was quite different from the wild Su he'd imagined. "Yes, I hope you'll be gentle and kind." Hearing this, Linton gave her a kiss and playfully squeezed her breast. "I don't do relationships." Though he felt his heart stir, he had to make this clear. "I don't mind, as long as you remember me." "All right, Su Jinglei, this is a public place and not the right setting. Put your clothes back on. I'll have my assistant take you to a room at the hotel to wait for me. I'll come back when I'm done." "Really? You're the greatest gentleman in the world. Get up and get dressed." "Whether I'm a gentleman or not, you'll find out tonight." After tidying up, Su Jinglei happily hugged Linton and kissed him hard. "Darling, I'm heading there now. Come back soon. I'll be waiting, all clean and ready for you." Chapter 405, Li Bingbing's Move. Not long after Su Jinglei left, Li Bingbing knocked and came in. Compared to Su Jinglei, Li Bingbing had experienced life's hardships even earlier. Although she inherited her parents' excellent genes, skilled in singing, dancing, and playing various instruments, her academic performance was just average. In those days, whether teachers or parents, no one accepted such a serious imbalance in schoolwork. Because of this, her parents favored her sister, who had better grades, which shaped Li Bingbing into a quiet, introverted girl, even a bit insecure. At 16, after graduating middle school, she didn't choose to continue to high school. Instead, she took the entrance exam for the Jishi Normal School. Unexpectedly, because of her talents on piano and accordion and her singing and dancing skills, she shone brightly at the school. She received unanimous recognition and warmth from both teachers and classmates, which rekindled her strong confidence. In 1992, right after graduation, Li Bingbing was assigned as a music teacher at an elementary school in Harbin. Due to her outstanding musical and performance talents, she was recommended to perform at the Jishi Spring Festival Gala that same year. There, she met many veterans of film and TV, opening her eyes to a broader sky and bigger stage. She soon decided to pick up her studies again and prepared intensively for the college entrance exam, successfully getting admitted to the Shanghai Theatre Academy. However, fate was cruel. Just as she received her self-funded acceptance notice, her mother suffered a sudden heart attack. The surgery alone cost 30,000 yuan. For a family that earned less than 300 yuan a month, this wiped out all their savings and plunged them into heavy debt. Strong-willed, she refused to bow to fate. During college, she worked every spare moment singing, acting, and filming to earn money to cover her mother's expensive medical bills and the debt, becoming the family's main support. In May, she saw contacted by an agency associated with Lin Hao. Although working as a server wasn't aligned with her dreams, the $10,000 annual salary was too tempting, so she went for it. She passed through multiple rounds of selection and made it to the final list. Unexpectedly, that morning, Linton's vision of the film industry opened new doors for her. According to him, acting in China could earn good money moving forward. While it might not match the level of Vivian Chow, it wouldn't be less than $10,000 a year. Besides, acting had always been her dream. If she really became a star and gained even half Vivian Chow's popularity, the thrill of being in the spotlight would be indescribable. Moreover, Linton promised a $2,000 subsidy for those who dropped out, which would greatly ease her family's financial pressure. Most importantly, Linton promised that those who performed exceptionally well could get opportunities to shoot movies in Hollywood. Having spent 2 years at the Shanghai Theater Academy and taking part in the TV series Ilu Deng Ho, she deeply understood the brutal nature of the entertainment world and the importance of opportunities. Besides, the past 2 years of college life had been 2 years of constant hustling. To earn money, she had even performed as a resident singer in bars, experiencing all kinds of human warmth and coldness. Knowing Linton had gone this far for her, she felt he had done his utmost. Expecting him to remember her and cast her in a Hollywood movie in a few years based on just a brief encounter now was nothing but wishful thinking. Not to mention, in a year or so, Linton might completely forget about her. After much hesitation, she finally made the same choice as Su Jinglei. Besides, giving her first time to a super handsome man like Linton wasn't a loss. Even if nothing came of it, it would still be a beautiful memory. After entering the meeting room, she carefully closed and locked the door from the inside. Today, Li Bingbing wore a black, figure-hugging dress paired with white high-heeled sandals, accentuating her slender figure. Her fair, delicate oval face, finely contoured features, large almond-shaped eyes, and shoulder-length black hair gave her a youthful, sweet charm, an image of pure innocence. Though she still had some way to go compared to top beauties, she outshone Su Jinglei. After Su Jinglei's departure, Linton probably realized that although China was still conservative in 1995, the entertainment industry was a different story. For girls already stepping into showbiz, Hollywood was an irresistible lure, capable of breaking through any barriers and prompting behaviors they wouldn't normally dare to try. Li Bingbing, hello. Do you have any questions? Linton asked. Mr. Anderson, I'd like to perform for you privately so you can understand me better and give me some guidance. Would that be okay? Sure, go ahead. Li Bingbing pulled a tape from her bag and put it into the player, but it was actually Linton's song That's the Way Love Goes playing without vocals. As the music started, Li Bingbing began to strip off her dress, revealing sexy black lingerie underneath. Then, she sang along and danced a sensuous, energetic routine. Not bad. Her singing was decent. Though not as polished as a professional, among the actors she was definitely top-notch. Her dancing was excellent too. Wearing the seductive lingerie, her moves were bold and alluring. At one point, she pulled Linton from his seat, inviting him to join in. Her talents far surpassed Su Jinglei's in scope and finesse, successfully stirring Linton's enthusiasm. At the song's climax, she spun and leaped straight into Linton's arms, grabbing his hands and placing them on her ample chest. The music stopped abruptly as Li Bingbing clung to Linton and kissed him passionately. Overwhelmed by his strong, masculine aura, she soon melted into his embrace like a soft lump of clay. Before she realized it, the music accompaniment also came to a stop. Li Bingbing gradually caught her breath in Linton's arms, but was disappointed that Linton didn't make a move while she was dazed. Was her appeal not strong enough? No. The warmth and hardness pressing on her thigh confirmed he was definitely attracted to her. So why no action? Maybe he wanted her to take the initiative? Thinking this, she reached up and hugged Linton's neck, whispering in his ear, "Darling, can you love me? This is my first time, so please be gentle." Ah, another first time. Honestly, having such a young, beautiful body writhing inside him, Linton couldn't help but be stirred. But considering Li Bingbing's innocence, her looks not top tier, and no fan base yet, he held himself back. But as soon as she said it was her first time, his interest piqued. "What? This is your first time?" "Yes, so I hope you'll cherish me and be gentle." Hearing this, Linton kissed her gently. "Okay, Bingbing. This is a public place, and it's not the right setting. Besides, a first time should be special. I'm busy today, so come to my room at the hotel tomorrow night. I promise to give you a wonderful memory. No, you should come tomorrow afternoon. Call me before you arrive. I'm busy, but I can send my assistant to take you shopping. You can spend up to $1,000. Anything you want." "Really? Do you like me?" "Of course. You're young and beautiful. How could I not?" "Great. Linton, you're so handsome. I like you so much." "Thanks, but I need to be clear. I'm not looking for a relationship." Though interested, he had to set boundaries. "I don't mind, as long as you remember me. You should get up now and put your clothes back on. This is a public place, and someone might knock on the door. Don't you have bodyguards outside? If we spend too long, it'll harm your reputation. Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Bingbing obediently got up and dressed. After tidying herself, thinking about other girls who might come later to ask questions, she knew she shouldn't stay too long here. She gave Linton a quick kiss. Darling, I'm off now. See you tomorrow night. Chapter 406. Li Xiaoran. I want to go to America with you. Next, Li Xiaoran, Sophia Hu, Yin Danshun, Zheng Li, Gao Yuanyuan, Yin Tao, Michelle Dong, Qin Lan, and I Hong Jie and Zhang Zi each walked into the conference room one by one. However, unlike Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei, they didn't make any bold choices. After all, they were still young and hadn't really been exposed to the entertainment industry. Plus, the industry was still quite conservative, so even Zhang Zi, the most ambitious among them, hadn't seriously considered taking that path yet. Once inside, at most they performed a proper dance or played a musical instrument for Linton. Then they asked Linton detailed questions about the development of the film industry. Of course, their greatest concern was how they could make their mark. Regarding the first question, Linton firmly believed that the domestic film industry was about to enter a long golden era. The market would expand rapidly, and demand for actors would skyrocket. Naturally, many stars would be made, and incomes would rise accordingly. As for the second question, there was no one-size-fits-all answer. Linton's only advice was to cherish their talent, focus on learning, and keep working hard to transform their gifts into real skills. Persistent effort was the only path to success. He gave each of them a $2,000 stipend, hoping it would ease their worries and allow them to fully dedicate themselves to studying. He urged them not to waste their talent and beauty. With a professional eye, Linton told them that with their gifts and looks, they already had a huge advantage. They were winning at the starting line. But ultimately, the outcome would depend on their own efforts and determination. When it came to the question everyone cared about, how to get to Hollywood to film movies, he didn't sugarcoat things. It's impossible for all of you to go to Hollywood to act. Hollywood can't offer that many roles in such a short time. Maybe in 5 years, I can arrange for a film each year to select actors in China. But it won't just be from this group. At best, you'd get priority under equal conditions. Whether you get chosen depends on your skills and popularity. After Linton's encouragement, the girls left full of confidence and fired up with their star dreams. Of course, before leaving, they didn't forget to claim their $2,000 stipend from the labor service company. Linton successfully left a tall and impressive image in their minds. He believed that as they grew up and stepped into the film industry, becoming actors and stars, when they met again, new sparks would fly, bringing Linton more resources for his own development. Of course, there were some small surprises here. While everyone else left confident and excited, only Li Xiaoran showed a different view when she came in last. Mr. Anderson, I've decided that I want to go to America with you. Why? With your talent and looks, it's only a matter of time before you make it in the domestic film industry. Becoming a movie star would be better than just working as a server in my garden, right? You said the domestic film market would grow rapidly with great potential, but I actually don't quite agree with your view. Oh, tell me why. Linton noted she was a thoughtful girl. I work at the Eastern Dance Troupe. Although, it's not a film company, it's also part of the entertainment industry, right? They're both entertainment, but not closely related. Go on. Thanks for your affirmation. Actually, I never really liked dancing. My father forced me to learn when I was young, even made me attend the Beijing Dance Academy. I graduated in '93 and joined the Eastern Dance Troupe, but the past 2 years it's been in decline and planning layoffs. You might not realize, but the Eastern Dance Troupe is a state-level troupe under the Ministry of Culture, no less prestigious than film studios. Yet even such an institution has struggled, seeing profits plummet and now facing cuts. So, you're pessimistic about the film industry too? Exactly. From what I hear, many film studios are also struggling. The biggest issue is that hardly anyone's going to the movies. The theaters are empty, and some have even closed down or changed businesses. I myself watch less than 2 movies a year, and the ones playing aren't exciting. I always end up dozing off. If I have time, I'd rather rent Hollywood or Hong Kong films on VHS with 2 close friends and watch at home. That's way more fun. Given this, Do you really think the film industry has a bright future? What about TV? Isn't TV penetration increasing with more viewers? You're right. There are more TV viewers, but everyone's watching the same shows. The channels all air similar programs, so demand for TV dramas hasn't really grown. Not bad. You observe life well and think independently, but you missed two key factors. Oh, what are they? Li Xiaoran looked clearly unconvinced. One is the rapid growth of China's economy, and the other is the rising cultural and spiritual needs of the people. Forget it. That's complicated to explain, and even my opinion isn't 100% certain. It's good that you have your own views and can think independently. However, with your delicate appearance, would you really fit working as a server in my garden? Don't underestimate me. I do housework at home, and since you think I have talent, can you help me develop it in the American film industry? That's impossible. The American film industry is fully market-driven and fiercely competitive. You don't even speak English well yet, and haven't systematically studied acting. Who would watch you on screens there? But I'm beautiful. Didn't you always say I was pretty? Don't American audiences like beautiful women? The problem is, American tastes are totally different. Let's put it this way. With your looks, you're undoubtedly a rare beauty here, 1 in 10,000. But to American eyes, Asians generally look alike. For example, Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese are beautiful, yet they wouldn't be considered top beauties in America. Then how come you think I'm beautiful? That's because I have a deep appreciation for beauty, so I naturally notice things others might miss. If you think I'm beautiful, then I can dance just for you, perform, even be your assistant and handle some domestic-related work. Wow, this girl had been planning all along, didn't she? Who says beauty means no brains? Li Xiaoran's quick scheming was clear. Linton couldn't help but imagine the vision of Li Xiaoran serving him daily, dressed in a white-collar uniform, wearing glasses, black stockings on her legs, high heels completing the look. He recalled the boss's favorite saying, "If there's work, let the assistant do it. If there's no work, do assistant." He almost nodded in agreement. Luckily, his willpower was strong, and he quickly pushed those inappropriate thoughts aside. However, considering Li Xiaoran's beauty and lack of strong background like Su Qing, staying in the domestic entertainment industry could invite many predators. He remembered how she had been tormented by a powerful figure for years in her past life. From this viewpoint, taking her to America didn't seem like a bad idea. He could keep her close, train her for a few years, and when the domestic film industry truly blossomed, send her back to develop. That might work better. But he couldn't just indulge her. She needed to pass some tests. All right, but if you want to stay by my side as an assistant, you have to pass 2 tests. I need to see if you have the ability. What tests? She asked. First, you must master conversational English during the 2.5 months of intensive training. No problem, I'll make sure of it. Second, I'll appoint you as class leader for the training, but whether you can fulfill the role and earn respect among all the trainees depends on your own skills. That sounds hard. I only served as arts committee member in school, and the class wasn't that big. That's up to you. Keep in mind, you've been working for 2 years now, while the others are students. If you can't handle that, how could you be my assistant? All right, just wait and see. I'll complete the task successfully, and you have to keep your promise. No problem. Then let's make a pinky promise. Chapter 407, Su Jinglei. After finally finishing consultations and coaching sessions with the Tolev Future Stars, despite the unexpected hiccup with Li Xiaoran, overall things went pretty well. It was like sowing seeds for his future development. Glancing at the clock, it was almost 5 p.m. He decided to head back early. After all, a certain lovely young lady was waiting for him at the hotel. Back at the hotel, he barely opened the door before a soft, delicate figure came running into his arms, pressing a tender kiss on his lips. "Honey, you're finally back." Su Jinglei had, indeed, already taken a shower earlier, the scent of nice shampoo lingering in her hair. She wore a light and breezy nightgown, showing off long, silky smooth legs. Holding such a fragrant, delicate body, the passion that had been simmering all afternoon immediately flared up. Linton eagerly returned her kiss. Soon, Su Jinglei couldn't resist anymore. After breaking the kiss, she gasped softly near Linton's ear, "Honey, love me." Linton laughed warmly, scooping Su Jinglei up and carrying her inside. Soon, A sweet and tender melody filled the room. Half an hour later, Su Jinglei lay softly draped over Linton. Honey, you're incredible. Linton chuckled and kissed Su Jinglei gently. Are you okay? Yeah, just a little sore. Where? Want me to check? Stop it. The two chatted quietly, comfortably enjoying the moment. When she finally started feeling better, he asked, Are you hungry? Want me to call room service? Linton dialed the hotel restaurant and ordered dinner. Then he carried her to the bathroom for a quick rinse. Naturally, the whole process was filled with laughter and playful moments. Just as they finished dressing, the doorbell rang. Linton grabbed a bottle of red wine from the minibar. He poured 2 glasses, handing one to Su Jinglei. For our friendship, cheers. Thank you, cheers. So, Su Jinglei, have you decided what you want to do? Honey, after what you said this morning, I think it's better for me to continue developing my career here in China. I believe with your talent and determination, you'll definitely make a place for yourself in the Chinese film industry. Thanks for the encouragement. Do you really think I'll have a chance to act in Hollywood films someday? Absolutely. Focus on honing your craft here for the next 5 years. After that, each year, I will arrange a film casting locally. Honestly, I can't just hand you a role directly, but I can promise priority consideration when the competition is close. Whether you get chosen depends on your skills and popularity. Su Jinglei was already entering her junior year at the university and had taken a first step into the industry, but wasn't fully aware of its harsh realities. Innocently, she asked, Honey, since we're like this, can't you just secure me a part? Su Jinglei, have you heard of Hollywood's casting couch? Casting couch? Does it have some special meaning? In Hollywood, the casting couch refers to a dark industry secret. If an actress sees a red velvet couch or red blanket on the couch in the casting room, it means that if she's willing to play along, lie down naked, and wait for the director or producer's attention, she could land the role she wants. That's so sick. How could any actress agree to that? Su Jinglei was dumbfounded by this harsh truth. It shattered her ideals. You're mistaken if you think that way. The reality? Countless actresses are waiting for that casting couch chance. They're more afraid of missing it. Do you choose female roles like that in your films? Do you think someone like me would stoop to that? You're so strong and handsome. I don't think you would go for casual women. Linton smiled to himself, sensing Su Jinglei's subtle hint. This was her first time, different from the casual women. The key criterion for choosing roles in my films is role suitability. Role suitability? Yes, whether the actor's image, acting skills, and the film's requirements align. Sometimes, popularity plays a part too. I get image and acting, but how does popularity factor in? That leads us to box office. The more popular the actor, the larger their fan base, and the higher potential ticket sales. But for now, local box office remains small, so acting skills are the main focus. Got it. Don't worry, I'll give my best and outshine anyone. That's right. With your talent and hard work, acting skills won't be an issue. You'll be a star for sure. Unnoticed, the bottle of wine was almost empty. Su Jinglei had wound up sitting on Linton's lap. After their shared toast, she boldly took his hand and placed it on her thigh. Honey, I feel like I have recovered. His essence supplement was indeed a miraculous restorative. Good, then let's continue where we left off. He grabbed her and headed further inside. A soft, melodic tune floated through the room. They carried on until dawn before finally collapsing asleep together. The next morning after breakfast, Su Jinglei looked at Linton expectantly. Honey, can I come again tonight? Su Jinglei, sorry my schedule is packed today. I can't spend time with you. When will we meet next time? Her eyes reddened, clearly reluctant. Don't be sad. Focus on your studies. When I come next, I'll reach out. What if I miss you? Here, this is my number. Call if you really miss me. All right. Can I come visit you in America? Of course. But you're still in school now. Visas are tricky. After you graduate, I'll help you get one. Then when you're free, come find me. Thank you, honey. Moi. I'll have my assistant, Mina, take you shopping. Up to $10,000. Just have fun. Linton thought it wise to deepen their bond so nobody else would swoop in. After all, Su Jinglei's rising popularity would be a big help for his own cultivation. Great. Love you, moi. Chapter 408. Some people just can't read the room. At 9 a.m., Linton arrived at the new Oriental Culinary School accompanied by Miguel and Lin Hao. Today, the cooking and domestic skills evaluation for the 28 specially accommodated girls was scheduled here. The labor service company had rented a large kitchen at the new Oriental Culinary School, equipped with 10 separate cooking stations, where all 28 candidates would complete the test in 3 rounds. Following the requirements, the school prepared over 20 common home-style dishes ingredients for the participants to freely choose from. What surprised Linton was that although the notice stated the 28 girls needed to attend the test themselves, each girl showed up accompanied by at least 2 family members. Such families, such protection, and such limited independence gave Linton a bad feeling. The test was quite simple. Each girl was to select ingredients from those prepared by the school and independently cook a complete dish within 30 minutes, then present it directly to Linton for tasting to pass. Linton's standards were not high at all. As long as the dish was cooked on-site, wasn't burnt, and the seasoning wasn't off, it would pass. The purpose wasn't to examine real cooking skills, but to see if they could adapt to being a server. After all, once they went to America, they wouldn't be working as cooks. But if they couldn't even handle basic cooking, expecting them to be good servers was unrealistic. Besides, this test had been administered to all participants more than a month ago, and just 2 days prior, the 28 girls were specifically told what the test would be. If they still couldn't do it, Linton wouldn't take it lightly. Once everyone gathered, a teacher at the new Oriental school explained how to use the cooking stations. Then, Linton took out 28 pre-prepared draw lots for the girls to pick, determining the cooking order. Soon, the first 10 girls whose numbers were drawn entered the kitchen. They picked ingredients, washed and cut them, started the stove, poured oil, added their ingredients, salted, cooked, and plated their dishes. For anyone who had truly done housework, cooking a dish wasn't difficult. In fact, it should be quite easy. But it was clear these girls rarely stepped into kitchens or only practiced cooking for this test. Their movements, postures, and speed were awkward and stiff. Still, all 10 managed to get their dishes done within the 30 minutes, even if clumsily. Interestingly, among the 10, 7 chose tomato scrambled eggs, 2 picked stir-fried greens, and 1 went for steamed eggs. Everyone picked the simplest options, and fortunately, the school had enough tomatoes and eggs. The dishes hardly looked or smelled great, but the taste was passable. Linton sampled each dish and found no strange flavors, so he announced all 10 had passed. The nervous girls and their families erupted in cheers. Next, the second batch of 10 girls drew their turn, but an unexpected scene unfolded at stove number 7. A girl had a parent trailing her inside. Linton hurried over. Our evaluation requires the girls to cook independently. Parents are not allowed to participate. Please watch from outside. But our Lon has never been in a kitchen before. She can't cook. I'm just helping her. Please cut us some slack. It will be quick, the mother pleaded. Linton nearly blew his top, but maintained his composure and sternly admonished her. Nonsense. This is a basic skills test set by the employer for potential employees. The rules clearly state the candidate must complete the task independently. What are you doing in there? Do you plan to go to America and work for her too? Step out now. Director Lin, but our Lon really can't cook. Please let me assist her. Besides, if necessary, I'm willing to accompany her to America, the mother persisted. You wish. Her ability or inability is her own responsibility. Staff, escort her out. Don't let her disrupt the others' evaluation. 2 staff members moved in and forcibly removed her. Unsurprisingly, only 9 out of 10 girls cooked a dish successfully regardless of appearance or taste, and Linton passed them all. Lon, at Station 7, spent the entire time just spacing out and didn't cook anything. So Linton immediately declared her disqualified. Her mother loudly protested. No, you can't eliminate our Lon. She has to go to America. Linton's face darkened. What kind of clueless fool was this? She made him look bad in front of Linton. Just as he was about to harshly reprimand her, Linton stopped him and took the lead to speak. I'm the person in charge of the American side. Ma'am, why shouldn't your Lon be eliminated? Because my husband is a gang boss. What does your husband being a gang boss have to do with me hiring people to work in America? I don't care. My husband promised Lon that she would enjoy a good life in America. So you think going to America is about living the high life? Of course, that's what my husband told me and Lon. Linton raised his voice and addressed all the girls. Do you know what kind of work you'll be doing in America? Waitressing. No idea. Getting a green card. A few replies drifted through. Looks like many of you don't understand. Let me emphasize again. You are going to America not to attend school, not to sit in an office, and definitely not to live the high life. You are going to work as servers in my estate, taking care of housekeeping, cleaning, gardening, and guest reception. Upon hearing this, Lon Lon yelled, "No way. Those are servant jobs. I'm going to enjoy life. There's no way I'd be doing that." Stop talking. You're already disqualified. If you want to enjoy life, find somewhere else. Let me reiterate. I pay $10,000 a year for this work. If you don't perform well, you'll be sent back. I understand many of you come from powerful families, but those powers don't influence my estate one bit because it's in America, separated by the Pacific Ocean. To me, you are no different from all other recruits. If anyone can't accept this, please withdraw voluntarily to avoid wasting your own time and opportunities. Many people in the audience couldn't accept Linton's words, and the parents began grouping for discussions. But Linton ignored the uproar and continued to the third round. Fortunately, the last 8 girls barely managed to cook their dishes successfully. Afterward, the staff gathered the 27 successful girls into a classroom at the new Oriental Culinary School. Only Lanlin's family, seeing Linton's firm stance, left quietly. The domestic skills assessment was equally simple. Each girl had a torn piece of fabric, a needle, and a spool of thread on the table and had to independently sew the fabric within 30 minutes to pass. The requirements for stitch density or pattern were lax. During the test, there were various comical moments. Some girls struggled to thread the needle and shouted in frustration. Some pricked their fingers and cried in pain. Others had trouble tying knots. Luckily, with enough time, all of the girls stumbled through and completed the task. Linton announced the results. All 27 passed, prompting cheers. However, he reiterated, everyone going to America will be treated equally and work as estate servers. Performance will be evaluated. Those failing to meet the standards risk dismissal. To help you adapt quickly, starting tomorrow, all will attend a 2.5-month intensive training at the resort, focusing on English and service etiquette. If anyone can't accept being a server, discuss it with your family and voluntarily withdraw by tonight. Chapter 409, Training Program at the Antique Market. After lunch, Linton asked his assistant, Mina, to wait at the hotel for Li Bingbing. He himself, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, Miguel and Lin Hao, headed to the Novotel Century to inspect the training environment, the instructors, and the training curriculum. On the way, Miguel awkwardly apologized to Linton, saying, "Senor, I'm sorry. I didn't do a good job screening. Somehow, someone like Lon Lon slipped in. Luckily, your test today caught her." Lin Hao apologized to Linton, saying, "Mr. Anderson, I'm very sorry for the trouble. Chin Lon Lon came in using my personal connection. I hope you can excuse me." Linton nodded understandingly. "I get it. At your level, some things are tough to handle. You have to consider so many connections and relationships. But I'm different. I don't care about all that. By the way, I kicked Lon Lon out today. I hope that didn't cause you trouble." Lin Hao sighed. "Well, it did stir up some buzz. I've already gotten more than 10 calls about it, but nothing serious. Besides, no one would support the Chin family's behavior. This incident made me realize that leaders aren't just judged by their work performance, but also by how they manage their families. People like Chin Tianming who let their family members run wild often become a source of trouble. Several of my friends have even put him on their do not associate list and plan to keep their distance." "Are there many people like him?" Linton asked. "Who knows? Some people have completely lost their way. But you don't have to worry about that. They can't affect you," Lin Hao reassured him. The Novotel Century was located about 8 miles from the bustling downtown area. Located in Wan Chai, it provided an elegant setting away from the city's hustle and bustle, making it suitable for business events and training sessions. The cost was very reasonable, renting out the entire place, including accommodations and meals for 140 people, trainers and students, for 2.5 months, came to roughly 4 million Hong Kong dollars, roughly $500,000 a month. The training was divided into 3 parts: spoken English, server etiquette, and hotel staff skills. The instructors had already checked into the hotel, and Linton had brief chats with them, generally satisfied with the course content, but but also offering plenty of suggestions for improvement. The spoken English classes were taught by 10 teachers from New Oriental English School, arranged in small classes of about 10 people each. Although Linton had emphasized focusing on conversational English, New Oriental's core curriculum was designed to prepare students for exams like IELTS and TOEFL. As a result, much of their teaching material centered on exam skills. Linton immediately demanded the removal of all exam-focused content. The goal of this training is simple: help the trainees quickly master everyday English conversation. Grammar, sentence structure, reading comprehension. Cut all of that. The server etiquette instructor was a specialist hired from the hotel. The purpose was to learn the modern etiquette of five-star hotel waiters, but it seemed there was a problem in communication. The expert had a detailed understanding of the etiquette of palace maids in the Qing dynasty, and her teaching plan included many lessons on the palace maid rituals. That was a little ridiculous. This was the 1990s. Qing dynasty had been gone for over a century. Training servers to act like courtiers was neither practical nor professional. Plus, these servers would have to interact with guests. Adopting archaic etiquette might ruin their reputation. Linton insisted that all content on palace-made rituals be cut. Mastering the modern etiquette of a five-star hotel was enough. As for the hotel staff skills training, the material was practical and matched his requirements. Still, he requested an additional hands-on component, leveraging the Novotel Century's facilities for live demonstrations and practice to give trainees real-world experience with daily server tasks. Naturally, the instructors agreed, and after negotiations, the resort management consented too. After leaving the resort, with time still before 4 p.m., Linton recalled his next destination, Antique Market. Originally, he planned to visit the Antique Market in the coming days, but upon learning that it was in the same direction as Novotel Century and only a 10-minute drive away, he decided to go now. Director Lin, I heard Cat Street has a lot of great finds. We still have some time. How about we take a look and see if we can score some treasures? Linton suggested. Great, let's go together, Lin Hao said. Turns out, Lin Hao was also an antique enthusiast and clearly a regular. He knew all the ins and outs and repeatedly warned Linton about potential scams to prevent him from getting duped. Upper Lasker Row, known as Cat Street, is particularly famous for its antique stalls and shops, covering a vast area. You'll find mainly jewelry, jade, quartz, porcelain, antique furniture, calligraphy brushes and ink, ancient books and paintings, old publications, and everyday items. It's the perfect spot for buying and appreciating antiques, crafts, collectibles, and decorations. Anything in particular I should watch out for? It's a real mixed bag in there. The goods vary widely. Sure, you can find some real gems, but most of the market is filled with junk and counterfeit goods. Finding the good stuff mostly comes down to having a sharp eye. The market is divided into two main sections. One huge area with over 3,000 open stalls, where most of the items are cheap knockoffs, but every now and then, someone stumbles on a treasure. The other section is made up of shops, where the items are relatively more reliable. But even there, many items are fake, though of much higher quality and more convincing craftsmanship, and naturally, pricier. If you're lucky, you might snag an incredibly valuable item at a bargain price. But more often than not, you end up buying worthless fakes. The key here is to look more and buy less. It's a test of your judgment and knowledge. Chapter 410. Treasure Hunting at the Antique Market. Linton, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, and Lin Hao, with 1 attendant, entered the market stall area together, a group of 5. Following Lin Hao's advice, the plan was mainly to browse and soak up the atmosphere rather than make purchases. If they really wanted to buy something, it would be safer to do so in the official shops. The antique market was indeed vast, bustling with people and overflowing with all kinds of rare and odd items that neither of them had seen before. Fortunately, it was a weekday afternoon, around 4 p.m., which meant the crowd was relatively sparse. Lin Hao had an interest in calligraphy and paintings. As they walked, whenever they saw stalls featuring such artwork, he would stop to inspect closely. However, each time he shook his head and moved on, clearly disappointed with what he deemed worthless fakes. With Linton's current abilities, any object could be scanned by his supernatural perception. While determining exact value was tricky, identifying authenticity, material, and even estimating age was something he could pretty much do with certainty. This gave him a huge advantage in treasure hunting, but he would never cheat like that openly. After all, he wasn't planning to buy a bunch of antiques and ship them back to America. His real goal was to find items helpful for his ability cultivation, objects infused with spiritual energy, special materials, or even mystical artifacts. He trusted that anything ancient and connected to the spiritual world would reveal itself under his scan. Since they entered the market, Linton had his spiritual awareness fully activated, sweeping over the nearby shops and analyzing every item's material characteristics. Lin Hao was busy examining paintings while Linton experimented with fine-tuning his perception over the surrounding objects. He quickly realized that while covering the entire market was easy for his abilities, detailed material analysis was another story. His thorough scans could only cover about a 10-meter radius at a time, and identifying each item took time. Doing this for the entire market without spending a month was impossible, and he didn't have that luxury. He wondered if there was a faster way. After several tests, he found an efficient method. Since he was searching for spiritual materials related to his cultivation, which were markedly different from ordinary goods, he didn't need to analyze every piece. He only needed to determine whether something held spiritual energy. Changing his scan focus this way drastically sped up the process. Covering the same 10-meter radius now took just about 10 seconds to complete. By the time he figured this out, they had already walked through a whole district. Still, neither of them had bought anything. "Director Linton, this place is huge. How about we split up? You can take your time browsing paintings, and I'll wander around to learn some new things," Lin Hao suggested. "Sounds good," Linton replied. "But I remind you, look more than you buy. You're rich, but don't get ripped off." "Thanks for the tip. I'm not that easy to fool," Lin Hao assured. "It's 4:15 now. Let's meet back at the car by 6:30. They parted ways, and without Lin Hao around, Linton picked up his pace, walking briskly past stalls without stopping to look. His bodyguards found this behavior odd. He didn't look at anything or leave, just walked quickly through the market. But their job was to stay close and protect him, not question what he did. An hour passed by, and they'd covered nearly 2/3 of the stalls. Linton still hadn't found anything related to his cultivation. While plenty of valuable antiques popped up, none fit his needs. Just as he was about to finish inspecting the last stalls, a peculiar stone caught his attention. It belonged to a small miscellaneous goods stand that had a modest collection of stones in different shapes and colors. One round, teal-colored stone, about the size of a small cereal bowl, had white streaks running across it. When Linton scanned it mentally, he sensed an unusual, faint spiritual energy. Finally, a find. Excited, he focused more of his spiritual perception on the stone. No doubt, it held a trace of spiritual energy. Though weak, there was definitely something special about it. He walked over and picked up the stone, examining it physically. Its surface seemed ordinary, just a regular stone. Whatever spiritual stuff was inside had to be hidden within. "Boss, how much for this stone?" Linton asked the vendor. The owner's eyes lit up when he saw a foreigner. This could be a gold mine. Truth was, the stone had been overshadowed by the owner's more colorful and uniquely shaped stones. It wasn't flashy enough, and being a bit large, no one had asked about it in nearly 2 years since the owner started selling here. Normally, he'd quickly offload it at a low price, maybe 5 times what he paid, just to clear space and avoid moving it daily. But now, a foreigner was interested, so the vendor launched into a wild sales pitch, hyping the stone as one of a kind, priceless, and basically the best thing since sliced bread. He finally asked for 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. The customers around his stall shook their heads in disbelief. What a crook, charging 20,000 Hong Kong dollars for a worthless rock. Their entire inventory probably wasn't worth that much. Then the surprising part happened. Linton brushed off the sales talk. He knew that the stone's real value had nothing to do with its appearance. Without bothering to haggle, he lightly sent a soul-inducing suggestion to the vendor. "Tell me your real price." $10, the vendor replied. 10 Hong Kong dollars? "Yeah, I got it 2 years ago for 2 Hong Kong dollars. It's been sitting here being moved around every day. $10 seems fair to me." Luckily, after arriving in the U.S., Linton's assistant Mina had converted $10,000 into Hong Kong dollars, and he carried a small amount on him for small purchases. He immediately paid the $10 and bought the unremarkable stone. Only after Linton left did the vendor snap out of his daydream, staring at the 10 Hong Kong dollars bill in his hand, feeling like crying. That was supposed to be a markup for a foreigner, but when did he become so honest? Worse, the other customers began calling him a swindler, shouting at the unfair 20,000 Hong Kong dollars price and haggling mercilessly. With a stone connected to his cultivation safely in hand, Linton's spirits soared. It seemed his visit to the market had paid off. Unfortunately, his luck ran out. Neither the remaining stalls nor the shops offered anything else of interest. However, near the end at the jewelry and quartz area, he found some top-quality white quartz carvings, quartz pendants comparable to what he'd bought 2 years ago. Using his sole induction again, the vendor quickly gave a real price, $5,000 each. Realizing he was running low on these particular quartz pendants, he bought all 36 remaining pieces from the shop. Fortunately, the store's POS machine accepted his Visa card, and the $20,000 charge was made smoothly. After leaving the quartz shop, it was almost 6:30 p.m., so he headed straight to the meeting spot with Lin Hao. When Linton arrived, Lin Hao was already animated, holding a painting scroll, clearly excited about his find. Seeing Linton, the assistant contacted the driver. Lin Hao laughed. "Linton, luck was on my side today. I snagged a Ming Dynasty calligraphy piece by Zhu Zhishan for just 6,000 yuan. You probably haven't heard of him, but he was a big-shot calligrapher from 500 years ago." Linton scanned the scroll and recognized the material wasn't more than 50 years old at best. Clearly, Lin Hao had been duped with a fake. But seeing his friend's happy expression, he didn't want to burst his bubble and gave a weak congratulations. "Congrats, that's a great find." "Thanks. Hey, did you buy anything? Didn't get tricked, I hope?" Lin Hao noticed Linton's bodyguards carrying 2 shopping bags. "Just some white quartz pendants to give as gifts. I came all this way. Might as well bring back souvenirs." Linton took a box from the bodyguard and opened it, revealing one of the white quartz pendants. "Help me check if this is genuine." Soon, their car arrived, and they drove back into the city. They treated themselves to dinner. Declining Lin Hao's invitation for evening nightlife, Linton headed back to his hotel with the day's acquisitions, where a beautiful young woman awaited him. Chapter 411, Li Bingbing, the Spatial Ring. Back at the hotel, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Li Bingbing sitting alone on the couch watching TV, dressed in a stunning black cheongsam. Seeing him return, she excitedly ran over and, just as she reached him, leapt into his arms, planting a sweet kiss. "Honey, you're finally back." Li Bingbing had clearly prepared carefully. She had taken a shower earlier, and the pleasant scent of shampoo filled the air. The elegant black dress perfectly accentuated her tall, curvy figure. Noticing Linton's intense gaze, Li Bingbing shyly said, "I bought this dress this afternoon. Do you like it? It looks amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. Want me to walk a little so you can see it better?" "Sure." Li Bingbing stepped away from Linton's embrace and let him sit on the sofa. She picked up a folding fan from the coffee table, instantly transforming her image. Before him was a graceful Asian beauty in a black cheongsam, gently swaying her slender waist. Pink flowers decorated the dress, wrapping elegantly around her silhouette. With a light twirl of the fan, her eyes sparkled as seductively as flowing spring waters. She slowly closed the fan, trailing it down along her slim waist, then lightly brushed it over the curvy line of her hips. Her feet, clad in high heels, moved softly as she approached. Her delicate calves and exaggerated hip movements were fluid, almost as if she had no bones. Linton's heart fluttered along with hers. The cheongsam was indeed the perfect garment for an Asian woman, showcasing Li Bingbing's curves beautifully. Her rounded hips formed stunning lines, and her full, sensuous bust moved rhythmically with each step. In a word, stunning. 2 words, elegant and charming. Every expression, every smile, was full of allure. Laughing heartily, Linton scooped Li Bingbing up and carried her to the inner room. A gentle, lingering song began to play. Half an hour later, Li Bingbing lay softly atop Linton. "Honey, you're incredible." "Bingbing, why don't you tell me your story?" "Sure. I was born in Wuchang, Heilongjiang province." "So you're studying while working, carrying the financial burden for your family?" "There is no choice. My dad's just a factory worker. His income is limited. My little sister's still in high school. If I don't work hard, who will pay for my mom's medical bills? Now that I can earn money, I've gotten used to it over the last couple of years. Bing Bing. You're an amazing girl. Your efforts won't be wasted. Keep at it, and great rewards will come. Thanks. Actually, there have already been some. Last year, through my teacher's introduction, I acted in the TV drama Ilu Dengho, and now, I'm lucky to have met you. Since fate brought us together, how about I arrange for your mother to come here for treatment? There is no need. Her condition is stable now. She just needs rest and regular checkups. Okay then, I'll send you $50,000 tomorrow. Use it for her treatment and recovery. From now on, stop overworking yourself. Focus all your energy on studying and acting. I can't accept that. I already got $2,000 from your assistant yesterday as a stipend. Your assistant even took me shopping this afternoon. If I take your money again, what would that make me? Consider it a loan. When you become a star, you can pay me back. That's no good either. I did not become your friend for your money. I know that. I said it's a loan to help you focus on your studies and acting, so you can quickly become a star. Honey, you're too good to me. Seeing Li Bingbing crying happy tears, Linton felt a slight pride. This white lotus definitely wasn't escaping from his grasp. He wiped away her tears. Don't cry. Today's a happy day. Honey, I'm fine now. I want you to love me even more. The sweet and cheerful song played again. 2 hours later, the activity wound down. Linton sent a small amount of energy, and Li Bingbing soon fell asleep. Linton got up and went to the living room, taking out the stone he had found at the market that afternoon. On the surface, the stone looked ordinary, but his spiritual sense wouldn't deceive him. There was definitely something unusual inside. Not bothering with other methods, he crushed the stone with his hands. As the stone disintegrated to dust, an ordinary-looking metal ring was revealed. A ring? A ring growing inside a stone. Linton looked at the plain ring in his hand, puzzled. Even more strange, he couldn't identify the material. It was neither gold, silver, nor any known metal. No matter, he decided to analyze it more closely with his spiritual sense. As his spiritual perception probed, a strange expression crossed his face. He clearly sensed a faint resistance blocking his spiritual energy from entering the ring. But since the ring was inanimate and powered by no source, as Linton strengthened his focus, a soft cracking sound came, like an eggshell breaking. Then his spiritual energy flowed in unobstructed. A tremendous wave of happiness enveloped him. Inside was a huge spatial dimension. Jackpot! He had truly struck it rich. The space device he'd longed for had come to him. The highest-grade spatial ring from the spirit cultivation world. The space was cubic, about 30 meters long and wide, and 10 meters high, about 9,000 cubic meters. Though once filled with many items, most had decayed over time. At Linton's touch, they instantly turned to ashes. He was disappointed. He had hoped to learn more about the ancient cultivation, but that dream faded. The origin of the ring remained a mystery. However, it was certain this ring came from an era far older than the quartz pendant he had obtained in his past life, which caused his transmigration. No matter, it was a treasure in itself. Next, he used his spiritual energy to brand the ring with his mark, binding it to him. From now on, only he could use it. Really, the brand was unnecessary. He was the only cultivator here. Ordinary people without spiritual power couldn't even detect the ring's inner space, let alone open it or store anything inside. Still, with the brand, the ring could change its outward appearance at his will. To avoid suspicion, Linton transformed it into a simple, common ring and wore it on his right index finger. With this, he truly felt like a cultivator. With this, wherever he went, life would be much easier. With this, next time he went to India, he could pack up all the treasures hidden beneath the Padmanabhaswamy temple in one go. He wondered if the ring could store living creatures. At the thought, he had a sudden urge to experiment. After all, Li Bingbing wouldn't wake anytime soon. He put all the stone dust into the ring, slightly opened the window, and in a flash, left the hotel. Since this was Hong Kong, he didn't fly on his sword but landed on the ground. Using the earth escape technique, he burrowed underground, heading toward a nearby park. Emerging inside the inner park, he emptied all the dust from the ring. then captured a cicada and placed it inside. 2 minutes later, the cicada was dead. Next, he tried a frog. Same result. It died within 2 minutes. He tested with grasshoppers, mosquitoes, various insects. Without exception, they all died quickly. Apparently, the inside of the ring was a vacuum, lacking air, and it couldn't sustain living creatures. He didn't know if food would stay fresh in the vacuum. That would have to be tested later. Chapter 412, The Wonderful Journey. Chapter 412, The Wonderful Journey. After testing the effectiveness of the spatial ring, Linton felt completely satisfied and returned to the hotel. He carefully placed the 36 pieces of exquisite white quartz pendants into the spatial ring to avoid any damage during the long journey. With such tremendous good news, he naturally wanted to share his joy with someone. A stream of spiritual energy awakened the sleeping Li Bingbing. "Bingbing, did you rest well?" he asked. "My dear, how did I fall asleep?" Li Bingbing replied as she turned and tightly embraced Linton the moment she woke up. "You were really exhausted just now. How do you feel now?" Linton gently kissed her. "I feel great now," she answered passionately with a returning kiss. "Then let's continue with what we need to do. I'm all yours." Sweet and joyful singing resumed. The singing continued until the warm sunshine poured through the heavy curtains and filled the room. At 8 a.m., after breakfast, Linton called his assistant Mina to accompany Li Bingbing to the nearest bank. They planned to complete a wire transfer at the earliest time, sending $50,000 to Li Bingbing. Stubborn as she was, Li Bingbing even wrote an IOU for it. The bank opened at 8:30 a.m., so they rushed to catch the 10:50 a.m. flight just in time. At 9:15 a.m., Mina and Li Bingbing returned to the hotel after completing the transaction. After a reluctant farewell from Li Bingbing, Linton and his group took the hotel's private car to the capital airport. At the airport, they met Su Qing, who arrived earlier. She was wearing a ponytail, a lightweight sporty t-shirt revealing a perfect curve of her collarbone, denim shorts showing her long, fair legs, and lightweight white sports shoes. Her slender figure was exceptionally youthful, radiant, and spirited. Standing at the airport entrance, she was a stunning sight, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Linton hurried over. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "No worries, I just got here not long ago. It's about time. Shall we head inside to check in? Where's your luggage?" "Over there, my assistant is holding it." Following her finger, Linton saw 2 massive suitcases, more luggage than their group of 4 combined. But he understood. After all, they were going on a 2-week trip, and women, especially actresses, tended to be more meticulous with their packing. "Is she coming with us?" Linton asked. "No, she's just seeing me off. From here on, I'll be in your care." "My honor," Linton replied. Everything went smoothly, and 2 hours later, the plane landed safely at Chengdu Shuangliu Airport. Lin Hao had arranged everything carefully. As soon as Linton and his 5 companions exited the airport, they saw a person holding a large sign that read, "Welcome, Mr. Linton." Originally, Lin Hao planned for his contacts in China to escort them throughout the visit, but Linton firmly rejected this and had no desire to mingle with local officials. In the end, Lin Hao complied with Linton's wishes. No officials showed up. Instead, just a coaster van, a driver, and a guide were arranged. After finding a nearby spot to grab some food, they headed straight to the breathtaking Huanglong Scenic Area, often dubbed the Yellow Dragon. They arrived at Huanglong around 6 p.m., checked into Huanglong Mountain Lodge, a hotel with a beautiful environment and decent amenities. That night, the scenic area hosted a bonfire party. Energetic staff danced gracefully around the flames, encouraging visitors to join in. The scene turned into a joyous sea of celebration. Feeling the infectious energy, Su Qing tugged gently on Linton's arm. "How about we join in and experience this too?" They quickly joined the dancers. Under the glow of the roaring fire and the spirited atmosphere, the two happily found their rhythm and moved with perfect harmony. Unconsciously, the music slowed, and around them, couples began pairing up, holding each other closely and dancing intimate dances. Many even forgot themselves in passionate kisses. Linton held Su Qing gently and swayed with her. His heart began to spark, and he softly kissed her forehead. "Shall we head back to the hotel?" "Yeah," she replied. Though the night was dark and he didn't mind anyone catching their closeness, it wouldn't have been good for Su Qing's reputation. Back at the hotel, her face flushed red as Linton held her hand and led her into his room. As soon as the door closed, she melted into his warm embrace. Already overwhelmed with passion, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and delivered a longing kiss. A melodious and tender song played softly. Half an hour later, Linton called a truce. Looking at the blood on the sheets, he was stunned but mostly felt immense satisfaction. He hadn't expected to encounter not one but 3 first times in this trip, a rare thing in entertainment industry. Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei were fine. They were still students. But Su Qing, at 26 years old with over 3 years in the entertainment industry, still a virgin, that was truly rare. It made him realize how carefully he needed to plan her future. Though Su Qing's popularity was still low and didn't contribute much to his cultivation, even when compared to Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei, who were complete newcomers, he valued their future potential. Su Qing lay softly on Linton's chest. "My darling, do you think I'm too easy?" she asked timidly. "Baby, don't ever think that. Actually, you've given me a huge surprise." "Surprise?" "Yes. Honestly, in America, meeting beauties like you who are virgins is very rare, so meeting you this time is my good fortune." "Meeting you is my good fortune too, sweetheart. I don't know why. Ever since I saw you at the hotel the day before yesterday, I've been poisoned by your image in my mind. That shows we're meant to be. Will you treat me well?" "I will. As long as you want. I'll make you the happiest woman in the world." "Really? I'm quite simple-minded, so you can't lie to me." "Absolutely not. My dear, I think I've recovered," Su Qing said softly, her delicate hand tracing circles on Linton's body, nourished by his essence. "Then let's continue the fun game." Sweet and joyful songs filled the air again. The Huanglong Scenic Area is the only well-preserved highland wetland in China, with elevation ranging from 1,700 to 5,588 meters. The scenic area is famed for its four wonders: the colorful pools, snow-capped mountains, deep valleys, and dense forests. Add in historical temples, riverbanks, and local customs, and it becomes the 7 wonders. There's also a legend that long ago, a yellow dragon master practiced cultivation here and ascended as an immortal. Afterward, he invited his fellow monks to visit Huanglong and instructed his disciples to prepare tofu pudding for the guests by grinding soybeans beside the valley. Unfortunately, the fire boiled over the soy milk, flooding the entire mountain. The master happened to return, and with a wave of his hand sprinkled yellow sand that coagulated the spill, creating the golden sands on the ground scenery. While others smiled at this legend, Linton, being a practitioner himself, wondered if an ancient immortal truly trained here. The story piqued his curiosity, so he chose this place as his first travel destination. Unfortunately, he scanned the entire scenic area thoroughly with his spiritual awareness, but found no traces of cultivation. Still, the scenery was breathtaking. Especially traveling with a stunning top-tier beauty made him feel refreshed and as happy as an immortal. Chapter 413, Traveling with Beauty. After taking in the beauty of the Yellow Dragon Sanctuary, Linton and his group drove about 60 miles to Juzhegu, a place that felt like a magical masterpiece of nature. They were immediately captivated by its emerald lakes, whose crystal-clear waters shimmered in vibrant hues under the sunlight. The waterfalls were equally stunning. Every view in Juzhegu seemed like a living painting, so enchanting that no one wished to leave. Since Linton and Su Qing had taken their relationship to the next level, Su Qing openly moved into Linton's room. Of course, being a public figure, they still booked a separate room for her at each place, though she rarely stayed there. She constantly presented as a tender, delicate woman, paying him gentle attention. Her eyes overflowed with affection, and occasionally, she'd playfully tease him, making Linton's emotional value skyrocket. Linton, in turn, showed the mature charm and grace of a man, caring for Su Qing meticulously. Throughout the trip, their relationship was as sweet as honey. Besides their passionate and enduring nightly encounters, during the days when they explored the sights, the two were inseparable. They held hands and walked barefoot into the shallow, shimmering water, immersed in a dreamlike, colorful world. At one point, Linton lifted Su Qing onto his back and carried her through the cool stream, her laughter echoing through the valley. Later, they stood together beneath a vast waterfall that roared down from a great height, its spray glimmering like silver pearls in the sunlight, wrapping them in mist and warmth. Influenced both by the beauty of the landscape and their joyous moods, Su Qing exuded an even more stunning charisma and boundless energy. Throughout the Juzhega trip, their intimate and romantic moments were everywhere, filled with Su Qing's crystal-clear laughter. Their vibe was indistinguishable from a couple deeply in love. Everyone envied what seemed like a match made in heaven. Even the young assistant was stunned, secretly wondering, has the boss really fallen under this woman's spell? Could the estate finally be welcoming a genuine lady of the house? Linton stayed there for a full 3 days. According to Linton's initial guess, such a beautiful spot probably had ancient masters training in supernatural arts long ago. Yet sadly, his spiritual scans revealed no traces or artifacts of any of that. Leaving Juzhegu, Linton visited Qingqing Mountain next, then visited the Shangqing Palace, which was widely spoken about in mythology and fantasy novel circles. The place was beautiful, and exploring it hand in hand with Su Qing made their private moments perfect. But again, no sign of supernatural cultivation was found. Next, he went to Mount Amei. Not only was it renowned for its majestic, picturesque, and spiritual natural scenery, but it was also a famous Taoist paradise and a Buddhist holy site, hailed as the Buddhist heaven. Yet again, there was no trace of any cultivation artifacts or signs. In Chengdu, Linton visited Qingyang Palace, said to be where Laozi once taught Taoism. Yet, the search yielded no answers. Then they went to Beijing. Meanwhile, Su Qing, wherever they went, whether Taoist temples or Buddhist shrines, entered to pay her respects devoutly and made generous offerings. Though she never said what she wished for, given Linton's cultivation level, he could hear clearly her heartfelt prayer each time. Bless me and Linton with eternal love and happiness. He made a decision to postpone his return to the U.S. by a day, asking his assistant to reschedule the flight. That night, in the hotel's business suite, an intense encounter ensued. After a long time, they rested. Su Qing's cheeks flushed, and she habitually leaned on Linton. Darling, I heard you tell the assistant to delay our flight back to America by a day. Is something up? I just remembered there's one more thing to handle. What is it? Do you need my help? Of course, it's something we must do together. Together? What exactly? Baby, I want to buy us a villa. Do you know a good place? Buy a villa? For us? Really? Yeah. That way next time I'm in Beijing, we won't need to stay at a hotel. But you'll need to manage it. That's awesome. Any preferences? You decide everything. My only request is that we get the best. I'll have someone start looking right now. She got ready to make a call. Baby, look at the time. Let's wait till morning. Okay, no calls tonight. Let's keep playing. All right, I'm ready to take the lead. Their sweet, joyful laughter echoed again. The next day, they flew from Chengdu to Kunming, where Linton had arranged a private car and guide through the forestry department. Over 5 days, they explored Yunnan's breathtaking sights: Stone Forest, Dali, Irai, the snow-capped peaks of Quartz Dragon Mountain, and Lugu Lake. The mountains, lakes, and clouds formed a living painting, from crystal waters to glittering snowfields. Amid Yunnan's poetic beauty, Linton and Su Qing shared many intimate moments. Still, it was a disappointment that no signs of ancient cultivation practices or relics appeared. This made Linton realize that time and the loss of spiritual energy in the world had almost completely erased traces of ancient cultivators. Finding any related ruins, treasures, or materials now would demand extraordinary fortune. His encounters with the cultivation quartz pendant in a past life and the spatial ring in the market this time were truly rare strokes of luck. Chapter 414, Han Samping. After a 12-day trip, on August 11th, Linton and his group came to Beijing feeling refreshed. None of them showed any signs of travel fatigue, especially Linton and Su Qing, who were radiant and full of energy. Considering their upcoming schedule, an interview for a chef team arranged by Su Qing in the afternoon, and house hunting together the next day, they decided that Su Qing would stay with Linton at the Beijing hotel during their last 2 days in the city, keeping the atmosphere warm and cozy. Out of respect for Su Qing, Linton declined to have Lin Hao pick him up at the airport and instead arranged for the hotel to provide a private car. However, Lin Hao had called earlier, proposing to host a welcome dinner that evening and introduce two friends from the film industry at the Beijing Hotel's VIP lounge. Around noon, the group exited the capital airport and took the hotel's shuttle to the Beijing hotel. As per routine, Su Qing's room was on the same floor as Linton's, but her luggage was brought directly into Linton's room. After a simple lunch and unpacking, at 3 p.m., everyone gathered at a nearby restaurant where Su Qing's assistant was already waiting. The restaurant was closed to the public today, fully booked by Su Qing's assistant for a culinary team interview with Linton. Su Qing's connections were impressive. Even though she had accompanied Linton on the trip, during the past 2 weeks, she had effortlessly secured 2 top-tier chef teams, ready for Linton to test and select his favorite. The chef teams were given sufficient time to demonstrate their skills. Both teams started early this morning, preparing intensely. The plan was for a formal tasting at 3:30 p.m., where each team would present their 10 signature dishes for Linton's evaluation. At 3:30, the 2 tables of carefully crafted dishes were laid out. The dishes were visually appealing, aromatic, delicious, tender, rich in flavor. Linton praised both teams equally. It was difficult to pick a clear winner. After using his soul induction ability and discussing separately with the teams, he chose the older Suarez Shiji team. Suarez Shiji was in his early 40s, happily married with a college-age child, which meant fewer personal distractions. After his child graduated in a couple of years, he could even consider bringing his family to the United States, a reliable long-term asset for Linton. The other 3 assistants on Suarez's team were also in their early 20s and unmarried, ideal candidates. However, none of the 4 spoke any English, which was unsurprising for chefs. Linton had no choice but to ask Miguel to arrange a special English course at New Oriental School, an intensive 2-month conversational training. They would accompany 116 waitstaff moving to the U.S. By 6 p.m., inside the VIP lounge of the Beijing hotel, Linton arrived with Su Qing as arranged. Lin Hao was already there with 2 guests. "Sorry, I'm late," Linton apologized. "No worries, you're right on time. We just got here too," Lin Hao replied. "Linton, Su Qing, I'd like to introduce 2 friends. This is Sun Tao, Vice President of China Film Group. And this is Han Samping, Director of Beijing Film Studio. Mr. Sun, Mr. Han, it's a pleasure to meet you both. Mr. Anderson, you're truly impressive, a major Hollywood director and superstar. Su Qing, of course, we've known her a long time," Han Samping said warmly. After brief pleasantries, everyone settled in their seats. Over several rounds of drinks and exquisite dishes, the conversation turned to business. "Linton, what do you think about introducing Hollywood blockbusters into the Chinese film market?" Sun Tao asked, raising his glass. "I'm not sure I have a straightforward answer," Linton replied thoughtfully. "Just be frank with us. It's always better to hear multiple perspectives," Sun encouraged him. "All right, here's my take. There are pros and cons, but overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks." "Please elaborate," Sun prompted. "On the positive side, Hollywood films can enrich people's cultural lives, offering fresh audiovisual experiences and injecting vitality and new elements into the Chinese market. It also broadens filmmakers' horizons, exposing them to excellent works worldwide, thereby boosting international collaboration and exchange in the industry." And the downsides? There are 2 main concerns. First, cultural impact. The values Hollywood promotes might subtly influence how audiences perceive their own culture. Second, market pressure. Imported blockbusters could challenge the domestic film industry significantly. Powerful insight, very well put. To be honest, since last year, the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television has debated the import of Hollywood films. It's been a heated discussion for months, and the consensus aligns closely with your views. So, you're planning to bring in Hollywood blockbusters? Yes. The department has decided that China Film Group will handle this, importing 10 Hollywood blockbusters annually starting this year. Based on negotiations with the MPAA, a revenue-sharing system will be implemented with the producers receiving 13% of the box office. 10 films a year. That's a good balance to stimulate the market while protecting local productions. I heard you also own a Hollywood film company. Are you interested? Absolutely. What are your selection criteria? We have two. First, films must be big hits in the U.S. domestic market. Second, they must pass the censorship board. No elements that disparage or discriminate against our country. The values must be positive, and the film's content should not exceed acceptable limits. Sounds great. Many films from my company meet those standards. I know. Mr. Anderson is a good friend of ours and invests generously in charitable causes without expecting returns. We've been instructed to offer you the first choice of 4 out of the 10 films to be imported this year, provided they meet our criteria. For films to select first? Yes, 4. I have to toast you for this fantastic opportunity, gentlemen. Thank you, Linton said, raising his glass. This was a major breakthrough. His charitable work had clearly earned him recognition. Although the domestic box office was still small and the revenue share low, hardly profitable, especially since he had already sold overseas rights to Universal. Monetary gain was not his goal. He valued the vast Chinese audience. Winning even a small share of fans through films would be a major triumph for his cultivation. He was even willing to invest an additional substantial amount to support this. Of course, all the inner politics and nuances did not need to be spelled out to Sun Tao and the others. For now, it was enough to seize the opportunity and express gratitude. Setting down his glass, Linton confidently stated, "I'll pick Independence Day, The Man from Nowhere, The Rock, and Speed, for recent global blockbusters that meet your standards." Great. Please arrange for someone to contact us as soon as possible. Thank you. Also, to show my personal sincerity, I'm willing to donate the domestic TV broadcast rights for Independence Day, The Man from Nowhere, and Speed for 10 years free of charge. Plus, my first film, Step Up, will also be gifted with full domestic distribution rights for 10 years. That last one doesn't count against your import. Quota right. To win over the Chinese market, Linton was generous indeed. TV broadcasts at this time wielded greater influence than theaters, and free rights would ensure repeated airings on major networks. He was confident that next time he returned, he wouldn't be the newcomer no one recognized. He would be a household name. Wonderful, Mr. Anderson. Your generosity is admirable. On behalf of China Film Group, I raise my glass to you. As for the donated films, I don't believe they'll count against the quota, although I need to report to higher-ups for final confirmation. Mr. Anderson, what's your opinion on commercial versus art films? Hans Samping asked, raising his glass and initiating a new topic. Linton knew Hans Samping would be leading China Film Group in future. He was an extraordinary filmmaker who had vigorously promoted film industrialization and market-driven transformation in China. Through his efforts, the domestic film market flourished, cultivating a strong industry capable of resisting Hollywood's dominance. In my view, the standards for judging good and successful films must be diverse. What makes a good film? Ones that reflect current social realities, explore human nature, embody humanistic care, spread positive values, innovate artistically, and are embraced by audiences. These all qualify as good films. So, for you, there's no strict divide between art and commercial films. Right? Cinema is the seventh art, and different audiences and critics evaluate it differently. Experts and reviewers might focus on artistic merit, but ordinary viewers care more about whether a film entertains or moves them in those 2 hours. That doesn't mean films favored by experts are inherently superior to crowd pleasers. What about the market? Should art films or commercial films dominate? A mature film market embraces diversity, both crowd-pleasing commercial films and thoughtful, artful movies with depth and social commentary. But for a healthy market, I think commercial films should lead. Why? Simple. The market survives on its audience. As long as people want to watch and are willing to pay, the industry thrives. Every part of the chain benefits, stimulating vitality and positive feedback. If theaters mostly show inaccessible art films, audiences won't come. Without audiences and revenue, how can the industry survive or grow? As for relying on government subsidies, I don't think that's sustainable. I heard France heavily subsidizes its films each year. Yes, but French audiences largely avoid their domestic films, and theaters are dominated by Hollywood blockbusters. Is that really ideal? From my analysis, Markets that overemphasize art without considering audience demand face two outcomes. What are they? 1. The market closes to outside films, leading to audience loss, declining studios, theater closures, and cinema, becoming a niche hobby for a few. And the other? The market opens fully, but domestic filmmakers focus on art films funded by subsidies, while foreign films, mostly Hollywood, dominate. Even with prestigious festivals like Cannes, they rarely produce blockbusters. Exactly. First and foremost, you need to attract audiences to theaters and grow the market to sustain the industry. This limited import of Hollywood blockbusters aims precisely at that. Mr. Anderson, would you be interested in giving a talk at Beijing Film Academy? Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Han, but I must respectfully decline. Why? You're a renowned Hollywood director and superstar. Why not? The Academy champions the European film tradition and art films. I'm a commercial director. My philosophy is that commercial films focus on the audience. My movies have huge audiences in North America and worldwide and earn big at the box office, but critics often dislike them. You mean Independence Day? That film was critically panned but loved by audiences, smashing box office records with over $700 million worldwide as of last week. At the mention of $700 million, everyone present swallowed hard. Do you really think the students and faculty at the Academy would appreciate my viewpoint and style? Linton smirked. It seems we still have a long way to go to truly invigorate the film market. Han Samping and Sun Tao exchanged a glance and shook their heads with regret. Chapter 415, Buying a House. The Central Villa District of Beijing was known as one of Beijing's earliest high-end villa clusters. With its unique location next to the capital airport and close to embassy areas, combined with convenient access to major highways, getting around was remarkably easy. The Central Villa District boasted a vast ecological belt, forming a sprawling 167 square kilometer green ecological zone. Year-round flowing rivers and dense woodlands created a naturally beautiful environment. This area focused mainly on low-density residential housing, with an excellent ecological environment, rich educational resources, and comprehensive supporting facilities, making it one of Beijing's most livable districts. Nearby amenities included European-style shopping centers, popular supermarkets like Jenny's, international bilingual preschools such as Eton International Bilingual Preschool. River Garden Villas was situated at 7 Yuyang Road, right in Beijing's Central Villa District in Shuani. Completed in 1994, the community covered a total construction area of 36,200 square meters and a land area of 45,000 square meters. With 426 standalone villas and 40% green landscaping, the neighborhood provided a comfortable living environment with a low floor area ratio of 0.8. The public areas were shaded with trees like ginkgos and plane trees, combined with lawns and shrubbery landscaping. In the center, there was a children's playground and a circular walking path. Villas generally had over 50 feet of spacing between buildings, ensuring residents' privacy. Considering these factors, it became the top choice for Beijing's wealthy to shop and invest in property. Of course, the prices were steep. While in early 1995, housing prices in core areas within the Second Ring Road averaged just over $500 per square foot, villas here were already sold at $2,200 per square foot. After thorough research, this place became a clear favorite for Su Qing. The next morning, Linton and Su Qing arrived on site to inspect the villas. At that time, real estate had not yet introduced the notorious pre-sale system. All constructions in the community were completed, and some villas were already occupied. They toured the neighborhood, feeling satisfied with the environment, transportation, facilities, and property management. At the sales office, over half the villas had already been sold since sales began earlier in the year, but enough inventory remained for them to choose from. The only point Linton found somewhat unsatisfactory was the size of the villas. The largest floor plan was only 5,800 square feet. The layout included 3 floors, 2,150 square feet on both the first and second floors, and 1,500 square feet on the third floor with an additional 650 square foot large terrace. The villas had 7 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms. Through Su Qing's explanation, Linton learned that such a floor plan was already considered an ultra-luxury mansion in Beijing. If they wanted something larger, they would probably need to buy land and build their own mansion, which would be exponentially more difficult, especially in a prime location. Understanding this, Linton decided to buy here, mainly because Su Qing liked it. Soon, with a sales guide accompanying them, they selected their preferred property. After discounts, the price came to $1.5 million. The villa was fully furnished with exquisite interior decorating, and all they needed was to add their own furniture before moving in. Even Su Qing was stunned by the price. In 1995, before the full market reform of the film and TV industry, even though she was an emerging star on the rise, this kind of luxury home was completely out of reach. Most people worked as government employees or in state-run television and film studios. They earned fixed salaries, and, although stars sometimes took advertisements, those deals paid very little, and most profits went to the studios. Earning even $25,000 a year was considered quite high. She could never have imagined that with the market reforms progressing and private capital entering the industry, her income as a film star would soar dramatically. Within 5 years, buying a villa like this would be easily affordable. At the contract signing, Linton surprised her. "Qing, you go ahead and sign. Just put your name on it." Su Qing was hesitant. This wasn't a small gift, and she was proud by nature. "No way. It's your house. How can you put it under my name? It's okay. Between us, no need for formalities. Also, I probably can't get the deed in my name with my passport." Hearing their exchange, the young receptionist helping them process the paperwork almost lost her composure, thinking, "Why don't I have a guy like that? This girl isn't even that much prettier than me. Maybe just a better face and a nicer vibe. Her assets aren't even bigger than mine." With a self-confident smile, the receptionist blurted out without thinking, "Sir, this is an international villa zone. You can use your passport to get the property title." "Yeah, Linton, you should sign it." "I can't." Su Qing, hearing the sly remark from the receptionist, became even more adamant. Linton shot the receptionist a sharp look, asking silently, "What are you stirring up?" Realizing her mistake, the receptionist quieted down and didn't speak again. "The main issue is I'm leaving Beijing tomorrow," Linton explained. "You'll have to handle the paperwork later anyway. Just trust me and sign. You'll be the one managing the home's setup too." "But I still can't. It's a $1.5 million place. It's too expensive. I can't take that responsibility." Linton glanced at the sales assistant. "Could you step outside for a moment?" The receptionist knew she had stepped over the line and could potentially jeopardize the deal. She apologized and quietly left, watching them from afar. "Qing, don't let anyone sway you. Honestly, whether the house is in your name or mine doesn't matter. What matters is that we live comfortably together. But, no buts. Since you like it, let's buy it early so you can decorate and move in sooner. That's what matters. The name on the deed? Really unimportant. You'd do better spending energy planning how to make it look even better." After some persuasion, Su Qing finally signed the contract with her name. Amid the receptionist's envious and jealous looks, Linton swiped his card and bought the property. On the way back, Linton stopped at a Bank of China branch and wired $20,000 to Su Qing for villa renovations. Back at the hotel, the couple unleashed their passion, and an intense round of lovemaking quickly began. Joyful and sweet songs echoed through the night. It wasn't until dawn the next day, when warm sunlight streamed through the curtains, that their passionate embrace finally came to an end. Su Qing nestled tightly against Linton, reluctant to part. "Darling, I really don't want you to leave." "No worries. When I get home, I'll send you audition invitations. You can take those to get a visa. Whenever you miss me, just come visit me in America. But I heard you have a lot of women over there. What am I to you? You can join the club." Seeing her face fall, Linton added with a grin, "Of course, if you can't handle that, I can get you another villa nearby my estate. Also, you'd probably like to see my big farm and gardens, right?" "All right, you're such a bad guy. But who made me fall for you?" She bit his shoulder hard to vent her feelings and mark the moment. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break his skin. "Hey, you must be a Taurus or something, with skin this thick. Funny thing is, your skin is even paler and smoother than mine." Linton's affection showed as he gently stroked her head, then pulled out a quartz pendant carved with a phoenix pattern. "Babe, I carved this quartz pendant myself these past few days. It's a phoenix, your favorite. May you always be beautiful and noble like a phoenix. Wow, darling, it's gorgeous. Mwah, thank you. You have to help me put it on. Of course. Linton helped her wear it. Sweetheart, it looks amazing on you. Darling, it feels so cool. This quartz pendant took me a lot of effort to make. It has many magical properties, the simplest being it keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. I want you never to take it off. Always keep it with you, okay? Darling, you're amazing. Such an incredible pendant, and you made it yourself. I promise I'll never take it off. Summary of chapters from 399 to 415. The story follows Linton's large-scale made recruitment campaign in Hong Kong, which unexpectedly evolves into a nationwide talent discovery. Initially, Linton arrives in Hong Kong with Miguel Herrera and meets his contact Lin Hao to finalize the hiring of domestic staff for his estate. However, Miguel's overenthusiastic execution turns the process into a beauty pageant-like event, attracting thousands of young women. After several elimination rounds, 128 women remain, many with performance and arts backgrounds. Linton reviews detailed profiles presented by Lin Hao and Miguel, discovering names that would one day become famous in the entertainment world: Li Xiaoran, Sophia Hu, Yin Danshun, Zheng Li, Gao Yuanyuan, Yin Tao, Michelle Dong, Qin Lan, and I Hong Jie, Zhang Zi, Su Jinglei, Li Bingbing, and several others. Recognizing their potential, he decides to nurture them instead of restricting them to domestic work. He holds meetings to discuss acting, career development, and the realities of the film industry, offering mentorship and structured training programs while stressing the value of discipline and authenticity. His candid speeches encourage the women to think seriously about their ambitions, sparking both admiration and private competition among them. Linton's Hollywood background and influence impress many recruits, some of whom begin to see him as both a mentor and a potential partner capable of shaping their destinies. Among them, Su Jinglei, ambitious and confident, attempts to gain Linton's favor through charm and intimacy, hoping to secure her future in the industry. Similarly, Li Bingbing, driven by hardship, seeks his mentorship and support, leading to a relationship built on trust, sensuality, and ambition. Li Xiaoran expresses her dream to follow Linton to America as an assistant, promising to work hard and learn English. Linton refines the training curriculum for his recruits, emphasizing English proficiency, etiquette, and discipline. Su Qing, a poised and mature actress with family ties to Lin Hao, helps Linton with logistical arrangements and culinary recruitment while becoming his cultural guide and romantic interest. Their shared travels and thoughtful conversations deepen into a meaningful relationship. Outside these professional endeavors, Linton explores Hong Kong's antique markets with Lin Hao, searching for cultivation treasures. Using his spiritual senses, he successfully identifies a hidden artifact, a stone concealing a powerful spatial ring. After securing treasures and overseeing recruit training, Linton embarks on a scenic journey across China with Su Qing. They visit natural and cultural landmarks, deepening their emotional and physical relationship, while Linton quietly searches for additional cultivation artifacts. Although his spiritual quest yields nothing, the experience strengthens their bond. Returning to Beijing, Linton attends high-profile meetings with China Film Group executives Han Samping and Sun Tao. Their discussions focus on importing Hollywood blockbusters into China, fostering cross-cultural exchange, and strengthening Linton's influence in the Chinese film industry. Demonstrating generosity and foresight, he offers free television broadcast rights for all of his films, winning respect and building key alliances. To conclude this stage of his journey, Linton and Su Qing purchase an exclusive villa in Beijing, a symbolic and emotional milestone reflecting both their deepening relationship. Linton gifts Su Qing a phoenix quartz pendant, representing affection and spiritual harmony. Chapter 416, Final Destination explodes on his screens, UPN transforms. On August 13th, Linton bid a reluctant farewell to Su Qing, ending his trip across China, and boarded a plane back to Los Angeles. Upon returning to the estate, all the women who had heard the news rushed back, including Michelle Reese, who was filming in Hong Kong, Izumi Sakai, and Akina Nakamori from Japan, along with the ever-reluctant Charlize Theron. Also present were Jennifer and Noriko Sakai, who had just begun a 2-week nationwide promotional tour for Final Destination. Following recent extensive media coverage of various accidental deaths in newspapers, magazines, and TV shows, the publicity campaign for Final Destination had gained tremendous attention in a uniquely impactful way. Coupled with Jennifer's star power, the film grossed an impressive $1.63 million during its midnight screening on August 12th. On August 12th alone, the film raked in $10.85 million, bringing the first-day total, including midnight showings, to an astounding $12.48 million. For a movie with a modest $15 million budget, this was an extraordinary success, marking another blockbuster hit born from a small investment yielding high box office returns. That morning, director James Wong happily kicked off a nationwide roadshow with Jennifer, Noriko Sakai, and the male lead Christian Bale. Meanwhile, Christiana and Nicole Kidman, both busy capitalizing on the overwhelming momentum of Independence Day, had paused their activities to join the event. Independence Day had now been in theaters for nearly 50 days, earning $353 million in North America alone, just shy of E.T.'s record $359 million. Despite daily earnings slowing to just over $1 million, surpassing E.T. to claim the crown for highest domestic box office was all but guaranteed. Overseas, the film had grossed over $430 million, bringing its global total to a staggering $780 million. Both Christiana and Nicole Kidman had firmly established themselves among Hollywood's top-tier female stars with this hit. The next few weeks promised a flurry of spectacular parties and live performance events. Madonna's due date had been tentatively set for August 25th, less than 2 weeks away. Yet, nourished by Linton's vital energy, she remained in excellent health, free from the usual discomforts associated with late pregnancy. Even amid the wild, vibrant parties, she was fully engaged, donning various seductive nightwear and uniforms. Her radiant presence among the women was strikingly unique, radiating an irresistible allure that drew even more of Linton's attention and energy. After a day and a half of revelry and theatrical performances with the women, the festivities finally wound down. Everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Linton then returned to his long-neglected office, convening meetings with the management teams of both his film company and UPN television network to hear their reports and assess operational status. Both companies were running exceptionally well. The film company's summer blockbuster season, bolstered by Independence Day and Final Destination, delivered unprecedented energy. UPN's progress was even more impressive. The second season of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which started airing in late July, had attracted unexpectedly strong advertising bids. Following fierce competition, Pepsi secured the 15-episode season's naming rights for $80 million. Along with additional sponsorships, the season's total advertising revenue exceeded $200 million, based solely on product placements. The hour-long program included 5 commercial breaks during the broadcast, plus 7 ad segments before and after the show, each lasting 20 seconds for a total of 140 seconds. Advertising slots sold for $260 million, and after sharing revenue with affiliate stations, UPN's net income from this alone surpassed $130 million. The show aired in the highly competitive Saturday primetime variety slot. Viewer ratings skyrocketed throughout the summer, surpassing an impressive 5%, holding the top spot for that time slot. International licensing deals also flourished, with rights sold to 34 countries and one-time licensing fees exceeding $300 million. The revenue sharing from international broadcasts promised to bring in even more impressive sums. The BBC in the UK had already aired the first season, achieving explosive ratings. The revenue share from BBC alone was expected to exceed $20 million. Even more remarkable was the hit drama ER, now in its 12th episode, consistently climbing in ratings. The most recent episode garnered a 6.5% viewer share, and the afternoon reruns still regularly broke a 1% rating. It had become a true phenomenon, second only to Friends in popularity over the past 5 years. The show's 6 lead actors, Anthony Edwards, George Clooney, Noah Weil, Eric LaSalle, Sherry Stringfield, and Vivian Chow had become household names across North America. George Clooney, in particular, was skyrocketing to superstardom. Due to YAR's soaring ratings, the production accelerated filming of the first season, aiming to complete it by early August. Another surprise was Teletubbies, which, after a promotional build-up in April and May, saw ratings surge in June. Even in the 5:30 p.m. Tuesday slot, ratings exceeded 1.5%. The show's merchandise sales also exploded. The 4 Teletubbies plush toys sold out completely, with manufacturers ramping up production but still unable to meet demand. It was estimated that profits from these plush toys alone would surpass $300 million this year. Licensing deals for other merchandise like backpacks, snacks, bottles, cups, stickers, and toys also boomed. In less than 2 months since July, over 200 licensing deals had been signed, totaling $160 million in fees. Thanks to Teletubbies' massive success and merchandise profitability, broadcasters in the UK, France, Germany, Japan, and other countries clamored to buy the show's local broadcasting and merchandise rights. Neither UPN nor Linton's film company had the capacity to distribute globally or manage overseas merchandise. Although selling the overseas rights outright reduced potential profits, partnering with local broadcasters was the most viable option. Without the means to monitor sales or licensing overseas, a one-time high-fee buyout was the practical solution per country. Through this strategy, rights sales and merchandise licensing in just the UK, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, and Spain had generated over $500 million in revenue. UPN Television Network's resurgence was undeniable. This year alone, its profits might exceed $2 billion, with cash flows soaring to an astonishing $1.7 billion. CEO Chris was ambitious, launching multiple initiatives, channel expansion, news division growth, and nationwide coverage. UPN was confidently marching toward its goal of becoming the 5th largest television network in the United States. Chapter 417. Netscape goes public, Silicon Valley goes wild. By the time the 2 meetings wrapped up, it was already 4 p.m. Back in his office, just as Linton picked up his coffee, he saw Winnie walk in wearing a sharp, professional outfit. She wore a crisp white fitted blouse tucked into a tight pencil skirt, her legs clad in sheer black stockings, and stepped confidently in black high heels. Her ample curves, high-arched hips, and sleek silhouette. Wow, this was pure secretary temptation. It was the first time Linton had seen Winnie dressed like this. Was she trying to play the classic boss and secretary role for fun? Just as he was lost in thought, Winnie handed him a folder with a serious expression but couldn't help smiling slightly. Darling, good news. Netscape officially went public on August 9th. The opening price was $32 per share. The stock soared to $75 at its highest that day, and it settled at $58.25 by closing. Since then, it's been fluctuating around $60, closing yesterday at $61.85. That's great news. So how many shares do we have now, and what are they worth? Come sit on my lap and tell me all about it, Linton said with a grin. Gently he pulled Winnie toward him. She obliged, settling on his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck, planting a sweet kiss. Sweetheart, we now hold 17.955 million shares, accounting for 21.12% of the company. Based on yesterday's closing price, that's worth $1.11 billion. Wow, that's incredible. Here, kiss me, moi. As he spoke, Linton's hand began undoing the buttons of her blouse, slowly making its way up the enticing curves. Winnie smiled brightly and didn't shy away. Instead, she adjusted her position to make it easier for him. Darling, this investment is a jackpot. Our first round put in just $4 million about a year and a half ago. The second round was $15 million 7 months ago. Altogether, only $19 million invested, and now it's worth $1.11 billion. The total return is 58 times in such a short time. And from what I see, Netscape's growth is unstoppable. That's fantastic, babe. Looks like I owe you a proper reward. Before long, blouse, bra, and skirt fluttered down to the gleaming floor. An intense office game began its passionate play. Sweet melodies started filling the room. Only when the sun was nearly sinking into the Pacific did they finally take a break. Winnie, flushed and radiant, swallowed a protein shake before sitting back on Linton's lap and sharing tales of Netscape's IPO drama. Darling, you know, Jim Clark really is something special. Back in July, the underwriter Goldman Sachs proposed a plan quantifying the total shares at 70 million. Our 25.65% stake meant those 17.955 million shares. The plan was originally to issue 15 million new shares at $16 each, valuing the company at $1.36 billion, with a fundraising goal of $240 million. Goldman Sachs had lined up investors and distributors at that price. But just a week before the IPO, Jim felt that $16 per share seriously undervalued Netscape, given the market outlook and its potential. He pushed hard to double the price to $32 per share, raising the fundraising goal to $480 million. Did Goldman Sachs and the investors buy it? Yeah, when Jim Clark proposed that, everyone thought he was crazy. Even you. Of course. Just think about it. A company only a year and a half old, with browser sales just breaking $100 million and no profit in sight. A valuation of $1.36 billion already sounds wild. Doubling it? You'd think it was a pipe dream, right? So what happened next? Naturally, there was a standoff. You wouldn't believe. Netscape, Goldman Sachs, and all the distributors argued nonstop for 3 days and 3 nights. Harsh words, insults flew. I couldn't even stand it and left after the first day. But Jim's stamina was impressive. He never left those meetings and finally forced Goldman Sachs and the distributors to agree to the new pricing. How did he manage that? 2 reasons. 1, Netscape's browser was a must-have product with no credible competition. 2, Jim was convinced about the internet's future, especially after reading Nicholas Negroponte's book Digital Being. He believed the internet would revolutionize society and humanity at large, and Netscape was the gateway everyone would rely on. Those are convincing points, so everyone came around? They did, but honestly, the distributors knew the stock would go up. They just didn't want their profit margins slashed at the last minute. But Jim held firm, and since no one wanted to miss out, all investors agreed in the end. When I first heard, I couldn't believe it. Thought I'd lost my mind. Jim Clark definitely sounds like a madman. But he turned out to be totally right. Market response was overwhelming. The $32 stock was impossible to buy at the opening. The first trade was actually at $55 per share. At Nasdaq's bell-ringing ceremony, everyone was astounded. Then all hell broke loose. It's true. Wealth has a way of making people crazy and drunk on power. Darling, Netscape's IPO has shaken Silicon Valley to its core. Just among Netscape insiders, 3 became cine-millionaires, 10 became multimillionaires, and over 30 millionaires surfaced. Mangrove Capital also got famous. Now everyone's calling us lucky. This wealth creation story sent Silicon Valley and the whole internet industry into a frenzy. Within days, massive capital flooded in. Every internet startup became hot. Any pitch could pull in. Investors scrambling with their checkbooks. Is it really that crazy? Worse than you think. I heard dozens of pitches previously rejected by Mangrove Capital all found investors recently, at higher valuations and under harsher terms than before. Don't these investors worry about risk? Nope. They're blinded by Netscape's success and the internet's future. I think the risk for internet venture capital just skyrocketed. Even with great projects, competition is fierce and the entry bar is insanely high. So what's the plan? This market's gone nuts, and VC is inherently risky. Right now, the risk has exploded beyond control. I plan to tighten Mangrove Capital's angel investments. We'll only back the best. Unless a project comes knocking at our door, angel round deals won't happen. We'll focus on 2 areas. Coach the projects we've already invested in, and get into the growth stage startups doing well in the market through their Series A and B rounds. Mind you, later rounds yield less profit, but the risks also manageable. Smart move. Especially now, one has to keep a clear head and manage risk. By the way, how long is the lockup period on our Netscape shares? 6 months. Why, something feel off? Just curious. I mean, you said the company just recently hit $100 million in sales with no profit in sight, yet its market cap is over $5 billion. The hype seems entirely based on the internet's potential and Netscape's early monopoly on browsers, right? Hold on. We're still talking about Netscape here, right? Yeah, the market's definitely overheated. I'm not derailing the conversation, just mixing business with pleasure. But here's the crucial question. Does Netscape have a strong patent wall or other technological defenses? Can it keep competitors at bay? What if a formidable rival emerges? Oh, I get it. I'll have someone dig into that. If Netscape lacks solid advantages, we might start selling shares after the lockup expires. Jim Clark's always worried our stake is too big and could threaten his control. All right, babe, that's the Netscape story. This time I'm definitely going to win. Chapter 418, Film Rights and Celebration Party. On the morning of August 16th, at Universal Studios, Linton arrived at Lew Wasserman's office as scheduled to discuss the distribution of 4 major blockbusters: Independence Day, The Man from Nowhere, The Rock, and Speed, for screening in China. After finishing the coffee brought by the Bustas secretary, Lew Wasserman initiated the conversation. Linton, I heard you recently traveled to China. How was the trip? Did you have a good time? Not bad. The scenery was beautiful, and I really enjoyed myself. Plus, I gained some unexpected advantages. Oh, what kind of advantages? Starting this year, they plan to import 10 Hollywood blockbusters annually. Did you know about that? I did. The MPAA had a tough negotiation with their government not long ago. They secured only a 13% share of the production profits. That's a pretty low cut, and considering their smaller market and the fact that only 10 films can enter per year, there's fierce competition. Honestly, it feels almost pointless. Better than nothing, I'd say. I see it differently. Really? Do tell. The market may seem minor now, but we have to look ahead. The population there is enormous, and their economy is growing rapidly. It's bound to become a crucial overseas box office. I don't disagree. That's a consensus even within the MPAA. Otherwise, we wouldn't have invested so much effort in developing that market. But that's all future talk. It doesn't do much for our immediate profits. I actually believe this period is perfect for cultivating the market and expanding our influence. If we wait until their market matures, entering it won't be this easy. Plus, Hollywood has 7 major studios battling for space. You mean we should take the initiative now and engage with China actively? Yes, I already made contact during my trip. And any progress? I've secured agreements for 4 films: Independence Day, The Man from Nowhere, The Rock, and Speed. These will take up 4 of the 10 annual slots. Really? Any extra conditions? Yes. The additional condition is granting them TV broadcast rights in China for Independence Day, The Man from Nowhere, and Speed for 10 years. That's pretty harsh. 10-year TV rights? Even if they don't pay for TV rights now, what about in a few years? Lew frowned. From a business perspective, this was a valid concern. Don't worry about that. I want you to assess the value of those TV rights for those 3 films in China and give me a number. I'll pay for it myself and gift it to them. Also, please evaluate the full 10-year rights for Step Up in that market and provide a price. You're planning to give all these away for free? Yes. Why? What's in it for you? I'm investing in the future market there. It's still untapped and ripe for development. During my trip, I didn't have to hide in public because almost no one recognized me. I'm confident this applies to other Hollywood stars too. All 4 films star me, and I want to leverage them to build a massive fan base there, becoming a superstar in the eyes of that audience. It's strategic groundwork for future box office success. All right, I'll arrange for the evaluation. Should take no more than 3 days. Don't blame me. Business is business. I can't just hand over these rights for free, but since you secured 4 films in their market, you'll definitely get the best discount. Sounds good. I'll wait for your update. By the way, Linton, congratulations. After the success of Independence Day, your movie Final Destination is also doing great. Lew then mentioned the current film in theaters. Thanks. Didn't I entrust the overseas distribution of Final Destination to you? Yes. Actually, its promotional plan has been brilliant. A genius idea to create media buzz around bizarre accidental deaths, tying it back to Final Destination. We launched the overseas campaign 2 weeks ago and expect solid results there. So far, how's the box office in North America? $36.41 million in the opening weekend, $7.53 million on Monday, $43.94 million total. Looks like breaking $100 million in North America is a no-brainer. You're impressive. The budget was only $20 million, right? Another low-budget, high-profit miracle. That's about right. Let's all get rich together. Here's hoping the overseas numbers blow up like Independence Days. Actually, the budget was closer to $15 million, but no need to tell Lou. Better not to make him jealous. Huh. Talking about Independence Day, as of yesterday, it's grossed $355.32 million in North America, and before this weekend, it's likely to break the North American box office record. I'm organizing a celebration party this Saturday night. You're a key figure. Be sure to attend. Linton paused, thinking. Independence Day was produced by his own company, and the North American release was handled by 2 studios. If there were a celebration, shouldn't his company let it? At yesterday's meeting, Robert suggested a North American box office record party. Linton considered it but rejected the idea. His company was flying high lately, but wasn't public yet. All film investments were self-funded with no external financing. More importantly, the film was about to leave theaters, so such a party wouldn't boost box office numbers. A celebration could inspire the team internally, but would probably just provoke jealousy among competitors. So he had put the plan aside. Unexpectedly, Universal proposed throwing the party. This was ridiculous. It wasn't even their film. Seeing Linton's puzzled look, the sly Lou laughed awkwardly and explained, Linton, I know it'd make more sense for your company to host and gain image benefits, but I really don't have any other options. Our recent film Waterworld bombed big, losing tons of money, killing morale across the company. Our usual financiers are losing faith, and management is under scrutiny. Panasonic, our major Japanese partner, has been very unhappy too. This celebration is to boost internal morale and promote Universal externally. It's also a way to show Panasonic we're still solid. Think of it as supporting your friend, okay? Linton was taken aback. So that was the true motive. Waterworld lost so much, yet Panasonic hadn't unleashed rage or held anyone accountable. It was almost too forgiving. Or maybe because Independence Day's huge success made Universal's management redeem themselves in Panasonic's eyes. If so, maybe you should ask for some perks. But my company was already planning a celebration, Linton said with calculated hesitation, playing his hand to apply pressure. All right, how about Universal heads the party but co-brands it with your company's name? Also, to thank you for your support, I guarantee a 50% discount on the copyrights you asked about, based on their appraised value. Deal. After all, we are good friends. Chapter 419, The Birth of the Heiress. Next, with Madonna's baby about to be born any day, Linton made sure to spend most of his time at home. Whenever he was free, he played exciting games and enjoyed fun activities with Madonna, Winnie, and his other women who were around. After the hospital mishap during the last checkup, Linton decided he wouldn't let Madonna give birth in a hospital this time. The estate had been remodeled to include a state-of-the-art delivery room, fully equipped with top-tier medical instruments and sterile conditions. Female doctors and nurses had been carefully hired. Of course, Linton tested every new medical staff member with his sole induction ability to ensure there was no ill intent. Then everyone had to sign strict confidentiality agreements. Lou Wasserman was reliable. 2 days later, he called Linton with good news. After a board meeting, they agreed to sell the 10-year Chinese TV rights for Independence Day, The Man from Nowhere, and Speed, along with full Chinese rights for Step Up, all for $1 million. Honestly, the price was very generous, actually lower than Linton expected. For these rights, a normal price would have been around $3 million. Even half off would be $1.5 million, but selling them for even less was a rare bargain. Of course, Universal lowering their price was great news, and the cheaper it was, the better for Linton. He immediately informed Goodman and Winnie to finalize the deal under the charity foundation's name and promptly gift the rights to China's state film company. At the same time, he returned the favor by giving Lou Wasserman the contact details of the Chinese film agency to coordinate the introduction of Independence Day, The Man from Nowhere, The Rock, and Speed to China. As expected, on Thursday, August 18th, Independence Day's North American box office hit $360 million, breaking the record for the highest domestic box office. On Saturday night, Universal held a lavish celebration party at the Hilton Hotel. It was a star-studded event inviting many Hollywood elites, film executives, directors, celebrities, investors. This spectacular party wiped away the gloom left by the failure of Waterworld. Christiana Ricci and Nicole Kidman flew back just for this celebration. As the movie's screenwriter, producer, co-producer, and lead actor, Linton was naturally the center of attention. Investors were eager to back his projects. Film companies wanted to team up with him. Actors and actresses all hoped to star in his films. The actresses, especially, were eager to get close in hopes of more than just acting roles. Since Linton's rise to fame, he rarely attended Hollywood parties, making it hard for people to get close to him. Tonight was a rare opportunity. Even the heads of the 6 major studios, Paramount CEO Sherry Lansing, Warner's Jeff Robinoff, 20th Century Fox's Tom Rothman, Columbia's Akio Morita, MGM's Ellison Hanks, and even Disney's new CEO Michael Ovitz, notorious for past feuds, all put aside their differences to clink glasses with Linton. Of course, their real intentions were twofold. Either to collaborate with Linton by investing in and distributing his next films, his company was an absolute box office goldmine, or to pitch their own projects hoping Linton would star in them. Hollywood always chased success, and Linton's spectacular track record made him the hottest commodity. Any movie with Linton was guaranteed a blockbuster. Linton smiled politely and raised his glass to everyone. Even if friendship was unlikely, minimizing enemies was good strategy. He politely dodged any firm commitments to collaborations, promising to discuss opportunities later. Once the 6 studio heads left, the crowd swarmed around Linton, especially the actresses, who acted like vampires sensing fresh blood. They clustered tightly, whispering and trying to edge closer, trying all sorts of subtle touches to gain favor. Fortunately, Christiana and Nicole noticed the brewing trouble. Exchanging a quick glance, they silently cursed the group of sycophants and moved in to flank Linton like his bodyguards, blocking most of the actresses. Still, they couldn't stop the one woman who ruled Hollywood's summit, an unmatched A-list star with status so untouchable she didn't hesitate to walk right up to Linton, arms outstretched for a hug. After a brief, passionate night they once shared, Linton couldn't refuse. He slipped free from Christiana and Nicole's grip to embrace Julia Roberts. To his surprise, as they hugged, Julia whispered in his ear, "I got a room upstairs. Come have a drink with me later." With Madonna about to deliver any moment, and Christiana and Nicole freshly back and staring daggers at him, he knew agreeing would be courting disaster. "Sorry, no time tonight. Maybe another day," he said firmly. Julia's expression fell slightly, but she shrugged it off gracefully, ignoring the glaring looks from Christiana and Nicole as she left. The 2 women cursed under their breath. The party's wild excitement spilled over back at the estate, where Christiana and Nicole became even more proactive, making the night livelier than ever. Before long, August 25th arrived, Madonna's due date. The day was sunny and bright. All of Linton's women gathered at the estate. Even Charlize Theron showed up for the first time. Only Jennifer and Noriko Sakai were still on tour promoting Final Destination, but were scheduled to return that night to meet the newest addition to the Anderson family. At 10 a.m., Linton accompanied Madonna into the delivery room, where the medical team was fully prepared. "You don't have to stay. The doctors and nurses are enough," Madonna said shyly. A lot of men reportedly get traumatized after seeing their wives in pain and distress during childbirth, losing attraction. Madonna instinctively didn't want Linton to see her at her worst. But Linton insisted, "I have to be with you." "All right, but no peeking," she smiled nervously. Linton reassured her sweetly, "I won't look." They entered, while the other girlfriends waited chatting outside, leaving the medical staff both bewildered and amused. Despite the gossip, the confidentiality agreements kept them professional. Madonna lay in bed, Linton holding her hand beside her, a touching scene that made the doctors and nurses envious. Still, they remained focused, swiftly assisting where needed. All pre-delivery preparations were complete. Lie back and place your feet in the stirrups. Relax, breathe deeply. Exhale slowly through your mouth. Hold your breath and push. Good. Keep pushing. You'll see the baby soon. Ah, there she is. So fast. With a strong, healthy cry, the baby stunned the medical team. They had delivered countless babies, but never one this easy and smooth. One nurse curiously asked, "Madam, is this really your first child?" Madonna's heart jumped. Before meeting Linton, she had a somewhat wild past, and she worried he might judge her if he thought she'd had children before. "No, it's definitely my first," she replied quickly, looking at Linton anxiously. "You have to believe me. I'm a public figure. If I'd had a child before, it wouldn't have stayed a secret." She also wondered why the delivery was so quick and painless. Weren't childbirths supposed to be long and agonizing? Maybe Linton had secretly cast a spell to help her. "Dear, don't overthink. I trust you." Linton smiled. The smooth delivery was obviously his doing. The doctor quickly cut the umbilical cord and lifted the newborn. "Wow, what a beauty. After all these years, I've never seen a baby born this perfect. Such smooth, rosy skin, no wrinkles at all. Incredible. The head isn't misshapen, which is very unusual for a natural birth. Normally, newborns have wrinkled skin and often oddly shaped heads that straighten only after weeks. But this baby was flawless, smooth skin, a perfectly shaped head, and beautiful features. Congratulations, sir and madam. It's a beautiful baby girl." After cleaning, the baby was gently wrapped and handed to Linton. The crying stopped instantly upon touching his arms, astonishing the medical staff, though they stayed focused on their duties. "Look, this is our baby," Linton said softly to Madonna. "So beautiful. Just like I was when I was little," she cooed happily. The doctor suggested, "We should do some tests in the sterile room next door." "Okay, be careful," Linton replied as he handed over the baby. Through the glass, they watched the baby wriggle and cry loudly as the doctors ran tests, none of it interfering with their professionalism. "Sweetheart, let's hope our little girl stays healthy," Madonna said, squeezing Linton's hand with concern. "Don't worry. Look how lively she is. That's a good sign," Linton assured her. After about 15 minutes, the doctor returned, cradling the crying infant. As soon as Linton took her back, the baby stopped crying again, amazing the staff once more. "Congratulations. All her indicators are normal. She weighs 8.2 pounds, very healthy." "That's wonderful. Thank you, everyone. We still have one more thing. The first hour after birth is a critical period for newborn feeding reflexes, especially the first 30 minutes. Missing this can affect future nursing ability. Also, the earlier and longer the mother and baby bond, the better for emotional connection and psychological development." The doctor advised Madonna to start nursing now. Seeing the rosy-cheeked baby, Madonna eagerly took her, unbuttoned her shirt, and began breastfeeding. Linton turned to the medical staff and said, "You did great. We're doubling the promised bonuses." "Thank you, Mr. Anderson." They all smiled broadly. Big stars were generous. Bonuses already generous now doubled, making the job even sweeter. Though excited, the confidentiality agreements meant the fun news had to stay within these walls. After the staff left, Madonna smiled down at their daughter, then asked Linton, "Honey, have you thought of a name?" "I have. She'll be Lena Anderson." "Lena Anderson. Nice. I love it." Linton pulled out a small engraved pendant with the name Lena Anderson and carefully fastened it around the baby's neck. "This talisman is like the one you wear. It'll protect her, keep her safe, healthy, and happy. I hope she grows up as beautiful as you." Madonna smiled, but worried. "Honey, she's so little. Will the pendant be too heavy?" "Don't worry. I customized it. It's almost weightless. Feel it yourself." Linton knew very well that a tiny baby couldn't bear much weight. He had painstakingly engraved a suspension charm system into the pendant to counterbalance almost all its weight. It took him 5 days and destroyed 10 pendants before perfecting it. Carving 4 charm arrays on such a tiny amulet was a challenge. Adding a 5th made it even harder. Fortunately, his spiritual awareness had massively improved from his good deeds, allowing him to complete the task smoothly. Chapter 420, the $100 million Children's Trust Fund. That day, Linton hosted a grand private celebration at the estate to mark the birth of the eldest princess. With a generous wave of his hand, he rewarded all the estate staff with double their monthly pay. The estate was adorned with festive decorations, and every staff member wore brand new clothes, beaming with joy. Naturally, due to his and Madonna's sensitive status, no outsiders were invited to the party. Not even Aunt Kelly was invited. as she was still busy managing charity projects across the country. Inviting his uncle and cousin seemed a bit awkward under the circumstances. Nevertheless, the party was lively enough with just his women. Winnie Gesso, Nicole Kidman, Sophie Marceau, Monica Bellucci, Christiana Reilly, Jennifer Connelly, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Winona Ryder, Naomi Watts, Cameron Diaz, Shania Twain, Heidi Klum, Kate Winslet, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Izumi Sakai, Nariko Sakai, Akina Nakamori, and Charlize Theron were all there. A total of 19 stunning women showered Madonna and little Lena with heartfelt blessings and gifts. Seeing the tiny, rosy-cheeked Lena, everyone was instantly smitten by her cuteness and beauty. Soon, the aunts/stepmothers competed to get close to the baby. What surprised everyone more was how well-behaved the little one was. After being well-fed, Lena showed no signs of fussiness, letting all 19 women hold her without crying. Sometimes she'd even smile warmly, much to their delight. Only once, when she was especially close to Christiana, did she reward someone with a puddle of baby's urine. The following crying melted Aunt Reilly's heart instantly. Christiana, Sophie, and Monica, who had long decided to have children, watched with starry eyes, each quietly deciding to take a long break, stay at the estate, and stick close to Linton in hopes of conceiving soon. Linton took the opportunity to introduce Charlize to the rest of the women. To his surprise, they already knew each other's identities, thanks to a shared trait. Each woman wore an identical quartz pendant around her neck. Seeing a beautiful woman wearing one of those pendants meant, without a word, that she was a new member of the harem. That night, naturally, they shared beds and continued their exciting party activities and role-playing performances, keeping the energy alive. Charlize finally let go of her reservations and integrated fully into the sisterhood, turning out to be an unexpected delight. However, Madonna wasn't quite as carefree, even though she had hired a nanny and a baby care team. Since little Lena had just been born, she couldn't fully trust them to care for the baby overnight, especially with feeding times. She would sneak in to hold the baby just after she fell asleep, enjoying a brief moment of delight before rushing back to take care of Lena. Her behavior amused the sisters endlessly, but also amazed them. Could Madonna really be this energetic right after giving birth? It seemed she had broken all their assumptions about new mothers. The next day, Linton called Goodman to the estate and announced a decision in front of all the women. I know I'm not a traditional kind of guy, and I can't give each of you a marriage. You all probably worry about the future, about your children's future. But let me make this clear. My love for you all is real. And to put your minds at ease, I'm providing certain guarantees for every one of our children. From now on, for any child born to me, I'll establish a separate trust fund starting at birth. I'll deposit $5 million annually into this fund until the child turns 18, and then I'll add an extra $10 million. That means each trust will total $100 million by adulthood. Before the child turns 18, the fund is managed by the mother, who has full control. Today, I'm setting up the first trust fund for little Lena. My lawyer Goodman will handle all the legal procedures shortly. Thank you so much, darling. Upon hearing Linton's words, the first beneficiary, Madonna, was overjoyed, barely able to contain her excitement. Though she was wealthy and capable of earning vast sums through her beauty and talent every year, this trust fund represented Linton's commitment both to her and Lena. That tangible security was what truly mattered. Besides, by the time Lena grew up, the fund would have ballooned to $100 million, a fortune enough for any ordinary wealthy person to live comfortably for life. Madonna wasn't the only one excited. The other women were just as delighted hearing about Linton's plan. A $100 million guarantee was huge, even for top-tier stars like Naomi, Sophie, Shania, and Cameron. For Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Izumi Sakai, Nariko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori, it was practically astronomical. All lingering doubts about Linton vanished. Marriage was irrelevant compared to such a solid financial assurance backing their children's futures. In truth, Linton had thought long and hard about the trust fund, even consulting with his lawyer Goodman. This gesture wasn't just about giving the children a financial safety net. It was designed to keep harmony within his harem. With this trust fund, everyone was equal. The women no longer had to worry about their children's futures or clash over inheritance issues. Plus, each woman had her own career, so this plan would prevent competition or rivalry from turning ugly. Anyone has any questions? Feel free to ask. I'll answer them all. Will you publicly acknowledge all our children? Will they take the Anderson surname? Absolutely. I can't marry any of you or hold weddings, but I will be a responsible father. The kids will carry my surname, Anderson, and I'll acknowledge them publicly whenever it matters. Are there limits on how many children each of us can have? Is the trust fund only for the first child or for all children? Are the amounts the same? All children are equal. Every child born will get a trust fund of the same amount. You don't need to worry about the number of kids, but I'll only offer each woman 2 chances. I trust you'll understand. Can the trust money be invested to increase value? Of course. As I said, before the child reaches adulthood, the fund is yours to manage. But there's a condition. You have to provide an investment earnings report at year-end. If losses exceed 20%, you'll need to cover the deficit yourself. Otherwise, I'll freeze the account's expenditure. This rule encourages careful investment and truly protects the child's future. Understand? I agree. I want to ask Winnie here to help manage Lena's trust investments, Madonna said cheerfully, sparking laughter from all the sisters. Among them, only Charlize and Akina, the newcomers, were still not very familiar with Winnie's investment skills. Chapter 4:21 Independence Day Revenue and Opportunity. The celebration at the estate had lasted for 3 full days and nights. Linton and his girlfriends kept the party going non-stop for the entire duration, with moments so wild and unforgettable that words could hardly do them justice. 3 days later, Christiana Reilly, Sophie Marceau, and Monica Bellucci temporarily set aside all their work commitments to stay at the estate, focusing on their hopes of starting families soon. The other women gradually left to return to their own projects. After 16 days in theaters, Final Destination's North American box office had surpassed the $100 million mark. With September hitting and the school season starting, the summer blockbuster craze began to cool, and the film's box office was bound to take a significant dip. Still, it was certain to cross $120 million eventually. Starting in its second week, the film rolled out in overseas markets. Thanks to the momentum from North America and smart Universal Studios marketing, international box office numbers looked very promising. It had already earned $73 million in just 9 days. With 2 consecutive box office hits, Jennifer Connelly's star soared, boosting her market value and cementing her status as a rising star on the cusp of one A-list. Noriko Sakai also made a strong impression on North American audiences. Most importantly, starring in 2 successful Hollywood films back-to-back made her a huge sensation in Japan and across Asia. She had become the top new film talent in Japan. With the estate parties wrapping up, the group split off for overseas promotion tours for Final Destination. Jennifer took charge of UK, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. Noriko focused on Asia, mainly Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Christian Bale handled Australia, Brazil, and Mexico. Inside the new Linton Tower, 4 state-of-the-art post-production suites were installed, allowing simultaneous post-production on 4 films. After nearly 2 months of post-production, The Long Kiss Goodnight, The Sixth Sense, As Good as It Gets, and Scream were all finalized. Following the estate parties, Linton returned to the studio to gather key team members for review sessions of the finished films. Fortunately, the directors hadn't pushed too much personal style and had stuck mostly to the scripts. Only minor tweaks were needed, and overall, the films were exceptionally well-crafted. The distribution department proposed release schedules for 5 films. Scream, being a horror movie, was deemed perfect for an October Halloween release. The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets blended commercial appeal with artistic depth, ideal for a Christmas release, but there was no need for special award season campaigning. Their wide release would start in mid to late December, with a limited run for a select number of theaters after 8 weeks. These 2 films would be the PR focus for this year's awards season. If either picked up accolades from the Oscars or Golden Globes, their theatrical run could be expanded again to capitalize on last-minute box office boosts before moving into ancillary revenue streams. Mission Impossible and The Long Kiss Goodnight were pure summer popcorn flicks and would best be reserved for next summer's blockbuster season. Given the company's strength, releasing 2 films at Christmas was already the limit. Linton then gathered Mission Impossible's assistant directors Anna Slater and Phil Doolan to focus fully on wrapping up post-production on the movie, settling into a reliable 9-to-5 routine. During the day, they sifted through footage with editors, checked visual effects, and oversaw cuts alongside cinematographers. Evenings were for relaxing at the estate with Madonna, little Lena, and of course, Christiana, Sophie, and Monica, who were eagerly trying to get pregnant. Coming home each night to see little Lena's innocent, happy face filled Linton with a deep sense of contentment. Naturally, his attentions toward Christiana, Sophie, and Monica stepped up significantly at night. Sky Digital Studio had completed the visual effects for Mission Impossible long ago, and since the film itself wasn't complex, post-production went smoothly. After more than 20 peaceful days passed, Mission Impossible was finally ready. Meanwhile, Linton's cousin Judy finished her internship at Netscape and officially enrolled at Stanford University's computer science department. A particularly joyous milestone was that, under Linton's devoted care, Christiana, Sophie, and Monica had all successfully become pregnant. The very night their pregnancies were confirmed, Linton threw a grand celebration at the estate honoring the happy news. He encouraged them to stay at the estate to rest and ensure the fetuses developed healthily, especially since a dedicated women's health medical team was on site. After a 2-month run, Independence Day officially ended its North American theatrical release, finishing with a record-breaking $361 million domestic box office. However, overseas audiences still flocked to theaters, and the international box office had already topped $460 million. Universal projected that global box office revenue could reach $900 million, making Independence Day only the 3rd film in history to break that $900 million milestone worldwide. Thanks to its record-setting North American intake and popularity as the season's top sci-fi and action blockbuster, the film's post-theatrical licensing and merchandising revenues soared accordingly. Just last week, the 2 companies involved completed their financial reconciliation for Independence Day. First, from domestic box office revenue, the distributor's share from theaters amounted to $198.55 million. Per Linton's revenue-sharing deal, he personally received $19.855 million from this box office share. The Independence Day studio received $98.28 million. Second, TV rights were sold for $45 million to cover 7 years, with UPN TV Network purchasing the broadcast rights for $25 million. The studio's share was $36 million. Third, home video rights, covering a 7-year period, sold to Master Video for an upfront transfer fee of $50 million plus 30% rental and sales revenue share. The studio's base transfer fee share was $40 million. Fourth, merchandise sales. Aside from action figures of Linton, Christiana, and Nicole Kidman, the Alien and spaceship models also sold extraordinarily well. Total merchandise revenue reached $110 million with a 40% profit margin. The company gained $44 million, with $22 million going to the studio. Fifth, overseas distribution rights were bought by Universal for $169.67 million, the highest rate of 47% of North American box office revenue. Adding all 5 revenue streams, the studio received a total of $387.95 million. Additionally, they also got 24% rental and sales revenue shares from home video on a quarterly basis. After receiving $387.95 million in settlement funds, plus the $20 million in advertising sponsorships and $8 million from in-film product placements collected before filming, the total income reached $415.95 million. One other big advantage was that the film was granted tax-exempt status by the White House before production began, meaning these profits were entirely tax-free. Though this tax policy was no longer beneficial to Linton's studio, since his 3 major financial incentives from the government had already been fulfilled, it definitely benefited Universal. Linton's company was exempt from taxes for 2 years and had already secured 2 important government funds, $50 million in key cultural support funds and $50 million from the International Development Agency. According to the company's partnership agreement, Linton Studio had the priority to draw a 10% production management fee, totaling $41.595 million. The remaining $374.355 million was split according to investment stakes, with Linton Studio earning $219.213 million. Since the film's North American release was jointly distributed, Linton's share was 50%. Marketing and promotion costs totaled $25 million, with Linton Studio covering $12.5 million. After expenses, his studio's share of promotional income was $65 million. Altogether, Linton Studio earned $284.213 million from this project. This did not include soundtrack sales or quarterly revenue sharing from home video rentals and sales. Thanks to Independence Day's popularity, home video income alone was expected to top $100 million within a year, with even greater long-term returns. Production and marketing costs combined were only $51 million, so profits were enormous. Above all, these earnings were all tax-free. Linton himself received $20 million in acting fees, $19.855 million from box office shares, and $20 million in royalties from merchandise licensing, totaling $59.855 million. Just as Linton was pondering how best to invest and grow his movie company's huge earnings, he got a shocking phone call from Izumi Sakai in Tokyo. She told him astonishing news. Matsushita Electronics just announced its mid-year financial report, revealing a loss of $800 million in the first half of 1995 and expressing intent to sell its stake in Universal Studios. After so long, the day had finally come. Linton immediately asked Hillary to investigate and verify the details. Hillary quickly reported back. In the early 90s, U.S. foreign industrial policies had significantly changed. Backed by American support, South Korea's electronics industry surged. Brands like Samsung, LG, and Daewoo rapidly grew, aggressively taking over global markets and fiercely competing with Japanese electronics firms. Following the death of founder Konosuke Matsushita in 1989, Matsushita Electronics' business direction shifted, moving into diversified investments. Research and development in its core home electronics division stalled, relying mostly on legacy products, leading to successive losses against domestic rivals like Sony and Toshiba, and intensifying competition from Korean brands. Additionally, the forced appreciation of the yen under U.S. pressure caused Japan's economic bubble to burst, and many diversified investments plummeted in value. All these problems culminated this year with the reported $800 million loss in 6 months, with expected further declines through the rest of the year. To save itself, Matsushita Group's top priority became selling off Universal Studios, a non-core asset outside their control, to maintain cash flow. Naturally, this became the preferred move. Chapter 4:22. Goal: acquire Universal. It seemed that the inertia of history hadn't been significantly altered by his transmigration. Panasonic Electronics had still followed its original trajectory to reach this point. As his company grew stronger, box office revenues soared. Especially with the rise of UPN TV network, his media empire began to show its formidable potential. The only things missing were overseas distribution channels, a seat at the MPA table, and of course, a deep content library. After all, his company's collection of films and series was still pitifully small. Linton had naturally set his sights on Hollywood's Big Seven. Acquiring any one of them would instantly transform his media empire into a giant. Now that Panasonic Electronics was willing to sell Universal, he absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. According to public records, Japanese Panasonic Electronics had acquired the Universal Group in 1990 for $6.1 billion, which included the following assets: Universal Pictures, including Universal Music, MCA TV Group, MCA Home Video, and Pay TV, Putnam Publishing, Universal Amphitheater, Universal's vast film and TV archive, Universal Studios theme parks, a 50% stake in Usakable, and 40% ownership of Cineplex Odeon Cinemas. But 5 years had passed, and Hollywood was still Hollywood. Universal remained the same Universal. Panasonic had never truly taken firm control. Instead, it had fattened up Universal's management team. Historically, this acquisition ended up a loss for Panasonic Electronics. But this time, there was Linton, an exception to the rule. Universal Music rapidly rose, boosting profits dramatically. Universal Pictures benefited from a close partnership with Linton's film company, ranking amongst Hollywood's top earners. Though other subsidiaries were poorly managed and underperforming, the overall profit for Universal was still strong. Last year, profits hit an all-time high of $730 million. However, a closer look revealed that at least $500 million of those profits came from projects with Linton. Apart from Universal Music, most subsidiaries were out of control. These top executives, unrestrained and unchecked, had become outrageously greedy, so much so that even Linton was disgusted. Not long ago, a scandal rocked Universal Pictures. The disaster of Waterworld exposed the depths of corruption and greed within Universal's senior management. The movie's investment was $175 million, marketing costs $60 million, making total expenses reach $235 million. Yet in North America, it only grossed just over $80 million. With all the rights and royalties factored in, the loss was no less than $170 million. But was that the real story? In reality, if project management had been sound, total costs wouldn't have exceeded $70 million. Where did the extra money go? No one knew. It was the company's loss, but these managers were the ones getting fat off it. Ironically, the Waterworld fiasco slashed Universal's market value in the eyes of industry insiders, which worked in Linton's favor for this acquisition. Thinking this through, he immediately gathered Winnie, Goodman, Henry, Robert, and Chris, UPN, for a meeting. Since Skycrest Capital was registered overseas, Richard had to keep his distance publicly and couldn't be openly involved. At the meeting, he updated everyone on Panasonic's troubles and its intent to sell Universal. He also announced his own intention to acquire the company. Excitement ran high, and everyone enthusiastically gave their full support. Linton then made two key decisions. First, Goodman was tasked with hiring a professional acquisition consulting firm to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of Universal Group. Second, Winnie, Robert, Chris, and Henry were to thoroughly assess their own assets to see how much capital they could assemble. A week later, all the information came back. On the 16th floor of Linton Tower, in a small conference room, Winnie, Goodman, Henry, Robert, and Chris gathered again. First came the consulting firm's evaluation report on Universal Group. The report was lengthy, but in summary, assets were healthy, but management was chaotic. Profits were worrying. The current valuation was $6.3 billion. Interestingly, the report concluded with a key note. With efficient management introduced, Universal Group's future is promising. Next, they reviewed their available funds. There were four main pools. The strongest was Winnie's Charity Foundation. The total market value of all its stocks was just over $5 billion, though it owed nearly $300 million to banks. Its largest holdings were Microsoft shares. Winnie had been steadily increasing her Microsoft stake and now owned 3.1% of Microsoft. After the June launch of Windows 95, Microsoft's market value surged past $80 billion, making her Microsoft shares worth over $2.4 billion. Next was Skycrest Capital's stock holdings. Netscape shares were worth over $1.1 billion, alongside other stocks like Oracle, AMD, Nokia, and Intel, all in the computer and network communication sectors, adding up to more than $1.5 billion in value. Skycrest's other venture investments were still in incubation, not yet public or liquid, so they were not considered for now. Besides stock, Maluva Publishing and Fire Elf Games could each contribute $50 million in liquid funds without disrupting operations. The second block was Skycrest Capital itself, holding only two major stock assets, 2.656% of Microsoft, $2.1 billion, and 8.2% of Cisco. Since acquiring 7% of Cisco from Sequoia Capital at the end of 1992, Richard had joined Cisco's board. He never interfered in management, focusing only on his interests. When Chambers became Cisco CEO earlier this year, he led an aggressive acquisition spree, buying 3 influential companies in 8 months. Each acquisition triggered financing rounds, with Richard being the first to invest cash, growing Skycrest Cisco's stake to 8.2%. Chambers wasn't just great at strategy and acquisitions, but excelled at absorbing these companies into Cisco's family, launching competitive products. Cisco had since become the world's largest network equipment manufacturer, dominating its market, with a soaring market cap exceeding $30 billion. Skycrest's 8.2% stake was worth more than $2.46 billion. Together, these two stock holdings totaled $4.56 billion, although they had nearly $600 million in bank debt. The third block was the Linton Film Company. Besides maintaining sufficient cash flow, extra funds had been invested in tech stocks with Winnie's help. They held over $1.3 billion in various stocks, plus $590 million in cash. The company currently had no major projects underway and kept $90 million in reserve to ensure smooth operations. The fourth was UPN TV Network. With no investments, the company held more than $1.7 billion in cash. Since key growth plans were rolling out, $300 million needed to stay liquid. In total, Linton could mobilize about $2 billion in cash. Excluding stocks, already mortgaged, collateral-ready stocks could provide $8.5 billion in value. With a 75% loan-to-value ratio, this could generate over $6.3 billion from banks. Adding cash and loans, the total capital raised reached $8.3 billion. It looked like funding to acquire Universal was more than sufficient. Winnie, Goodman, Henry, get those stock collateral documents ready for loan applications as soon as possible. Got it. Henry, arrange meetings with the top executives at Wells Fargo and Bank of California. Will do. Goodman, get in touch with a professional acquisition negotiation firm to support us during talks and assemble a negotiation team immediately. Chapter 423, Fundraising and Leveraged Buyout. The next afternoon, at a business club in Beverly Hills, Linton sat down with Elon Hames, the vice president of California Bank. They had known each other for years. They first met back in early 1992. It was Linton who had approached him initially to secure a loan for purchasing Microsoft stocks. Both being top professionals, they naturally became part of each other's networks. Every holiday season, they exchanged greetings, and Elon even arranged for gifts to be sent to Linton each Christmas. However, Linton's growth had accelerated so rapidly that Elon found it hard to keep up. In just a few years, Linton had transformed from a prominent Hollywood star into a diamond-tier client of the bank. His incredible ability to generate income and the rapid expansion of his companies made him an undeniable force in Hollywood. Linton's status in Elon's eyes kept rising every year. Just last Christmas, Elon personally visited Linton to deliver a gift. Despite holding Linton in such high regard, Elon was still stunned when Linton mentioned plans to acquire Universal Studios. His hand trembled slightly as he held his coffee cup, causing a bit of spillage. But as a seasoned professional, Elon quickly composed himself. Linton, you're the most remarkable genius I've ever met. Every time I see you, I feel like I'm growing old and falling behind the times. Elon, we've been old friends for a long time. No need for such formalities. You're making me feel awkward. All right, let's get down to business. What do you need from me? Of course, I'll need your financial support. Don't worry, I won't ask you to break any rules. Just like before, I'll provide full collateral with stocks. He handed over the stock certificates. Microsoft shares, Cisco shares, Oracle shares. These are all top-performing stocks in the market. Collateral is solid. As usual, we can loan you 75% of the current market value. How does that sound? That's good. What about the interest rate? How much do you want to borrow? I still need $6 billion in cash. Can you handle the entire amount? Sorry, California Bank doesn't have that capacity. The maximum loan we can offer is $3 billion. All right, $3 billion it is. What about the interest? We're old friends, and this is a big deal. How about I ask the board to give you a 20% discount on the standard interest rate? Deal. You can proceed with the collateral paperwork first. We'll issue the credit line, and when you finalize the acquisition and need to make payments, just come to the bank for withdrawals or wire transfers. Interest starts accruing from the withdrawal date. And if the deal falls through, no worries. You just don't use the credit, and we return your stock certificates. Thanks. The following morning, still at the Beverly Hills Business Club, Linton met with Roger Keene, the president of Wells Fargo's California branch. Unlike Elon, Linton didn't have a close relationship with Roger. His business with Wells Fargo was limited. He only had a Visa credit card there. However, his film company, UPN TV Network, and charity foundation all had accounts with Wells Fargo, and their cash flow was substantial. To Roger, Linton was a serious VIP client worth serious attention, and he hoped to build a closer partnership. So, when he received an invitation, he came in person. After hearing Linton's request, Roger was delighted. It was indeed a major business opportunity. But instead of giving an immediate answer, he proposed an alternative financing plan for Linton to consider. Linton, based on the stocks you own, Wells Fargo can definitely offer a loan secured by 75% of their market value. But I have an even better option for you. Want to hear it? Oh, there's a better plan? Go on. Linton was intrigued. Have you heard of a leveraged buyout? I think I've heard the term, but I'm not exactly sure what it entails. Could you explain? A leveraged buyout is a corporate finance strategy where the buyer uses the assets of the company being acquired as collateral for the debt incurred in the purchase. In your case, you would put in some cash up front, but you'd primarily use Universal's own assets as collateral to secure financing from the bank. You mean, I could acquire Universal and use Universal's assets itself as collateral for a loan from you? That actually works? Linton was impressed. Classic Wall Street strategy. Yes, it's a well-established corporate acquisition financing method. How is it different from a loan secured by my stocks? For someone as financially strong as you, the difference might not be that big, but for those with less capital, it's a huge advantage. It allows them to leverage a small amount of money to acquire a much larger target. Specifically in your case, there are some differences. Go ahead. When you use your stocks as collateral, the certificates have to be held by the bank. Selling or transferring those stocks becomes inconvenient. You'd need to repay the loan before retrieving your certificates, or you'd have to sell under the bank's supervision, with some proceeds going to pay down your loan and interest before the remainder is transferred to your account. With a leveraged buyout, this problem doesn't exist because the collateral is Universal itself. I see. What about interest rates? Are there extra fees for the leveraged buyout? No extra financing fees, and the interest rates are the same. For the bank, the collateral method doesn't affect the terms. Can I get a discount on the interest rate? California Bank gave me 20% off. No problem. For a client of your caliber, we're happy to offer the best rates. Great. So how does the leveraged buyout process work? For those with less capital, it's a bit more complex because it involves issuing bonds to cover the shortfall. But since you have ample funds, it's simpler for you. You'd sign an engagement agreement with us, then we'll assess Universal's assets and issue you a loan credit up to 70% of the assessed value. For example, if the assessment values Universal at $7 billion, we provide a $4.9 billion credit line. Then, after your negotiations with Panasonic end, you can make payments within the limit of $4.9 billion based on actual amounts used. The loan is restricted to the acquisition of Universal and must be dispersed under the bank's supervision according to the contract between you and Panasonic, directly to the account specified therein. No problem. How long will the asset evaluation take? 3 days should be enough. All right, we'll proceed with the leveraged buyout approach. I'll sign the engagement agreement now. 3 days later, Wells Fargo completed Universal's valuation at $6 billion and granted Linton a $4.2 billion credit line. Meanwhile, Goodman and Henry had completed the collateral procedures with California Bank, securing a $3 billion loan credit. Notably, the collateral did not include Netscape stocks, nor stocks held by Skycrest Capital. Now with $2 billion in cash and credit lines totaling $7.2 billion from 2 banks, Linton had amassed enough leverage. It was time to make a trip to Japan. He picked up the phone and dialed Panasonic's number. Hello, is this Mr. Matsushita? Chapter 424, Matsushita's Regret. On September 25th, after bidding a reluctant farewell to Madonna and the babbling little Lena, Linton left. Accompanied by Goodman, Henry, 2 acquisition negotiation experts, his assistant Mina, and 2 bodyguards, he boarded an international flight to Tokyo, Japan. Initially, he had planned for Winnie to join him, but she had to stay behind due to recent notification from Flystate, the company handling the construction of the farm's airport. The airport was nearing completion, and Winnie was responsible for overseeing its inspection, certification, test flights, and hiring a general aviation company to manage its operations. As the airport would become the essential transport hub for his base, he couldn't entrust it to anyone else. Due to the time difference, by the time they landed at Narita Airport, it was already 2 p.m. the next day. The purpose of his trip was the acquisition negotiation, kept confidential from the media and fans. Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori had intended to greet him at the airport, but he had stopped them, only asking them to reserve rooms at the Hilton Hotel and wait for him there. To avoid attracting any media or fan attention and causing unnecessary trouble for the acquisition, he even took various precautions to disguise his arrival. After a smooth journey, once they exited the airport, they saw a welcoming car sent by the Hilton Hotel. Upon arriving, Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori were already waiting in the presidential suite. Knowing he surely would not like the airplane food, they had prepared a sumptuous lunch with red wine waiting for him. Linton was pleasantly surprised as he entered the room. "Wow, you guys really thought this through." The three women excitedly rushed into his arms, taking turns to plant kisses on him. "Darling, you must be hungry. Hurry and eat something. I was planning to eat you first, but the airplane food was just too bad. Better fill my stomach first. I'll have you later." "There is no rush. We have plenty of time. Besides, you can't go out today anyway. All right, let's all eat together. We'll have some wine with you." "Darling, are you really going to buy Universal?" At Izumi's question, Noriko and Akina's eyes brightened with excitement, eagerly looking at Linton. "That's right. I came this time to purchase Universal from Matsushita Electronics." "Wow, darling, you're amazing." The three cheered in unison. Universal was a true Hollywood giant with worldwide reach, an entity they all admired. Now, the thought of possibly becoming one of its boss's women meant their future in the entertainment industry could be phenomenal. "Do you think you'll succeed?" "I must succeed. There is no room for failure." At this, the three became even more ecstatic, unable to contain their excitement, flooding Linton with kisses and toasting wine cups. Of course, their hands were anything but innocent, much to Linton's growing irritation. But since he was already at Celestial Presence, one meal or whether he ate didn't make much difference anymore. He thought, might as well enjoy you all first. For a while, dresses were flying everywhere. A sweet little chorus filled the presidential suite uninterrupted. The next morning, Linton arrived at Matsushita Electronics Company, Limited, as scheduled, to meet Masaru Matsushita. After a brief greeting, Masaru Matsushita's sexy secretary served coffee. Masaru Matsushita looked at the young man sitting confidently across from him with a complicated mix of feelings. A few years ago, this guy was just one influential star under his company. Back then, he was indeed incredibly popular worldwide, but no matter how famous a star was, they were still just a cash cow for the company. So, then, Masaru Matsushita only respected his ability to make money and his status as a singer. Otherwise, he didn't think much of him. Later, something happened that infuriated Masaru Matsushita to no end. The guy shamelessly courted his own daughter. Even worse, his daughter actually fell for him. More outrageously, not only was he involved with his daughter, but he was also entangled with a bunch of Hollywood stars on the side. It was absolutely ridiculous and a huge insult to Masaru Matsushita, the big boss of the family and the conglomerate. How could he tolerate it? Otherwise, the family's honor would be completely tarnished. So Masaru Matsushita had no hesitation in grounding his daughter, confiscating all communication devices, and cutting off their contact. He had expected the guy to come crawling back with promises to settle down and sever other relationships, focusing solely on his daughter. If he could do that, Masaru Matsushita would have given him another chance. However, that only happened at the start. The guy did come back, but he never intended to marry his daughter or cut ties with others. Furious, Masaru Matsushita kicked him out and intensified his control over his daughter, severing all contact. Later, he arranged a considerable marriage for her, contributing to the family's alliance. But just over 2 years later, everything turned upside down. Matsushita Group suffered heavy blows. Its core business wobbled, financial indicators plummeted, liquidity almost dried up. Reluctantly, the family decided to sell Universal Group, which they could never fully control. Meanwhile, The other party, not only a singer, director, and Hollywood star, but his movie company was thriving. Last year, he even acquired UPN TV network, and it was doing well. What shocked Masaru Matsushita the most was that the very guy he had kicked out now wanted to buy Universal from him. The guy was young, born around 71, only 24 years old, and within a few years in the industry. Already this impressive? Where did his confidence, funds, and strength come from to buy Universal alone? Had Masaru Matsushita seriously underestimated him? Was he truly a prodigy or backed by some mysterious powerful force? If that were the case, marrying off his daughter to him might have been a good alliance, connecting the family to America's rising elite. Then he wouldn't have to worry every day. But the daughter was already married, and there were no suitable unmarried daughters left in the family. Could they pick one from a collateral branch? And those branches didn't have outstanding eligible girls. Even if they did, their status was too low, and he wouldn't accept them. What a pity. As Masaru Matsushita pondered this with growing regrets, Linton set down his coffee. Matsushita-san, I hereby formally submit my application to purchase Universal Group, he said, handing over an acquisition letter. Linton, may I ask directly, which powers or groups do you represent for this acquisition? Masaru Matsushita took the letter but did not open it. His curiosity piqued. Matsushita-san, I think you misunderstand. I represent only myself. No other powers. I alone want to buy Universal Group. You're saying you alone want to acquire Universal? That's right. What's wrong with that? Do you know how much Universal is worth? Masaru Matsushita was already losing control of his regret. Of course. Don't forget what I do. Before coming to Japan, I had a professional valuation firm perform a thorough appraisal of Universal. Masaru Matsushita opened the letter. The offer was $6 billion, exactly at his bottom line price. This guy was serious. Seeing that the offer came solely from Linton Films crushed him inside. Looks like you came prepared. You brought a negotiation team, right? Yes, they're staying at the Tokyo Hilton. Good. Then we start negotiations tomorrow. My team will be ready. The venue will be at my company. Matsushita-san, no problem starting tomorrow, but I suggest holding negotiations at the Hilton Hotel instead. It's more appropriate. Fine, no problem. Tonight, come to my place. I'll introduce you to some outstanding young talents in my family, Masaru Matsushita said, drowning in regret, but hoping to arrange for ambitious unmarried daughters to attend. Just maybe there was still a chance. Great. Coming to Tokyo means I should visit you. Matsushita-san, what are your bottom and ideal prices for Universal? Linton subtly used his sole induction ability. Bottom price is $6 billion. Ideal price, $6.5 billion. Chapter 425, Masaru Matsushita's Matchmaking Scheme. After both parties agreed on the specific time and place for the acquisition negotiations, Linton left Matsushita Electronics Corporation and returned to his hotel to convene a meeting with his negotiation team. The team consisted of 5 people: Goodman, Henry, 2 external negotiation experts, and his assistant Mina. I just got out of Matsushita Electronics. I've arranged the acquisition negotiations with Mr. Matsushita. The talks will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and the venue is set at the Hilton Hotel. Mina, please book the conference room there and send the details to Matsushita Electronics. Got it. The other side's psychological price is about what we expected, a minimum of $6 billion, ideally $6.5 billion. I won't attend tomorrow's meeting, Goodman will. Handle it on site. Stick to our strategy strictly. Remember to emphasize the issues currently plaguing Universal: disorganized management, corrupt executives, complete lack of control from Matsushita, and that the bulk of their profits come from cooperating with me. Boss, we'll make sure they get the real picture of Universal's situation and crush any illusion they might have. Good. Your job is to push the price down towards $6 billion. If anything unexpected happens, report to my room immediately. Understood. At 6 p.m. sharp, Linton arrived at Mr. Matsushita's home as agreed. To Linton's surprise, the treatment was completely different from his previous 2 visits. Masaru Matsushita himself came to the door to greet him. Proof that power truly determines status. They greeted each other warmly, shaking hands. Linton took an oil painting from his assistant and handed it to Masaru Matsushita. I heard you like modern art. I recently got a Keith Haring piece. Hope it suits your taste. Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you. I'll treasure it. The two walked into the living room laughing, where two sharply dressed young men who resembled Masaru Matsushita stood, along with 6 beautifully dressed young women. Linton, let me introduce you. This is my eldest son, Ichiro Matsushita. He'll be responsible for tomorrow's negotiation. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Please give me your support. Hello, Ichiro. Hey, young talent worthy of the Matsushita family name. Linton, this is my second son, Jiro Matsushita. Linton, this is Sachiko Matsushita, 23, just graduated from graduate school at UC Berkeley. I'm so happy to see you, Linton. I'm your fan. Can I have a hug? To Linton's astonishment, Sachiko immediately gave him a warm hug. In Masaru Matsushita's own home, with the patriarch right there. It was surprising how open she was. Linton, this is Mika Matsushita, 22, currently a graduate student at UCLA. Linton, it's great to meet you. I'm also a huge fan. I own all your singles and albums, and I've watched all your movies. I even have your VHS tapes. Can I have a hug? Linton, this is Kagawa Matsushita, 21, a graduate student at USC. Linton, this is Fujika Matsushita, 20, studying at NYU. Linton, this is Keiko Matsushita, 19, attending the University of Chicago. Linton, this is Eiko Matsushita, 18, enrolled at Harvard. Not a single one of these young women failed to claim they were fans and requested hugs. Fortunately, they were all young, attractive, well-shaped, and wore pleasant fragrances. The hugs felt nice enough, but something felt off. Masaru Matsushita had said this was a family dinner. The Matsushita family was prestigious. They shouldn't be so casually intimate with a first-time visitor right in front of the family head. Even more unexpected was what Masaru Matsushita did next. You're all young people. You should get to know each other better. I'll excuse myself for a moment. Saying this, Masaru Matsushita left cheerfully. As soon as he left, the 6 young women surrounded Linton. Linton, you're so handsome. Can I call you Oni-san? Linton, I heard your new movie just wrapped. Can you tell us some fun stories from the set? Linton, when is your new album coming out? Linton understood immediately. Masaru Matsushita must be planning to use a honey trap, trying to seduce him to increase the asking price for the acquisition. But if you're going to use a honey trap, why in your own home? And why bring in 6 women at once? Still, these girls, while fairly young and pretty, were nowhere near the caliber of the women around Linton or even comparable to Masaru Matsushita's own daughter. Moreover, they were all ordinary people who could do nothing to help with his ability. Trying to lure him with such fodder was just insulting. Oh well, since he was already here, he might as well play along. Gathering his energy, Linton chatted with the 6 young women, telling Hollywood gossip, fun filming stories, and tales from promotional roadshows. They were enchanted, laughing nonstop. After about an hour, Masaru Matsushita reappeared. Linton, sorry about that. Something urgent came up. I owe you 3 drinks for neglecting you. No worries, Mr. Matsushita. Linton, dinner is ready. Let's go. However, Masaru Matsushita family rules remained strict during dinner. Only Masaru Matsushita and his 2 sons sat at the main table. All the women were seated in another room. Drinking with Masaru Matsushita and his sons was dull. Linton responded monosyllabically. Soon, the conversation turned to Universal. It was clear Masaru Matsushita and his sons felt frustrated at their inability to control Universal. You Americans have been too unfriendly with Japanese capital. We've owned Universal for 5 years, but still can't manage operations. That's what puzzles me. Why didn't you appoint trusted leaders after acquiring Universal? Well, the Federal Trade Commission watched us carefully, worried we'd influence American culture and ideology. When acquiring, we had to agree only Americans would manage Universal. Besides, Universal's leadership formed an alliance. Whenever we tried to change personnel, executives united against us, even threatening mass resignations. Didn't you consider spreading out positions or placing allies inside to slowly take control? We tried. More than one, actually. But our people were ostracized, stripped of power, and resigned within 6 months. Frankly, when John Smith retired from Universal Records, we tried to appoint an outsider to replace him, but failed. The leadership, led by Lew Wasserman, collectively opposed it. Ultimately, We promoted Daniel, who's doing well. No wonder they intimidate everyone. They have solid backing. Intimidation? Are they really that bad? Look, you've been deceived. I commissioned a professional evaluation of Universal before coming here. Want to know their verdict? Go ahead. Assets healthy, management chaotic, profits questionable. What? Chaos in management? Isn't Universal running smoothly, especially compared to Columbia? And their profit last year was $730 million, barely lower than Disney's. Did you analyze the profit breakdown in detail? Was there a catch? Heck yes. Listen, of that $730 million, $310 million came from Universal Pictures film production and distribution, $280 million from Universal Records subsidiary, $80 million from Universal Studios. What about the rest? Here's another fact. Just from working with my film company, Universal Pictures earned $320 million last year alone. What do you think the others are doing? Universal Records is relatively better. Daniel's conscience and competence help. But of the $280 million profit, $160 million came from me. Without my cooperation, how much would there be? Isn't Universal Pictures one of the Hollywood Big Seven? Shouldn't film production and distribution be their core business? How could they run a yearly loss? Even Masaharu Matsushita seemed surprised. That's why management chaos was noted. Here's more. You know Universal's Waterworld lost over $170 million recently. Yes, I heard. Do you know why? Lew Wasserman blamed a tsunami during filming, causing extra costs, and mistakenly casting Kevin Costner, Oscar-winning actor and director, as director and star. Audiences rejected the film, causing the loss. Any hidden issues? For such a big loss, you didn't try to hold management accountable? Wasserman said Costner is blacklisted at Universal. What else could we do? Huh? Blaming a director and lead actor for a loss that big? What about Universal's film decision-makers, production department, and producers? Hollywood films are producer-centered, not director-centered. Meaning? The real responsibility lies with some high-ups? They tricked us and used a scapegoat. Exactly. Honestly, if my company had made that film, the total cost wouldn't exceed $70 million, not $235 million. What? Only $70 million? Where did the other $165 million go? You tell me. That's why even third-party assessments cited chaotic management. Damn, what a bunch of vampires. No wonder they formed an alliance, taking turns bleeding Universal dry. The father and sons vented their anger. After a moment, Masaru Matsushita calmed down. Well, it's history. Selling it seems right. Otherwise, Universal might crash someday. He asked Linton curiously, if you take over, what would you do? Simple. Clean house ruthlessly, get rid of all parasites. Then, recruit qualified talent externally. Hollywood lacks everything but talent. Good. That's how it should be. If it were in Japan, we could do this. Too bad Universal is in America. Enough about Universal. Let's drink. Masaru Matsushita raised his glass, leaving those concerns behind. Cheers. Linton smiled inwardly. His words had clearly strengthened Masaru Matsushita's resolve to sell. Masaru Matsushita probably wanted to get Linton drunk, test his limits on the acquisition price. Under his lead, father and sons took turns drinking with Linton. In the end, they slurred their words while Linton remained clear-headed. Seeing it was hopeless, Masaru Matsushita gave up. At the end of the banquet, Masaru Matsushita took Linton's arm. Those 6 young women are the brightest of Masaru Matsushita's next generation. Any catch your eye? Would you like one to accompany you to see Tokyo's night view? Linton finally realized the truth. Damn, it wasn't a honey trap. They were offering women, hoping for a marriage alliance with him. That old fox played a clever game. Spotting Linton's strength, he wanted to link the Matsushita family with him to expand their influence. But it was too late. Masaru Matsushita's daughter, Sakato Matsushita, used to barely fit into his circle before Linton rose to power. She was excellent, beautiful, strong-willed, daring, and Linton was fond of her, intending to include her in his inner circle. But Masaru Matsushita snuffed that out, marrying her into the Mitsui family as a family alliance. Now, trying to marry into Linton's circle again? Impossible, especially offering women far inferior to Sakato. Besides, there were already 3 top-tier beauties waiting in Linton's hotel. Thanks, but I'm already feeling the effects of the wine tonight. I'm beat and must get some rest. Linton politely declined Masaru Matsushida's offer. Amid their disappointed gazes, he got into his car and headed back to the hotel. Chapter 426, Sakato Matsushita. To be honest, Linton really had no interest in any of the women arranged for him by Masaru Matsushita. He didn't want to waste his time at all, beyond just not liking them. The main reason was that Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori had prepared an incredibly exciting party at the hotel that awaited him. After learning that Linton was seriously taking over Universal Studios, the three ladies had shown a level of passion that far exceeded what Linton had expected. The games last night were already wild and thrilling enough, and that morning they eagerly went out to shop for various props and costumes to prepare for tonight's event. He wasn't sure exactly what spectacular performance they had planned, but thinking about it made his heart race. However, what surprised him was that when he returned to the hotel, there was an unexpected guest. In his room, besides Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori, Sakato Matsushita was also there. The four of them were elegantly sipping red wine in the living room. The atmosphere was warm and friendly. He had no idea what they were discussing. Upon seeing Linton enter, Izumi, Noriko, and Akina all put down their glasses and stood to greet him, each giving him a warm hug and a sweet kiss. Sakato Matsushita also set aside her glass and stood up, but didn't step forward. Instead, she looked at Linton and the three women with a mix of complicated and somewhat embarrassed expression. Linton, it's been a long time. Sakato was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the Matsushita family. In terms of looks alone, she easily held her own standing next to Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori. Today, she wore a sky-blue fitted evening gown matched with classic black high heels. Her long, wavy black hair flowed over her shoulders, and around her neck was a stunning emerald necklace. Her makeup was delicate, with bright red lips, exuding sensuality and beauty. Yet beyond that, she had an air of nobility that none of the other three possessed. On her left wrist, she wore the small red sandalwood bracelet Linton had gifted her before. His spiritual awareness revealed that the bracelet wasn't newly put on. It had always been there. Seeing her, Linton was naturally very surprised. After all, she was already married and coming to his hotel room so late. Didn't she fear causing a scandal? But since she was here, he didn't want to be cold or dismissive, nor could he send her away. Sakato, hello. What? You're surprised to see me? Yeah, a little surprised. How did you know I was here? Well, I am still the little princess of the Matsushita family. You're negotiating the acquisition of Universal Studios. A big deal. How could I not know? Aren't you glad to see me? Of course I'm glad. It's just what? If you're glad, then why no hug? Linton was about to ask if she needed to be discreet, but after hearing her words, he decided not to. Memories flooded back, softening his heart, and he opened his arms. Welcome. Sakato Matsushita smiled brightly and took 2 steps forward, throwing herself into Linton's embrace. You haven't changed at all, and you smell so good. After a long pause, she lifted her head from his chest with a dreamy look and then kissed him eagerly. Linton, kiss me. After a passionate, deep kiss, Sakato melted into his arms, gripping him tightly. Linton had no choice but to hold her, seating them both on the couch beside each other. Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori kindly left the room, giving them some privacy. Sakato, this isn't really appropriate, given you're already. Linton, are you worried about the Mitsui family or the Matsushita family? Sakato, you're married now. We're in the past. But I just can't forget you. Did Jiro Mitsui treat you badly? No, he treated me well. But we're just a political match, a family alliance with no real feelings. Then why did you marry him? I had no choice. For descendants of big families like us, life looks glamorous, raised with every comfort and privilege. But actually, we're just pawns and chips. Ultimately, we serve the family's needs. I wonder why you didn't visit me after I came back from Los Angeles 2 years ago. My father put me under house arrest, confiscated all forms of communication. Why didn't you come? I went to your house twice, but your father stopped me both times. I couldn't see you. You know, I was locked up by my father for 1.5 years. Only my personal assistant could stay with me. I wasn't allowed to contact anyone, make phone calls, or even go out shopping. I spent every day just reading, watching the news, writing, watching TV, and listening to music. After living like that for a year and a half, I nearly lost my mind. I simply couldn't take it anymore and finally agreed to the arrangement, to marry Jiro Mitsui. Sakato, forget it. It's come to this. There's no use dwelling on the past. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. But I'm not happy. Why? Jiro Mitsui may treat me well, but he's weak. Weak? Yes. He can't last more than 10 minutes during intimate moments. I don't feel anything with him. Worse, he's a playboy and a bit of a pervert. A playboy and a pervert? Yeah, I won't even bother elaborating on the playboy part. All wealthy Japanese men from these elite families are the same. But what I can't stand is that he's been involved with his own cousin and even his younger sister. No way. That's disgusting. I couldn't believe it at first either, but I saw it with my own eyes. What are you going to do? Divorce him? Divorce? Impossible. The Matsushita and Mitsui families would never allow it. Linton didn't know how to comfort her. He was momentarily speechless. Linton, you just came from the Matsushita family dinner, right? Yes, I visited your father. I heard Dad arranged for 6 girls to meet with you. You didn't like any of them. You heard about that too? Of course. Why not? Compared to you, they just didn't measure up. If I could have hung on until now, do you think Dad still would have opposed us? Sakato, life doesn't work on what-ifs. We have to look forward. But I already regret it. Saying this, Sakato Matsushita burst into tears and threw herself into Linton's arms again, kissing him passionately. After a long moment, she pulled away, emotionally trembling. Linton, love me. Linton thought to himself, I'm a gentleman. How can I possibly be a scoundrel? He was about to lift her up and pull away, but she was clearly lost in the moment, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. Moreover, she was trying to disarm him. Ah, forget it. I'll just be the scoundrel tonight. I can't betray her feelings. He scooped Sakato Matsushita into his arms and headed to the inner room. Soon, joyful and sweet singing filled the air. Chapter 4:27. Fortune and competition arises. The next day, in the business conference room of the Hilton Hotel, both negotiation teams began intense and prolonged discussions about the acquisition price for Universal Group. At the very start, both Linton and Masaru Matsushita were responsible for the negotiation. Later, Linton returned to his room to continue enjoying his time with Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, Shizuka Kudo, and Sakato Matsushita, playing games and having fun. Sakato seemed to have reverted to her single days, feeling at ease staying at the hotel without any mention of going home. Sakato, aren't you going back? Linton, don't worry. I already told my family I needed a break. I'll stay here for the whole week to keep you company. Is that okay? All right, but no buts. Just think of it as creating a wonderful memory, okay? Okay, then let's make the most of our time. By evening, after a full day of negotiations, Linton summoned his team for a detailed briefing. Boss, overall today's negotiation atmosphere was decent. The other side is eager to sell, and we want to buy. The key issue is the price. We offered $6 billion. They asked for $7 billion. As per your instructions, we disclosed the real internal issues at Universal, including management chaos and executive corruption, with detailed examples to help them see the true value. But they're stubborn. They keep emphasizing Universal's brand influence, the global reach of their films and music, the widespread coverage of MC, TV network, and their rich library of rights. They're not budging easily. So what's the takeaway from today? By the end, they only budged down to $6.9 billion. We're still firm at $6 billion. Looks like if we want our ideal price, we're in for a long haul. That's natural. It's a deal worth over $6 billion. Any slip could mean hundreds of millions. There is no rush. Take your time. Follow the strategy we planned. But don't drag it out too long. We aim to close it within 2 weeks. Linton was thinking about whether the Seagram company, which had tried to acquire Universal in his previous life, would appear again. Although he had acted quickly this time to secure the upper hand, to avoid a bidding war with Seagram, it was best to settle swiftly before they reacted. Of course, he had to avoid appearing too eager in the negotiations. Otherwise, the other side would sense his desperation and hike the price. Thus, the negotiation teams entered a Tense stalemate, with offers inching closer. Meanwhile, Linton was enjoying endless pleasures in the hotel. Izumi Sakai, Nariko Sakai, Akina Nakamori, and Sukato Matsushita fully utilized their home court advantage, preparing various props, uniforms, and stockings. Every day was packed with exciting parties and dramatic role plays that enchanted Linton completely. Even better, Izumi, Nariko, and Akina took turns heading out daily to buy new props, keeping the hotel parties vibrant and fresh with new themes. After a whirlwind week, Sukato left with satisfaction but reluctance. Before leaving, she hugged Linton tightly. "Dear, can we meet again? Sukato, you should forget me. But I can't forget you. What am I supposed to do? Let fate decide." Since Sukato had chosen to marry, Linton couldn't make promises. For him, just winning a small victory was all he could manage. Even his energy output to her was minimal, barely enough to keep her going. After a week, the negotiations made good progress. The offer from their side had risen to $6.2 billion, while the other side dropped to $6.55 billion. According to Goodman's estimates, they could reach an agreement within a week, likely staying below $6.35 billion. Time slipped by, and Linton's stay in Tokyo already reached half a month. Izumi, Nariko, and Akina had to work by day and join Linton at the hotel by night. The negotiation prices further converged to $6.3 billion and $6.35 billion. After that day's session, Goodman excitedly reported, "Boss, by tomorrow at the latest, we should have a deal. The price won't exceed $6.325 billion. Good job, everyone. Hang in there a little longer. After we close, there'll be a big bonus for all." However, their celebration was premature. The next day's talks took a dramatic turn. At 10:30 a.m., Goodman hurriedly knocked on Linton's door. "Boss, something's wrong." "What's up?" "Yesterday, Masaru Matsushita's price was down to $6.35 billion. But today, they suddenly retracted all progress and reset their asking price back to the original $7 billion. Their attitude grew dismissive. I suspect something's up on their side. What do you think happened?" "There are three possibilities. 1. Masaru Matsushita's finances improved, so they no longer want to sell Universal. 2. Universal got a major boost, raising its value. 3. We have a new competitor. With new competition, Masaru Matsushita might be trying to drive up the price. I'll call back to Los Angeles to check for any new developments." "Hey, Robert, this is Linton. Any news about Universal? Films, TV, music? Nothing new? Okay, keep tracking and update me if anything happens." Goodman, looks like the second possibility is unlikely. It's either improved financing or new rivals. You go back to the meeting and keep the mood steady. I'll handle investigating Masaru Matsushita's side. After Goodman left, Linton expanded his awareness to scan Matsushita Electronics, which was 33 kilometers from the Hilton. Fortunately, thanks to his cultivation and powers, his spiritual reach extended to 35 kilometers, making this feasible. At the same meeting room where Linton had been hosted before, he saw a man in his 40s, apparently Jewish, chatting happily with Masaru Matsushita. "Mr. Matsushita, our Seagram Group views Universal highly and formally submits an acquisition offer." "Great, welcome. But before you arrived, we already have an American company negotiating with us for Universal, Linton Films." "Linton Films? I know them. Just a small company. How could they have the funds to buy Universal? Are you sure you're not being fooled?" "No need to worry. We've checked. They have the financial muscle for a cash acquisition." "How far along are your talks?" "We've been negotiating for half a month and are close to an agreement. My suggestion, don't rush your decision. Listen to our terms first." "All right, what's your offer?" $6.3 billion in cash. At that price, there's no point discussing. To be truthful, Linton Films' offer is already beyond that. Don't be so quick. That's our lowest price. The actual figure can be negotiated upwards. "Okay, how about a public auction? Highest bidder wins." Masaru Matsushita grinned widely. Unexpectedly, another bidder fell from the sky, and now the advantage was all on their side. Looks like Universal would sell for much more. No, it's better both sides form negotiation teams. Linton realized that despite his rush, he was too late. Seagram had arrived at the crucial moment, and the acquisition price was bound to jump significantly. Chapter 428, The Bronfman Family. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that Masaru Matsushita and the other side finally settled on a rough framework for the negotiations. The basic setup was similar to Linton's side. Both parties formed negotiation teams and held talks at the Four Seasons Hotel where the Seagram delegation was staying. Linton finally found out the name of Seagram's representative, Edgar Bronfman Jr. There was some good news, too. The Four Seasons was less than 30 miles from the Hilton Hotel, still within the reach of his spiritual awareness. This acquisition was turning out to be a roller coaster. The saying, good things never come easy, definitely applied here. But no matter what, it was crucial to understand just who they were dealing with. Linton picked up the phone and called Hillary in Washington. You know the Seagram Group? Yes, the Canadian liquor giant Seagram Group. Are they well known? Very well known and extremely powerful, influential here in the U.S. What's going on, do? You have a conflict with them? Yeah. I'm in Tokyo negotiating with Matsushita Electronics to acquire Universal Group and am close to closing the deal, but a new player showed up today. Their leader is Edgar Bronfman, claiming to represent the Seagram Group and wanting to join the Universal acquisition talks. Can you dig up the background on Seagram and Edgar Bronfman Jr.? Who is this guy? What's his style? And how do they handle acquisition negotiations? Got it. Leave it to me. I'll call you back. Business battles of this caliber rarely remained calm and almost never got settled purely at the negotiation table. They always involved blood, sweat, and tears, especially when a $6 billion acquisition was on the line. Any kind of friendly resolution here would have been suspicious. But Linton didn't mind. If the other side played by the rules, he wouldn't break them casually. But if they acted up first, he wouldn't hesitate to unleash his thunderous tactics. Still, gathering intelligence was critical. If open conflict broke out, he'd need to have contingency plans in place. He hadn't yet built a full intelligence analysis team, but with Bill and Hillary Clintons, both highly capable operatives under his command, there was no lack of information gathering power. The negotiations quickly stalled, and that night, the negotiating team reported back, each member filled with frustration and a strong dislike for Matsushita. Electronics. No progress had been made. The other side dug in, insisting the price couldn't go lower than $7 billion, clearly waiting to see how the other negotiations played out. At first, only Linton's side was negotiating to buy Universal, which made the relationship even, but with a new buyer suddenly emerging, Matsushita naturally took a tougher stance. Faced with this, Linton had no better options than to keep in touch with the Matsushita negotiators. Ultimately, the real battle for Universal would be a brutal clash with the Seagram Group. Whether that fight happened at the negotiation table or by other means depended entirely on the other side's moves. Hillary, true to her title as a first-class intelligence expert, called Linton at 10 a.m. next day. Linton, I've got a full profile on Edgar Bronfman Jr. He's the new head of Seagram Liquor Group. Seagram's a Jewish family business? Yes. One of the top-tier Jewish families with influence several notches above the Douglas family. Edgar Bronfman Sr., the boss, is the chairman of the World Jewish Congress and holds massive clout in the Jewish community. Last year, Edgar Sr. stepped down as family head and handed control to his son Edgar Jr., supposedly to focus on efforts to reclaim World War II deposits from Swiss banks on behalf of the Jewish people. They're supposed to be liquor people, right? Why would they be interested in Hollywood? Seems unrelated. Edgar Bronfman Jr. was a classic playboy in his youth, completely seduced by the vices of Hollywood. Back in the 70s and 80s, he invested tens of millions of dollars of his allowance into several film projects just to hit the Hollywood party scene and chase after actresses. He lost fortunes, but never gave up. So it makes a twisted kind of sense that after taking over the family business, he would make this unexpected leap into the entertainment world. He even openly claimed within the family that he knew Hollywood better than he knew the liquor industry. What kind of eccentric is this guy? Losing millions just to woo starlets, and now planning to acquire Universal? Would his family really let him run wild like this? This cross-industry move is definitely reckless and insane. Inside Seagram, it stirred massive opposition. Many executives even threatened to resign and pressured his aged father Edgar, who was in poor health, to veto the crazy idea. But Edgar Sr. firmly backed his son. Have they usually played fair? Fair? Do you know how they first made their fortune? Oh great. Here come the stereotypes about Jewish people. Tell me, in the 1920s, America was gripped by prohibition. The Bronfman brothers, first-generation entrepreneurs, spotted opportunity. They set up a distillery just across the border in Canada, imported brewing equipment from Britain, and sourced grains from Canada and the U.S. Then, they made the very liquor banned in America and sold it through influential Italian, Irish, and Jewish mafias in the U.S., who smuggled it illegally across the border. That's how they cracked open the American market and earned their first fortune. Then they bought Seagram and expanded production. During Prohibition, alcohol consumption soared underground and profits skyrocketed. That's how the Bronfman family became prominent tycoons and capitalists. Afterward, they invested heavily in American politics, sponsoring campaigns and building connections deep in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. Later, merging with Canadian liquor companies, they controlled famed premium brands like Seagram 7, Immortal, Seagram Gin, Captain Morgan, Royal Crown, and more, becoming North America's liquor powerhouse. Edgar Bronfman Sr., the second-generation head, diversified the business. During the 1979 oil crisis, Edgar and the DuPont family both eyed Conoco oil. They battled fiercely in a high-stakes takeover war, causing bloodshed and conflict. In the end, neither side wholly won. DuPont got 32% of Conoco. Seagram cleverly snapped up 24% of DuPont Chemical, gaining 4 board seats. This was hailed as a brilliant victory by Jewish capitalists against America's old money. Edgar rose to become one of the most respected Jewish magnates. 5 years ago, he was elected chairman of the World Jewish Congress. They have always been generous in political campaign contributions, dominating American political connections with at least 5 senators and 8 representatives backing them quietly. Basically, the Bronfman family story is one of a crime syndicate's rise and successful whitewashing. Their growth was never without bloodshed or violence. There are piles of bones under their feet. Families like this don't play by the rules, and they also control their own armed forces. Now that both you and they have your eyes set on Universal, with so much at stake, I can guarantee they'll use underhanded tactics to push you out or force your hand. You must be careful and beef up your security. This is Tokyo, though. Would they dare cause trouble here? On the contrary, exactly because it's Japan, they'll act even more boldly. As long as there's no concrete evidence, do you think the Japanese would provoke Americans? Even if they had proof, what could they do? At worst, politely escort them out of the country. Don't forget, we have military bases and an aircraft carrier station right there. So basically, I can make a power move here too? Of course, but only with your own safety guaranteed. Want me to send reinforcements your way? No. Thanks, that won't be necessary. Also, please gather more detailed intel on their family members, residences, power bases, and armed forces. No problem. Chapter 429, The Threat. As expected and anticipated by Linton, the negotiation team from Matsushita Electronics had completely stalled the talks. They rigidly held their ground at $7 billion, refusing to budge even slightly, and openly announced that the Seagram Group had joined the acquisition bid. Clearly, their tactic was to leverage the competition between the two companies to drive up the price. From Linton's observation, the negotiations between Seagram Group and Matsushita Electronics were also going nowhere. Matsushita stubbornly stuck to their $7 billion price, while Seagram wasn't naive either. After evaluating the Universal Group, they refused to raise their offer beyond $6.5 billion. 3 days later, Hillary faxed more detailed investigative information about the Bronfman family. The data confirmed they were not to be underestimated. Their family wealth exceeded $26 billion. Just last week, they had completed a massive transaction with DuPont Chemical, where the DuPont Consortium repurchased 24% of DuPont Chemical's shares from the Bronfman family for $8.5 billion. It seemed this was Edgar Bronfman Jr.'s fundraising effort for acquiring Universal Group. He even sold his DuPont Chemical shares. But conversely, this deal highlighted the determination Edgar Jr. had to purchase Universal Group. DuPont Chemical, as a chemical giant, wielded enormous influence in America, unmatched by ordinary companies. Selling those shares was easy for him, but buying them back later would be virtually impossible. The Bronfman family's headquarters was now based in Montreal, Canada. There, They owned an enormous farm, guarded by a well-equipped armed force of over 100 men. Overseas, apparently in Africa, they also had another armed contingent, although the specifics were unclear. Among the third generation of the family, aside from Edgar, other members were all indulgent playboys who did nothing serious for the family business or to develop their own careers. They were famously known across America as wild socialites. A week passed, and the negotiations between Matsushita Electronics and Seagram reached an impasse. All three parties simultaneously agreed to temporarily suspend talks. Matsushita didn't mind. With two companies competing, they comfortably sat back and waited. Meanwhile, Seagram seemed a bit anxious. That day, Linton was alone in his room, writing and sketching. Izumi Sakai, Nariko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori had worked during the day and only came over to keep him company at night. He planned to use this free time to copy down songs for his year-end album and organize the outline for the company's upcoming film. Goodman knocked and entered. "Boss, the Seagram Group sent someone over. They said their boss wants to meet you." "All right, it's about time I meet him. Otherwise, who knows how long this acquisition will drag on. Let's do this. Tell them to meet tonight at the Hilton Hotel's top-floor restaurant. I'll treat their boss to dinner." "Got it. Who should accompany you from our side?" "Just me." "The same for their side. Only their boss will come." "Understood." At 6:30 p.m., in the Hilton Hotel's revolving restaurant on the top floor, Linton met Edgar Bronfman Jr. The entire restaurant had been reserved exclusively for them, with both sides' bodyguards stationed at the entrance, ensuring complete privacy for the meeting. Edgar Bronfman was in his early 40s, with a typical Jewish appearance. Perhaps due to years in high position, he carried a very strong aura but lacked manners. He arrived with an entourage of 8 bodyguards. For entered first to thoroughly scan the restaurant, ensuring security before retreating to guard the door. Only then did Edgar step inside. "Mr. Bronfman, good to meet you." Linton greeted him with an outstretched hand. "You must be Linton," Edgar replied bluntly, not even bothering to shake hands. He walked straight past him and sat down at the table. "You know why I asked to see you today?" He looked about 40 but had the demeanor of an immature child. So this was the heir of the Bronfman family? Linton ignored his rudeness and calmly took his seat. "Speak your mind. I have my eyes on Universal Group. Don't waste your time and energy here. Better to return to America as soon as possible." "Technically, I spotted Universal first. You know about first. Come, first served, right? If anyone should step back, it should be you." "Huh, young man. When did an acquisition ever come down to who showed up first? Then what's it based on?" "Obviously, strength." "Then why are you here instead of the negotiation table if it's about strength? Isn't that just about who offers the most money?" No. Strength isn't measured in money alone." "Then what?" "The Bronfman family rose from the ashes of bloodshed and battle. I think Tokyo isn't safe right now. I suggest you return to Los Angeles quickly." "You're threatening me." "No, I'm just looking out for you. Universal is valuable, but life is more precious. This is how the Bronfman family conducts business. Got a problem with it? Anyway, I've said what I had to say. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, I don't want to see you in Tokyo again. And if I don't leave, what will you do to me?" Linton simultaneously activated his soul induction ability. "If you don't appreciate our generosity, then stay in Tokyo forever. Dead men can't contest Universal with me. You think you can kill me with just a few people? Killing you doesn't require my personal hands. The Bronfman family has friends everywhere. If you don't leave, I'll contact the local Yakuza, the Yamaguchi-gumi, to take care of you. I'm American, a big Hollywood star. Do you think a small group like the Yamaguchi-gumi dares to kill me? Of course, your status is unique. Openly, they wouldn't dare, but you know what they say. What? Money talks. If the price is right, there are plenty of desperate men willing to take the risk. But you still need to be alive to spend that money, right? That's none of my concern. Have you contacted the Yamaguchi-gumi already?" "Not yet, but we have long-term partners here." "Who?" "The Yamaguchi-gumi's leader, Koji Miyamoto." After hearing all of the opposing arrangements, Linton withdrew his spell. Edgar Bronfman, completely unaware of the spiritual manipulation, arrogantly issued one last threat before storming out, not even drinking a drop of water. Chapter 430, The Bloody Massacre. Just as Hillary had predicted, this family, built on ruthless bloodshed and plunder, hadn't changed their ways one bit. Their style remained as cold-blooded and brutal as ever. They didn't hesitate to unleash physical annihilation on their rivals. Now, they've even had the audacity to threaten him directly. Clearly, they're tired of living. Over the next couple of days, Linton focused his mental awareness on this threat, curious to see if they truly dared to act without limits. If they did involve the local gangs from the Yakuza, he wouldn't hesitate to strike first and open a ruthless purge. Yet Hillary was right to warn. This family couldn't be underestimated. Killing Edgar Bronfman Jr. would likely trigger a frenzy of revenge from Bronfman Sr. himself. Linton didn't mind personally, but what about his estate, Lena, and all the women he cared about? It was clear some additional preparations were necessary. Danny, get in touch with the LAPD. Have the security company procure a batch of heavy defense weapons to deploy at the estate. Make sure the security team familiarizes themselves quickly and that the estate's defenses are reinforced. Boss, did something happen? Nothing yet. Just be prepared. Got it. Consider it done. Defense alone wouldn't suffice. The saying went, you can be careful all you want. It only takes one mistake. David, I just faxed you the data. Study it carefully and prepare an assault plan. Boss, is there an operation planned? Yes. There's an estate in downtown Montreal, Canada, and a rural farm. If I get into an uncontrollable conflict with them, I want you to strike there as quickly as possible and obliterate everything. A heads up, the farm is guarded by about 50 well-equipped, armed men. According to Hillary's info, the Bronfman armed force on the farm numbered about 100. But if Edgar died in Tokyo, Bronfman Sr. would undoubtedly send elite forces for revenge there. No more than half would remain at the farm, which meant David's team could seize the opportunity to wipe them out completely. As for those who came to Tokyo, if they dared show up, none of them would be leaving. Understood. I'll get the assault plan ready ASAP. That's settled. I won't micromanage the details. You're in full charge. Starting tomorrow, arrange for personnel and weapons to infiltrate in advance. Wait for my signal before moving. We, the Thunder Guards, won't fail the mission. 3 days later, in Linton's awareness, a new guest had checked into the Four Seasons Hotel. A man in his 50s, with the air of a butler, caught his attention. Organized by the Seagram staff, he settled into his room, unpacked briefly, and then headed to Edgar Bronfman's suite. Master, I've arrived. Uncle Jack, you finally made it. What's the situation? What do you need me to handle? I came to Tokyo to negotiate the acquisition of Universal, but I've encountered great resistance. Resistance? Who dares to stand in your way? It's not just opposition. Someone else has their eyes on Universal too. They've submitted a bid to Matsushita Electronics and opened negotiations. Now, with 2 buyers, Matsushita's holding out for an even better deal and refusing to budge. Talks are stalled. Who's this competitor that dares challenge you? I've met him. Hollywood director and star, Linton Anderson. A mere celebrity. Don't worry, Master. I'll have someone warn him, and he'll slink away. Uncle Jack, that won't work. I confronted him 2 days ago and issued an ultimatum. He must leave Tokyo by today or face lethal consequences. Yet so far, there's no sign they're leaving. Looks like he doesn't take me seriously. Seems like the Bronfman's reputation has faded with our inactivity. What's our next move? If they don't fear death, then we'll grant them their wish. Leave all of them in Tokyo. All right, I'm with you. But since we can't easily bring our armed men here, why not contact the local Yakuza, the Yamaguchi-gumi? Let them take care of it. That's exactly why I called you. I want you to reach out to the Yamaguchi-gumi and have their hitmen eliminate the targets. At the very least, kill Anderson. I've got $10 million in cash ready. Consider it done. I'll bring $5 million as a deposit now and pay the remainder after the job's done. Thanks, Uncle Jack. Linton's anger boiled after listening to this. Damn it, this guy was serious, planning to hire killers to violently eliminate his competition. Fine. He wanted to see if the local gangs were really this reckless, daring enough to take on a hit this bold. His mental observation continued. Uncle Jack picked up the phone. Is this Mr. Miyamoto? This is Jack Harris from Canada. I'm in Tokyo with a big deal I want to discuss. 1 hour from now, meet me at the Maple Tea House in Shinjuku. Jack hung up. Master, the meeting's set. Have Gully and James accompany me. Here's $5 million. I'm counting on Linton had mentally sentenced them all to death, but he'd see exactly how bold this Yamaguchi-gumi was. If they were going to kill, they might as well take everyone out. After all, Shinjuku wasn't far, and his coverage was more than enough. An hour later, Jack arrived at the Maple Tea House in Shinjuku. In a private room, he met a sharply dressed man with bodyguards, who looked more like a corporate executive than a gangster. "Long time no see, Mr. Miyamoto." "Times have changed, Mr. Harris." Their bodyguards were sent out, leaving just Jack and Koji Miyamoto inside. "The big deal you mentioned on the phone. I want you to help me kill someone." Jack pulled a photo from his pocket. "Isn't that Hollywood star Linton Anderson?" "Good, you know him. He's the target." "Old friend, that won't work. He's a world-famous star. Killing him would cause an uproar I can't handle. I'm offering $10 million. Will you do it?" $10 million? Seriously? "Absolutely. I'll give you $5 million deposit now and pay the other half once he's dead. I'm staying at the Four Seasons. I need his location intel." "No problem. He's in the presidential suite on the 16th floor of the Hilton, right here in Tokyo." "Deal. The job's done within 3 days." "Agreed." They summoned the bodyguards back, and Jack had them open a briefcase full of cash for counting. Suddenly, a faint sound came. From the window, a small hole appeared as a flying blade shot through. Sparks of steel whirled, and in an instant, all 6 men in the room were decapitated, collapsing in pools of blood. The photo Jack held vanished with the blade. Linton could no longer hold back his fury. They truly dared to take his life. He wouldn't spare anyone. Everyone needed to die. Minutes later, in the Four Seasons presidential suite, a flash of steel. Edgar Bronfman was also decapitated, lifeless in a pool of blood. Across various rooms in the hotel, every one of Edgar's guards met the same fate, decapitated without exception. Afterward, Linton picked up the phone. "Danny, keep the estate on the highest alert." "Understood. No problems will arise." He called Hillary next. "Step 1 of the operation's complete." "Got it. Our side is progressing smoothly. Everything proceeds as planned." As for David's operation, there was no rush. They could wait until Edgar Bronfman Sr. sent his elite forces to Tokyo before making their move. Chapter 431, The Shocking Case. Maple Leaf Tea House was, after all, a public place. The strong scent of blood soon drifted out from the private room, making many patrons uneasy. When the tea house staff followed the smell and opened the door, they were immediately horrified by the grisly scene inside and fainted on the spot. Once the police were alerted, they promptly arrived to secure the scene and begin their investigation. The officers quickly identified one of the victims as Koji Miyamoto, a notorious core member of the Yamaguchi-gumi gang. Their first instinct was to suspect a gang-related vendetta. However, what baffled them was that a case containing $5 million was left untouched, and the valuables on the victims remained intact. At the Four Seasons Hotel, a 5-star establishment, the situation was equally eerie. Members of the Seagram group had all died inside their rooms, and each had died in their own separate room. The scent of blood was not as strong, so no one noticed anything suspicious until the afternoon. That's when a floor attendant smelled something wrong. After internal approval, security and staff opened a door and discovered a brutal massacre. The victims were decapitated, with blood pooled on the floor already beginning to coagulate. The hotel acted swiftly and notified the police. They quickly identified the guests as Seagram Group employees. There were 13 of them in total. Calls to 11 other rooms went unanswered. When the police arrived, they first secured the already opened room for evidence collection and scene preservation. Then, with the hotel's cooperation, they opened the remaining 12 rooms. In 9 of those rooms, the scenes were identical. All victims were decapitated, dead beyond any doubt. Even the guests in the presidential suite suffered the same fate, their bodies severed in 2. Only 3 rooms were found empty. Strangely, none of the victims' valuables or room belongings were touched. Even more puzzling was the lack of any traces left by the killer. No fingerprints, no footprints, no scent. This was a major 5-star hotel. The sudden and savage killing of 12 people, mostly Americans, among them the chairman of the Seagram Group, sent shockwaves. The mysterious slaying of such a high-profile figure in Tokyo was a huge case, destined to create a political storm in Japan. The local police took no chances. The hotel was immediately sealed off, and no one was allowed to leave pending investigation. They promptly reported the case to their superiors. When the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department chief received the report, it felt as if the sky was falling. They mobilized a large force to support the investigation and immediately informed the Tokyo city government and police headquarters. The case quickly escalated to the Japanese cabinet and even the prime minister. Hearing that the entire Seagram business delegation, including their chairman, had been gruesomely beheaded, officials at all levels were shaken. This was the most serious diplomatic incident imaginable. Mishandling it could bring down numerous top executives and result in political heads rolling. Their concern materialized into direct orders demanding the Tokyo Metropolitan Police conduct the investigation at all costs. Several cabinet officials personally oversaw the investigation. The Prime Minister and Foreign Minister grimly visited the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo to brief American officials about the murders. This, of course, placed enormous pressure on the Tokyo police, who mobilized nearly their entire force, cordoning off 3 floors of the Four Seasons Hotel. The unlucky hotel and its guests were all detained and subjected to exhaustive questioning. Although the investigation uncovered a host of illegal activities among guests, none connected to the murders. At the crime scenes, despite the police's utmost efforts, no clues surfaced aside from tiny pinhole breaches found in some windows. No leads, no logical trail. The police then began cross-referencing people the Seagram Group had interacted with in Tokyo, focusing on Panasonic Electronics and Linton's contingent. Panasonic Electronics appeared to sell Universal Group to them, but no motivation or rational cause for murder emerged. Linton's group, on the other hand, were logical suspects. They were competitors of Seagram and had recent contact. Motive seemed plausible, but all their members stayed inside the hotel the entire day. Apart from a lawyer declaring they had no connection to the case, the others ignored the police entirely. Had they been Japanese or from other countries, the police might have forcibly taken them for questioning, even resorting to heavy-handed tactics due to the case's gravity. But given their American nationality, the police had little leverage, and in the absence of suspicious evidence, their efforts fell flat. The only confirmed facts were that among the 6 victims at the Maple Leaf Tea House, 3 were from the Seagram Group, guests from 3 other hotel rooms. Thus, the entire Seagram business delegation of 13 was decapitated without exception. Meanwhile, the tea house owner, staff, and all customers present that day were dragged into the police station for intense interrogation. The Yamaguchi-gumi gang also came under extreme scrutiny due to Koji Miyamoto's death at the scene. The Yamaguchi-gumi was already a primary target of police investigations, but their complex network of interests and various protection made direct action difficult. However, this incident was too big, huge enough to unsettle the entire cabinet and prime minister, who feared the wrath of their American allies. No one dared to defend the Yamaguchi-gumi this time. Almost all members of the Yamaguchi-gumi were taken in for rigorous questioning. Their assets were thoroughly examined, exposing numerous illegal activities, solving many old cases, rescuing several young women, and confiscating large amounts of illicit gains. Many core members faced serious prison sentences. This investigation dealt a bone-crushing blow to the Yamaguchi-gumi. The Tokyo branch was uprooted, and the other branches faced a potential wipeout. Yet, despite the massive efforts, the baffling murders of the 13 Seagram Group members remained unsolved. Chapter 432, The Bronfman Family's Reaction. The news of Edgar Bronfman Jr.'s death traveled back to the United States via the American Embassy in Japan, eventually reaching Montreal, Canada. Edgar Bronfman Sr., the patriarch of the family and Edgar Jr.'s father, was so stunned by the news that he fainted. After emergency treatment from the family doctor, Edgar Sr. slowly came to, his heart burning with rage. "Rom, contact General Hanger at the Pacific Command. Arrange for a military transport plane. I'm going to Tokyo myself. I want to find whoever killed Edgar and make them pay. Also, send my orders to Hague. Gather the 60 best operatives, armed and ready, to come with me." "Sir, are you sure your health can handle this? Maybe young Shafe could go instead," the butler Rom cautiously advised, noticing Edgar's trembling state. "Rom, do you think sending Shafe or anyone else will help? Will they be as committed as I am?" Rum thought about the reckless behaviors of the younger generations in the Bronfman family and couldn't find any argument to counter Edgar's resolve. Rum, make the arrangements as I said. Also, inform the lady of the house and the children at home. We're having a family meeting in half an hour. Very well, sir. As Rum left, Edgar's grief welled up inside him. Soon after, his wife stumbled out of the backyard, crying hysterically. Edgar, what happened to our little Edgar? One by one, other family members, sons, daughters-in-law, daughters, sons-in-law, grandchildren, gathered in the living room, their cries filling the air. What hurt Edgar the most was that, although everyone seemed deeply saddened, not a single one mentioned going to Tokyo to investigate and seek revenge. He even caught a look of schadenfreude on the faces of his sons and daughters. Their darting eyes gave away their true thoughts. They might be hoping to seize control of the family fortune. How could a lifelong hero end up raising such useless heirs? Didn't they understand the precarious state of their empire? With their capabilities, how could they possibly manage the family affairs? If everything was left to them, it wouldn't take 2 years before their subordinates would strip the family bare. Thinking about losing his only capable son fueled Edgar's hatred toward the murderer even more. He wondered who would carry on the family legacy. Amidst the sorrow, he instructed his wife to prepare for Edgar Jr.'s funeral and ordered all family members not at home to return immediately. 5 hours later, at the Montreal Military Airport, a huge military transport plane took off, heading for Tokyo. After a 14-hour flight, arriving at 2 p.m. the day after Edgar Jr.'s death, the plane landed at Yokota Air Base. Over 70 people then boarded vehicles arranged by the U.S. military base in Japan, heading toward the city center. In the Minato district, near the American embassy, General Hanger had arranged for them to stay in a hotel entirely booked for their use. Once settled, Edgar refused to rest despite his jet lag. Accompanied by his butler and bodyguards, he drove straight to the U.S. Embassy to inquire about the investigation's progress. The embassy was taking the case very seriously. They couldn't do otherwise. The ambassador had already received dozens of calls from prominent figures back home, all demanding pressure on the Japanese government to swiftly solve the case and catch the culprit. To expedite the process, a dedicated team was assigned to follow the case, and embassy staff were embedded within the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's investigation unit. Despite the Tokyo Police Department's all-out efforts, working around the clock for nearly 30 hours after the incident, turning the city upside down, there were no leads in Edgar Bronfman Jr.'s murder. Employees and guests at the Four Seasons Hotel had been interrogated, and the Yamaguchi gang's Tokyo operations were nearly shattered. The police's temporary detention centers were overflowing, but the case remained unsolved. Under Edgar Sr.'s insistence, the embassy's lead investigator accompanied him to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Headquarters. After hearing a briefing from Chief Inspector Kazuo Hata, Edgar expressed severe dissatisfaction with the lack of progress and sharply criticized the department. The senior officers of the police force bowed and apologized repeatedly. Edgar then demanded permission for his own personnel to join the investigation team. A clear violation of police protocol, considering the enforcement authority involved. Yet the embassy staff supported Edgar's firm stance. Under pressure, Hato reluctantly agreed, but only 2 personnel could be assigned, and both had to carry official ID badges granting temporary working status with the Tokyo police, essentially hired as temporary civilians to avoid legal complications. Edgar immediately sent 2 bodyguards waiting downstairs to process the temporary work permits. Hatu was speechless. These Bronfmans had come prepared. It was impossible to deny. He had to approve the arrangements immediately. But Edgar's real goal was not to have bodyguards join the task force. With embassy personnel involved, any further staff he sent would be pointless. He wanted enforcement authority. From the briefing earlier, Edgar had sensed that the negotiation team from Matsushita Electronics and Linton's entourage were prime suspects, yet the police had only given them cursory questioning. Since suspects were identified, the solution was clear. If the police wouldn't take firm action, Edgar's own 60 elite armed operatives would. If granted enforcement power, the next day they would legally arrest the Matsushita negotiation team and Linton's group, take them to the hotel Edgar was staying at, and interrogate with every possible method. Any suspicion, no matter how slight, would not be overlooked. As for consequences, such as protests from the Matsushita family or Linton being an American citizen, Edgar no longer cared. If his methods were too aggressive, would the Japanese dare punish him? He could always apologize later. After processing the temporary permits for his bodyguards, Hato escorted Edgar to the morgue to see Edgar Jr. and the others' bodies. Seeing his son cut in half filled Edgar Sr.'s eyes with tears of rage. Edgar, I swear, I will find your killer, tear them apart, and bring their entire family down with them. After leaving the morgue, it was already evening, but Edgar insisted on seeing the murder scene. Hato reluctantly accompanied him to the Four Seasons Hotel to inspect Edgar's presidential suite. Their high-profile arrival triggered Linton's senses. Linton had anticipated the Bronfman family wouldn't sit still. He expected elite forces to come to Tokyo to hunt for the killer, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so soon. Just a short time after Edgar's death, traveling all the way from Canada across the Pacific. What shocked him even more was that Edgar Bronfman Sr. personally came along. Since Edgar came, he would surely bring the majority of the elite forces, leaving their home base vulnerable. This was an unexpected boon for Linton. All he had to do was eliminate these forces. David would take down their stronghold in Montreal. Shortly after, Hillary would kick off the asset division plan. Nothing, then, would stand in their way. It seemed fate itself was determined to bring down the Bronfman family. Chapter 433, The Bloody Massacre 2.0. After spending about an hour at the Four Seasons Hotel, Edgar and his group finally left. They drove south until they disappeared from Linton Anderson's mental awareness. After all, Linton's psychic range only covered about 22 miles, 35 kilometers, and with a city as sprawling as Tokyo, it was impossible to monitor every corner. But it didn't matter. Now that he knew they headed south, it wouldn't take much effort to track them with his abilities. It just so happened that Linton had been in Tokyo for a while, and it was about time to take Izumi Sakai and the others to see the Tokyo skyline at night. Hey, loves, want to go out and see the Tokyo night view tonight? Linton asked. Really? Won't that interfere with your work? Izumi asked, concerned. It's fine. Sometimes relaxing is necessary. As long as no one recognizes us, it should be okay. Darling, that's fantastic. You're the best. Noriko. Sakai and Akina Nakamori were thrilled at the idea of wandering Tokyo's nightlife with Linton. However, since the three women were top-tier stars and Linton was a Hollywood megastar himself, going out openly was out of the question. Fortunately, with some skillful makeup along with hats, sunglasses, and masks, they could easily blend in. After half an hour, the four of them finished disguising themselves. Mina, coordinating with the hotel, arranged for an RV and an SUV. They declined the hired driver. Linton's own bodyguard would drive. Linton and the three women sat comfortably inside the RV, with the SUV following closely behind. Following Linton's instructions, the vehicles headed south with no particular destination, just a casual cruise, the primary goal to search for any trace of Edgar Bronfman Sr. Once they entered the Chiyoda ward, the area where Edgar had vanished from Linton's mental radar, Linton activated his powers fully and scanned the surroundings thoroughly. Within less than half an hour, their route just reached the Chua ward. In Linton's mind, he found Edgar's location near the Minato ward, inside a hotel. Upon close inspection, the hotel's occupants were all Edgar's men. Over 10 bodyguards and more than 60 heavily armed private security personnel. Curiously, their rooms were stocked with all kinds of high-end weaponry, submachine guns, handguns, grenades, and sniper rifles. Had Edgar already acquired such high-quality arms from the black market, or did he have special channels for importing them? What Linton never imagined was that Edgar had gone so far as to use Pentagon generals to dispatch military transport planes for these weapons. But that didn't matter anymore. Now that Linton had found them, none would escape. While monitoring the hotel with his mental powers, he also scanned nearby attractions. Sweetheart, I heard Tokyo Tower is beautiful at night and offers a great view of the whole city. How about we check it out? Sure, let's go to Tokyo Tower. Anywhere with you is perfect. Whatever you say, darling. Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori eagerly agreed. The vehicles arrived at Tokyo Tower's parking lot. Before stepping out, the four double-checked their disguises and then strolled toward the tower. Meanwhile, in Linton's mind, he noticed Edgar wrapping up dinner and arranging the next day's assignments. Tom, Ivano, you two have got temporary Tokyo Metropolitan Police Enforcement Authority today. Tomorrow, I'm assigning 10 men each. Tom, take your team to Panasonic Electronics and, under the guise of investigation, arrest their entire negotiating squad. Ivano, head to the Hilton Hotel and snatch Linton Anderson and his party. No exceptions. Understood, boss. What if they resist? They won't have the choice to refuse. You are authorized to use force. Got it. We will carry out the mission at all costs. Stanford, prepare several interrogation rooms. Once they bring the captives, start intensive interrogations immediately. We need every detail on whether they're connected to Edgar's death. Damn, this is lawlessness. They openly arrest people in Tokyo and run illegal interrogation rooms for torture. One can only imagine their recklessness in America or Canada. How many innocents would suffer under their hands? Since they are so blatantly malicious, it's better to send them to meet their maker sooner than later. I'm doing the world a favor by eliminating this evil. With that thought, Linton stopped hesitating, sending out a tiny flying blade the size of a grain of rice silently into the night. The flying sword quickly reached the hotel, beginning with Edgar's room. The sword light danced wildly, beheading each target with deadly precision. The second bloody massacre had begun. This time, Linton didn't bother distinguishing hotel staff from Edgar's men. He was willing to risk collateral damage rather than allowing any to escape. The sword light flashed rapidly, and before anyone could react, every person inside was decapitated. The hotel became a living nightmare. When Linton's senses detected no more survivors inside, the flying sword circled briefly and vanished without a trace. In an instant, it shrank to the size of a tiny grain and flew back into Linton's hands, who absorbed the blade into his core. The entire operation took less than 5 minutes and caused no disturbance. No alarms sounded, and no one outside noticed anything odd. Even the 3 women, Mina and Linton's bodyguard nearby, detected no abnormalities, never imagining that Linton had silently beheaded over 100 people within that span. With Edgar Broomman and his group eliminated, Linton felt an immense satisfaction. He took the phone from Mina and sent a silent command to David. David, proceed with the operation. Roger that. We'll complete the mission successfully. After the call, Linton relaxed and enjoyed a pleasant visit to Tokyo Tower with the 3 women. Tokyo Tower, located in Toshiba Park within Minato Ward, stands 1,089 feet tall, making it Japan's second tallest structure. At night, the tower glows in alternating red and white lights, creating a dazzling spectacle against the sky, majestic, magical, and breathtaking. At 818 feet up, there's a special observatory deck. Glass panels surround visitors, giving the sensation of floating above the city, far removed from everyday life. Looking down, you see the entire expanse of Tokyo. To the west, the elegant silhouette of Mount Fuji, modestly dusted with snow, enchants the soul. After leaving Tokyo Tower, the group didn't linger outside but drove straight back to the hotel. Though their night outing lasted barely over 2 hours, Izumi Sakai, Nariko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori were deeply satisfied. Back at the hotel, the fun wasn't over. They enthusiastically showcased their best skills, engaging in lively games with Linton. A sweet, continuous harmony of their singing filled the air. Chapter 434, Bloody Storm, Shaking Tokyo. There was a 13-hour time difference between Tokyo and Montreal. It wasn't until noon the next day that David finally called. Judging by the time, it was around 2 a.m. in Tokyo. Boss, everything's handled. Both locations are cleaned up. Any casualties on your side? 3 seriously injured, but thankfully none are life-threatening. About a dozen others have minor injuries, all under control now. Good. Any stragglers? No one left alive. The other side was completely wiped out. Great work. Take care of the injured first. When I get back, there's a big bonus waiting for you. Thanks, boss. After hanging up, he called Hillary. All targets have been eliminated. The follow-up operation can now begin. All of them? Yes. Including Tokyo and Montreal? Yes. Good. We're fully prepared here. You won't be disappointed. Because Edgar Bronfman's hotel had been entirely booked and sealed off by their team, the hotel officially suspended operations. Over 100 people died inside, but the outside world had no idea what had happened. It was morning in North America and nighttime in Tokyo. In Montreal, news broke that the Bronfman estate had burned to the ground with no survivors. The report quickly caught the attention of those watching closely. Several influential Americans started trying to contact Edgar Bronfman, but could not reach him. After restless hours, the news was passed to the American ambassador to Japan. He tried calling Edgar at the number they had exchanged yesterday, but got no response. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He called Cole Swart, the staff member who had accompanied Edgar to the Tokyo police headquarters the day before, instructing him to check Edgar's hotel. About 40 minutes later, Cole's trembling voice broke the silence on the phone. "Ambassador, it's terrible. Everyone is dead." "Cole, stay calm and make yourself clear. You're representing the United States." After the ambassador's sharp reprimand, Cole managed to steady himself slightly, though anxiety was still apparent. "Ambassador, Edgar brought a group. All of them are dead." "What? Say that again." The ambassador was shaken. "Edgar Bronfman and everyone with him were all killed." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I'm at the scene right now." "Take your time and explain the situation in detail." "Following your instructions, I arrived at the Simbashi Hotel half an hour ago. The lights were all on inside, but no response when we called for the door. The police accompanied me to force it open, and inside, we found nothing but bodies. Everyone gruesomely cut in half. We went up to the penthouse suite. Mr. Bronfman was killed the same way, split in half. The police opened several other rooms and found the same horrific scene. They were too shocked to open any more doors and are reporting to their superiors now." "How many dead at the scene?" "Unknown for now, but certainly everyone inside. No survivors." "You said the victims were cut in half?" "Yes, identical to how Edgar Bronfman Jr. was killed." "Stay put. Don't leave the scene. I'll call you back." "Yes, sir." The ambassador lit a cigarette and silently thought. The Bronfman family had clearly made some dangerous enemies. Only a powerhouse could simultaneously hit targets cleanly in both Canada and Tokyo without attracting any outside attention. Such a force was scarce, and no one in the U.S. could afford to cross them. He must stay clear of this mess to avoid an untimely and mysterious accident. He never considered the killer might be foreigners. Which country even had that kind of reach to strike simultaneously in Canada and Tokyo? Yet, with so many Americans being killed in Tokyo, failure to handle this properly would embarrass the U.S. government and seriously damage his career. Looks like some Japanese officials would have to be made scapegoats. No matter what, the U.S. couldn't lose respect. As for the real culprit, better not to think about it. He certainly shouldn't stir up trouble. He made several calls back to the States, but strangely, aside from the Secretary of State demanding strong pressure on the Japanese government to investigate and hold responsible parties accountable, everyone else was indifferent. They barely concealed their lack of concern about avenging the Bronfman family, reducing their words to mere formalities. Even President Clinton maintained a vague stance, emphasizing the dignity of America must be upheld and Japan should pay a price, but never mentioning finding the real killer. It was now clear to him. Whoever wiped out the Bronfman family was a figure no one dared to provoke, someone feared even by the highest powers in Washington. In truth, this was all just his speculation. He didn't fully grasp the cold, calculating nature of these officials. To politicians, everything boiled down to interests. They were ruthless and heartless. The Bronfman family wielded immense wealth and was known for lavishly funding politicians every year, naturally becoming close allies. When the family was in trouble, these officials would step up to help. Their assistance was a strategic investment. No one ever said no to more money. So when Edgar Bronfman Jr. was brutally murdered in Tokyo, they all immediately rallied in support, pressuring the U.S. Embassy and the Japanese government. But now Edgar Bronfman Sr. himself was killed in Tokyo, and the family's main estate burnt to ashes. The Bronfman legacy was decimated. With the family barely existing anymore, would they still flush out huge sums of money? The answer was a definite no. Since the family no longer offered any benefits, why continue supporting defunct dead men? Unconsciously, they linked this with the Yamaguchi Gumi, the Japanese crime syndicate. and figured whoever could hit both Canada and Tokyo in one strike must have enormous influence. Without direct interest, better to avoid provoking them. That explained their prior support turning to cold indifference. It was all about interests. Some were already eyeing the Bronfman fortune, worth tens of billions. Of course, the big prize belonged to the killer who'd struck the family with such force. But even a small share was enough for others to salivate over. Back to his guesswork about the Yamaguchi Gumi. Though far-fetched, the outcome was probably accurate. After finishing his cigarette and convincing himself, he dialed the phone with a stern tone. Prime Minister Koizumi, what's going on with your city's security? Mr. Komodo, is there a problem making you unhappy again? Prime Minister Koizumi, haven't you heard? Edgar Bronfman, our nation's billionaire, came to Tokyo yesterday to check on the investigation of his son's murder. Last night, he and his entourage were all killed in the hotel. Can you explain how Tokyo is being managed? Koizumi broke out in sweat. Mr. Komodo, please hold on. I'll gather information and report back to you. Fine. You have 1 hour. I expect a full report in 1 hour. Understood. Half an hour later, Cole called from the hotel scene again. Ambassador, the Tokyo police have surrounded the Senbashi Hotel. They searched every room. A total of 109 dead. 78 were Bronfman's people, 31 hotel staff. And 58 of Bronfman's entourage were fully armed. Fully armed. The ambassador inhaled sharply. Yes, various weapons, comparable to what Marines carry, with each person having a room to themselves. How did they die? No one fought back. Unknown. They seem to have been caught completely off guard. Everyone cut in half. I see. Since the Tokyo police are handling it now, you can leave the scene and come back. Thank you, Ambassador. Cole had been disturbed by the grisly scene and was eager to get out. Hanging up, Ambassador Komodo's determination deepened. Another half-hour later, Prime Minister Koizumi arrived at the U.S. Embassy with the Foreign Minister and Tokyo Police Commissioner. In the meeting room, the ambassador met with the three alone. He started bluntly. Prime Minister Koizumi, what's wrong with Tokyo? Why do Americans keep getting killed here? Repeatedly. Mr. Komodo, on behalf of Japan, I deeply apologize to you and the U.S. government for this brutal crime. We will do everything possible to find the real culprit and solve the case quickly to give the victims justice. Cut the diplomacy. The case is escalating, and I want results. Honestly, before you came, I reported to the States. The President and Secretary of State are very dissatisfied and expect me to push you hard to deliver results satisfactory to our government. Koizumi glanced at the police commissioner who nodded and took over. We have formed a special task force led by me. We pulled 5,000 officers from Osaka, Nagoya, and other places to Tokyo and deployed 5,000 self-defense forces soldiers. We've blocked all entrances and exits to Tokyo and are conducting a thorough search of all districts. Hearing the commissioner's detailed report, Komodo interrupted impatiently. I don't want details. I want results. You have 3 days to give me a satisfactory report for the U.S. government. 3 days is too short. Tokyo is huge. We can't finish the search that quick. The killers are no ordinary people. We found 58 fully armed military-grade personnel among Bronfman's entourage, all cut in half without resistance. The commissioner said, breaking into a sweat. Don't tell me about difficulties and conditions. You have 3 days. No negotiation. Fail, and I'll activate the Special Investigation Division and hold you accountable. What? Special Investigation Division? Ambassador, that's extreme. Please give us a chance. The officials turned pale at the mention of that dreaded unit. The Special Investigation Division was the U.S.'s enforcers stationed in Japan, tasked with dealing with troublesome politicians. They operated beyond any constraints, could investigate anyone, even the Prime Minister, and had the authority to detain suspects without trial. Anyone targeted either ended up losing office or worse, jail. Former important politicians like Noboru Takeshita, Shin Kanemaru, and Kisaburo Nakamura were toppled by this division for defying U.S. interests. Former Prime Ministers Hitoshi Ashida and Kakui Tanaka were also imprisoned for opposing America's dominance. Basically, if a Japanese politician defied U.S. directives, the Special Investigation Division was unleashed to remove them. It was how the U.S. controlled Japanese politics, making Japan a puppet nation. Ironically, despite their notorious reputation as a political secret police, they were branded as an anti-corruption commission by America, and no Japanese politician or media dared expose the truth. If you want me not to launch the Special Investigation Division, just get me satisfactory results. The Prime Minister and ministers understood this was a veiled threat. Tentatively, Koizumi asked, "Mr. Komodo, what do you mean by satisfactory results?" 3 points. 1. Catch the killer and report to the U.S. government and people. 2. At least 5 high-ranking officials in your government must take responsibility and resign. 3. Compensate American victims $5 million each. The latter 2 are manageable, but catching the killer? That's impossible. The killer must be caught in 3 days. No excuses. The 3 men exchanged glances, realizing the ambassador didn't expect the Japanese police to find the real criminals. He just wanted a diplomatic explanation to maintain the U.S.'s dignity. The killer would be whoever they chose. Finding scapegoats among the Yamaguchi-gumi was the most convenient. Those 5 resigning officials would conveniently have ties to the Yamaguchi-gumi, justifying their removal. To confirm his guess, Koizumi said, "Mr. Komodo, as you requested, we will find the killer in 3 days and provide a satisfactory explanation to you and the American government." He emphasized the word killer. "Good. I expect your report in 3 days," Komodo said coldly. After leaving the embassy, the 3 got into Koizumi's car, dismissed staff, and agreed on their strategy. The police would continue the large-scale search, but the real target was identifying criminal evidence against the Yamaguchi-gumi. They also agreed on 5 high-ranking officials who didn't get along with Koizumi. All had varying connections to the Yamaguchi-gumi. The police were directed to investigate their ties. As for compensation, they cared little. Fewer than 100 foreigners had been killed, and even if all were Americans, the cost wasn't much. Soon, the police publicly declared the Yamaguchi-gumi an illegal organization, launching a sweeping crackdown nationwide, especially in Tokyo. Members were arrested and assets seized. In the 3 days, over 20,000 law enforcement and military personnel scoured Tokyo, arresting many fugitives and solving cold cases, an unexpected benefit. 3 days later, the police held a briefing on the brutal cases at the Four Seasons Hotel, Maple Leaf Tea House, and Senbashi Hotel. After thorough investigation, the culprit has been confirmed as the Yamaguchi-gumi. The gang's leader, Shinichi Yamamoto, and all key members have been arrested. Tokyo is returning to normal order. No journalists were allowed to question officials. After the spokesperson's statement, they left, leaving reporters to fill in the gaps on their own. Meanwhile, everyday citizens cheered the dismantling of the notorious gang and looked forward to peaceful days ahead. On the same day, 5 top officials, including the Tokyo mayor, police commissioner, and deputy chief of the National Police Agency, resigned in disgrace, sparking outrage. Ambassador Komodo received a $200 million check. Among the Bronfman entourage, 40 were U.S. citizens. How much of that money he would keep depended on his own maneuvering. Chapter 435, Acquisition Success, Universal in Hand. The killing of Edgar Bronfman had caused a chain reaction. Not only did it lead to the downfall of the Bronfman family, but it also threw Tokyo into turmoil, triggered a crackdown on the Yamaguchi-gumi, resulted in the removal of several top officials in Japan's political scene, and shook up many industries. Panasonic Electronics suffered massive setbacks as well. Initially, Panasonic had thought that with the Bronfman family involved in the bid for Universal Studios, they could skillfully navigate between Linton Anderson and Edgar, leveraging their position to get the best offer. But when Edgar Bronfman Jr. was assassinated, Panasonic's boss, Masaru Matsushita, felt a bad omen. Could it be that Linton was now the sole bidder for Universal? Still, hope lingered. Masaru Matsushita wished the Bronfman family wouldn't give up on the acquisition just because of Edgar's death. The next day, Edgar Bronfman Sr. arrived in Tokyo, sparking renewed hope. Masaru Matsushita figured Edgar's presence was twofold: to urge the local police to find his son's murderer and to continue the bid for Universal. But less than 2 days later, the grim news came. Edgar Bronfman Sr. and nearly 100 associates were silently eliminated. This effectively ended his hopes, leaving Linton as the sole remaining buyer for Universal. After all the commotion, things were back to square one. To make things worse, when Masaru Matsushita sent people to reopen negotiations with Goodman, hoping to restart talks, he was bluntly rejected due to the unrest in Tokyo. Even calling Linton himself yielded no different result. It seemed Linton's stance had shifted after the recent turmoil. What truly frustrated Masaru Matsushita was that out of his 6 top picks from the next generation, young talented women vied for a relationship with Linton. Not one had managed to secure a private meeting with him since their last family gathering. Please, Linton, don't back out as the buyer, Masaru Matsushita thought desperately. If you do, Panasonic's upcoming days would be far too difficult. So, right after the Tokyo police briefing ended, Masaru Matsushita rushed to the Hilton Hotel to visit Linton in person and proposed restarting the acquisition negotiations for Universal. Of course, Linton hadn't truly abandoned talks. His earlier cold shoulder was a strategic move to drive down the price. With the Bronfman family out of the picture, he now held all the cards. After sensing Masaru Matsushita's urgent tone during their exchange, Linton agreed to restart the negotiations the very next day. With no competitors, the Goodman-led negotiation team tread cautiously. They held the price firm, unwilling to give in. Another week passed, with Panasonic pushing the offer down to $6.35 billion, but Goodman only budged to $6.2 billion. At a stalemate again, the negotiations dragged on. One evening, Masaru Matsushita invited Linton to a private dinner at the Hilton's revolving rooftop restaurant. This time, the entire venue was reserved just for the two of them. But Linton was surprised to find a third person at the table, Sakato Matsushita, now Sakato Mitsui. It seemed Masaru Matsushita was trying to employ this kind of strategy again. It's just that he and Sakato had been torn apart by Masaru himself. Did this not embarrass the old man? And what about the Mitsui family's feelings? Could it be that Matsushita had found out Sakato spent a week in Linton's room when he first arrived? Linton, now thick-skinned and sharp, played it cool and shook hands with Masaru Matsushita. Then he embraced Sakato, saying, "It's been a while. Yeah, long time no see. It's great to see you today," she said, playfully pinching his side as the initial awkwardness faded. With her there, the atmosphere lightened, and the drinks flowed freely. Although Linton and Sakato acted normal, her subtle, affectionate gestures revealed their lingering feelings to Masaru. His complicated emotions shifted towards cautious optimism about the upcoming discussions. Over dinner, as the courses and drinks went by, Masaru Matsushita finally raised his glass and addressed Linton. "Linton, what's your take on the Universal acquisition?" "I'm eager to reach a deal and complete the acquisition quickly," Linton replied. "That's good. It seems our goals align. From our first talks, the price range was close, $6.30 to $6.35 billion. Why not build on that and speed things up?" "Mr. Matsushita, as they say, times change. Although those numbers were close last time, it wasn't me who backed out. It was your side leveraging the Bronfman family's entrance to cancel the deal. Now, with the Bronfmans out of the picture, the game changes. Business is business. I am merely applying lessons from you." Masaru Matsushita chuckled and downed 3 shots of sake. "My bad. I'll drink to that. Can you forgive my mistakes?" He glanced toward Sakato. She poured a cup and, moving close, leaned into Linton. "Linton, I'm still part of the Matsushita family. For old time's sake, can you agree to my father?" Her words, and the recent memories, especially of the week she spent in his room by his side, softened Linton's resolve. With his own determination to acquire Universal, his firm price drop was partly in response to Masaru Matsushita's earlier behavior. Since Masaru Matsushita had apologized and Sakato interceded, and since he believed $6.3 billion was a fair price for Universal, Linton decided it was best to close the deal swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainty. "All right, since you both put it that way, I'll be straightforward." "Good. Speak your mind. Let's stop wasting time. I propose $6.3 billion. Deal." "Agreed. At your price, we start drafting the acquisition contract tomorrow morning. To successful cooperation, cheers." After dinner, Linton was surprised Masaru Matsushita didn't take Sakato away. She simply told Linton she wanted to stay and talk privately. Masaru Matsushita looked on with mixed emotions, then sighed and left alone. Once Masaru Matsushita was gone, Sakato threw herself into Linton's arms, pressing a sweet kiss. Linton, love me. Later, let's go to my room. No, I can't wait. Besides, your bodyguards are right outside. All right, as you wish. Linton thought it shouldn't be a problem. Thanks to Linton's soundproof barrier, no sound escaped outside. 2 hours later, Linton carried the exhausted Sakato back to his room. The next day, both negotiation teams quickly finalized the acquisition price at $6.3 billion and began working out the contract details. On October 26th, after 32 days of intense negotiation, both parties signed the acquisition agreement. Linton purchased all Universal Group shares from Panasonic Electronics for $6.3 billion. The deal included Universal Pictures, along with Universal Music, MCA Television Group, MCA Home Video, and Pay TV, Putnam Publishing, Universal Amphitheaters, Universal's extensive film and television archives, Universal Studios theme parks, a 50% stake in USA Cable, and 40% ownership in Cineplex Odeon Cinemas. As per the contract, upon signing, Linton had to immediately pay Panasonic $2 billion. Following that, a mutually agreed third-party audit firm would conduct a comprehensive review of Universal's assets, cash, debts, and contractual compliance. Subsequent payments would depend on audit confirmations, with any discrepancies deducted from final payments. Shortly after, a press conference announced the transaction and Universal's new ownership, sending the crowd of reporters and paparazzi into a frenzy. What was supposed to be a routine assignment suddenly turned into a huge scoop. Reporters scrambled with microphones, vying to ask, "Mr. Anderson, why did you decide to buy Universal Group? Mr. Anderson, do you have any plans for big moves after the acquisition? Mr. Anderson, where did you get so much capital for this purchase? Will you continue to sing and act after taking over Universal? You graduated in '91, from singer to superstar, to director, to Hollywood star, and now owner of Universal. What's your secret to success? Mr. Matsushita, why is Panasonic selling Universal? Is it financial struggles or unfair treatment?" The press conference lasted 2 hours, quelling the restless media. After receiving their appearance fees and blockbuster news, the reporters happily dispersed to write their stories. From that moment, Linton's phone, held by his assistant, Mina, never stopped ringing. Calls and messages poured in, confirming the news, sending congratulatory wishes, but Mina tactfully turned them all away. After signing the contract and finishing the press conference, Linton arranged Mina to book a flight back to Los Angeles for the following morning. The trip had lasted too long, and he deeply missed Lena. Apart from private meetings with the heads of Universal's Asian subsidiaries for film and music, Linton declined all other appointments. Universal's distribution personnel worldwide were divided into 2 lines, film and music, responsible for local distribution and copyright operations. Both Asian headquarters were based in Tokyo. Upon hearing of Linton's acquisition, the heads of both subsidiaries immediately sought to pay their respects and pledge allegiance to the new boss. When meeting them, Linton employed his sole induction ability to probe if they had engaged in corruption, bribery, or embezzlement. The results were mixed. The head of the film division, Toshio Masaki, was practically a disgrace. He shamelessly embezzled through inflated distribution fees and pocketed over $20 million from copyrights, a problem Linton needed to address immediately. The music division head, Ikaru Koi, was relatively clean, with no outright corruption, but like Daniel, he partnered with others to operate music companies using Universal's resources for profit. Fortunately, those partnerships largely adhered to business norms, and Koi had introduced Linton to famed Japanese artists Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai before, so Linton decided to give him a chance in the pending cleanup. At the Hilton's presidential suite, Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, Akina Nakamori, and quietly, Sakato Matsushita had prepared a grand celebration party for Linton. Besides exquisite food and fine wines, they arranged entertaining performances and lively party props. When Linton returned, he was immediately enveloped in warm affection. What followed was a wild party filled with singing, screaming, and theatrical skits. With their separation looming the next day, everyone gave their all, especially Sakato Matsushita, whose energy was unstoppable. They partied the whole night. As the news spread, Linton's Universal acquisition shocked the global entertainment industry and even reverberated through financial circles and society at large. Breaking news: Universal changes hands. New owner revealed. Shocking. Hollywood's top director and superstar Linton Anderson makes a dazzling transformation to corporate magnate. Exclusive: Linton Anderson takes over Universal Studios. Inside story: how Linton devoured the giant Universal. What's next for Universal? Continued glory or decline? Linton's media empire. A new era? Can a star manage a Hollywood heavyweight like Universal? For a time, news about Linton's Universal acquisition dominated all entertainment media worldwide, generating headlines that grabbed readers' attention. There were reactions of surprise, curiosity, skepticism, and even predictions that Universal might follow the same fate as United Artists. Yet, some glowing reports praised Linton highly. The New York Times front page headline read, "The Chosen One: Linton Anderson's Journey from Hollywood Star to Universal's Helm." The article traced his journey from college graduate in 1991 to songwriter, singer, pop star, scriptwriter, filmmaker, studio owner, leading Hollywood director and superstar, culminating in his takeover of Universal. It hailed Linton's talent and hard work as the keys to his ongoing rise, praising him for living the American dream and expressing confidence he would lead Universal to even greater heights. Chapter 436: The Panicked Universal Management. On October 27th, Linton and his group, along with Akina Nakamori, who was promoting the film Scream, arrived at Los Angeles International Airport on an international flight. The moment they stepped out of the airport, they were immediately swarmed by a sea of reporters and enthusiastic fans. This was the downside of taking a commercial flight. Although Linton hadn't publicized his itinerary, the resourceful media and fans could always find flight information through various channels. LAX was one of the busiest airports in the world. Any delay here could disrupt normal airport operations and affect traveler schedules. Facing a barrage of microphones pushed to his face and a flash storm from countless cameras, Linton grabbed a nearby reporter's mic and said, "Thank you to all the reporters and, of course, my fans for your concern and support. It's true that I've acquired Universal Studios. But this is a public space, and we can't monopolize it or disrupt public travel. Please, everyone, disperse quickly." With that, he handed the microphone back and, with the help of his bodyguards, dashed out of the crowd and into the waiting vehicle. Returning to his long-missed estate, upon hearing of his return, all the ladies in his harem had gathered, except Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai, who were away. The estate was decorated lavishly, looking like a grand holiday celebration. All the women stood in the front courtyard to warmly welcome Linton's triumphant homecoming. At the forefront was Madonna, holding little Lena. The little girl's wide eyes darted around with curious energy, occasionally letting out joyful giggles, her tiny hands and feet restless in motion. Seeing the familiar faces of his beloved women and the playful child stirred a wave of warmth in Linton's heart. There was truly no place like home. He briskly moved forward, embracing Madonna and Lena, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. After a brief, tender moment, he took Lena from Madonna's arms. Lena, to his delight, neither cried nor fussed. Instead, she smiled broadly and waved her arms and legs, melting Linton's heart. Then, holding Lena, he went around hugging and giving gentle kisses to each of the ladies in turn. After the affectionate reunion, Linton led everyone into the living room. The butler and chef had prepared a sumptuous lunch and opened 4 bottles of Linton's treasured Romanée-Conti wine. Except for Winnie, all were female stars in the entertainment industry, so they naturally understood the significance of Linton's acquisition of Universal Studios. What impressed them even more was Linton's financial might. The media reported the purchase price as a staggering $6.3 billion in cash. When Linton set up a lavish trust fund for Lena and made a public promise, many of the women had harbored some concerns. With so many women, if each had children, could Linton sustain his wealth? Now, it seemed those fears were entirely unfounded, making Linton appear even more impressive in their eyes. They all chirped excitedly, raising glasses to toast Linton's success. Linton selectively shared the twists and turns of the acquisition process, eliciting gasps and applause from his audience. Afterward, the celebration turned into a magnificent party. Linton partied nonstop for 2 days and 3 nights at home, finally settling the women's restlessness. It wasn't until October 30th that he left for Linton Tower. Ever since news broke at the end of September that Matsushita Electronics intended to sell Universal, Universal's management had been on edge, thrown into chaos. They knew very well that no matter who Matsushita sold Universal to, as long as it was American capital, their golden days were over. Their best hope was to avoid being held accountable for past misdeeds. Managers scrambled to clean up messes, erase evidence, balance accounts, and quickly settle payments with partners. Those shady collaborators, upon learning that Universal was about to have a new owner, frantically pushed to settle accounts, some even violating rules to get paid early. While Linton was still in Tokyo, Robert had called to inform him that both Universal Pictures and Universal Music were flooded with requests for payment. He also heard that Steven Spielberg personally intervened, settling all of his and Amblin Entertainment's earnings ahead of schedule, even selling future ancillary revenue shares from Jurassic Park for $25 million. To be honest, the future ancillary revenue from Jurassic Park, strong as it was, rendering 10% over 8 years for $25 million, was a tough deal for Universal. Spielberg's urgency suggested he knew the new boss would crack down on dodgy profit distribution. Smarter executives like Daniel quickened their efforts to clean up unrealistic related party transactions. For example, through his family-controlled Sunshine Music, Daniel renegotiated a distribution deal with Universal, where the terms aligned with standard market practice, able to withstand any audit. When news spread that Linton had acquired Universal, many executives who had previous dealings with him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. People like Lou Wasserman, Levitt Gore, and Roman Garrett hoped their connections with Linton might spare them. But that was naive. They didn't understand Linton's character. On the morning of Linton's first day back at work, Universal's executives all gathered early at Linton Tower, waiting to meet the new boss and show their loyalty. Linton spent half an hour meeting them, but didn't reveal much. He only informed them that PricewaterhouseCoopers would soon move in to conduct a comprehensive audit and told everyone to cooperate fully before dismissing them. Next, Linton signed a contract with PricewaterhouseCoopers for a full audit of Universal, a deal already finalized after discussions with Goodman and Henry over the past 2 days. Goodman then accompanied the ready team of accountants into Universal. The audit focused on verifying Universal's assets, cash on hand, liabilities, and ongoing projects to ensure they matched the information provided by Matsushita, expediting the acquisition process. It wasn't about uncovering past corruption, kickbacks, or misconduct. Those issues would be dealt with decisively once Linton officially took over Universal. Subsequently, Linton called meetings with the management teams of Linton Films and UPN TV Network to check on their progress. All of UPN's operations were proceeding smoothly, and several network expansion plans were on track. After reporting, UPN CEO Chris requested that Linton agree to a special interview to boost the network's exposure and ratings. Considering the impact of his Universal acquisition, Linton agreed that a media appearance would boost confidence for both the market and his team. It was also a good chance to raise his own profile, so he accepted the invitation for a TV interview the next morning. Linton Films had 3 movies scheduled for release before the year's end. Scream was set for November 1st, with its premiere this afternoon. All marketing preparations for Scream were in place, including widespread promotion and merchandise stocked in theater gift shops. At previous screenings for theater owners, the film had been well received. Thanks to Jennifer Connelly's popularity, the distribution team secured an opening at 2,800 screens. The other 2 films, As Good as It Gets and The Sixth Sense, were scheduled for December 9th and December 23rd respectively, and their promotions were already underway. Linton instructed Harvey Weinstein to devise Oscar publicity strategies for both. Final Destination had completed its run, with a North American box office gross of $123 million. Overseas box office had surpassed $130 million, with worldwide estimates around $160 million. Most licensing deals were finalized. Box office receipts netted $67.65 million. Merchandise sales earned $8 million. TV broadcasting rights sold for $13 million over 7 years, with UPN acquiring public TV rights for $7 million. Home video exclusive rental and sale rights were sold to Blockbuster for $14 million upfront, plus 30% revenue share. Foreign film rights were sold to Universal for 42% of the North American box office, totaling $51.66 million. Adding all revenue streams, Final Destination brought in $148.31 million to the company, not including the 30% revenue share from home videos and soundtrack album sales. Horror films traditionally made most of their money from video rentals, a trend confirmed by predictions for the previous release of Happy Death Day, expected to earn no less than $40 million in rentals within a year. Based on current soundtrack sales, revenue sharing would likely bring in at least $8.5 million. With product placements earning $3 million, ad slots $3.5 million, and tax rebates worth $2.6 million, the total income approached $200 million. Against $15 million in production costs and $8 million in marketing, it was an enormous profit. At 5 p.m., Linton attended the highly anticipated Scream premiere at the Los Angeles Dome Theater. News of Linton's acquisition and his attendance drew numerous producers, directors, and agents scrambling to get invitations from the distribution department. Everyone wanted to get on the new media mogul's radar, hoping for future collaborations. The star-studded premiere boasted even more big names than Independence Day's, a true constellation of Hollywood elite. Reporters and paparazzi swarmed the event like a feeding frenzy. Linton had kept a low profile since returning from Tokyo, spending days secluded at his estate without giving any interviews. Not even the UPN network or entertainment papers got exclusive access. Though photographers caught glimpses of Nicole Kidman, Christiana Ricci, Naomi Watts, and other leading ladies at Linton's mansion, the gossip about Linton's love life and scandals from tabloids had grown tiresome to audiences. Now, only live footage or explosive photos would generate buzz. What viewers really wanted were updates and insider info on Linton's Universal takeover. Since Linton was undeniably attending the Scream premiere, the press's excitement was palpable. The film's two lead men, David Arquette and Skeet Ulrich, were cast without Linton's interference. They were rising young actors, still building their fan bases, while Jennifer Connelly was the true star carrying box office. Wait, Linton was credited as writer and co-producer behind the scenes and typically wouldn't walk the red carpet. Traditionally, Jennifer and her on-screen boyfriend Skeet would walk the carpet together, and Akina Nakamori and David Arquette likewise. However, producer Bob and director Zach wanted to capitalize on Linton's popularity to generate more buzz and media coverage. They suggested having Linton escort both Jennifer and Akina on the red carpet. Everyone in the crew enthusiastically agreed, though the two male leads felt a little disappointed. Though, as newcomers, they dared not show it. Besides, during filming, they had known that Jennifer and Akina lived next door in Linton's production camp. As anticipated, when Linton linked arms with Jennifer and Akina on either side, the crowd's cheers and screams nearly shook the sky. Photographers tirelessly snapped away, flashing lights turning the carpet into a blaze of brilliance. After the carpet, Linton greeted scores of Hollywood stars gathered in the VIP waiting area. Most had come because of him, and he made sure to exchange warm pleasantries, chatting longer with familiar faces, although such occasions allowed only brief interaction. Etiquette was key. At 5 p.m., everyone moved into the screening room and the film began. The movie was impressive, opening with a high-tension murder scene. Blonde beauty Casey received a mysterious call as the killer psychologically tormented her with horror movie trivia before savagely murdering her and her boyfriend, hanging their bodies from a tree in a grisly tableau that shocked the audience. The plot twisted repeatedly, weaving a tangled web of suspense where anyone could be the killer, amplifying the sense of dread and fear. Throughout, the audience was completely engrossed, with shrieks and gasps echoing continuously. After the screening, Bob and Zach took the stage with the creative team to thank the audience and field interviews. At first, the Q&A went as expected until the fifth question diverged. A reporter asked, "I noticed Linton is credited as writer and co-producer. Why hasn't he come up on stage? The crowd erupted, chanting for Linton to join. Not one to shy away, Linton rose from his seat, stepped onto the stage, and confidently stood at the center of the team. Linton, what motivated you to spend so much on buying Universal Studios? Another reporter eagerly inquired. Of course, my love for film. Movies have always been my passion and dream. To grow that dream and business globally, I needed a large platform, and Universal is exactly that, a worldwide distributor, including today's Scream, which Universal handles for overseas release. I believe Scream will perform well globally. Do you have specific plans for Universal's future? Can you lead Universal to new heights? Absolutely. The plans are already in my mind, but are corporate secrets I can't share. As for Universal's future, it starts with Scream. We'll conquer America and the world with blockbuster hits, one after another. The rest of the event became Linton's spotlight. All questions centered on him and Universal. But since this was the Scream premiere, he always tied his answers back to promoting the film. Naturally, the inevitable question about box office predictions came. Linton confidently predicted that Scream would exceed $100 million domestically. Among the film industry veterans present, a $100 million box office was a phenomenal target. Many thought he was just boasting for publicity, considering the film's modest budget and that it was a horror flick. But to the press, that forecast was a mild claim. Linton's past track record was so impressive that a $100 million opening felt almost routine. Some even grumbled that if he was going to boast, he should have gone bigger to shock the audience. Nevertheless, the media had plenty of material to write not one, but 2 or 3 stories on. Chapter 437, Media Tycoon, Idle Capitalist. After leaving the premiere, the stunning Jennifer and Akina Nakamori naturally climbed aboard Linton's RV. Just as they settled in, Jennifer, barely containing her excitement, asked, "Darling, do you think the North American box office for Scream will really hit $100 million? Absolutely. You don't think I'm just bragging for publicity, do you? Well, that kind of hype is pretty common, though. Don't worry. When have I ever exaggerated about box office predictions? This movie is solid, with the perfect release timing and solid marketing. Plus, with today's premiere buzz, hitting $100 million in North America shouldn't be a problem. Your performance in the film was great too. Once this movie hits big, you'll officially be a top-tier Hollywood star." "Really? Darling, you're amazing, moi." Ignoring Akina and the assistant in the RV, Jennifer suddenly threw herself into Linton's arms, planting a passionate kiss. Being a top Hollywood leading lady was such a sweet spot. After all, there were barely 5 or 6 women who could claim that status. And if Scream's North American box office really broke $100 million, it would mark Jennifer's 3rd blockbuster over $100 million in just 3 years, after Step Up 2 and Happy Death Day. So, her rise to the very top was only natural. Akina was equally thrilled. It was her first Hollywood film and a major secondary female role, with the potential for massive box office success, a dream debut. She also threw herself into Linton's arms on the other side, giving him a kiss in return. Seeing their excitement and passion, Linton, knowing they still had over 40 minutes to reach the estate, pressed a button. The partition between the driver's cabin and the living space rose slowly, separating the driver and assistant, and simultaneously activating a soundproof barrier. Jennifer and Akina were at opposite sides of the large RV. Fortunately, there was enough room. When they finally reached the estate, Jennifer and Akina were completely exhausted, panting heavily as they gathered themselves before stepping out. The women waiting outside couldn't help but tease and make a scene. But with the boost of anticipated box office success, Jennifer and Akina didn't care at all about their teasing. Considering the upcoming 2-day promotion tour, the party that evening, and a live drama performance, their energy was only soaring higher, fully committed. On the morning of the 31st, Linton arrived at UPN TV as scheduled for an interview. In fact, UPN had been warming up for his feature on their network since noon the day before, with a primetime slot at 8 p.m. that evening. What surprised Linton was that Chris had arranged not an entertainment interview, but a financial news segment for him. When Linton expressed his doubts, Chris explained, "Boss, ever since you acquired Universal, your identity isn't just a top Hollywood director and star anymore. You're now the respected head of a major corporation, a true businessman. Your influence has expanded beyond entertainment into finance. Doing an entertainment interview would be a waste. The financial news slot just launched recently, and your fame is perfect for giving the program a big promotional boost. You're pretty clever, even leveraging my star power for yourself. Linton patted Chris on the shoulder, feeling pleased with him. UPN was undergoing a radical transformation, rapidly catching up with the Big Four networks. Although much credit went to Linton for shows like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Teletubbies, and Chris's excellent management and ambitious growth plans were crucial, with many rolling out smoothly. Linton saw it all clearly. With UPN's new initiatives, within a year it would surely rival Fox, if not the other three major networks. Thanks for understanding, boss. The show just started recently, and while viewership is good, we need a big breakthrough. You're just the perfect catalyst. Thanks to your interview announcement, the ad sales jumped. This episode will bring in well over $10 million. Thanks to Linton and the buzz around Universal's acquisition, advertisers flocked quickly, turning a previously overlooked program into a hot commodity. The financial interview segment attracts plenty of attention. Any challenges? The key is guests. We need influential and popular business leaders to draw viewers' interest. Boss, can you help with that? Hearing this, Linton immediately thought of Winnie, the young and beautiful Harvard grad who, within just 3 years post-graduation, became head of an investment firm managing billions of dollars. Her streak of successful stock picks and high-profile tech venture investments, especially the Netscape boom, made for excellent buzz. With some savvy promotion, she'd become the next big name in finance. A perfect American dream story. Her youth and charm gave her an edge, and with the right PR, she might soon rival Hollywood's leading ladies in fame and fan base, adding another powerful figure to Linton's growing circle. It would also be a great chance to promote Skycrest Capital, helping it become the go-to for startups. If this episode performed well, ratings and revenue would soar. A win-win on all fronts. Sure, I'll send you a list. Next episode, bring up Winnie from the 15th floor. Ms. Jesso's perfect, absolutely. Thanks, boss. Just then, a stunning blonde woman host approached, eyes sparkling as she greeted Linton enthusiastically. Hello, boss. I'm Stephanie Egger, the financial show's host. Can I give you a hug? Opening his arms for a polite hug, Linton was caught off guard when Stephanie hugged him tightly and warmly instead. He felt her firm softness and a pleasant scent. Chanel No. 5 mixed with natural allure. Talking with such a beautiful, intelligent woman lifted Linton's spirits. Her refined charm was rare. After a happy embrace, he said, Stephanie, the next 2 hours are yours. Got it, boss. Here's the interview outline. Take a look and let me know if there's anything off limits. Linton glanced at the outline. The headline read, Linton, the 24-year-old media tycoon, writing a new legend. The questions all guided him to describe how, since graduating college, his talent had propelled him to success after success, creating one legend after another. How would you evaluate your school performance? How did you write songs that became hits across America and the world? When your singing career took off, why did you shift toward making films? Could you tell us about your charity foundation? How many people do you help annually? While other singers and actors indulge after fame, how do you keep your drive and creativity strong? Besides huge success as a singer, actor, and director, you've also published bestsellers like The Fault in Our Stars, National Treasure, The Matrix, Twilight, and more. How did you manage that? Your own film studio has flourished too. How did you achieve that? UPN was once a minor player, but transformed rapidly after your acquisition. How did you pull that off? Before acquiring Universal, you already had a film company, TV network, publishing house, newspapers, and even a gaming firm. Your own media empire, right? What motivated you to buy Universal? What's your plan for integrating your media companies? What's your future vision for your media empire? What are your ultimate hopes and dreams for your business empire? And of course, a few gossip questions at the end. What's your attitude toward marriage and love? Rumor has it you and Madonna have a child. Is that true? Any plans to marry? How many close female confidants do you have? Reading that, Linton's first thought was, wow, you're setting me up to be some kind of god. This interview completely shows off my meteoric rise, except for the harem stuff. It's full exposure for all America to see. How could viewers not go wild? Are these questions a bit too much? Trying to paint me as an idle capitalist. Boss, aren't you America's sweetheart? You were an entertainment idol, and now you've stepped up as a major capitalist. Put together, that's an idle capitalist. But I'm just starting out in finance. Isn't this a stretch? Boss, you're seriously underselling yourself. Acquiring Universal has already put you among America's most powerful elite. You are a top capitalist now. Trust me, your fans won't just be music and movie lovers. They'll soon include business elites and mainstream audiences. All right, just cut the last couple of gossip questions, please. Can we keep one or two? This is a financial show. Financial viewers have a bit of gossip curiosity too. Fine, keep the first part of the second question. You mean, did you really have a child with Madonna? Yes, let's take this chance to officially share the joy. Wow, boss, your honesty will make tonight's show explode. That's perfect. Consider it my support for the show. But aren't you worried about losing fans? My fans know I'm a bit of a playboy. They also know I have a child, and I'm honest about it. They should be happy and wish me well. Boss, that's so manly. I didn't expect such responsibility. So, are you and Madonna getting married? Cut that question. Okay. Stephanie conducted the interview professionally, with warmth and skillful pacing. It went smoothly. After all, it was all Linton's real-life story, no exaggeration needed. Afterward, Stephanie felt a bit dazed, overwhelmed by his remarkable journey and charisma. Spending over 2 hours face-to-face, smelling his unmistakable pheromones, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter, her legs occasionally brushing against each other in excitement. She was confident the show's ratings were going to skyrocket, and her career was about to take off. She boldly invited Linton to lunch, but he declined, saying his afternoon schedule was packed. Though Stephanie was gorgeous, she wasn't quite an A-list beauty yet. Her show was new and her fame low, so he doubted spending time with her would benefit him much. Still, being a skilled host, her warm and proactive approach earned her Linton's private phone number. Linton left a small but clear impression. When your ratings hit 3.0, I'll take you out. Really? The show airs tonight. You'll hear good news tomorrow. This episode doesn't count. When I'm the featured guest, I'm sure it'll hit 3.0. The key is maintaining that momentum. Once you consistently break 3.0, I'll make good on it. Okay, I believe we'll get there soon. Can I make a request? Oh, what's that? Can I choose the time and place? Linton studied her meaningfully from head to toe. She noticed, unbothered, even standing a little taller to flaunt her assets confidently. Not bad. While her face wasn't perfect, her body was a knockout. Full bust, slender waist, curvy hips, long legs, and 5 feet 9 inches tall, paired with a rare blend of sophistication and allure often missing from many beauties, both innocent and seductive. If her show broke 3.0 in ratings, she'd be well on her way to stardom, and at least qualified to be a casual lover. All right, I'll wait to hear your 3.0 news. Chapter 438, The Show's Impact, Fan Surge. The landscaping on the farm had been completed over the past 2 days as per contract, and they were now addressing the final touch-ups. James Van Sweden and Topher Delaney had arranged to inspect the work with Linton the day after tomorrow. The training for 117 service staff and 4 chefs from Hong Kong was also concluding today. According to the schedule, they were set to fly into Los Angeles on November 8th and then take a private charter directly to Linton's private airstrip on the farm. Linton's immediate priority was to hire a competent butler to oversee the management of the estate gardens. Fortunately, before returning from Japan, Linton had instructed Winnie to put out a nationwide call for applications. The offered salary was a generous $200,000 annually, which attracted many candidates. After initial screening, Winnie shortlisted 5 promising candidates and had Goodman's law firm conduct thorough background checks. The investigation narrowed the list down to 4 well-qualified individuals, awaiting Linton's final decision. This afternoon, Linton's task was to interview these 4 candidates in person and select the best fit. All 4 had attended the prestigious British Butler Academy and had prior experience working as butlers. Among them were 2 men and 2 women, ranging in age from 29 to 38. During the interview, Linton used his sole induction ability to have each candidate share their work history for 30 minutes. detailing how they interacted with previous employers, reasons for leaving, followed by inquiries about their family backgrounds and whether any concealed motives existed. He ultimately chose a 32-year-old female butler named Erica Siggy. Erica was a second-generation Italian-American. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but possessed a warm and trustworthy aura. She had previously worked as a butler for an aristocratic family living in a countryside castle in England. Earlier this year, the elderly noble passed away, and the heir, unable to afford the exorbitant inheritance taxes, had to sell the castle to the government. After settling the debts, the heir took a substantial payout and relocated to London. This left Erica unemployed, prompting her return to America to seek new opportunities. Another reason for choosing Erica was her family situation. Her husband was the castle's gardener, and their relationship was strong, with a 5-year-old child. Losing their jobs together didn't lead to drama. Instead, they relocated to the U.S. to start fresh. Her husband had since found work with a landscaping company in Los Angeles. Erica explained that if she secured the butler position, the family could move together to Montana's estate, where her husband could continue as a gardener. Linton saw her stable family life as a big plus, signifying loyalty and reliability, ideal for working steadily away from the bustling city. He then called Erica's husband in and used soul induction to verify their marital bond was genuine and that he had no hidden intentions. On the same day, Linton signed the butler contract with Erica and asked her to settle her affairs promptly, as she would accompany him to Montana the day after tomorrow. Her husband also agreed to continue gardening, but requested time to wrap up his current job before moving to Montana with their child. At 8 p.m., UPN TV network aired a special financial segment titled Linton, the 24-year-old media titan. Linton, along with Madonna, Winnie, Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, Monica Bellucci, Jennifer Connelly, Akina Nakamori, all gathered in the estate's living room to watch the interview. On screen, Linton wore a dark Armani suit with a crisp white shirt and a bow tie, his handsome, strong-featured face and commanding posture immediately capturing the attention of the women watching. Even Jennifer gasped, "Wow, you are so handsome." The women around him agreed enthusiastically, which made Linton smirk. "You see this every day, don't you? What's the fuss about?" Beyond his usual fans, the buzz around his recent acquisition of MCA had drawn interest from many social elites who typically ignored entertainment news, and even housewives who rarely watched movies, all tuning in to UPN's financial feature. The poised and intelligent host, Stephanie, asked a series of questions that revealed Linton's 4-year journey in detail. Within 4 years, Linton had risen from an average college graduate to a chart-topping singer, a Hollywood director, a superstar, best-selling author, philanthropist, film company owner, media mogul, and recently, the successful $6.3 billion purchaser of MCA. This astonishing story stunned countless viewers. Each single achievement would be a lifetime milestone for many, but Linton accomplished it all in just 4 years. This defied belief, an unparalleled genius in American history. 7:55 p.m., Harvard Graduate Dormitory, Cambridge, Massachusetts. "Jack, why don't you clean up? The party's about to begin," Honey Vic reminded her roommate, Jack, who was still watching the TV. "Go ahead without me. Linton's interview is starting soon." "I've got to watch," Jack replied. "Which Linton?" "You know, that Hollywood director and superstar Linton, the one who just acquired Universal. Tonight's his first TV interview." "Another celebrity gossip thing? I don't see the point. There's gossip about him everywhere anyway." "No, this one's a financial special, titled Linton, the 24-year-old media titan." "Financial interview?" Honey became interested. "When does it start?" "At 8 p.m. Forget the party. Let's watch it together and see what makes him tick, how he managed to buy Universal in just a few years." Just then, the energetic track Believer started playing as the elegant host appeared, delivering a flawless introduction that brought Linton on stage. "Wow, this guy's handsome. The host is gorgeous too, and quite sexy." As the interview unfolded, the roommates could only manage phrases like, "Unbelievable," "Incredible," "He's my new idol." San Francisco, Galaxy's garden suburb, middle-class community. At 7:50 p.m., Mrs. John, having finished her chores, sat on the sofa ready to watch her favorite series, Melrose Place. Just before 8, her husband and son emerged from their rooms and settled on the couch. This was unusual. Normally, her husband retreated to the study to work or read, and her son was glued to his video game console. "Mom, where's the remote? Let's switch the channel to UPN. Mickey, Hans, what's going on? Are you here to keep me company? Honey, UPN is airing a Linton interview at 8. I don't want to miss it." "Dad's right. I want to watch my idol Linton. What about my Melrose Place?" "Don't worry, Mom. Melrose Place's rerun is tomorrow afternoon." "All right, I guess I'll watch with you guys and see what's so special about Linton." Unexpectedly, Mrs. John found herself hooked from the very start. By the end, she was won over by Linton's charm and legendary story, becoming a new fan. New York, Long Island. Inside a vast estate, the recently debt-free developer Donald was watching the program and was clearly impressed. "How is this guy so amazing? Almost catching up to young me," he muttered. His 14-year-old daughter, Ivanka, hid her face. "Dad, you only took over the family business from Grandpa when you were 25. What's your point? When I started in 71, the company was worth just over $10 million. In less than 10 years, it grew 20-fold. Am I not better than him?" "Okay, Dad, you're the best." "That's more like it. But this kid Linton is good too. He's got about 70% of me. If you ever get a chance, learn from him." At that moment, a new idea sparked in his mind. He was organizing a Miss Universe pageant and had planned to cooperate with NBC. Now, seeing UPN's rising coverage and ratings, and knowing they were more affordable as a new network, he considered approaching them. If he could connect with Linton, maybe he could even get cameo roles in his films. What he didn't know was that at that exact moment, through the TV program, his daughter Ivanka was also inspired, planting a seed to one day approach Linton herself. Not only Ivanka, but many others like Paris Hilton and Nikki Hilton, Amanda Hearst and Lydia Hearst also felt moved. Even bigger talents like Britney Spears and Hathaway, Beyoncé, and Jessica Alba, young girls showing early promise in singing or acting, began plotting ways to meet Linton, hoping to gain his recognition and launch their careers. With the airing of the interview, Linton's fan base surged again. As Chris had said, many mainstream elites rediscovered Linton through this program and became fans. Another significant demographic was family-oriented women who didn't usually watch movies or listen to music beyond the usual love ballads by Mariah Carey. This interview won him a huge number of mom fans. Even the final gossip question, Linton publicly admitted with a happy smile that he and Madonna had a baby girl recently. He made a firm promise to raise and nurture his daughter responsibly, to give her the best upbringing so she'd grow into a thoughtful and kind person. Though a small fraction of extreme conservatives criticized him for having a child out of wedlock and branded him a player, leading to a few lost fans, the vast majority praised him for taking responsibility. In fact, this candid admission elevated his image far above many Hollywood stars. The gossip segment not only satisfied viewers' curiosity, but also improved his playboy reputation, increasing fan loyalty instead of causing loss. After the 1-hour and 20-minute interview concluded, the women around Linton gushed, their eyes sparkling as they admired his excellence. Jennifer and Akina, who had been worried about the midnight screening's box office potential for Scream, temporarily forgot their anxieties. Monica even snuggled into Linton's arms and kissed him, playfully trying to disarm him. "Darling, you're amazing. I can't resist anymore." Others joined in excitement. Only Madonna, holding the asleep little Lena, quietly returned to her room to settle the child, leaving with a softly whispered, "Wait for me." Soon, cheerful singing filled the living room, overpowering the TV sounds. In the gym, dance studio, screening room, then the garden terrace and bedrooms. During his late-night play, Linton clearly felt his popularity surge dramatically. At 3 a.m., the phone rang, interrupting an intense session. "Boss, great news. The midnight screening of Scream is a huge hit," came Klinsman's excited voice. "How much did it make?" "A total of $1.78 million, surpassing Final Destination's $1.63 million. Your instincts were right. Scream's North American box office is likely to break $100 million. Good. Keep up the great work." After hanging up, Jennifer and Akina, who had been eavesdropping, rushed toward him, barely able to contain their excitement. "Darling, you're incredible. I'm going to reward you properly. Darling, I'll keep going until dawn." Others naturally weren't to be outdone. The fun resumed, with joyful, sweet singing filling the night once again. Chapter 439. Wipe them out, seize their assets. The next morning, after the group finished their breakfast, Jennifer and Akina Nakamori headed to the film company to meet up with Klinsman and Zach, ready to kick off a 2-week nationwide promotional tour for Scream. Linton, meanwhile, took Winnie, his assistant Mina, the new estate manager Erica, and his bodyguards, flying directly from Hollywood Burbank Airport by private jet to his Montana farm. After 2 hours in the air, the plane landed at Linton's private airfield on his own property. Stepping off the plane and taking in the familiar rural scenery, Linton felt deeply satisfied. Having a private airport was incredibly convenient. Calculating the time, from driving 10 minutes from his Los Angeles estate to Hollywood Burbank Airport, boarding directly, taking off, and landing here, it took just about 2 hours and 20 minutes in total. Compared to the old route through Bozeman Yellowstone Airport, it saved at least 2 hours. So, spending $50 million to build this private airport was absolutely worth it. Of course, the annual operating cost was no joke, about $2.3 million. But with such convenience, it was all justified. At that moment, Carter, waiting at the airport, greeted him. "Boss, glad you finally made it. Carter, come over, let me introduce you to a new partner. Erica, this is Carter, the farm's general manager and head of security. You two need to work closely." Whether it was the concentration of good vibes from the energy-gathering formation or just the charm of rural life, Carter seemed to have completely fallen for this place. Perfect timing, since the core area of the farm needed a trustworthy person in charge. Linton naturally handed that responsibility to Carter, who also took on estate security. They then rode to the heart of the farm, about 6 kilometers away, where Linton's estate was located. On the way, Linton took a call from Chris. "Boss, great news." Hearing the excitement in Chris's voice, Linton perked up. "Did the interview last night get outstanding ratings?" "Yes, your exclusive interview last night started strong, hitting over 5 rating points early on and steadily climbed throughout. The highlight was when you publicly admitted having a child with Madonna. The ratings surged past 8 points. Truly phenomenal." The farm was already past harvest season, and the landscape looked somewhat desolate. Along the way, workers were busy repairing irrigation canals. This year's harvest was another bumper crop, and grain prices had remained stable. While Linton was in Japan, Tukalanka, his farm manager, updated him over the phone that the farm's profits hit a new high, $24 million. Linton wasn't stingy and instructed double bonuses for all farm staff. That explained the vibrant, enthusiastic workers they saw along the route, all working hard and in high spirits. After a few minutes, they arrived at the farm's central zone, a 4,000-acre area enclosed by 2-meter-tall fences. Passing through, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The air felt fresher, more fragrant. The first thing in sight was an orchard bursting with various fruit trees, their leaves still verdant and thriving, despite late fall. They drove through the orchard to the equally lush suma root and tea plantings. Nearby were the harvested grain fields, and beyond that, a small town was beginning to take shape. With hundreds of workers constructing the estate, mostly globe-trotting earners on a budget, there was still a steady demand for daily goods. To accommodate them, Carter had introduced a grocery store, even waiving rent. Initially worried Linton might object, Carter was pleasantly surprised when Linton praised the initiative. Behind the town stood the inner estate, surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. The imposing gate bore a plaque, the Anderson Manor. James Van Sweden and Topher Delaney, along with several others, guarded the entrance, waiting for Linton. "Linton, mission accomplished. The estate is completed on schedule. Please inspect carefully." "All right, I'll take a good look." The fully completed estate was breathtaking. Like a fairyland, Linton found it incredible. In Linton's eyes, compared to many castles, other than their historical depth, the estate outshone those places in every respect: design, functionality, scale, and comfort. "Boss, your estate is stunning, vast, and perfect. The castles I served in England pale in comparison." Erica expressed sincere admiration. That night, Linton and Winnie stayed in the master bedroom of the large estate. The 400-plus square foot room featured a colossal 16-foot by 16-foot bed and a 430-square-foot jacuzzi bathtub, where the couple indulged in passionate, marathon encounters. Over 2 full days, Linton and the team conducted meticulous inspections throughout the estate. Every detail exceeded expectations: carved beams, painted ceilings, all precisely matching the original design. Linton happily settled the final payment. James Van Sweden and Topher Delaney handed over estate operations to Erica and Carter, leaving only a minimal after-service crew. The main team began to withdraw. Thanks to Carter's smooth coordination, the grocery store owner was assured that upcoming support staff would increase, ensuring continued operation. Winnie selected one of the 50 villas she liked best, marked it, and gave the estate manager specific instructions for furniture and layout adjustments to fit her tastes. Then Linton asked Erica to prepare a staff list for estate workers, excluding 117 female servers and 4 chefs who handled personal meals. The list included 10 gardeners, 6 outdoor cleaners, 2 trash collectors, 2 maintenance personnel for water and electricity, a team of 6 chefs, 1 accountant, and 1 cashier. Linton crossed off the accountant and cashier spots. He would choose those positions from among the female waiters he recruited. The rest, he told Carter to collaborate with Erica on recruiting locally, leaving management to Erica. He handed them a debit card loaded with $2 million, urging them to procure essentials quickly. He also reminded them that on November 8th, the 117 overseas servers and 4-man chef team would arrive, instructing them to prepare supplies in advance. Next, Linton and Carter visited the Thunder Guards to check on those wounded in the recent Montreal operation and distribute action bonuses. He selected 10 guards to serve as estate security under Carter's command. David then briefed him on the base's situation and the overseas operation at the Danakil base. Initially, the base had a permanent military presence of just over 40 personnel, but after Linton's orders to act against the Bronfman family, 60 more were recalled from overseas. Now that the operation was over, except for 4 seriously injured, the rest had resumed training. Linton transferred 10 more soldiers to the estate, as security demands would grow with the estate's completion. David recommended maintaining about 60 troops at the base long-term and rotating 30 to the overseas post. Since June, after partnering with Kibo Mining, the overseas base had technology, equipment, and sales channel investments from the company, splitting profits 50/50. The copper mine began operations in August, after 2 months of foundational work. By September, profit sharing had reached $5 million. In October, output increased, potentially pushing profits to over $8 million. Upon full capacity, monthly profit shares were projected to exceed $12 million. To secure the mine, the base had recruited more personnel and bought arms, growing the armed force to over 200. With the new 30 troops soon joining, the military force would number 240, equipped with advanced weaponry, establishing an untouchable local presence. Sounds good. Proceed as planned. Boss, how should monthly profits be handled? Use 30% to buy arms and equipment to boost combat capability. Allocate 10% as bonuses to you all, another 10% to establish a soldier support fund. The remaining 50% goes to this overseas Swiss bank account. Thank you, boss. After settling farm matters, Linton and Winnie, accompanied by his assistant and bodyguards, flew back to Los Angeles. On the flight, Linton talked about getting Winnie ready to appear on UPN's financial segment, encouraging her to strive to become the top female star in the investment world. Sweetheart, I think this is enough, managing your charity foundation's investments. Do I really need TV fame? Darling, fame is good. It means people will know our Skycrest capital, making it a choice for more clients. Besides, you're beautiful and talented. You're meant to be in the spotlight, adored by millions. I worry that once I became famous, the press and paparazzi will invade our private life, making things less free. So what? Look at Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Nicole Kidman. They don't care. And since you aren't in entertainment, the press interest will be limited. Okay, thank you, honey. Want another taste of soaring success? Sure, let's hit the lounge. The day after Linton returned from the farm, November 5th, Hillary arrived in. Los Angeles. As usual, they stayed on the same floor in the Four Seasons executive suites. The moment Hillary stepped in, she threw herself into Linton's arms, kissed him, and unleashed a wild frenzy of passion. 2 hours later, Hillary lay limp in Linton's arms, tracing circles on his chest with a satisfied smile. "Master, you're so cruel. Hilly hasn't served you for 2 months. Last month had special circumstances. You know that. But I really missed you. All right, I'll be with you for 3 days and make sure you're fully satisfied." "Thank you, Master. How was the harvest this time?" "Master, it's huge. Tell me more." "We now have $2.9 billion in cash and 30% shares in the Seagram Group valued at $4.8 billion. That much? So you'd become rich overnight?" "Yeah, it's a big win. How do you want to divide it? Anyone else involved besides us?" "No, absolutely not. Give me $2.5 billion in cash. Keep the rest." "Master, you're taking too little. You're giving me too much." "It's fair. I don't want the Seagram shares. Holding them would be a headache. Plus, my charity foundation is still small. Taking $2.5 billion in donations is already its limit. Also, with such a large sum, you'll have to donate anonymously in stages to avoid unwanted attention." "Master, why don't you want the Seagram shares? Though unlisted, I researched, they're highly profitable. Holding over 40% of America's premium spirits market. Annual sales top $13 billion, with profits exceeding $2 billion. They're great assets. I just don't need them. Plus, I don't have the right people to manage them. Take them all." The real reason Linton rejected the shares was twofold. He wasn't impressed, but mainly because he didn't want to be publicly linked to wiping out the Bronfman family. After all, acquiring Universal itself had struck a nerve with the Jewish community. If they found out he was behind the Bronfman family's downfall, they might unite against him. His strength wasn't yet enough. He didn't want an all-out conflict with the Jewish community. So he let the Bill and Hillary Clinton couple carry that burden. These assets were essentially the price they paid for the fallout. Besides, with the Clinton couple's influence, the Jewish community wouldn't dare act rashly without clear evidence. "Master, you're so good to Hilly. I'll serve you well," she said, snuggling under the covers. 2 more hours passed, and the sounds of passion finally subsided. "Hilly, how did you get control over the Bronfman family's wealth? Tell me." "All right." Back when Linton had asked Hillary to investigate the Bronfman clan's members, residences, territories, and armed forces, she realized Linton wanted to wipe them out completely. She proposed a 2-part plan: total annihilation, handled by Linton, and asset grab, handled by herself. Since they were across the Pacific, they couldn't discuss details face-to-face, and to prevent leaks on phone calls, each only shared goals and key info during execution. Hillary had picked a target early on: Billy Bronfman, 19, a classic playboy at Columbia University. Billy was the son of Edgar Bronfman Jr.'s older brother, the legitimate heir to the entire family estate once the Bronfmanins were wiped out. Luckily, Columbia was in New York, which the Clinton couple had been developing as their second stronghold since Bill Clinton became president. They'd amassed considerable power there over 3 years. The story was simple. Billy was not only a playboy but a Japan drug enthusiast, frequently partying drunk at clubs. Hillary's people set a trap, got him thoroughly high, and had him accidentally kill someone in a blackout state, capturing photographic evidence to control him completely. When Linton informed Hillary that Edgar Jr. had been killed in Tokyo, she tightened surveillance on Billy, preventing him from attending Edgar Jr.'s funeral in Montreal. Sure enough, 2 days later, Linton delivered the bombshell news: the Bronfman family was wiped out. From then on, Hillary's team formed a consulting group with lawyers and financial experts to handle Billy's inheritance, alongside a security team. They escorted Billy to Montreal for the funeral and to regain the Bronfman family's assets. Through the courts, this included an $8.5 billion account, proceeds from DuPont shares, intended for Universal acquisition, control of the Family Charity Foundation, and 40% of Seagram Group shares held individually by family members. The Bronfmans had donated 60% of Seagram shares to their Family Charity Foundation for tax purposes and estate tax avoidance, with control of the foundation resting with the family head. According to tax evaluations, Seagram was valued at $16 billion. 40% shares were worth $6.4 billion, and combined with the $8.5 billion in the bank account, estate taxes applied. After taxes, the Seagram Group's account retained $500 million to ensure operations, while the family cash account was left with $2.9 billion. That $2.9 billion cash and 40% Seagram shares were Hillary's to manage. However, for legal risk and smooth transition reasons, the full 40% stake couldn't be transferred immediately. 30% was the maximum cap and required time. Did Billy suspect you? Of course, but what could he do? We hold deadly murder evidence against him. If he doesn't want to ruin his life, spending it in a dark prison, he'll have to comply. And with 24/7 surveillance, even if he tries tricks, he won't have a chance. Be careful. Such family businesses often have loyal senior executives who could help Billy if they sense trouble. Don't worry, Master. We prepared contingency plans. No surprises will happen. We've increased Billy's DePan intake to cloud his mind, ensuring he obeys. Have you located their overseas armed forces? No. Billy had no contact with them and probably didn't even know they existed. I suspect that after the family was wiped out, that force lost control, or else they would have contacted the new family head by now. That's best, but stay alert. If any clues surface, eliminate them immediately. Got it, Hilly agrees. What about Billy's future? For now, he's useful. We need him to control Seagram and manage asset transfers in the family charity. Once all's settled, he'll be sent to reunite with his family. Chapter 440, $2.5 billion donation, new projects. The next afternoon, Linton was in his office reviewing Universal Group's personnel files, considering the next steps for personnel arrangements at Universal. As for the all-important CEO position at Universal, Lou Wasserman was absolutely unfit. He was among the first on the chopping block. But Linton didn't have a suitable candidate among his staff to take over. Robert's abilities were somewhat lacking, and the rest were even less qualified. No matter, Hollywood was never short on media talent. He had already asked Goodman to commission the prestigious Korn Ferry International headhunting firm to find candidates. By the time he officially took over Universal, he should be able to pick a satisfactory choice. Of course, he also planned to immediately remove Toshio Masaki, the current general manager of Universal Asia's film division, and Korn Ferry International was tasked with finding a suitable replacement for him as well. Excitedly, Winnie came from the 15th floor down to his office. Honey, our charity foundation's account just received an anonymous donation of $500 million. Do you know the details? Linton reached out and pulled Winnie onto his lap. Sweetheart, I know, and that's not all. There will be another $2 billion coming in the same anonymous way. Good Lord, that's so much. Honey, is the source of this money really clean? Don't worry, it's perfectly legitimate. A regular donation, just with anonymity to avoid attracting outside attention. That's a relief. What's the plan for using all that money? Should we use it to pay off the last installment for the Universal acquisition? That wouldn't be wise. This money shouldn't be publicly disclosed. We'll stick to the original plan and take a bank loan for the final payment on Universal. So, it's for further investments? Right, all of it. And everything will go into the computer, communications, and internet sectors. You should start thinking about selecting suitable target companies and putting together a comprehensive investment plan. That sounds good. I agree those three industries have strong prospects. When will the rest of the funds arrive? Within 5 months. With $500 million coming in every month. A total of $2.5 billion. Okay, I'll prepare an investment proposal for you to review as soon as possible. You're the best, my Winnie. We're still talking business here, so keep your hands to yourself. Anything else? Haven't we covered it all? Moi. Darling, just a reminder. After these substantial donations, our foundation scale will grow significantly. Next year's charitable expenses are expected to exceed $150 million. That's no small matter. We really should reconsider having a charity office based in San Francisco. Babe, I've thought of that. After the new year, I'll set up a full-fledged charity organization here in Los Angeles to handle all the foundation's expenses. Aunt Kelly will continue to be in charge. The San Francisco office will merge into this new agency. Aunt Kelly? Will she move to LA? She already agreed. Previously, she declined because she needed to care for Judy during school. Now Judy's in college, so there are no more worries. My uncle will also resign and move to LA, but he won't work at the foundation. I'll find him a position at Universal Studios or Universal Amphitheaters. That's great. Your career is developing so fast and smoothly. We can't afford any tax or public scrutiny issues with the charity. When you have time, help them find a nice place to stay. Sure. Actually, the neighborhood I live in is quite nice. Oh, right, sweetheart, we've covered all the business. Now, shall we take care of other important matters? You bad boy, always thinking about it. You don't mind, do you? Over the following 2 days, Linton's film company launched 3 projects: Run Lola Run, A Time to Kill, and Ransom. Run Lola Run was a script developed gradually by the screenwriting department based on the outline Linton provided. After Linton's review, the final draft was approved. This was a low-budget, high-return film and a rare female-led story, perfect to boost Charlize Theron's star power. It was worth mentioning that as Linton's films continued to perform well at the box office, his influence in the industry grew stronger. Since the beginning of the year, his company had been receiving solid scripts and producers started bringing projects seeking investment. Linton Films now had more options, and Linton introduced a new policy accordingly. For projects with production costs under $3 million, the production department could make decisions independently, including scripts written in-house. However, the final profit or loss would be tied directly to bonuses for those involved. Any project over $3 million would require his personal approval. A Time to Kill was brought to him in May by renowned Hollywood author John Grisham, who wanted to adapt his best-selling novel of the same name into a film. Grisham's terms were stringent. While the adaptation rights were affordable at $1 million, he demanded to serve as both producer and screenwriter. Hollywood hadn't yet fully embraced author-driven adaptations, and major studios were unlikely to accept these terms. After being rejected multiple times, Grisham approached Linton's company for a try. Robert thought the project was promising and passed it to Linton. After reading the script, Linton was already familiar with it. In a previous lifetime, this film had grossed $110 million in North America. Naturally, he greenlit it immediately. After over a month of negotiations, both parties reached an agreement. $800,000 for adaptation rights, a minimum $25 million investment, and all copyrights belonged to Linton Films. Grisham could write the screenplay but subject to company approval. The company would assign the producer, with Grisham as executive producer. Grisham's combined fee as screenwriter and executive producer was $600,000. After more than 3 months of script revisions and refinements, Linton finally approved the final version. Comparing it to his mental image of the film, since it had succeeded before, sticking closely to the original was the best choice. Ransom was a collaboration project introduced by prominent Hollywood producer Brian Grazer. He purchased the rights to the 1956 film of the same name and invited acclaimed screenwriter Richard Price to rework the script. Brian packaged the new script as a film project and shopped it around major studios seeking investment. This is a common project development model in Hollywood, but usually, top producers only worked with the traditional Big 7 studios. This time, after failing to reach terms with Paramount, Brian came to Linton Films instead. The project landed on Linton's desk, and since the film had achieved strong box office performance in its previous version, Linton readily gave the green light, instructing Robert to begin detailed cooperation negotiations. After over a month of negotiation, both parties agreed. Linton Films bought the Ransom project from Brian for $1.5 million, with minimum investment of $35 million. Brian would serve as producer with a $300,000 fee and would also receive 5% of North American box office revenue. Richard Price would be the screenwriter with a $400,000 fee. Run Lola Run had a $10 million budget, with Bella as producer, Linton as co-producer, and Ann Fletcher as director. A Time to Kill had a $25 million budget, with Abella as producer, John Grisham as executive producer, and James Wong as director. Ransom was officially greenlit with a $35 million budget, Brian as producer, Nacho as executive producer appointed by the company, and Jonathan Glazer as director. All 3 projects were simultaneously approved and began formal preparation. Chapter 441, Maids Came to America. Scream truly deserved its reputation as a classic horror film. During the Halloween season, it unleashed incredible energy. November 1st was a Wednesday. Although it wasn't an official public holiday, most places and businesses still gave their employees the day off. Halloween had always been a prime time for horror movie audiences in North America. Besides Scream, a slew of other horror movies also premiered during the Halloween season, such as Vampire in Brooklyn, The Fear, and Night of the Scarecrow. However, none could compare to Scream in terms of quality, star power, or marketing. Scream dominated the box office, scoring a staggering $11.27 million on its opening day. Including the midnight screenings, its North American total for the first day hit $13.05 million, crushing the competition and accounting for nearly 40% of the day's total box office revenue. Major theater chains quickly increased Scream's showings, reaching a 35% screening rate across 3,300 screens. Although the box office dropped on Thursday due to it being a regular weekday, Scream still pulled in $6.35 million. It picked up again on Friday with $8.51 million, continued strong on Saturday with $9.23 million, and earned $8.17 million on Sunday. In its 5-day opening week, Scream amassed a total of $45.31 million. With this momentum, a North American box office exceeding $100 million seemed inevitable. The distribution team predicted around $120 million in tickets sold. Merchandise related to the movie also performed well. Dolls representing Jennifer Connelly's character had already sold $5 million, and the killer mask replicas were nearing $800,000 in sales. Akina Nakamori-inspired dolls lagged a bit, but still crossed $400,000 in sales. On November 8th, Lin Hao personally led a team escorting 117 young women and 4 chefs, including Suarez Shiji, on an international flight to Los Angeles. Unfortunately, Su Qing was filming a movie and couldn't join. Linton, accompanied by Goodman, his assistants, and bodyguards, went to pick them up at Los Angeles International Airport. Seeing more than 100 young, beautiful women greet them like a flock of swallows was truly a stunning sight. Among all these young women, Li Xiaoran stood out as the most dazzling. She naturally drew attention, even within the crowd. Confident and bold. After Lin Hao and Linton exchanged greetings, she approached Linton with a bright smile, saying, "Boss, I've completed the challenge you set for me." Linton understood her unspoken question, the promise he made. But he didn't indulge her and warmly shook her hand. "Good progress, but it's not up to you to say you've done it. I'll have to confirm with Director Lin first." Their conversation attracted Lin Hao's attention and stirred envy and jealousy among the other girls. Most thought to themselves, "What's going on? How did this sly fox get cozy with the big boss so fast? Am I any less deserving?" Linton ignored their thoughts and called everyone to move with their luggage to the private plane. They boarded a Boeing 737 charter flight straight to the Montana farm. Linton and Lin Hao naturally took first-class seats up front. During the flight, Linton asked Lin Hao about Li Xiaoran's performance during training. As it turned out, Li Xiaoran had been elected class leader of the training group and did an excellent job managing relationships and class affairs. The orientation ran smoothly under her watch. After 3 months of English-speaking classes, each trainee was tested by new Oriental teachers, and Li Xiaoran ranked among the top performers, well into the excellent category. Linton then called her over to an empty seat beside him and spoke with her in English for over 10 minutes. He concluded that while she could manage everyday conversations, she struggled with technical vocabulary, such as terms related to film or official matters. Still, she passed by a narrow margin. "Since you barely passed, I won't go back on my word. You don't have to stay on the farm. You can work as my assistant," Linton offered. "Really? That's great. Don't worry. I'll work hard to complete all your assignments quickly and well," Li Xiaoran said joyfully. If they weren't on the plane, she probably would have jumped for joy. A qualified assistant doesn't just wait for the boss's orders. "For now, you'll learn from Mina," Linton said. He handed her over to Mina, letting them talk privately while he and Lin Hao resumed their conversation. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Linton's private airport on his farm. Everyone was amazed to get down from the plane and learn it was a private airfield on the owner's own property. Even Director Lin Hao was stunned by Linton's grand scale. It was obvious how wealthy American capitalists could be. Newly appointed estate manager Erica had already arranged for 4 large buses waiting outside the airport. Everyone boarded the buses, heading toward the small farm, taking in the passing scenery and imagining their upcoming work and life. Upon hearing that Li Xiaoran had been directly hired as Linton's assistant, many of the women felt both envious and hopeful, wondering if they might also climb to better positions. Erica was highly efficient. In just 4 days, she had recruited all the necessary staff, including 9 gardeners, reserving 1 slot for her husband arriving later, 6 outdoor cleaners, 2 waste disposal workers, 2 electrical and plumbing repairmen, and a 6-person kitchen team. The estate's living facilities had already been mostly procured. They'd also acquired 2 pickup trucks for everyday maintenance work. Accommodation plans were also made for all 121 newcomers, along with basic supplies. According to her arrangement, everyone, including herself, would live in the outer compound. Only she, Carter, and the newly arrived head chef Suarez Shiji had large suites. The rest stayed in small 1-bedroom apartments. Erica understood that the estate's inner grounds were reserved for Linton's family, the true owners, and only carefully selected, trusted staff could live there. Naturally, those chosen by the family enjoyed far higher status and salaries than the outer compound workers. Whether the more than 100 young, beautiful newcomers would catch the owner's favor was up to fate. Until then, everyone was treated equally. As for Li Xiaoran, already chosen as assistant, she was not given an apartment but shared a flat in the inner compound with Mina, ready to respond to Linton's orders at any time. Although Suarez Shiji's chef team was responsible for feeding the inner family, they weren't personal attendants and stayed in the outer compound's apartments. Though these were small 1-bedroom units with living rooms and bathrooms, each measuring over 400 square feet, this was a pleasant surprise for the girls from China. Their initial anxieties slowly turned into excitement. Even more thrilling, each building had a shared phone line available, with no restrictions on making international calls. It was easy to imagine how busy those phones would be soon. After settling in briefly, Linton gathered everyone in the dining hall for a meal. The newly hired kitchen staff had prepared a simple yet ample lunch, featuring bread, steak, and salad. After the meal, Linton introduced estate manager Erica, informing everyone that all work on the estate would be coordinated through her. She would delegate tasks based on their performance. Then he asked, "We need an accountant and a cashier to manage the estate's finances. Has anyone studied accounting who's interested?" Surprisingly, 5 people stepped forward. 2 were university students majoring in accounting, 1 finishing junior year and another sophomore. The other 3 were recent graduates from vocational schools, also in accounting. Linton didn't prioritize credentials. Since the farm's accounts were fairly straightforward, he had each person create a financial report in English on the spot. Selecting 2 women with the neatest, cleanest reports, he assigned Li Yin as accountant and Peng Ling as cashier. They received a salary bump to $15,000 a year, sparking envy and new hope among the others. After settling the new Chinese staff, Linton conducted individual interviews with the 25 local workers Erica had hired. Using his soul induction ability to test their loyalty, he made sure none harbored ill intentions before confidently handing their employment formalities over to Erica and Goodman. Chapter 442, Li Xiaoran's Assistant Diary. Linton didn't stay long at the estate. He had too much on his plate at the company, especially with the upcoming Universal takeover. The next morning, he flew back to Los Angeles on the Boeing 737 private jet still parked at the airport, accompanied by Li Xiaoran, Mina, Goodman, some bodyguards, Lin Hao, and his secretary. Lin Hao didn't linger in the U.S. either. He was at a critical point in his career advancement and caught a direct connecting flight back home from LAX. From that point, Li Xiaoran officially became Linton's assistant, beginning a rather clueless life in that role. When she arrived at the company, she quickly realized how much she had underestimated things. Her English was only conversational, so when people talked shop, she was completely lost. Reading documents felt like deciphering an alien language. After all, she had trained in dance all her life, not administrative work, and had no clue how to be an effective assistant. Linton didn't put any pressure on her or assign specific tasks. He simply told her to learn from Mina. Since arriving in America and reuniting with Linton, Lee Sharon's biggest impression was how outrageously wealthy he was. His Montana farm and the gardens there were impressive, but his Los Angeles office was on a whole other level. It occupied an entire floor by himself. Besides the usual offices and conference rooms, there was a massive swimming pool, a gym, a movie theater, and super luxurious bedrooms with bathtubs. This was no office. It was more like a palace. She struggled to find words to describe it, settling on ultra-rich, way beyond anything she'd ever imagined. After work that evening, she quietly asked Mina, "Hey Mina, where am I staying tonight?" Mina looked at her, surprised. "Since you're the boss's personal assistant, of course, you stay at his house. Your room is already set up." "What? We're staying at the boss's place? Then what about you and the boss?" "Sharon, don't get the wrong idea. The boss's LA home is a huge estate. As assistants, we get small apartments on the grounds. Besides, the women around the boss are all A-list stars. If I wanted to sleep with him, he wouldn't even look my way. Your skin is nice and pale, and your figure is okay, but you're not as pretty as me. Do you want to try your luck?" "Sorry, but there is no chance." Lee Sharon blushed. Why was this American girl so blunt? She couldn't believe Mina said all that. "Don't get me wrong, I wasn't thinking like that." Still, she felt a surge of defiance. "You're blind. I'm way prettier than you. Thank you very much." Mina just shrugged. "Don't be shy. It's normal to think that way. But the key is whether the boss likes us or not. If he doesn't, it's just wishful thinking. We shouldn't waste energy on that. Just focus on being good assistants. As long as the boss trusts us, wherever we go, people will treat us with respect." Lee Sharon's curiosity got the better of her. "So, you're secretly in love with the boss? That's hardly news. Let me tell you, there are probably over 100 women in this building alone obsessed with him. I bet there isn't a single woman who wouldn't be tempted if the boss snapped his fingers." "So, is he a womanizer? What do you mean by that? You know, like?" Lee Sharon couldn't find the right words. "Okay, enough gossiping about the boss. It's bad form. Here, take a look at this book." Lee Sharon accepted the book and glanced at the title. It was unfamiliar. She pulled out her English-Chinese dictionary and found it was The Assistant's Guide to Efficient Work. It was a good book, definitely what she needed right now. The problem? She couldn't understand much of it. Sigh. Looks like she was about to wear out that dictionary. Back at the estate that night, having already been stunned by the farm's gardens, Lee Sharon wasn't as shocked by Linton's wealth this time, but it still exceeded her expectations. When Linton introduced her to the housekeeper Amy and celebrities like Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Christiana, and Monica, the way they looked at her felt a little odd. Mina didn't notice it, but Amy and the others were more familiar with Linton's tastes and standards. No wonder Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, Akina Nakamori, Vivian Chow, and Michelle Reese were all part of his harem. Though Lee Sharon wasn't considered a beauty by Western standards, compared to Michelle Reese and Vivian Chow, she actually measured up well in Asian terms. Even more remarkable was her skin. It was incredibly flawless and paler than many women, practically glowing with radiance. Despite Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Christiana, and Monica enjoying Linton's special energy, Lee Sharon's skin still seemed better than theirs, even rivaling Nicole Kidman's. That was a big advantage. These women secretly wondered if Lee Sharon might even be a potential recruit to Linton's harem. Amy was especially welcoming, determined to take good care of Lee Sharon and help her meet the estate's high standards. Lee Sharon was stunned seeing Linton warmly embrace and kiss Madonna and the other top stars as if they were part of one big family. It felt like a scene from a royal court polygamous story. Was she dreaming? She pinched her thigh to make sure she wasn't. Nope, this is real. What a player. I can't believe I ever liked him. After leaving the main house, Mina took Lee Sharon to the guest apartments and filled her in on the estate. But Lee Sharon's mind was elsewhere. Today's revelations were overwhelming. When they reached the room Amy had set up for her, Mina was about to leave. "Sharon, here's your suite. Get your things settled. In half an hour, I'll take you to dinner." "Wait, Mina, don't go. Tell me more about the boss. What do you want to know? I see how close he is with Madonna, Sophie, Christiana, and Monica. Are they, Come on, didn't you figure that out? They're definitely in that kind of relationship. Don't they ever fight living together? You're underestimating the boss. There are actually 20 beautiful women living in the main house. 20. Yes. Besides one who helps manage his investments and oversees the charity foundation, the rest are big stars in the entertainment industry. Who are they? The investment manager is Winnie Gesso, and then there's Nicole Kidman, Jennifer Connelly, Naomi Watts, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese. Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese? They're from Hong Kong, right? Right? Seems you know them from movies. But don't worry, you'll get to know them soon. They come by to stay regularly. But how do so many women live together without fighting? On the contrary, they get along pretty well. How does the boss manage that? That, I don't know. I can't get in on that part. Can the boss even handle so many women? Look at him. Does he look worn out to you? Here's a secret. He throws all-night parties with them. They're having a blast. All-night parties? What does that mean? You're such a rookie. You don't know? Explain it to me. It's like a group. A group what? Don't say that. It's a family party. Totally normal. Wow, won't that wear him out? Not our problem. Trust me, he's not interested in you. Yeah, screw him. No way I want his attention. All right, quit being stubborn. Let's go eat. That first night at the estate, Lee Shaoran couldn't sleep. All she kept thinking was, what kind of man is Linton really? Chapter 443, Thunderous Measures. On November 9th, PricewaterhouseCoopers finally completed a thorough audit of Universal Group and submitted their report. The conclusions in the audit matched closely with the inventory list provided by Panasonic Electronics at the time of contract signing. The Federal Trade Commission had also approved the multinational acquisition. Linton secured loans for $2.3 billion from Wells Fargo and $2 billion from the Bank of California, using the funds to cover the remaining balance and finalize all the acquisition procedures for Universal Group. To achieve tax benefits for the UPN TV network, the ownership of Universal Group shares was structured such that Linton personally held 70% of the shares, while UPN TV network held 30%. This way, the $1.7 billion that UPN used for the acquisition could be accounted as reinvestment, allowing the company to avoid paying taxes on that income, saving roughly $700 million in taxes. Since UPN was wholly owned by Linton, the shareholding structure ultimately had no effect on him personally. On Monday, November 13th, accompanied by a legal team and representatives from Panasonic Electronics, Linton arrived at 100 Universal Plaza, the headquarters of Universal Pictures, to officially take over Universal Group. At that moment, over 20 directors of Universal Group and general managers of its subsidiaries stood solemnly outside the building, anxiously awaiting the arrival of their new boss. A swarm of media reporters and paparazzi surrounded the area to witness the historic moment. When Linton stepped out of the car, Lew Wasserman led the group in hurriedly greeting him and introduced everyone present to Linton. After a brief greeting, everyone proceeded to the meeting room on the 8th floor. Lew Wasserman arranged for the media to be cleared out. This upcoming meeting was clearly off-limits to the press. First, under the supervision of their lawyers, representatives from Panasonic Electronics formally handed over the company to Linton, then promptly left. Instead of calling a general meeting, Linton sent for a series of private meetings with the attending leaders, starting with Lew Wasserman. Each leader was summoned to a private conference room one by one. The process was the same for each. Upon entering the room, Linton used his sole induction ability and said, "You have 20 minutes to confess all your improper earnings over the past 2 years within Universal Group, including any embezzlement, corruption, self-enrichment, or other misconduct. Every detail, large or small." As the leaders spoke, Linton meticulously recorded every word, compiling individual files documenting their illegal activities. This unconventional way of taking command stunned the executives, but more than anything, it left them uneasy and anxious. The new boss played by no traditional rules, and they could only wait quietly in the main conference room without protest. The strangest thing was that after each interview, the leaders came out looking completely bewildered, unable to recall what had been said during their meeting with Linton. The entire process took 7 hours. By the end of the day, just before the workday was over, everyone had completed their individual meetings. Linton stared at the 21 folders filled with records of illicit dealings, an inexplicable anger boiling within him. He also felt a deep sadness on behalf of Panasonic Electronics. Not a single executive was clean. All were thoroughly corrupt, Nothing but parasites preying shamelessly on Universal Group. The worst offenders were CEO Lou Wasserman and head of production Roman Garrett. Each had illegally profited over $50 million in the last 2 years through crude and brazen methods, without even bothering to conceal their actions. Others were not far behind. None had illegal earnings below $5 million over the same period, a true testament to collective corruption and conspiracy within the company leadership. The only slightly redeeming figure was Daniel, president of Universal Records. His illicit income stemmed mainly from Sunlight Records. He had leveraged his authority to grant Sunlight Records special treatment, securing them a revenue share above market rates and providing promotional resources beyond their contract. Fortunately, Sunlight nurtured a superstar, Shania Twain, bringing decent returns to Universal. Under Linton's sole induction, Daniel revealed all his secrets. He secretly held an 80% stake in Sunlight Records and had profited over $100 million in the past 2 years, with at least $20 million attributed to preferential treatment granted through his influence. Thankfully, Daniel had acted wisely. He had renegotiated the contract with Sunlight last month to align everything with market standards. He often assisted other executives with distribution resources and advertising collaborations, but remained within personal ethical boundaries, refusing to take part in direct profiteering. He had integrated himself into the corrupt group, but his conduct within projects stayed relatively clean. Another surprising case was Leviat, director of distribution. Linton had initially considered him a prime target for removal. Though Leviat had indeed received over $5 million in illegal gains over 2 years, a hefty sum, his was the smallest amount on the list, despite holding considerable power. His main issue was similar to Daniel's. His wife owned shares in several companies connected to Universal's industry. Whenever opportunities or challenges arose, he used his influence to negotiate advantageous arrangements. For instance, when Linton first approached him to distribute the movie Step Up, Leviat offered the most favorable terms, then coordinated with Daniel to get even better promotional resources for the company his wife had stakes in. Leviat distinguished himself by maintaining certain limits. Though complicit in the corruption, he avoided tampering with projects. Daniel and Leviat's behavior would have been unforgivable in any ordinary company, but in Universal's current environment, they were practically model employees. They also demonstrated strong professional skills, both being rare talents in their fields. Linton decided to give them a chance to prove themselves, albeit after administering some stern warnings. Without delay, he called for a follow-up meeting. After having his assistants, Mina and Shaoran, make copies of all the files, Linton entered the meeting room with the packets in hand. He called each executive by name and asked them to collect their own illegal conduct files. Only Daniel and Leviat did not receive any. Just as they feared the worst, Linton's chilling words echoed in their ears. Everyone has received your files. Take a good look at what you've done over the past 2 years at Universal. Based on your actions, any one of you could easily be sent to prison. But these were all committed before I took over. I am willing to give you an opportunity. If you submit your resignations now, I will forgive everything. Otherwise, don't blame me for handing your files over to the police and prosecutors. You have 10 minutes to decide. The clock starts now. Daniel and Leviat, who had just been anxious, now felt as if they were walking on air. The other executives stared coldly at the files documenting their illicit exploits. Their hearts sank, and their spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. Chapter 444. First Day in Charge, Cutting Down Executives. No one expected that on Linton's very first day at the helm of Universal Group, he would come down so ruthlessly, cutting executives left and right. And it wasn't just 1 or 2. He swept through a whole batch. What surprised everyone even more was how thoroughly prepared he was. He had investigated all the executives' illegal and unethical activities down to the last detail. People wondered, how could Linton be so reckless, going after these top execs without hesitation and forcing them to resign en masse? Wouldn't Universal fall into chaos? Would operations come to a complete halt? Linton was a real hardliner. Too ruthless, some thought. He seemed determined to root out every single tainted executive at Universal Group. Well, almost every one. Daniel and Levitt somehow didn't show up in the reports, so it looked like they might slip through this round. Looking back, People had always sensed something off about those two. Turns out they were just clever enough to keep their mess under wraps. Now the executives faced a grim choice: write their resignation letters or not. To quit meant giving up all their power and influence, disappearing from the scene completely. But to refuse was even riskier. If Linton really made good on his threat to hand over the evidence to the authorities, could they withstand an official investigation? The illegal activities were well documented. If the police or prosecutors got involved, it wouldn't just be their positions on the line. They could lose all their wealth or even face jail time. In the end, it seemed like they had no choice. The only hope was that Linton wouldn't actually turn over the files to law enforcement. But judging by the way he charged ahead with zero fear and total confidence, that didn't seem likely. As the executives hesitated and debated, a cold voice cut through the tense atmosphere. 1 minute left. If you don't make up your minds, I'll take silence as refusal to resign. When time's up, I'm calling the cops. I'll write it. I'll write my resignation. Faced with Linton's intimidation, Roman, the head of the production department, was the first to cave. Over the years, he had exploited his position to rake in millions, practically becoming a self-made multimillionaire. At Universal, he had everything he wanted, enough wealth to live the rest of his life in comfort. No need to risk indictment or jail by crossing Linton. I'll write mine too. Me too. Once someone took the lead, the rest dropped their false hope one after another, standing up to resign. Mina and Sharon quickly handed out paper and pens. Under everyone's watchful eyes, all 19 executives at Universal had their resignation letters ready and handed them over to Linton. He carefully reviewed each one before nodding. Good. I've received your resignations, and here's my official approval. Effective immediately, you are all relieved of your duties at Universal. Come by tomorrow to handle your separation paperwork with the lawyers. Goodman, Mina, drafted dismissal notice on behalf of the Universal Board, removing all these executives from their positions. For now, their deputies will take over. Once I sign off, send it to every department immediately. Then call each department head to confirm the orders. None of them should be exercising any authority. Mina, after that's done, notify the media contacts you know about this. And just like that, an unprecedented event unfolded, unheard of across America. And it shook Hollywood and the entire nation. That night's evening papers and the next day's morning editions all led with the explosive headline: Shock. Entire executive team at Universal fired. The reason is bombshell. On first day in charge, Linton cuts down executives with ruthless hand. Breaking. Linton purges entire executive team on day one. UPN Network, under Linton's authorization, even featured the story in its evening news broadcast. Suddenly, Linton and Universal Group became the country's hottest topic. Industry insiders buzzed, guessing what Linton was really up to. What scandalous secrets had surfaced during the acquisition that could spark such fury? What was behind this baffling purge? Some of the other entertainment giants quietly prepared to watch Linton's downfall. This is crazy, they said, like a kid playing house. Could Universal grind to a halt? Maybe it's better if the studio just falls apart. These rivals quietly tipped off their own media to start bad-mouthing the studio. Of course, conspiracy theories sprang up everywhere. Rumors that Linton had been treated unfairly in prior dealings. Now that he held power, he was settling scores. Some even claimed the executives had wronged one of Linton's women, provoking his legendary wrath and mass firing. Though far-fetched, the public loved the drama. Scandal, revenge, power struggles. The perfect ingredients for gossip and viral stories. Soon, specific female star names were tossed around as alleged victims of mistreatment from Universal's former bosses. Luckily, there was no internet like Twitter back then, or the rumors and search hits would have exploded. Probably dozens of lesser-known actresses would pay to get into the trending rumors, claiming to be wronged by Universal's ex-executives. Linton ignored all the gossip, routing all calls through Mina. Instead, he went back to the company to meet with Bob Weinstein, Deputy Production Director, Klinsman Reed, Deputy Director of Distribution, Megan Oster, Office Manager, and Mary Watts, Chief Accountant. Even though he had fired so many executives, work couldn't stop. Key positions needed capable people to fill them immediately. These three were the choices Linton planned to place in those roles. But before sending them in, He wanted to talk to each, both to assign tasks and remind them about integrity and loyalty before taking office. The talks went well. After all, Universal was a bigger platform than Linton's movie company ever could be. Bob, Megan, and Klinsman all wholeheartedly agreed to the plan. Only Mary hesitated. She was comfortable at Linton's company where finances were healthy, cash flow solid, and no messy intrigue. But after Linton made his appeal, explaining how Universal's core finance department needed her oversight, she happily accepted. At 8 p.m., Linton arrived at a Beverly Hills business club for interviews organized by Korn Ferry International Headhunting Company. There, he interviewed candidates for Universal's new CEO. After the sessions, he selected Scott Flick, a 42-year-old Italian-American and current vice president. At Paramount, Scott joined Paramount right after college, gradually climbing through production and distribution ranks, from producer, production deputy director, production director, to distribution director, with a promotion to VP 3 years ago. His deep industry experience was invaluable. Even better, he wasn't Jewish, a detail Linton considered important. Under Linton's soul induction test, he proved to be upright and tough-minded, qualities exactly what Universal's CEO role needed. Satisfied with the choice, Linton assigned the headhunting company to start filling managerial positions in over a dozen Universal subsidiaries. On the way back to the estate, Mina and Shauran showed him a list of call notifications. Linton barely paid attention, just calling back his many absent female companions to reassure them everything was fine. Back at the estate, Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, Monica Bellucci, Nicole Kidman, and Winona Ryder eagerly asked about the latest at Universal. "Don't worry, darlings. I'm just cleaning house, eradicating the rot inside Universal. Soon, the studio will be reborn, energized, and ready to soar. Why don't we focus on the things we all love doing? We've already prepared the shows you like, just waiting for your return." "Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started." Joyful laughter and sweet singing filled the air, composing a beautiful symphony that seemed endless. Chapter 445, Radical Healing by Cutting Off Rot. The next day, Linton arrived at Universal Square with his assistant and bodyguard. Scott, Bob, Mary, Klinsman, and Megan were already waiting at the base of the building. Upon arriving at work, Linton's first order of business was to sign the appointment letters for the 5 of them. Scott Flick was appointed president of Universal Studios. Megan Oster was appointed office director of Universal Studios. Mary Watts was appointed director of finance at Universal Studios. Bob Weinstein was appointed director of production at Universal Studios. Klinsman Reed was appointed deputy director of distribution at Universal Studios. To ensure they settled into their roles quickly, Linton immediately convened a company-wide staff meeting. At the meeting, he first read the official appointment announcements for the 5 new executives, then allowed each of them to make a brief speech expressing their commitment. Finally, facing the entire headquarters staff, who were unsettled by the collective dismissal of former executives and the swirling negative media and public rumors, with most media doubting Universal's future, he delivered a concise address aimed at calming nerves. His speech boiled down to 3 main points. First, Linton explained why he had acquired Universal, because he recognized the platform's strength, resources, and legacy. Second, he addressed the immediate dismissal of most senior executives. Without sugarcoating, he cited the audit firm's report and broke down last year's Universal profits, exposing the management's collective negligence and rampant corruption. He warned employees that Universal was teetering on the brink due to these parasites, and that radical reforms, akin to a radical healing, were necessary to rebuild. Third, he painted a hopeful vision for the future, because a competent capitalist must be a master at inspiring hope. He shared his plans to transform Universal into a top-tier media conglomerate, setting a goal of over $1 billion in profits next year, and promising every employee a pay raise of at least 20%. During his talk, Linton subtly deployed his soul induction ability alongside a content-rich speech with great emotional appeal. In the brief 15 minutes, especially during the optimistic closing, the audience interrupted him 5 times with enthusiastic applause. Employee confidence and enthusiasm replaced previous anxiety and uncertainty. Sitting beside Linton, Scott, Bob, Mary, Klinsman, Megan, Daniel, and Levitt were all impressed and amazed by the owner's charisma. Nearby, Assistant Mina and Lee Shaoran, who had been serving throughout the meeting, transformed into giddy fans, eyes shining in admiration as they looked at Linton. After the meeting, Linton held private talks with Daniel and Levitt. He sternly reminded them that, although he hadn't reprimanded them earlier, past mistakes were serious and would no longer be tolerated. He urged them to take this opportunity to clean up their departments, fix work ethics, and, above all, deliver results. With the Christmas season approaching, a peak time for movies and music sales, he expected concrete action and achievements to satisfy him. The newly launched overseas release of Scream particularly needed strong distribution to replicate its North American success. Scream had been doing well. After 12 days, it grossed $81.07 million domestically. Its overseas rollout began on November 10th in the first 10 countries and territories, earning $38.71 million during its opening weekend. Levitt's performance demonstrated he was professionally capable and committed, unaffected by recent company changes, qualities Linton valued, though he still made sure Levitt understood the stakes. Walking out of Linton's office, both Daniel and Levitt broke into cold sweats from the intense warning, silently vowing to stay out of trouble and strive harder for better results. Linton finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as these key positions remained stable, plus Daniel, head of Universal Records, and Levitt, director of distribution's solid work, Universal's headquarters would avoid major problems and soon get back on track. Other positions could be adjusted gradually. Next, the focus would shift to tackling each subsidiary. At that moment, assistants Mina and Lee Shaoran hurried into the office. Mina busied herself pouring tea, while Lee Shaoran, eager to be helpful, stood behind Linton giving him a shoulder massage. After a few days as Linton's assistant, Lee Shaoran had realized she couldn't help solve any complex problems and felt almost useless. After some thought, she discovered that giving massages was something she could do well, thanks to her years of dance training. Her strong, skillful fingers made the massage quite effective. Linton's reaction? One word, blissful. 2 words, completely relaxed. Meanwhile, in a conference room on another floor, 19 former Universal executives were signing severance agreements with a legal team led by Goodman. Linton hadn't made things difficult for them. No demands for recovering stolen funds, no non-compete clauses. He only required non-disclosure agreements, binding them to keep quiet about their departures and forbidding defamation of Universal outside. He warned that breaking these terms wouldn't just mean financial penalties, but possible criminal charges, with the police ready to get involved. An hour later, Linton and his group arrived at MCA Television, accompanied by new office director Megan. MCA Television's headquarters wasn't at Universal Square, but in an independent 8-story building in Burbank. Founded in the 1930s, MCA Television had over 60 years of history. Its reach and influence were decent, but not impressive. Compared to the Big Four networks, it lagged far behind, and had even been overtaken by the fast-rising UPN network. MCA Television covered 50% of its target American audience, had a complete organizational structure, a rich television rights library, and more than 300 employees. It was Universal's one of most important subsidiary. Despite these advantages, MCA Television only made $11 million in profit last year, and under $8 million in the first 9 months this year. Considering UPN's profit target this year was a staggering $2 billion, MCA Television's management issues were clearly severe. Therefore, MCA Television was Linton's choice for his first subsidiary overhaul. MCA Television's president, Cardens, had been dismissed yesterday, and Vice President Stanton was now acting as interim head. After receiving the news, Stanton came downstairs with the company's middle managers, all visibly nervous. This time, Linton didn't launch a sweeping purge. Instead, he held an all-staff meeting and delivered a speech built on 4 points. First, he explained the reason for Cardens's removal and urged employees not to pay attention to rumors and media speculation. Under Stanton's leadership, they needed to unite, overcome difficulties, and focus on their tasks. Second, he bluntly criticized MCA Television's shortcomings. With such great resources, their ratings and profit margins fell far short of expectations. Third, he shared his hopes and requirements for MCA television, citing UPN's rapid rise as an example. He urged everyone to rally and change, assuring that Universal Group would provide matching policies and resources. As MCA television's performance improved, pay raises and promotions would follow naturally. Fourth, he emphasized leadership conduct, openly stating he would scrutinize company executives closely. Good performers would be promoted, poor ones replaced immediately, and corruption would not be tolerated at all. There would be no mercy. His frank, direct style won enthusiastic support from frontline staff and reinvigorated morale, while ramping up tremendous pressure and motivation among the management team. After the meeting, Linton held individual talks with 11 directors and above within MCA television, delivering stern warnings and listing names for future dismissal or reassignment. With his approach clear, the company was set on a path to recovery. Chapter 446: Comprehensive Cleanup and Restructuring. After leaving MCA television, it was already past 5 p.m., but Linton still couldn't head home. Instead, he rushed back to Linton Films. With Bob, Mary, Klinsman, and Megan all departing, personnel adjustments at Linton Films had to be handled quickly. When he arrived, Robert was already waiting for him. After a brief discussion, they promoted producer Kenneth Talley to deputy manager of the production department to replace Bob. Originally, they planned to appoint Mina as office manager, but she firmly declined, wanting to continue serving as Linton's assistant and as head of the chairman's secretary office. Linton considered it and realized Mina was so indispensable, it would be tough to part with her. Besides, assistant Lee Shauran hadn't quite settled into the role yet. So, reluctantly, Linton promoted a longtime office employee named Elizabeth Hanton, age 36, to office manager. From the distribution department, a newcomer named Sullivan Bailey was promoted to deputy manager, replacing Klinsman. And from the finance department, an experienced staffer, Jennifer Carter, 32, was promoted to director of finance. By the time they finished the personnel adjustments, it was already 8 p.m., too late to call a staff meeting to announce the changes. Linton signed the appointment letters and entrusted Robert to announce the new appointments at a meeting the next morning. Later, in his office, Linton met with Sharon Lehman, editor-in-chief of Hollywood Gossip Daily. Since Linton acquired Hollywood Gossip Daily, after injecting initial funding and implementing performance-linked rewards and penalties, under Lehman's leadership, the paper underwent bold innovation and reform. They focused on both content and distribution channels and leveraged Linton and various female stars' scandalous stories and exclusive insider information. The paper exploded with energy, growing rapidly. In just 3 years, Hollywood Gossip Daily transformed from a barely surviving small tabloid, with daily circulation of around 4,000 copies, into a major national publication with over 100,000 daily circulation, expanding from Los Angeles to nationwide distribution. The office had grown from a rented 2,000-square-foot space to an independently owned 3-story building on a main street, boasting over 54,000 square feet of workspace. Staff increased from about a dozen to nearly 100, with over 70 frontline reporters. Hollywood Gossip Daily had become one of the top entertainment newspapers in Hollywood, with fixed assets exceeding $50 million, the most successful among the 8 newspapers Linton had acquired. Its profits were remarkable, hitting $30 million last year, and already surpassing $32 million in the first 10 months of this year. Linton's initial $700,000 acquisition cost plus $3 million startup investment had proven to be an outstanding deal. More importantly, it gave him significant influence in Hollywood's media, playing a crucial role in promoting himself and his films. That Hollywood Gossip Daily reached its current heights was due in large part to Sharon Lehman, whose skills and leadership were thoroughly proven. Now, with the general manager of Putnam Publishing under Universal being dismissed by Linton, he didn't use a headhunter for a replacement. Instead, Lehman was the ideal choice. Putnam Publishing included 3 publishers, 7 magazines, and 13 newspapers, with fixed assets over $400 million. Unfortunately, none held significant influence in the industry. Their performance, circulation, and overall impact paled in comparison, purely average players. More egregiously, last year they posted a $3 million loss, reflecting severe internal mismanagement. Still, the importance of Putnam Publishing for Universal's promotions was undeniable, and the platform size was substantial enough to give Lehman full scope to showcase her talents. Faced with this new opportunity, Lehman was understandably excited and grateful during their meeting, but she also expressed expectations that Linton continue supporting her as he did with Hollywood Gossip Daily, granting her full authority over performance-related decisions and personnel recommendations for the publishers, magazines, and newspapers under her management. No problem. I'll give you those powers. More than that, once you get Putnam Publishing in order, I plan to merge all 8 of my newspapers, including Hollywood Gossip Daily, into Putnam and put them under your management. Thank you for your trust. I'll work hard and do my best to grow Putnam Publishing into one of the most influential publishing companies in the U.S. I have another request. Go ahead. Publishers are mainly about sales and profits, with limited social impact. However, magazines and newspapers that become industry leaders wield enormous influence and have irreplaceable promotional power. I want you to build a star-studded flagship magazine and a leading newspaper from the magazines and newspapers, respectively. For the magazine, target something on par with Vogue or Vanity Fair. For the newspaper, aim for standards like the Hollywood Reporter. Of course, that's a long-term goal. Let's set a time frame of 3 years. I hope you can deliver a satisfactory outcome within that period. Understood. After I take charge, I'll draft a feasible plan for your review. As for newspapers, circulation is key, but for magazines, it's about status and editorial quality. You'll need to provide extra support. What kind of support? Every issue's cover star needs to be the hottest celebrity, like yourself, Madonna, Naomi, Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, Nicole Kidman, or Jennifer. These top female stars. That's how the magazine's image can improve quickly. But right now, they probably wouldn't give us the time of day. You have to help me get them on board. Good idea, no problem. Once your plan is ready, in the first year, any star you need for a cover, I'll help you secure, including myself. That's fantastic. With your support, none of these challenges will be a problem. The next morning, Linton headed first to Universal's headquarters, meeting Sharon Lehman outside the building. After a tour of the offices, he signed the appointment papers naming her general manager of Putnam Publishing. Then they set off straight for Putnam's offices. Over the following 2 weeks, Linton worked relentlessly, inspecting each branch thoroughly. With the help of Korn Ferry International headhunters, he replaced general managers and other key positions in all branches. During his inspections, he used soul induction to identify corrupt executives, who were immediately dismissed. Employees who were hardworking and talented but hadn't been promoted due to refusing to join corrupt practices were elevated. Unfortunately, due to Universal's deeply unhealthy political environment over the past 5 years, such upright employees were extremely rare. Linton found only 3 across the entire group. Finally, he summoned all overseas branch leaders to headquarters for performance reviews, again using soul induction to weed out corruption and select new leadership. By the end, Universal's corporate culture and work ethic were completely revitalized, gaining new vigor and combativeness, laying a solid foundation for future growth. Of course, since Universal was not yet fully back on track, Linton decided not to consider merging Linton Films, UPN Network, Maluva Publishing, Fire Elf Games, and Universal anytime soon. Chapter 447: Oversight Systems and New Projects. After completing the personnel restructuring and political climate reform within Universal Group, it could be said that a solid foundation had been laid for the company. Whether Universal could truly revive and emerge with renewed vigor depended more on establishing a sound operating system. This included transparent, performance-based evaluation and reward systems, performance management procedures, promotion protocols, and personnel assessment guidelines. To prevent corruption and ensure the company's sustainable, healthy development, while protecting its executives, a comprehensive internal control system was also necessary. This included multi-tiered decision-making processes for major issues, contract approval workflows, business auditing procedures, financial payment protocols, and more. Once these mechanisms were in place, combined with Linton's foresight, Universal would undergo a profound transformation, regaining vibrant new life and soaring forward. Of course, There was no need for him to personally pore over every detail in the establishment of these systems. He only had to set the requirements. The group would formulate a general management and internal control framework, and each branch office would create its own management guidelines and internal control mechanisms for his final review. Regarding film project approvals, he made a special request that played to his unique advantage as a transmigrated person. From now on, Universal Pictures film projects with investments under $10 million would be approved by the review committee. Projects exceeding $10 million, after passing committee approval, would require Linton's final oversight and green light. Additionally, he planned to establish an oversight system to ensure that these policies and procedures were genuinely implemented. This oversight had two parts. One was the creation of compliance departments at headquarters and each branch. The compliance department at headquarters would answer only to him, while branch compliance teams would report to headquarters department, insulated from outside influence. The other part involved hiring professional auditing firms to conduct comprehensive annual audits. These audits would not be mere formalities to appease shareholders, but thorough examinations identifying operational issues. With both internal and external dual supervision, the company's operations would be safeguarded against serious problems, and any issues would be quickly detected. After another 10 days of work, the initial management rules and internal control systems throughout Universal Group were established, though constant optimization would continue. Simultaneously, Linton selected strong-willed and principled personnel to form the compliance departments at headquarters and primary branch offices. The compliance team was lean, only 4 people at headquarters, led by a recently retired prosecutor, while branches had 2 to 3 members each. While Linton's sweeping reforms reshaped Universal's staff and internal governance, the company's business development also marched forward. First up was the overseas release of Scream, which over the past month had launched in more than 50 countries and territories. Starting November 16th, the distribution department organized main leads, including Jennifer, Akina Nakamori, Skeet Ulrich, and David Arquette, to embark on a 2-week international promotional tour. The results were impressive. By December 10th, overseas box office had reached $105 million, nearly rivaling North America's $108 million. This horror movie nearly replicated the box office miracle of Final Destination. Crossing $120 million domestically was now a foregone conclusion, and worldwide revenues stood to surpass $250 million. This would generate enormous profits for Linton Films and Universal. Zach, the director, reclaimed his status among Hollywood's upcoming top names, gaining the attention of major studios. The biggest beneficiaries were the actors. Jennifer, with 3 global blockbuster films under her belt, had solidly secured her place as a leading lady in Hollywood. Akina Nakamori also used the film and her brooding allure to break through internationally, especially in Asia, where she skyrocketed in fame. Upon returning from the overseas tour, both threw themselves into parties with Linton for 3 consecutive nights before launching full force into intensive business activities arranged by their agencies. Other cast members like Skeet Ulrich and David Arquette also saw their careers boosted, moving from negligible status to firmly planting their feet in Hollywood as solid mid-tier stars. Universal was also ramping up promotion for 12 Monkeys, scheduled for release on December 28th. Meanwhile, Linton Films readied 2 movies, The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets, set for December 14th and 21st releases, respectively, with overseas distribution efforts spearheaded by executives Levitt and Klinsman. According to Linton's predictions, both films had strong blockbuster potential. Universal's distribution team wasn't skimping either, allocating $15 million overseas promotion budgets per film. Klinsman took the opportunity to thoroughly inspect each overseas branch, intending to personally oversee the release campaigns across key overseas markets. On the production side, after streamlining the department, Bob quickly selected a project from many candidates, The Nutty Professor. This sci-fi comedy was a tailor-made vehicle for Eddie Murphy, penned by the famed screenwriter Jerry Lewis. The plot revolved around Professor Klump, who, after taking a special weight loss drug, transforms from an obese man into a charming, confident, slim alter ego. His newfound charisma wins over everyone. Even the sharp-tongued lose debates to him. His beautiful colleague, Professor Carla, who he only dreamed of getting close before, now agreed to go out with him. But the drug was unstable, and its effects unpredictable. It might reverse just as his dreams seemed within reach. After a series of humor-filled mishaps, Plump ultimately realizes that true worth lies within. The film's concept was strong, production costs were modest at $20 million, and comedy was an easy genre for small-budget hits. However, the obstacle was the casting. According to the script, lead roles were African-American, an approach considered extremely risky by all major studios at the time. The mainstream North American audience remained predominantly white. Films with black leads rarely had big box office success. Jerry Lewis firmly refused to change the casting, insisting Eddie Murphy remain the lead. Earlier, the project had been shelved by Roman, the former production head. In fact, Jerry Lewis had approached other major studios, all skeptical of the script's prospects. After taking over Universal's production, Bob was intrigued by the story and its comedic conflicts despite uncertainties. He hesitated but ultimately decided to back the project. To be cautious, he first reported the project to Linton for market prospect evaluation. After reading the script, Linton immediately recalled the film's former success. In a previous life, this had been a massive hit, grossing $270 million globally and winning numerous awards. Naturally, he gave full support. Moreover, considering Universal's recent upheavals followed by rebirth, the studio needed several hit films to rejuvenate morale and reshape its public image. Linton also picked a major production from his company's script library, Twister, to hand over to Bob. He recalled that in the mid-1990s, natural disaster films were sweeping through Hollywood. Last year, he had selected Twister and Armageddon as the simplest and highest-grossing stories, writing outlines and having the script department complete them while registering copyrights. This time, to back Universal and support Bob, he brought Twister forward, with script costs to be paid at market rates. Twister was a disaster adventure film about meteorologist Joe and Bill leading a team of storm chasers in Oklahoma, risking everything to deploy state-of-the-art instruments inside tornadoes. Through numerous dangers, they ultimately succeeded. Thanks to Linton's backing, Universal swiftly approved both films and began preparations. The Nutty Professor's budget was $20 million, produced by Brian Grazer and Jerry Lewis as co-producer, directed by Tom Shadyac, written by Jerry Lewis, starring Eddie Murphy. Twister's budget was $60 million, produced by Ian Bryce, co-produced by Linton, directed by Janda Vaught, and written by Linton. Chapter 448, Trump's Visit. On the afternoon of December 12th, at the Universal Amphitheater, Linton Films held a grand premiere for The Sixth Sense. The real stars of the movie were Bruce Willis and Haley Joel Osment. However, to create more buzz and grab media attention, Linton still walked the red carpet flanked by Monica Bellucci and Noriko Sakai as co-producer and screenwriter, respectively. Interestingly, Monica, Sophie Marceau, and Christiana Ricci were all around 3 months pregnant at the same time, having passed the critical stage safely. Coincidentally, the movies starring these three were all scheduled for Christmas releases. Sophie Marceau's Braveheart had already premiered on December 7th, and she had been actively promoting it with the cast. Linton initially wanted to help them skip or postpone their promotional tours, knowing how exhausting such work could be, especially during pregnancy. He worried about their health. However, all three insisted on continuing. Sophie Marceau had it a bit easier since she had just won an Oscar earlier in the year and had confidently stepped into the A-list. Christiana and Monica were still rising stars, eager for their new films to do well and boost their careers. Besides, they were only 2 to 3 months pregnant, and thanks to special prenatal treatments, each of them was in excellent health and confident they could handle the grueling schedule. Seeing their strong determination, Linton relented but used his influence to arrange private jets for Christiana and Monica during their promotional tours, adding extra bodyguards and assistants to support them. He didn't get involved in the discussions with Paramount. Sophie Marceau had enough standing to negotiate her schedule herself with pregnancy as her reason. Though The Sixth Sense was a horror film, it mainly centered on family bonds and emotional themes. Throughout the screening, Linton noticed many audience members wiping away tears. The movie told the story of a 9-year-old boy named Cole who claimed he could see deceased people. When a psychologist tried to treat him, Cole resisted, convinced that no one could help him escape his troubles. Yet, through persistent effort, Dr. Malcolm broke through Cole's defenses. The boy eventually opened up about his struggles and gradually accepted the doctor's guidance. The ending was unexpectedly profound. Cole's special ability was his second sight, which caused him to see ghosts relentlessly, filling him with terror. Under Dr. Malcolm's care, he came to accept this reality. Dr. Malcolm himself faced his own troubles, a successful child psychologist helping troubled kids, yet dealing with a failing marriage and his wife's suspected infidelity. As the treatment progressed, he shockingly realized of his own death. The film succeeded by blending the psychological dread with the suspense, creating a unique atmosphere. Unlike the usual gore-heavy horror flicks, The Sixth Sense emphasized mystery and ethical dilemmas, probing themes of humanity, life, death, and emotions. The final twist was a classic revelation. The deceased did not realize he was dead until the very end, leaving audiences astonished. This bittersweet ending softened the ghost's image, making them surprisingly touching and leaving viewers deeply moved. The guests and reporters at the premiere gave glowing reviews. At the end, when asked to predict the box office, Linton dropped a bombshell. The film aimed to gross $300 million in North America alone. The announcement electrified the press and paparazzi. They expected Linton's usual conservative estimate, but were stunned by this bold projection. Tomorrow's headlines were already written. Superstars making audacious box office claims were media gold. If the film fell short, the tabloids could pounce with stories like, "Linton's prediction fails spectacularly." Yet, the cast and crew were bewildered. The film was well made and moving, but $300 million seemed overly optimistic. At that night's party, Monica and Noriko repeatedly asked Linton, "Darling, do you really think The Sixth Sense can make $300 million in North America?" "Of course," Linton assured them. "The film is powerful, and with such strong promotion, a $300 million box office is very likely." "Fantastic. Darling, if that happens, Monica and I will give you the biggest surprise," Noriko exclaimed excitedly. "I agree. We'll make it unforgettable," Monica added. "What surprise?" Linton inquired. "You'll see when the time comes," they said with a smile. After finishing his reorganization at Universal, Linton didn't set up his permanent office there, but returned to the 16th floor of the Linton Tower. Although Universal had provided an enormous chairman's office, nothing compared to the entire floor of Linton Tower, fully equipped with top-notch facilities, truly a world apart from Universal. This was where Linton felt most comfortable and at ease. Other locations were just occasional stops for inspections. For a boss as successful as him, slacking off at work was the norm. The next day, back on the 16th floor, after handling some business for Linton Films in the morning, his assistant Mina handed him a meeting request. Donald Trump, New York real estate mogul, wanted to visit the following day. Haha, Donald Trump, huh? He probably just finished clearing his bank debts. Does that qualify him as a real estate mogul yet? Linton had no prior dealings with him, and Trump's businesses were mainly in real estate and casinos. He wondered why Trump wanted to meet. Wait, this guy used to cameo in various movies and TV shows before his financial troubles, often playing billionaire roles under his real name. Linton specifically remembered Trump's brief appearance in 1989's Ghosts Can't Do It, even though the 20-second cameo earned him a Razzie for Worst Supporting Actor, a consequence of his dubious acting skills. After going bankrupt, Trump stopped film cameos to focus on recovery. Could it be that now he was back on his feet and craving attention again, seeking Linton's company once more? Well, Trump was definitely a character. In his past life, he built massive businesses, eventually won the presidency, and stirred up great waves worldwide. Since Trump proactively requested the meeting, Linton decided to see what kind of ideas he had and what he was up to now. Chapter 449, Miss Universe Pageant. In the early hours of December 14th, the midnight screening of The Sixth Sense premiered in 2,800 screens nationwide. Thanks to the star power of Bruce Willis and Monica Bellucci, combined with the robust promotional campaign by Linton Films and extensive media coverage following the premiere, the film achieved an impressive opening at midnight. Around 3 a.m., during a temporary pause in the party at Linton's estate, Linton received an exciting call from Harvey in the distribution department. "Boss, fantastic news. The Sixth Sense has earned $4.63 million at midnight screenings, making it the third highest this year after Independence Day and Batman Forever." Hearing this thrilling news, Monica and Noriko Sakai instantly lit up with excitement, and naturally, the rest of the party became even more vibrant. At 9 a.m., Monica, Noriko Sakai, Bruce Willis, and Haley Osmond boarded a private jet with director M. Night Shyamalan, flying straight to New York to begin a 2-week promotional tour. To accommodate Monica's health, the tour was limited to 10 cities, making the schedule relatively relaxed. At 10 a.m., Linton met with the visitor in his office. Though this man was close to 50 years old, he looked like a handsome man in his early 40s, brimming with energy, and his trademark short blonde hair made him appear radiant, a mature man with undeniable charm. Upon seeing Linton, Donald ignored the offered handshake and instead opened his arms wide for a big hug. "Linton, you look amazing, almost as good as I did when I was younger." His enthusiastic hug and quirky opening line threw Linton off for a moment. He wondered who was guest and who was host here. "Donald, welcome. I've heard a lot about you." To Linton's surprise, Donald immediately seized the opportunity to joke. "Haha, looks like I'm pretty famous if you know my name. Tell me, do you know me as the real estate mogul or as the actor on screen?" Linton thought to himself, this guy is shamelessly self-centered, acting like he's some kind of legend. "I know you from your president status in my past life, becoming a troublemaker in the whole world." Deciding not to go easy on him, Linton dryly teased, "Oh, you acted in movies and TV shows?" Unexpectedly, Donald didn't catch the sarcasm and instead puffed up proudly. "Of course. I've been in quite a few productions and even won some acting awards." "Oh, impressive. What movies?" "Ghosts Can't Do It," he said with pride. When Linton heard "Ghosts Can't Do It" come out of his mouth like a badge of honor, he nearly spat out his coffee. That film had earned him a Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Supporting Actor. Linton thought, "Your audacity is remarkable, bragging about a Razzie like it's an Oscar. No wonder you made it big with that kind of shamelessness." Donald was a true social butterfly. Despite this being their first meeting, he was completely at ease, effortlessly chatting and sharing stories. He was knowledgeable, witty, and quickly put Linton at ease, narrowing the gap between them. Linton, with a free morning ahead, found it somewhat entertaining to listen to this former global agitator's boastful tales. One of Donald's strengths was his honesty about his past. For example, the episode when his rapid real estate expansion backfired during the late 80s economic downturn, leading to his company's bankruptcy. What would be a dark memory for most, Donald described as a badge of honor. He explained that in 1990, he was burdened with nearly $4 billion in debt, and his company was effectively insolvent. However, the banks that lent him money realized that if he declared bankruptcy, they would lose not only the interest, but possibly the principal too. After negotiation, they allowed him to defer some loan interest payments, taking control of his real estate holdings under bank supervision until he could repay. True to his word, he worked tirelessly to manage his debts and continued his strategic investments, gradually reclaiming his properties from the banks. With the American economy recovering and real estate booming, within 5 years, Donald not only repaid most of the debt, but also took the Trump Taj Mahal casino public and regained his status as a prominent New York real estate tycoon. It was indeed an impressive comeback story that attested to his talents and resilience. A reason why he was proud, not ashamed, of his past, and carried himself with great confidence. After over an hour of Donald's tall tales, they finally turned to business. "Linton, I have an excellent project I think you'll be interested in." "What project?" "The Miss Universe pageant." Miss Universe is an internationally renowned beauty competition founded in 1952 by the Pacific Mills Clothing Company in California. It stands alongside Miss World, Miss International, and Miss Earth as one of the 4 grand international pageants, with enormous global appeal. The pageant's mission is to empower women worldwide by promoting their careers, personal development, and social responsibility. Title holders of Miss Universe are known for cultivating poise, wit, and education to exemplify the modern woman. Through the competition, Contestants gain opportunities to travel internationally, showcase their charm on a global stage, and ultimately fulfill their dreams. Since its establishment in 1952, the pageant has attracted participation from over 150 countries annually. Due to its international stature, the organizers stopped limiting the venue to the U.S. starting in 1972. Instead, the host location is selected from candidate countries based on various factors like hosting fees, logistical plans, and financial investment. If Linton's memory was correct, Donald had acquired the hosting rights for the 1996 Miss Universe pageant in his previous life. Of course I'm interested. That's a top-tier event. What's your plan? I've invested heavily to secure next year's hosting rights. How about your UPN TV network partnering on the broadcast? Donald handed Linton an official authorization document from the organizers. I'm definitely interested. A win-win for both of us. How do you want to collaborate? The competition runs from June through the end of November, lasting 6 months, with weekly highlight episodes ready for broadcast. You know how ratings soar with beauty pageants, Donald smiled. Since we clicked, I came straight to you with an exclusive North American broadcast friendship offer, $120 million. What do you say? Linton didn't buy the first to ask or friendship price lines for a second. He activated his soul induction ability subtly. Donald, which other networks have you talked to? NBC. How did they respond? They only offered $55 million for North American exclusive rights, which is below my minimum. What's your minimum? $60 million. As expected, Donald was a shrewd businessman and a smooth talker. Linton ended the spiritual influence and said plainly, Donald, I'm very interested, but for negotiations on terms, how about we bring in? Great, no beating around the bush. When do you want to start, and where should we negotiate? Let's form the negotiation team immediately and start next week in Los Angeles. How does that sound? Chapter 450, Stephanie's Reward. After finishing the serious business, Linton suddenly thought about how incredible and inspiring Donald Trump's journey was, from bankruptcy to rising again as a billionaire. Plus, the guy was outgoing and enjoyed showcasing himself, which made him a perfect fit for a guest spot on UPN's weekly financial talk show. Linton was confident the ratings would be great. The financial talk show on UPN, which aired once a week featuring celebrity interviews, had skyrocketed in popularity after Linton's episode set a new high in ratings. After that, they invited other high-profile guests like Jim Clark, Netscape's CEO, John Chambers from Cisco, Yahoo's founder Jerry Yang, and Winnie Gesso, CEO of Skycrest Capital. These guests were rising stars and key players in the tech and investment worlds. They were legendary figures with strong personal charisma, making each episode fresh and engaging for viewers. The show's ratings climbed steadily, especially the episode with Winnie Gesso. Thanks to her stunning looks, brilliant investor image, and impressive track record, that episode reached an astonishing 5% viewership. Winnie's popularity exploded, and she gained countless fans, becoming a nationwide investment celebrity. While spending weekends with her, Linton noticed her fame was just a notch below second-tier Hollywood stars like Charlize Theron. At this point, the financial talk show's celebrity interviews consistently pulled in around 4% ratings, establishing itself as one of UPN's flagship programs. Once the show gained traction, inviting big names became easier. Some CEOs of public companies even proactively reached out, wanting to appear on the show. No matter how you looked at it, Linton thought Donald was a perfect interview subject. With that, he sent out an invitation. Donald, do you know about UPN's weekly financial talk show? Linton asked. Yeah, I love that show. It starts every Sunday at 8:30 p.m. I've been hooked since your episode, Donald replied. Want to be a guest on the show? That sounds awesome. I'd love that, Donald said enthusiastically. He was always eager to promote himself through different film and entertainment platforms, so this opportunity was too good to pass up. Okay, consider it done. I'll arrange it, Linton said as he picked up the phone to call Chris. Upon hearing the boss's orders, Chris quickly checked the show's schedule and booked Donald for 2 weeks out. Donald's ego was as thick as ever, though. Soon after, he came to Linton with a request. Linton, given my great image and audience appeal, when you shoot your next movie, can I make a cameo as a rich guy? I won't take any pay and will show up whenever you need. It seemed that with his financial rebound, His showmanship instincts only grew stronger. But for Linton, it wasn't a bad thing for his films. All right, I'll keep you in mind. The episode following Linton's own, featuring Netscape's Jim Clark, also hit a solid 4% rating. After that episode aired and the ratings came in the next day, Stephanie Egger called Linton, excitedly sharing the news that the ratings had surpassed 4%. She even coyly asked when Linton would finally take her out to dinner, keeping a promise they had made. But during that time, Linton was knee-deep in overhauling Universal Studios, working around the clock with no time to spare. Stephanie understood, and the two agreed to wait until Universal's situation stabilized before fulfilling that promise. Now the overhaul was complete. It was time to deliver on that commitment. Linton had always believed in rewarding capable, hardworking employees, especially attractive women on his team. As the show's popularity grew, Stephanie's own fame rose dramatically. She gathered countless fans, and to Linton, she was proving to be a valuable ally. After seeing Donald off, Linton dialed Stephanie's number. "Miss Egger, are you free tonight?" "Ah, Linton. Boss, whenever you call, I'm available." Stephanie's excited voice came through the phone. "Good. I'll send you the address soon." At 7 p.m., Linton hosted Stephanie in a private dining room atop the Hilton Hotel. Stephanie had clearly put effort into her look, wearing a fitted blue evening gown and classic black heels. At 5 feet 9 inches, her tall and slender frame was striking. Her blonde hair flowed in big waves, and with light makeup and bold red lips, she radiated an alluring charm. Not outright stunning, but with an intelligent and sophisticated elegance that had its own unique appeal. The moment they met, Stephanie didn't even shake Linton's outstretched hand. Instead, she gave him a warm, enthusiastic hug. "Boss, mission accomplished. The show's ratings have stabilized at 4%. Nice work. You exceeded my expectations," Linton said, handing her a brand new Louis Vuitton bag. "This is an extra reward for you." "Wow, so beautiful. Boss, with how good you treat me, should I show my gratitude?" "In person," she teased. This woman sure had no filter. Linton held back a reply to avoid ruining their dinner vibe and quickly changed the subject. "That's not necessary. Just keep doing great work to make this the most influential financial talk show nationwide." Stephanie shot him a mock pout. "Don't worry, I'll keep working hard. It's not just my goal, it's UPN's goal too." "Any challenges so far?" "Not really. Since you appeared on the show and helped bring in guests, all difficulties have melted away." "That's great. Boss, let's hold off on work talk for now and have a drink." "Absolutely. Here's to your success." "Thanks for your support, boss." "Cheers to you." Stephanie raised her glass. She truly knew how to set the mood as a host. They quickly finished one bottle and then opened another. During their chat, Linton learned about her background. Stephanie was 25 and had graduated Columbia University 3 years ago with a master's degree in journalism. During undergrad, she double majored in journalism and economics, a straight A, a student with serious brains. After graduation, she joined ABC as a field reporter for business segments. 3 months ago, UPN began its financial celebrity interview program and held an open call for hosts. She stood out among hundreds of candidates. Her talent shone through the show's success, building her reputation alongside the program. A mutual rise. "Boss, I know a great bar nearby. Shall we continue there?" Stephanie suggested as the second bottle finished. It was clear she had motives beyond just drinking. But Linton was game. After all, sometimes letting the lady lead wasn't a bad idea. "No need to go far. There's a good bar in the hotel's executive suite. How about we go there?" "Perfect. Just right for a candlelit chat." That night, Linton's impression of Stephanie could be summed up in one word: smooth. He also sensed her growing popularity wasn't a fluke. She was on par with a mid-level celebrity. If the show kept its momentum, her future looked bright. Stephanie's assessment of Linton was equally glowing. He was simply amazing. Both quietly agreed to meet again soon. Chapter 451, Victoria's Secret Angels. On December 14th, The Sixth Sense officially premiered on a massive scale, opening in 3,300 screens nationwide. On its first day, the film grossed an impressive $16.31 million. With the addition of $4.63 million from midnight showings, Friday's total box office reached $20.94 million. More importantly, the movie's word of mouth skyrocketed. Media outlets showered the film with praise, and even critics who had previously had issues with Linton gave overwhelmingly positive reviews this time around. The third-party survey company hired by the studio, Caesar, conducted on-site audience polls that left everyone confident and energized. On December 14th, Caesar distributed 9,000 questionnaires in 150 theaters across 30 cities, collecting 8,828 responses. Of these, 8,271 rated the film A+, 307 gave it an A, and 127 settled on an A-. Only 23 participants rated the film below an A-, and those were limited to B+ and B grades, meaning no outright negative reviews at all. Looking over North American film history, such an achievement had only been matched by The Godfather. Many fans who saw the movie quickly became its advocates, enthusiastically recommending it to family, classmates, and friends, which further amplified the film's glowing reputation. Dude, you've got to see The Sixth Sense in theaters. It's honestly so moving. Man, I caught The Sixth Sense last night. Totally amazing and emotional. You have to check it out. The overwhelming media buzz, alongside fans' enthusiastic word of mouth, drew more and more moviegoers to theaters. Coupled with the film's undeniable quality, newcomers were quickly converted into promoters themselves. By the second day, the film hit a viewing peak. Many theaters had to rush to add extra showings to meet demand. That day's box office skyrocketed to $23.57 million, accounting for 41% of the daily market share, which was especially impressive given the intense competition of the Christmas season. On Sunday, major theater chains increased screenings of The Sixth Sense, expanding to 3,500 screens, capturing 35% of all showtimes. The Sunday box office did not disappoint, pulling in $21.25 million, slightly higher than Friday's total. Over the 3 days, the movie raked in a cumulative $65.76 million, topping the weekend box office with a 41.5% market share. The second place went to last week's release Jumanji, which pulled in $19.39 million over the weekend. Third place went to Braveheart, also in its second weekend, grossing $13.83 million. That movie was Sophie Marceau's first film after winning the Oscar for Best Actress. Although it had only been in theaters for 10 days with a domestic total of $37.74 million, it was projected to reach $75 million by the end of its run. Not a huge hit, but definitely not a flop. It at least broke even. The steadily climbing box office of The Sixth Sense brought the most joy to Linton's film company, followed closely by the director and the main cast. Director M. Night Shyamalan became an overnight sensation, quickly rising to become one of Hollywood's hottest commercial directors, rivaling even Michael Bay in popularity. Bruce Willis successfully reinvented himself through the film, broadening his acting range and reasserting his powerful box office appeal. The biggest surprise was Haley Joel Osment, whose performance was stunningly acclaimed by both media and critics as the best child star performance. Monica Bellucci also successfully rose into the A-list with the film. As for Noriko Sakai, her impact was less pronounced because her screen time was limited and her fanbase mainly was in Asia. Still, the movie helped her make further strides in Hollywood, firmly establishing her as a solid B-list actress. Just as The Sixth Sense was dominating the box office, Linton received an unexpected phone call. "Linton, have you forgotten you're the second largest shareholder in Victoria's Secret?" came a cheerful voice from Les Wexner on the line. Since acquiring a stake in Victoria's Secret back in early May and appointing a board member, Linton had barely paid it any attention. Half a year had passed, and indeed many changes had taken place. The brand's lingerie had become sexier, and stores were booming. But the Victoria's Secret Angels, the centerpiece Linton had cared deeply about, had remained inactive. Could it be that the Angel team was finally forming? Les, no way I forgot. Is there some good news about Victoria's Secret? Yes. Remember we talked earlier about launching the Victoria's Secret Angels model team? The team is basically assembled now. The Angels have been preliminarily hired. Why don't you come by to oversee the final selection? The Victoria's Secret Angels team is set up? Great. When and where? At the New York branch. Are you free tomorrow? Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. That evening, Linton also got a call from Heidi Klum, informing him that Victoria's Secret had recruited 6 top supermodels to form the Angel team, and she might even lead the team. The next day, Linton flew to New York on his private jet. Les Wexner personally picked him up at the airport and enthusiastically briefed him on Victoria's Secret's recent developments during the ride back to the office. Since the May recapitalization and equity expansion, Victoria's Secret had accelerated its growth, opening over 100 new stores across North America this year alone. The brand had also begun expanding overseas, successfully establishing branches in the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Sales had soared by 70% year-over-year, reaching $1.6 billion in the first 11 months, with 40% of growth coming from overseas markets. When Les Wexner talked about the newly formed Victoria's Secret Angels, he couldn't hide his pride. This time, we handpicked 6 angels based on your earlier advice. Each one has the face of an angel and the body of a devil, top-tier beauties all. They've got stunning curves, long legs, and especially when they're in our lingerie, they're absolutely breathtaking. Is that so? I'm looking forward to seeing if your taste matches mine. They're all waiting upstairs, just for you to make the final call. If you find any less than beautiful or not sexy enough, you can eliminate them. The contracts aren't signed yet. The 2 men exchanged smiles as they headed to a rehearsal studio directly, bypassing the office. Inside was a standard runway with a dozen VIP chairs arranged just below it. They took seats front and center. Les Wexner signaled to his assistant, and soon music filled the room as 6 angels entered one by one, staging a live lingerie fashion show for Linton and Les Wexner. First out was Heidi Klum, whom Linton knew all too well. She had strutted the runway in Victoria's Secret lingerie at his own parties several times before. Next came Helena Christensen, born December 25, 1968, from Denmark, standing 5 feet 10 inches tall. The third was Daniela Pestova, born October 14, 1970, hailing from the Czech Republic, standing 5 feet 11 inches. Fourth was Letitia Casta, born May 11, 1978, from France, 5 feet 6.5 inches tall. Fifth came Stephanie Seymour, born July 23, 1968, from California, standing 5 feet 10 inches. Finally, Linton spotted an old familiar face, Tyra Banks, born December 4, 1973, also from California, a mixed-race supermodel standing 5 feet 10 inches tall. Sure enough, sophisticated men had similar aesthetics. Les Wexner's carefully selected 6 angels were all considered top-tier beauties by the public. Every one was curvy, voluptuous, and long-legged. Especially when clad in the alluring Victoria's Secret lingerie and confidently strutting the runway, they frequently blew kisses toward Linton, exuding endless seductive charm that overwhelmed the room. Chapter 452, The Angels. Linton was very pleased with the 6 Victoria's Secret angels selected by Les Wexner. Not bad, the choices are excellent. Looks like we're on the same page. Our Victoria's Secret angels are all about boundless seductive charm. On the runway, they have to make the women in the audience jealous and the men stand up on their feet. Looks like these candidates passed your test with flying colors. I have no objections. Let's get the contract signed as soon as possible. Here's a little secret for you. These women are top-notch in their skills, and they're pretty open-minded too. With a super handsome guy like you around, they'd probably be up for a group party with both of us. Want to give it a try? Linton's expression changed immediately. You've already tried with them? No, don't get me wrong. I know Heidi's with you. No one here would dare mess with her, and she's never one for chaotic parties. Good to know. Besides, Heidi's hotter than ever. Her figure and skin are flawless, and with your backing, the company treats her like a treasure. Don't worry, no one's got their eyes on her. I'm even planning to make her captain of the Angels. That's up to you. As long as it helps the company grow, I won't interfere. I meant the other 5. They're truly skilled. Want to try tonight? At first, Linton had some thoughts about them, but after Les Wexner's comment, all desire vanished. Forget it. Have fun yourselves. I'll stick with Heidi Klum tonight. All right, didn't expect you to be such a romantic. Then I won't bother you tonight. Just pick 2 angels and have your own little party, ha. Enough about that. After forming the Victoria's Secret Angels, What's your next plan? Well, basically the plan you brought up last time. It's already mid-December. My plan is to collaborate with the Super Bowl next year to stage a Victoria's Secret lingerie fashion show during the halftime. Riding the Super Bowl's hype will boost the fame of the Angels and Victoria's Secret lingerie. Starting next year, every year, we'll hold a grand Victoria's Secret fashion show with global TV broadcasts. We want to create an exclusive Victoria's Secret fashion brand and spread its fashion culture. Of course, the Angels will regularly walk shows in stores across America's major cities and overseas to help promote Victoria's Secret lingerie. Sounds good, but I have a suggestion. Our marketing strategy for Victoria's Secret isn't about being a high-end luxury brand. Instead, we aim to be the world's most recognized and popular sexy lingerie brand. So, during shows, the Angels don't need to look cold and aloof like European runway models. They should actively blow kisses, smile, wink, and wave, interacting frequently with the audience and cameras. That's a great idea. I'll discuss this with the event planners and designers. By the way, will your next movie advertise during the Super Bowl halftime? Of course. My next movie is Mission: Impossible, scheduled for release in May next year. We've already secured a 30-second commercial slot during the Super Bowl. I was thinking, maybe we could launch a joint promotion using the Super Bowl platform. Your film company could capitalize on the buzz generated by the Victoria's Secret show to hype up Mission: Impossible. And Victoria's Secret can link up with the hottest Hollywood director and superstar, playing one of the biggest blockbuster films to create more buzz and increase influence. Not a bad idea. Do you have a detailed plan? Not yet, but if we both agree, I can ask an advertising agency to come up with a comprehensive plan. No problem. This benefits both parties greatly. I'll assign someone from the film company to coordinate. That evening, Les Wexner hosted an intimate cocktail party at the Hilton Hotel where Linton was staying. Attendees included several Victoria's Secret executives and the 6 Angels. At the party, Les Wexner announced that all 6 Angels had passed company tests and would officially sign contracts the next day, becoming true Victoria's Secret Angels. The Angels cheered enthusiastically. Considering how strict Victoria's Secret was with choosing Angels, with all sorts of tests, the signing fees offered were well above market rates, so everyone was thrilled to hear it was finalized. Soon, Linton and Les Wexner were surrounded by the Angels, each holding a glass of champagne. They frequently clinked glasses, flirted, and cozied up, even touching occasionally. It irritated Linton a little, though Heidi Klum stayed by his side from the start. She couldn't hold back the others' enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Les Wexner had evidently had enough. Without saying goodbye, he left with Helena Christensen and Letitia Casta. The other Victoria's Secret executives tactfully left early, leaving only Linton, Heidi Klum, Daniela Pestova, Stephanie Seymour, and Tyra Banks with the waitstaff. Seeing this, Linton put his arm around Heidi. Shall we go back to the room? Just the 2 of us. Who else would you want to invite? What about those other 3? Aren't you going to check on them? Why should I be responsible for them? At that moment, Tyra Banks, someone who had shared wonderful memories with Linton, affectionately grabbed his arm from the side. Tyra's career had been going strong these past 2 years. Since starring in Linton's 1992 movie Step Up, she had broken into Hollywood. Unlike Halle Berry, who left modeling for acting, Tyra combined both. Thanks to the growing support for African American rights, Hollywood was opening more opportunities to Black performers. Besides modeling steadily, she had acted in multiple films, now ranking alongside Halle Berry as a mixed-race superstar. She was forever grateful to Linton and missed him. Unfortunately, they hadn't found a chance to reconnect since their last film collaboration. Tonight, with such a rare opportunity, she wasn't going to miss it. She kissed Linton on the cheek and said, "Linton, you haven't contacted me in so long. You can't leave me out tonight." "Tyra, maybe another day. Heidi and I already made plans." "Why another day? We can all hang out, just like before." "But, no buts. I'm sticking with you tonight, and I don't think Heidi will mind." At that moment, Daniela Pestova and Stephanie Seymour chimed in together. "Linton, take us with you. We want to join too." Linton hesitated while Heidi Klum took the initiative to persuade him. "Dear, it wouldn't be right to ignore them tonight. I'm their captain, after all. Besides, they've told me how much they admire and look up to you. Why not have a small party in your room? Your place is big enough, and you're strong enough. All right, if everyone's on board, let's change locations to my room. There's a little bar there. Yay! The moonlight over New York was beautiful that night, and the Victoria's Secret angels looked incredibly radiant. The party promised to be even more lively. Only the two small assistants, Mina and Shaoran, silently stewed with jealousy. Chapter 453, The Hype to Win the Oscar for Best Actress. Linton hadn't planned to stay in New York for long, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the Victoria's Secret angels and the non-stop exciting parties every night. Starting the second night, Helena Christensen and Letitia Casta joined the gatherings, making the parties even more electrifying. In the end, Linton stayed in New York for a full 3 days. However, the control over his essence was strict, mostly keeping things just enough for the angels to maintain their stamina without overdoing it. By the time Linton returned to Los Angeles, it was already December 19th. That afternoon, Linton held a grand premiere for the film As Good as It Gets at the Universal Amphitheater. The lead actress role was Christiana, while the two male leads remained the original Jack Nicholson and Greg Kinnear. Just like with The Sixth Sense, Linton appeared as a co-producer and screenwriter, walking the red carpet arm in arm with Christiana. When they reached the center of the red carpet, for the sake of publicity, Linton even paused and shared a public kiss with Christiana. Though brief and not very passionate, the kiss sparked wild screams from their fans and the crowd, and it obliterated countless rolls of film in the hands of the paparazzi. As Good as It Gets was essentially a heartwarming comedy, portraying kindness and warmth in human nature through humor and delicate storytelling. The movie presented a series of lively, touching scenarios that allowed the audience to feel the beauty and strength of humanity amid laughter. The story followed Melvin, a grumpy, obsessive writer with no family or friends. He lived a clockwork life, locked away in his home, writing novels, and intolerant of interruptions. Melvin's neighbor, Simon, was a young, openly gay artist who owned an adorable dog. Simon was lively and gentle, but often faced insults from Melvin. Melvin only left his home once a day to eat at the same local diner, where the waitress, Carol Connolly, was the only person willing to serve him. Carol was divorced and lived with her son Spencer, who suffered from severe asthma. Because of Spencer's illness, many men who were interested in Carol had given up pursuing her. One day, Simon's apartment was robbed, leaving him seriously injured. Before being hospitalized, Simon entrusted his dog to Melvin's care. Gradually, Melvin grew fond of the dog, and his outlook began to change. He started paying attention to the world around him, helped others proactively, and seriously examined his feelings toward Carol. Eventually, they came together. To Linton, As Good as It Gets was a simple but artistic film. Yet the lively plot and stellar performances of the three leads helped the audience feel moved and nostalgic rather than bored. Not only did the audience respond deeply, but all the guests were also highly engaged during the screening, sincerely praising the movie afterward, a rarity for such a seemingly artsy film compared to the typical popcorn flick. In this movie, Christiana made a huge sacrifice. She played an ordinary diner waitress, and to fit the role, her usual striking beauty was completely hidden. The makeup artist deliberately made her look plain and rough. From her appearance to her skin, attire, and posture, she was transformed into an ordinary girl. Halfway through the film, Linton even heard nearby viewers whisper in surprise, followed by complaints about the director. That director is too cruel. How could he make our idol Christiana look so plain? This indirectly proved that Christiana had truly brought the waitress role to life. What motivated her to make such a big sacrifice was a promise Linton made before filming. If she nailed this role, he would fully support her bid for the Best Actress Oscar. It goes without saying that no actress can resist the temptation of an Oscar, even one as already accomplished as Christiana. Of course, compared to Charlize Theron 8 years later in Another Life, Christiana's sacrifice was modest. Back then, Charlize was determined to win the Oscar for her role in Monster. She sacrificed her image completely, portraying a notorious serial female killer. She didn't just rely on makeup to look ugly. The role required her to play an overweight, unattractive woman, so she gained over 30 pounds for authenticity. Then makeup made her look old, ugly, and heavy-set. Remember, Charlize was only 28 at that time, in her prime beauty years. Some women are more determined than we imagine. Even though she later lost the weight through fitness and regained her figure, her looks inevitably suffered and never fully returned to her peak appearance. Fortunately, she eventually achieved her goal and won the Oscar for Best Actress. But this was still the 1990s. Actresses weren't as cutthroat for awards as they became later, and the judges hadn't become so demanding. With Christiana bringing depth and breaking her image in this film, the Oscar voters would likely give her plenty of credit. Whether she would actually win the Oscar would depend on Harvey's next moves in lobbying and campaigning. Judging by the audience's reactions during the screening, laughter filled the theater initially, then moved into emotion, with many quietly wiping tears. The film's artistic value was unquestionable, and the media and critics' ratings would surely be high. Audience scores from the premiere wouldn't be bad either. But to achieve great box office numbers, strategic promotion was essential. Besides the usual intensive marketing, Linton specifically tasked the distribution department to promote As Good as It Gets as the most heartwarming, comforting comedy in cinema history, stirring up buzz and conversation. Unlike typical indie films, this one featured Jack Nicholson and Christiana, two top-tier Hollywood stars with strong fan bases who could quickly boost the movie's momentum. Additionally, Linton and Christiana's public kiss on the red carpet was also a ploy to generate publicity and grab media and audience attention. This movie had both artistic and commercial potential, and with proper promotion, the box office could be very promising, making awards within reach. Thanks to the combined fan base of Christiana and Jack, the film's comprehensive publicity push, and the media frenzy sparked by the red carpet kiss, the movie's midnight screening on December 21st opened in 2,300 screens. It earned $3.87 million at midnight, marking a strong start at the box office. That morning, director Ryan flew with Christiana, Jack Nicholson, and Greg Kinnear on a business jet arranged by the distribution team heading to Chicago, kicking off a 2-week promotional tour across the top 10 North American markets. Chapter 454, No Favoritism. On December 21st, the movie As Good as It Gets officially opened on a large scale, screening in 3,000 screens. On its opening day, it grossed $9.31 million, and with midnight showings adding another $3.87 million, the total Friday box office reached $13.18 million. This performance truly exceeded everyone's expectations except for Linton himself. No matter how much publicity and buzz were generated, As Good as It Gets was still a strongly art house film. Many quietly speculated that the high opening day earnings were due to promotion and gossip hype, and that as general audiences started watching, word of mouth would surely drop, leading to a significant decline in ticket sales afterward. However, the results from a third-party survey company, Caesar, commissioned by Linton Films, shocked everyone. The survey was conducted in 150 theaters across 30 cities, with 9,000 questionnaires distributed and 8,381 collected on-site after screenings. Among those, a remarkable 6,371 viewers gave the film an A+ rating, 753 rated it A, 208 rated it A-, 421 gave B+, and only 193 rated it below C. The dissatisfaction rate was just 2.3%. In other words, although As Good as It Gets was an art film, it was very audience-friendly. Viewers widely reported being deeply moved and nostalgic after watching it. Many even said they would recommend it enthusiastically to friends. This meant the movie was very likely to become a blockbuster. In the following 2 days, the film's box office continued strong. On Saturday, it earned $13.51 million. On Sunday, it made $10.33 million. In total, the opening weekend 3-day gross reached $37.02 million. Still, it couldn't surpass last week's number 1 hit The Sixth Sense, settling for second place. The Sixth Sense was truly dominating. After its opening weekend haul of $65.76 million, it earned another $39.46 million during the following 4 weekdays. Within just 1 full week, the box office totaled $105.22 million, successfully crossing the $100 million mark. In its second weekend, it brought in $41.74 million, retaining the top spot. In only 10 days, The Sixth Sense had grossed $146.96 million in the North American market. Judging from these trends, it was almost certain that The Sixth Sense's total North American box office would surpass $300 million. That same weekend, the film also premiered overseas in 10 countries and regions, earning $53.71 million over the three-day weekend. Meanwhile, other films released during this busy season suffered badly, caught in the crossfire of The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets, and plunging in box office returns. Ranking third was Paramount's Sabrina, released concurrently with As Good as It Gets, with a disappointing $14.18 million opening weekend. Fourth was Jumanji, released 2 weeks earlier, earning $10.31 million that weekend. Fifth was Braveheart, also 2 weeks old, taking in $8.71 million that weekend. What made things worse was the theaters further cut their showtimes, allocating more screenings to The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets. More importantly, both films were of such high quality they were virtually immune to criticism. Even negativity wouldn't convince audiences. Linton now wielded a media influence strong enough to hold his ground in any public opinion battle. Although As Good as It Gets narrowly lost out to The Sixth Sense, placing second in opening weekend box office, no one underestimated it. For an art film to generate such box office energy stunned both media and critics. Many critics spontaneously began writing analyses about As Good as It Gets. Within a short time, numerous reviews praised it as a rare success in both artistic merit and commercial appeal. After a week of negotiations, UPN Network finally reached a cooperation agreement with Donald Trump, securing exclusive North American broadcast rights for the Miss Universe pageant. Because Linton had cleverly obtained the negotiation baseline ahead of time from Donald, the final deal settled at $62 million. This was just $2 million above his bottom line. After all, the coverage and influence of UPN TV network were still quite far behind NBC. Once the news broke, it was not NBC but the newly appointed president of MCA Network, Melman Worth, who first felt unsettled. Melman had been brought over from ABC by Korn Ferry International during Linton's recent overhaul of the Universal Group. Having served as MCA Network's president for nearly a month, he had been steadily organizing internal operations, setting everything on a solid path. Yet Melman was far from satisfied with maintaining the status quo. He wanted MCA to undergo a qualitative leap comparable to UPN. At this critical moment, UPN announced the major acquisition of exclusive rights to broadcast the Miss Universe pageant in North America. Further digging revealed this was orchestrated personally by the big boss, Linton. This was unacceptable. Both UPN and MCA were fully owned by Linton's holding company. So how could UPN be the favored like a biological kid while MCA was treated like an adopted one? Anyone paying attention knew that after acquiring UPN, Linton had invested heavily, bringing in hit shows like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Teletubbies, and ER. That was why UPN was soaring now. And on top of that, giving the high-profile Miss Universe pageant to UPN made the favoritism blatant. So representing MCA, Melman felt justified in asking Linton for a share of quality programming. He was certainly not alone in this. MCA's top executives urged him to seek program support from Linton. Of course, as MCA's president and a senior manager, Melman knew he had to approach this tactfully. After scheduling a meeting at Linton's office, he first updated Linton on MCA's recent progress. Having received a positive response, he then voiced his real request. Boss, although MCA has seen a boost in employee morale and renewed energy from top to bottom, and our operations are steadily improving, we still haven't found a breakthrough business opportunity. Everyone says your vision is unique, and you hold countless creative assets. Could you possibly lend us some support? Linton laughed quietly upon hearing this, already understanding Melman's true purpose. He had prepared for this and agreed. It was only fair not to play favorites and to motivate MCA as well. Melman, so your real reason for coming today is to ask me for resources. Boss, what choice do I have? Watching UPN soar like this, MCA has to catch up too. I'm sure that's what you want as well, right? Chapter 455, America's Got Talent, SpongeBob SquarePants. All right, I like your spirit and drive. In my opinion, MCA Television Network and UPN Television Network are on an even playing field. Both should aim to challenge the big four networks, Linton declared. You're a wise boss. We at MCA will definitely give it our all, Melman responded earnestly. Okay, enough flattery. I've already prepared 2 shows for you, Linton said with a smile. Two shows. Melman was surprised at the sudden good fortune. The big boss was handing him not 1, but 2 programs. Yes, one is a variety show called America's Got Talent, a reality competition selecting talent from the public. The other is SpongeBob SquarePants, a children's animated program. As he spoke, Linton handed Melman 2 project proposals. America's Got Talent, a variety show, and SpongeBob SquarePants, an animated series. That's fantastic. Thank you, boss. America's Got Talent is a flagship program in my book. If done well, it can easily outperform Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. But the difficulty is higher, so you have to take it seriously. Don't mess this up. Really? Even stronger than Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Definitely, and by a wide margin. Its earning potential isn't even in the same league. Please don't let me down. Boss, rest assured, I will give it my all. As for SpongeBob SquarePants, I've already handed the proposal over to Sky Digital. They're currently working on production. You should coordinate with them and negotiate collaboration based on UPN's cooperation model. Thank you, boss. With these 2 shows, MCA will surely surpass UPN. Good. I like your ambition. I hope MCA can quickly transform and launch a strong challenge against the big four networks. In Linton's previous life, America's Got Talent was a super IP worth over $30 billion. Just the American version aired 20 consecutive seasons and was still ongoing when he traveled through time. Every summer, it garnered extremely high ratings. Got Talent was originally developed by Simon Cowell in 2005, and its influence exploded worldwide. It was later introduced in more than 150 countries and regions, bringing massive wealth to the British ITV. The licensing fees paid by NBC alone during the first 5 years reached $70 million, with an additional 15% share of program revenues per season. During the next 5 years, the base licensing fee surged to $120 million, plus again 15% revenue sharing per season. Countless singers and actors became famous because of the show, and related commercial tie-in revenues were enormous. The rules were simple. The winning prize was set at $1 million. Contestants of any age, region, race, or performance style could participate. Contestants competed for judges' and audiences' recognition by displaying their talents ranging from singing, dancing, playing instruments, magic, to acrobatics. The selection process involved 3 judges using instant red lights to eliminate performers. 3 red lights ended the performance. To advance, contestants needed at least 2 judges' approval. Through multiple rounds, a final winner was selected. The whole competition included producer pre-screening, judge preliminary selection, semifinals, and finals. The finals were decided by audience votes until a champion emerged. Early stages were edited and compiled into a variety show for broadcast. Semifinals and finals were aired live. Though the rules were simple, producing the show well was anything but. It was a huge undertaking. At the time, UPN television network recently acquired from Viacom was in disarray internally with weak production and operational capabilities. It was impossible for them to make such a show, let alone operate it well. UPN was only suitable for simpler programs, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which had been a proper choice. This was proven correct in hindsight. Originally, the plan was to wait a couple of years until the hype for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire calmed down, and when UPN improved their capabilities before entrusting them with America's Got Talent. Unexpectedly, Linton purchased Universal and took control of MCA Television Network in a short time. Given MCA's strong production and operational strength, handing America's Got Talent to them was no problem. In fact, MCA needed a hit show like this to accelerate their growth. Regarding SpongeBob SquarePants, the storyline mainly revolved around the protagonist SpongeBob and his friends Patrick Star, neighbor Squidward, and boss Mr. Krabs. The setting was a city on the ocean floor called Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob was a yellow, square sponge who lived in a pineapple under the sea. His pet was a sea snail that meowed like a cat. SpongeBob loved catching jellyfish and worked as the top chef at the Krusty Krab. Patrick and Sandy were his friends. SpongeBob always managed to stir up trouble in the otherwise peaceful world, constantly getting into amusing mishaps. Yet he always escaped danger and created new chaos. The show was full of childlike whimsy and imaginative ocean adventures. The production did not require top-level animation technology or spectacular visuals, but kids loved it for the characters and humor. Sky Digital wasn't a leading special effects company, certainly far behind Industrial Light and Magic or Pixar in animation tech. However, they were more than capable of producing SpongeBob SquarePants. In the previous timeline, the show debuted on Nickelodeon in 1999 and was beloved by children worldwide, winning numerous awards and even adapted into 2 movies. It was syndicated to over 100 countries, generating massive licensing revenue. More importantly, the largest profit driver wasn't advertising or licensing fees, but merchandise and licensing rights. In the previous life, SpongeBob SquarePants generated over $13 billion in merchandise revenue for Nickelodeon, with net profits nearing $10 billion after costs. Previously, Linton lacked overseas distribution capabilities, so UPN's Teletubbies merchandise revenue was typically bundled with program rights sold to foreign networks, which was a considerable loss. Now, having Universal under his wing with global distribution capabilities, those merchandise incomes could be maximized. Especially with Universal Studios as a unique channel, the merchandise revenue might even surpass previous records. With these 2 flagship shows, MCA's growth was expected to enter the fast track quickly, fostering healthy competition against UPN. Chapter 456, Gathering at the Farm for Christmas. Before they knew it, it was Christmas. This year, Linton had granted himself and his women a generous 10-day vacation, planning to take the whole group to his farm for a holiday getaway. He wanted everyone to experience the charm of his new estate and enjoy the scenic beauty of the gardens. Upon receiving the notice, except for Sophie Marceau, Monica Bellucci, Christiana Reilly, and Noriko Sakai, who were out on promotion tours, the rest of the women returned to the mansion by December 23rd. There were so many people, but their private jet could only seat 15 passengers at a time and couldn't accommodate everyone in one trip. Unfortunately, the 2 brand-new Gulfstream V private jets they had ordered at the end of last year wouldn't be delivered for another 6 months. Linton considered that with the group growing larger and assistants often joining the women, he would eventually need to invest in a bigger plane. Luckily, the airport on his farm was fully capable of handling any plane landing or takeoff. With this in mind, he turned to Winnie and said, "Winnie, get in touch with Boeing and order a Boeing 737. Keep at least 50 seats, and I want you to handle the interior layout and design." "Got it. Should I put the purchase under a company name?" "Use UPN Television Network's name. That way, they can save some on taxes." Linton's film studio had already secured a 2-year tax exemption, but since UPN's profits were massive, it made sense to find legal ways for them to reduce their tax burden. For now, though, they had no choice but to fly in 2 groups. Aside from Madonna and her daughter, the rest drew lots to decide the boarding order. On Christmas Eve morning, Linton took Winnie, Madonna and her daughter Lena, Nicole Kidman, Jennifer Connelly, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Winona Ryder, Naomi Watts, Shania Twain, Heidi Klum, Vivian Chow, Charlize Theron, Izumi Sakai, and 2 assistants, Mina and Lee Shaoran, on the first flight bound for his farm in Montana. Upon arrival at the farm's private airstrip, their butler Erica and Carter awaited them with a luxurious 19-seat Ford Transit minibus and 3 Mercedes SUVs. Following Linton's instructions, the team had fully equipped the estate with all necessary living facilities, including transportation. They had purchased a luxury transit minibus for Mercedes SUVs and 10 cars of various brands, with the security team doubling as chauffeurs. Linton and the women boarded the minibus, handing all luggage over to Carter, who promptly loaded it into the SUVs. Though supplies for daily life weren't an issue, personal belongings were another matter, as each woman had brought an enormous suitcase. At this time of year, Montana was blanketed in heavy snow, transforming the farm into a winter wonderland. This starkly contrasted with the perpetually mild climate of Los Angeles, offering a completely different scenic experience, though the temperature was very low. Thankfully, all of them wore quartz pendants gifted by Linton, which regulated body temperature, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Whenever the outside temperature dropped below 41°F, 5°C, the pendants emitted a gentle heat that kept the cold at bay. Despite the chilly farm air hovering around -4°F, -20°C, the women only wore down jackets, confidently showcasing their figures and leaving others shivering, especially the two assistants, who could hardly contain their envy. However, since little Lena was still young, Madonna had bundled her up tightly before disembarkation to keep her warm. The young girl, already full and content from the plane ride, was delighted to see the snowy landscape. Nestled in Linton's arms, she moved her limbs excitedly, her wide eyes darting around while she pointed at the snow, giggling in a way only a child could. Amid Lena's innocent laughter, Linton and the group happily drove through the swirling snow toward the gardens. Meanwhile, Mina and Lee Shaoran returned by plane to Los Angeles to pick up the remaining 4 women: Michelle Reese, Akina Nakamori, Cameron Diaz, Kate Winslet, and 2 nannies. The minibus rolled past fields, through 2-meter-high fences, into a small farm area, then into a vast orchard where the views suddenly opened up again. Ahead lay a modestly sized, well-kept farmland. A small town stood in the distance, and behind it, a magnificent castle enclosed by a towering 8-foot wall came into sight. Above the grand entrance hung a huge plaque that read Anderson Manor. The vehicles continued through the gates. Inside the vast compound, however, it wasn't a castle but an enormous landscaped garden. Except for Winnie, all the women were visiting the gardens for the first time. Though seasoned celebrities accustomed to luxury, they were still stunned by the massive grounds, the grandeur, the elegance, and the beauty of the estate. The garden's lavishness far exceeded their imagination, but knowing each of them was a mistress of the estate sparked a wave of excitement within them. The vehicles pushed further forward. It became clear that this grand outer courtyard was the service area for staff living and working there. The inner courtyard beyond the walls was where the owners lived. Since the outer area was already so extravagant, everyone's curiosity about the inner estate grew even stronger. Crossing another 2-meter-high fence, they entered the inner courtyard. The scenery, layout, and architecture were far more magnificent. An imposing aristocratic atmosphere filled the air. At the heart of the estate was a massive courtyard with multiple courtyards within, surrounded by 5 intricately decorated 3-story mansions adorned with dragon and griffin carvings, exquisite and breathtaking. Features included lakes, rockeries, corridors, pavilions, perfectly placed trees, assorted flowers and greenery, as well as swimming pools and a variety of fitness and entertainment facilities, all reflecting the estate's luxury and convenience. Especially thrilling was the news that 50 elegant villas scattered around were for the private use of the women, allowing each to choose her own sanctuary, a fact that enchanted them all. The vehicle stopped at the main courtyard. Linton, holding little Lena, led everyone on a tour of the sprawling estate. The heating system was already on, and entering the estate felt like stepping into springtime warmth, prompting everyone to shed their jackets and return to beautiful, stylish attire. Each courtyard covered over 65,000 square feet, with more than 35,000 square feet of building space. Every courtyard center housed a stunningly landscaped garden. The first courtyard contained the kitchens, dining rooms, and offices for the butler and staff. The second housed living quarters for the butler and inner courtyard staff, with over 50 rooms. Mina, Lee Shaoran, and the nannies joining later would stay here. The third courtyard was designated for the women's offices and libraries, with 40 large offices featuring reading rooms and meeting spaces. The fourth and fifth courtyards were for the children's residences, featuring 70 suites. The sixth courtyard was where the women stayed, with 40 rooms. Linton invited each woman to select a room to decorate later with the help of the butler. The seventh courtyard was essentially a massive suite. The master bedroom alone spanned over 4,300 square feet, accompanied by a 3,200 square foot walk-in closet and a 1,600 square foot super bathroom, plus a study, tea room, lounge, entertainment room, and gym. At the center of the master suite was an enormous 16-foot by 16-foot square bed, and in the ultra-luxurious bathroom, a more than 400 square foot bathtub awaited. At the sight of such grandeur, the women's hearts all fluttered with excitement. All right, it's already noon. Go pick your rooms and get your luggage settled. We'll meet in half an hour for lunch. Chapter 457. Exclusive Personal Staff. At 12:30 p.m., Linton arrived at the restaurant in the first courtyard with the group. Having received the news, the chef team had already put their heart and soul into preparing a grand spread of their signature dishes. Over the past month, since the big boss hadn't come by, they had been twiddling their thumbs and was eager to showcase their talents. The menu showcased tamal talaments wrapped in plantain leaves, braised shark fin, double-boiled bird's nest soup, Sichuan-style garlic king prawns, Tuscan slow-braised beef shank, oak-smoked Peking duck, Colombian sobrabariga stew simmered for hours, abalone with oyster sauce, shrimp with black mushrooms, an imperial bird's nest specialty, steamed fish maw, ravioli stuffed with ricotta and spinach, and New England lobster rolls. Everyone enjoyed the feast with visible delight, offering non-stop praise. Between bites, they were especially stunned to hear that braised shark fin dish had taken 3 full days to prepare, and the oak-smoked duck had been cooked low and slow over too. Each detail left them dazzled and deeply impressed. With all their experience, none of them had imagined that food could be crafted with such precision and artistry. This was the kind of cuisine even world leaders rarely touched. The slow-braised beef dish drew particular admiration. It was made from Wagyu cattle raised directly on Anderson Farm. Known as a luxury ingredient, the cattle were fed nutrient-rich grasses enhanced with special supplements, producing remarkably tender meat. After the chef's careful preparation, the flavor was beyond compare, and the dish disappeared quickly from the table. During the meal, only the housekeeper, Erica, was at hand serving them, with little Lena occasionally causing a bit of playful trouble, making the task somewhat challenging. After lunch, Erica delicately reminded Linton, "Boss, don't you think it's time to choose the service staff for the inner courtyard? How many staff do you think we need in the inner courtyard?" "I'd say around 15 for the main yard, plus 1 or 2 personal assistants for each lady." "How have the girls in the outer courtyard been performing?" "Excellent. They are all diligent, capable, polite, and follow the rules. You can't find better girls to serve right now." "Good. Bring me the roster of these girls and notify them to be ready. When the 4 ladies arrive, we can select from them together. I've already prepared the roster for your review." Linton took a look and was impressed. Erica was truly skilled. Within just a month and a half, she had compiled simple profiles for all 116 girls. Although each profile was brief, every sheet contained detailed information, including English names, photos, ages, education, skills, hobbies, personalities, and even Erica's personal assessments. Then Linton took the women on a tour of the inner courtyard scenery, where each spot featured innovative design that drew continuous admiration. The highlight was the sprawling 80-acre backyard garden, with its lakes, stacked stones and rockeries, meandering corridors, pavilions, exotic flowers and plants, and rare trees. Covered in a soft blanket of snow, the views were simply breathtaking. Winona and Jennifer couldn't resist starting a snowball fight. By around 4 p.m., those on the second flight finally arrived. They, Cameron Diaz, Kate Winslet, Michelle Reese, and Noriko Sakai, too, were stunned by the estate's grandeur, as if dreaming. After they selected their rooms in the main courtyard and settled their luggage, Linton gathered all the women together to discuss the management of the estate. "Each of you can choose one room within this main courtyard, and in addition, you may select a villa in the inner courtyard to serve as your private space, including for entertaining your family." There are currently 148 staff members serving this entire estate, including housekeeper Erica. Among them, 116 are young female attendants. Deducting 2 who handle finances, there are 114 women, all carefully handpicked. Here are their profiles. You each may select 2 personal assistants from this group to be exclusively yours. They will also take care of cleaning and managing your villa and rooms in the main courtyard when you're away. Of course, if you find better candidates elsewhere, you may bring them in and not choose from this list. But no matter what, each of you may only have 2 personal assistants. I will personally select 15 staff members to serve the main courtyard, attending to my needs and the estate's operations. "Darling, are you saying that I can have 2 personal assistants here at the estate?" asked Akina Nakamori in disbelief. "That's right. Can I choose my personal assistants from these girls, or bring in my own?" Is it okay to pick one from here and one from outside? Madonna raised her question. Yes, but the total number is capped at 2. However, for every child you have, you may add 2 more assistants to help with childcare and take care of the child's rooms in the main courtyard. So, you may choose 4 this time. How do we make the selections? We don't know much about them. No worries. You'll be staying here on vacation for 10 days, so you can observe them at your leisure and select accordingly. Also, these profiles have basic information for reference. Where will the personal assistants we choose live? Will they stay in the outer courtyard? The ones selected for inner courtyard service will naturally move into the inner courtyard. The 15 staff members I select for the main courtyard service will live in the second courtyard. I recommend having your personal assistants live in your villas, but it's not mandatory. They can also stay in the second courtyard if preferred. Are the personal assistants under our management? Can we discipline or replace them if we're not satisfied? Absolutely. Since they are your personal assistants, you have full authority over them. Currently, their base salary is $10,000 per year. For those selected for inner courtyard service, I suggest increasing their monthly variable pay by $500, which you will fund directly. You can reward or penalize them based on their performance. If you're truly unhappy, you can send them back to the outer courtyard and choose someone else, or bring in new candidates from outside. Any questions? Nope. I'll get started on selecting the 15 staff for the main courtyard. Since we're moving in, the estate service can't be left unattended. Come on, we'll go with you and watch how you pick. Chapter 458, The Weather Array, Living Like a King. Everyone gathered in the outer courtyard where the housekeeper, Erica, had already assembled 114 young women in the dining hall. They stood in 5 neat rows, all full of energy and eagerly awaiting the arrival of the big boss, hoping to be chosen for promotion and a raise by moving into the inner estate. Li Yin and Peng Ling, already part of the finance team, were not required to participate in the selection process. Instead, they stood alongside the housekeeper. When Linton arrived accompanied by 16 stunning women, 2 of whom were the well-known Hong Kong stars Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese, the crowd applauded enthusiastically. Yet, some whispered among themselves, thinking, looks like this boss has quite the reputation with women. Still, many others felt a flicker of hope. Maybe they had a chance too. Though they weren't as glamorous as those famous beauties, they knew they had their own strengths. After all, with something like this, you never knew how things might turn out. Without much ado, Linton stated his purpose clearly. Today, we will select a group of you to work in the inner estate. 15 will be responsible for various service duties there, and my 16 companions will each choose 2 exclusive personal assistants from among you. Those selected will move into the inner estate to live and work. Additionally, you will receive a monthly bonus of $500, which will depend on your job performance. Do well, and you earn more. If you slack off, deductions will be made. Are you willing to work in the inner estate? Yes, came the unified cheer. Who wouldn't want such an opportunity? Good. Since everyone is eager, I will begin the selection. Starting from the left of the first row, each of you will have 30 seconds to introduce yourselves. The first girl in line confidently stepped forward and introduced herself in English. Hello, boss. My name is Li Juan. After the 30-second introduction, she promptly stepped back into line, a simple act that earned Linton's attention. One by one, each girl in the first row followed suit, stepping forward to give their brief introductions until all 20 had spoken. Linton then instructed the first row to step back and join the end of the line. The previous second row became the new first row, and the introductions continued from the left again. By the time everyone had presented, Linton felt satisfied overall. Most could speak English quite well, with only a few struggling somewhat. He had actually gotten a good idea of their abilities back in July when he conducted evaluations in Hong Kong, and combining those results with Erica's feedback and today's performance, he quickly chose 15 girls for the inner estate, including Li Juan, who had introduced herself first. Those selected were overjoyed, while the others weren't discouraged. There were still over 30 more spots to be chosen from. They silently motivated themselves to perform their best, hoping to be picked by one of the boss's 17 companions. Over the following 10 days, Linton enjoyed a vacation in the estate's gardens. Deep within the estate, the last courtyard spanned over 35,000 square feet. Every night featured spectacular parties and improvisational plays set in various locations: study, tea room, lounge, entertainment room, gym, dance studio, vocal training room, master bedroom, and bathrooms. Every corner bore the marks of these performances. Beyond that, Linton and his many women strolled through the garden, enjoying the scenery, walking leisurely, admiring flowers, playing in the snow, and sometimes, carried by their enthusiasm, even engaging in snowball fights or building snowmen together. The 80-acre backyard, covered in snow, resembled a winter wonderland with its beautiful scenery, pavilions, towers, corridors, and resting spots wherever one looked. Perfect for taking a break after playing. Jennifer spotted 2 frozen lakes covered with thick ice and excitedly suggested ice skating on them. Everyone immediately agreed. Fortunately, housekeeper Erica had prepared well ahead of time and had brought ice skates. Once everyone slipped them on, the fun began. Linton held little Lena comfortably in his arms, cheering them on. Finally, egged on by the women, he showcased his skating skills a bit himself. Even holding Lena, he effortlessly outpaced everyone on the ice. Days were filled with various outings, while nights remained lively with parties. The chef team delighted everyone with new, delicious dishes daily. Life was simply perfect. Michelle Reese even remarked that life in this estate rivaled that of a royal palace, on which everyone heartily agreed. Linton also found time to use his underground movement ability to place a weather array across the gardens with quartz talismans. This array had one function. When temperatures dropped below freezing, it would automatically absorb energy from the surrounding air and convert it to heat, raising the garden's temperature. As the array took effect, everyone noticed that the temperature inside the estate rose significantly, from -20 degrees, -4, to around -3 degrees, 27 Celsius, Fahrenheit. Stepping outside the estate walls, the freezing temperatures snapped back to below -20, which amazed everyone. They marveled at the estate as a truly precious place. With the warmer air and the magical quartz pendants everyone wore, the women barely felt the Montana cold at all. As a result, the inner estate blossomed with even more beautiful scenes. The women donned stunning outfits that showcased their figures as they stepped out to admire the flowers, snow, and play around. Especially notable were Izumi Sakai and Akina Nakamori, perhaps accustomed to colder climates from Japan, who boldly wore summery dresses revealing their flawless legs, adding enchanting color to the gardens. During these 10 days, each of the 17 women picked their villas and personal assistants and shared their furnishing preferences with Erica and their selected assistants, planning to furnish their homes after the snow melted. Linton was pleased that all had chosen assistants from among the 114 service girls rather than hiring from outside. This was thanks to Miguel Herrera and director Lin Hao's excellent eye during the initial beauty contest selection. Each girl was not only beautiful but smart, diligent, polite, and well-mannered, qualities that earned her true acceptance. However, Linton noticed that none of the 27 girls who had bypassed the official process by less legitimate means had been selected for the inner estate, despite their efforts to prove themselves. Clearly, everyone's judgment was sharp. Happy times always flew by too quickly. The 10-day vacation ended in laughter as everyone boarded planes back to Los Angeles in 2 groups. This trip was not just memorable for Linton, but brought joy and fulfillment to everyone present. It was truly a heavenly pleasure. The only regret was that Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, Monica Bellucci, and Noriko Sakai were still tied up with their film promotional tours and couldn't join the garden retreat. They called back multiple times, hearing about the estate's splendor. Unable to hide their envy, each of them playfully begged Linton to take them on a vacation at the farm gardens once their tours ended. Finally, Linton agreed to accompany them for a special holiday after their promotional events wrapped up. Chapter 459, Progress on Titanic. Back in Los Angeles on his first day back at work, Linton met in his office with the producer Nacho Misai and director James Cameron from the Titanic crew to get an update on the project's progress. The Titanic film had been in development for over half a year, but all preparations were still moving slowly. They hadn't even started casting, and the shooting schedule remained uncertain. Though Linton knew this movie had great potential for success, as both investor and lead actor, He had to regularly check in on the project given the significant investment involved. James Cameron was truly aiming to make Titanic a cinematic classic. Every detail of the preparation was handled meticulously, even obsessively. For instance, just deciding on filming locations took over 2 months of global scouting before they tentatively chose a natural lagoon in Malta in the central Mediterranean. However, when the crew approached the Maltese government about filming there, they ran into unbelievable obstacles. Normally, with Hollywood's influence, any country worldwide would welcome a major Hollywood film crew with open arms. Many nations would even offer massive financial incentives to attract filming, to boost tourism, create jobs, and highlight their locales. For example, with the earlier film The Shallows, when Linton was just starting out, director Zach and lead Cameron Diaz were still newcomers, and the budget was only around $7 million. Yet, even for that small project, the Australian government extended enormous enthusiasm, providing tons of filming support plus a 30% tax rebate. When The Shallows premiered and became a hit, Australia's Lord Howe Island hugely benefited, rising to worldwide fame and becoming a popular tourist destination. Tourism was already a key industry for Malta, so logically, having one of the world's leading directors bringing a $170 million project starring Hollywood's biggest names should have been a dream come true for the local government. At the very least, they should have fully cooperated, even if they did not offer special incentives. But the crew's interactions with the Maltese officials surprised everyone. Instead of incentives, the government demanded exorbitant fees, over $10 million, citing environmental concerns, or else filming wouldn't be allowed. When James relayed this to Linton, he couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "This is clearly extortion," Linton said. "They're just trying to grease palms or squeeze the crew. Ridiculous. This isn't the only place we can shoot. If we lose out on Malta, it's not like we're stuck eating bad options." Linton recalled that the original Titanic had been filmed in a Mexican bay, though he didn't remember the exact spot. But knowing the general direction was enough. He immediately told Nacho Misai and James Cameron to halt negotiations with Malta and consider locations near Mexico instead. Mexico had the added advantage of being closer to Los Angeles. After another 2 weeks, James Cameron finally selected a coastal development area near Rosarito, Mexico. They planned to build a large soundstage from scratch there, including a giant water tank. Negotiations with the local government went much smoother. Linton even had the crew promise to develop the site into a water filming base, and after the movie, to turn it into a tourist attraction. The local officials loved that idea. They sold the crew 100 acres at a very favorable price and offered a 20% tax rebate during filming. This was the right kind of cooperation. Everyone won. With that settled, the movie's preparations finally got on track. By now, the huge water tank was about 1/3 excavated, expected to be finished in 6 months, after which it would be filled with seawater. Meanwhile, a massive Titanic ship model was being built under the guidance of art director Charles. Since the shoot would be long, and Linton requested the set be repurposed into a tourist spot afterwards, they decided to use steel framing for the entire ship. They aimed to replicate Titanic 1-to-1, based on historical data. This painstaking work would take 11 more months to complete. To speed things up, interior set construction was underway simultaneously. Most interiors, the dining room, luxurious grand staircase, and more, were being built in Mexico City and would be disassembled and shipped to Rosarito for reassembly on the ship. James Cameron insisted on perfection and hired Hollywood's top prop master Peter Ramone. Peter led his team to recreate the first-class dining room, lounge, smoking room, promenade, afternoon tea room, gym, and multiple first-class cabins, all based on surviving photos of Titanic's interiors and her sister ship Olympic. They were also replicating thousands of items: deck chairs, table lamps, china, suitcases, life jackets, and maritime instruments in their authentic quantities. In addition, James Cameron and Peter tracked down the original carpet manufacturer that had made the carpets for Titanic's deck dining and lounges. The company was still operating and custom-made the ship's carpets using original specs, fabrics, and dyes. Regarding the schedule that Linton cared most about, James Cameron finally gave a concrete answer. Pre-production would take another year, meaning principal photography wouldn't begin until January next year. Casting was still too early, including filming and post-production. The earliest completion would be in late 1997. Well, no wonder they say James Cameron can only make one film every 3 years, Linton mused. He's a perfectionist way beyond me. I shoot one film a year, directing and starring myself. But that said, I fully support his dedication. After James Cameron left, Nacho Misai stayed behind and vented to Linton. Boss, James is too arrogant and overbearing. What's going on? Hollywood's always producer-centered, but James has flipped it around. On Titanic, he calls all the shots. I barely have any say. Everything in prep has to go his way. You just heard him. He wants everything perfect and pristine. Stretching the schedule forever, costs spiral out of control. This isn't making art. It's just a movie. Don't you think you're giving him too much leeway? Nacho, I understand how you feel, but there's no choice. Hollywood's top directors have the clout to be demanding. It's not just him. Spielberg, Lucas, they're all like this. But boss, you're a top director too, and you're not nearly that pushy. Nacho's flattery was easy to detect. Linton knew the real deal was that in his own crew, producers had even less power. It's all about the director, and no one dared complain. Cut the flattery. Honestly, I'm just the same. All right, just hold tight. Not everyone gets to work with a director like this, and I'm really optimistic about this project. Once the movie's out, you'll see how much it benefits you. So, should I just let him have his way completely? No. Regarding the movie's creative side, James can lead fully, but there are two things you must control. What are those? First, the crew's expenses. You have to sign off and audit them. You can't deny normal costs, but as long as you control the budget, James won't be able to run wild. Second is the timeline. The crew must provide a schedule for all tasks. You need to make sure they stick to it. If they fall behind, dig into why it happened and hold the responsible people accountable. Chapter 460, Harry Potter novel completed. Unlike the sluggish progress of Titanic, within less than 2 months, the preliminary preparations for Run Lola Run, A Time to Kill, and Ransom were basically completed. Moreover, through the film company established by Heidi Klum's family in Germany, they managed to secure film tax rebates there. Although the investments for these 3 movies weren't massive, the combined tax rebates amounted to as much as $10.5 million. Heidi Klum's family's Diamond Films officially streamlined all the steps to obtain German tax rebates and officially joined this thriving film rebate business. The films had reached the casting stage. Several producers and directors came one after another to report to Linton, seeking his approval on casting requirements. Initially, Linton wanted to cast Charlize Theron as the lead for Run Lola Run, but after reconsideration, he found her too tall and stunningly glamorous for the playful and quirky character the script required. Plus, Charlize's acting skills weren't quite up to par for this role. Ultimately, the role of Lola was given to Winona Ryder, who fit the character's image much better. The lead actress for A Time to Kill, Ellen Rourke, was a female college student pursuing her law master's degree. The character in the movie was beautiful and fierce, closely matching Charlize's personal image. If she performed well, it would significantly boost her status. So, that role was assigned to Charlize. Ransom was a predominantly male-driven story. The female roles were minor and mostly middle-aged women. There was no one suitable among his women, so he didn't bother with those roles. As for other roles in the 3 films, Linton left the decisions entirely to the producers and directors to handle through auditions. On January 10th, Sophie Marceau finally finished her promotional tour and returned to Los Angeles. Seeing her come back safely, Linton used his mind to scan the fetus inside her and found everything to be normal. He finally relaxed and happily spun her around in his arms. Unexpectedly, when he put her down, Sophie clung to him tightly and planted a kiss on him, disregarding Madonna and Lena standing nearby. "Darling, let's go upstairs. I just can't wait anymore." "As you wish." Braveheart had been playing for a month, and it's North American box office was just average, grossing a total of $65.37 million, with an expected total of around $76 million. However, its overseas performance far surpassed the North American market. Though it faced boycotts in the UK, that didn't affect its huge success in other countries and regions. After 3 weeks overseas, it had already collected $85 million. The overseas total was expected to exceed $140 million. From this perspective, the film could recoup most of its investment from box office revenue alone. With various rights management, it would guarantee a considerable profit. Linton also made a special trip to the theater to watch Braveheart. To be honest, the film was pretty good. Wallace's last cry of freedom before execution was truly moving. Unfortunately, the North American market was very insular and uninterested in Scottish history. Moreover, although the movie revolved around freedom, the historical Wallace was actually a traitor and informant, which didn't sit well with North American audiences. Nevertheless, film critics loved it, giving high ratings. Oscar voters also favored such films, especially appreciating Wallace's final shout for freedom. The movie was very likely to win important awards in the upcoming awards season. Overall, Sophie Marceau's participation solidified her status as a top Hollywood actress without falling into the Oscar winner means box office poison stereotype. In the next 3 days, Sophie spent all her time alongside Madonna, continually challenging Linton. Although Linton provided a complete outline, the Harry Potter novel was obviously different from other books. It required wild imagination, plus caring for a 2-year-old child. J.K. Rowling simply couldn't speed up her writing. After a full year of work, she finally completed the entire first Harry Potter novel. Linton didn't pressure her, but meticulously reviewed each monthly manuscript, comparing it carefully with the story in his mind. Fortunately, with the original detailed outline and the original author herself writing, the storylines matched closely, basically consistent with the original work. Today, Rowling, filled with excitement, brought the final manuscript portion of Harry Potter to Los Angeles to meet with Linton. If this manuscript passed approval, she would receive the full payment for the novel, $500,000 in total, with a final $300,000 installment. This was a huge sum for her, enough to change her current life. Moreover, she had gradually found her rhythm during the writing process and hoped to start on the sequel. As usual, she smoothly arrived at the 16th floor of the building and entered the super luxurious office to meet her idol, Linton. Linton, here is the last part of the manuscript I have completed. Please review it. Please have a seat, Ms. Rowling. Linton looked at the young woman sitting across, who had golden shoulder-length hair, wore a fitted white long-sleeve shirt, a light brown scarf loosely draped around her neck, comfortable loose gray pants, and a pair of black mid-heeled shoes. She wasn't dazzlingly beautiful, but had a scholarly aura. Linton felt a little guilty. He had taken away her immense potential, but in return, she worked for him and had to be grateful to him. Was he some kind of supervillain? But this novel was too important. Linton was absolutely not going to give up out of guilt. He wasn't a saint and had no moral scruples. At most, he would provide her with some extra financial compensation within reason. After reading the final chapter featuring the Mirror of Ariste, Linton was very satisfied. Ms. Rowling, your writing is excellent. You can go to finance and collect the full payment for the novel. Thank you, boss. When will the novel be officially published? It's mid-January now. At the latest, by March, Harry Potter will be available worldwide. Readers everywhere will get to see our work. Thank God, that's great. I want to ask, do you think the novel will succeed? I worry if the market will accept it. After her excitement, Rowling hesitated before venturing her concern. She had invested so much in the first book. Without success, there wouldn't be a second. Of course it will succeed. Trust my judgment. Trust the publishing power of my affiliated company and our media's promotional capabilities. Do you have plans for the sequels? Hearing Linton's confidence, Rowling's own confidence surged as she voiced her hope. Yes, I've planned a whole 7-book series. Here is the detailed outline for the second book. You can consider starting it now. I'll increase your payment by 20% for the sequel. Isn't it too soon to start the second book? Shouldn't we wait for the market's reaction? No need. Just trust me. Follow the outline and keep writing. I will handle publishing, promotion, and sales. Boss, you're amazing. Also, no need to fly to Los Angeles every month anymore. Last month, Yahoo opened email services, and this month they launched an international version. Register when you go back and send your manuscripts by email. I'll send my revisions the same way. Email? What's that? Don't worry, it's simple. I'll have my assistant, Mina, teach you. You'll learn quickly. Thank you. Can I take you out for a meal? Why? Because you're my idol. Of course, no problem. But since we're in Los Angeles, let me take care of lunch today. You're truly a great boss and a true gentleman. Chapter 461. Establishing an Online Hype Team, IMDb. The year was 1996. With Netscape Navigator and Yahoo's portal quietly growing, the internet had truly started to enter millions of American homes. It was beginning to change people's daily lives through email, forums, and new ways to access information. According to the latest data, there were already 30 million internet users in the United States, and this number was increasing by 2 million every month. After a year and a half of development, Yahoo had successfully carved out a unique position in the internet world with its portal site. The services it offered included a search engine, email, forums, news, and information. Naturally, such growth wasn't possible without capital support. Yahoo had successfully completed both its Series A and B funding rounds. In the final round of funding, the post-investment valuation reached $150 million. Mangrove Capital had acquired 20% equity during the angel round. In the subsequent Series A and B rounds, Jerry Yang and David Philo obviously wouldn't let Mangrove Capital continue to lead. However, as a major shareholder, Mangrove Capital maintained its stake by co-investing in the later rounds, putting in $600,000 and $2.4 million respectively, keeping their equity steady at 20%. With ample capital, Yahoo exploded onto the fast track of growth. By the end of last year, the company had begun expanding internationally, launching versions in Japanese, Korean, French, German, Italian, and Spanish. According to Winnie, Yahoo's founders were already preparing for an IPO. As the internet user base swelled, forums started to mushroom everywhere, becoming lively hubs. Many users discussed movies extensively, sharing recommendations or venting criticisms. In October of the previous year, a website called IMDb, Internet Movie Database, officially launched. It functioned as an online database covering movies, actors, television shows, TV stars, and film production details. IMDb had been created on October 17, 1990, and contained extensive information such as movie details, cast lists, runtimes, synopses, ratings, and reviews. By now, it had almost 20,000 films and shows cataloged. Keeping up with the rapid internet development, IMDb transitioned online, offering users free access to its vast database. From then on, people no longer had to call or write to designated staff to obtain or consult information. The site even launched message boards where registered users could share and discuss news about movies, actors, and directors. It seemed the era of internet film promotion had truly arrived. Linton, having emerged from the future internet boom, deeply understood the importance of online promotion. More importantly, he knew just how impactful organized online hype teams and smear campaigns could be for a film's success or failure. Before others had a chance to react, he knew the best approach was to quietly claim this lucrative market and make a fortune. With this in mind, he called his assistant to bring Bella to the 16th floor. "Boss, you called for me?" Bella arrived promptly after receiving the notice. "Bella, do you often browse internet forums?" "Boss, I frequent Yahoo forums quite a bit." "What about others?" "Other forums, I visit occasionally." "Are you familiar with the IMDb website?" "Yes, IMDb is my favorite movie information database. I used to call them for info frequently. 3 months ago, they launched their online query system." "When you browse forums, do you talk about movies?" "Sometimes. After watching a movie, I often can't help but post my thoughts online. For good movies, I'm quick to praise and share. For bad ones, I can't help but criticize." "That's what I like to hear. Have you ever considered how we might promote movies on these forums?" "Yes, we could organize people to post positive comments about our films, drawing more viewers to theaters." "Good. I'm planning to establish an online publicity department. Got any ideas?" "Wait. Boss, you want me to run this new department?" "Yes. You'll be in charge." "How confident are you?" "I'd be honored, but I don't really know how to do it. Internet movie promotion is new territory. Everyone's still figuring it out, but it's not complicated at this stage. It's mainly about organizing a team to register multiple accounts. When one of our movies is released, you'll post extensively across various forums. Not just initial posts. Other accounts should follow up with comments to build momentum and attract attention. Thanks, boss. I accept the challenge. Great. Start preparing and think carefully about how you'll proceed. I'll set up the department immediately with you as manager. The team should have 5 members, and you can select them yourself. If no one suitable is found internally, feel free to recruit externally. Also, don't limit yourself to just your department's team. You can bring in active forum users as collaborators. For example, pay a certain amount for posting a thread, more for a popular post, and some for comments. Using incentives, you can build a large network of supporters among internet users. This will vastly improve our promotional effectiveness. Soon, Linton Film Company established its online publicity department, with Bella appointed as manager. At the same time, recognizing IMDb's growing influence, Linton asked Winnie to have Mangrove Capital proactively approach the site for investment. Interestingly, IMDb's original shareholders insisted on keeping the service free for users. They had never found a viable business model and had operated at a loss since inception. At that time, IMDb was registered as a nonprofit. Its funding came from shareholders' contributions and donations from enthusiasts. Although moving IMDb online greatly enhanced user convenience, operational and maintenance costs also rose sharply. Volunteers uploaded much of the content and maintained the site during their free time, but expenses for software, hardware, and bandwidth were substantial. As the shareholders scrambled to raise funds, Mangrove Capital made its investment offer. It should have been a win-win deal, but the shareholders feared venture capital involvement would compromise IMDb's original mission of free access to movie and TV data. They imposed a condition that the site refuse any commercialization. Mangrove Capital obviously couldn't accept this. After all, they weren't running a charity. Naturally, the deal collapsed. One could only say that the shareholders were rather naive. They could barely make a living, yet they were insisting on ideals and beliefs. Winnie reported the situation to Linton, who admired the shareholders' dedication but disagreed with their stance and had no intention of giving up easily. He advised Winnie, since they haven't hit bottom yet, let's push them a bit to face reality. For the next 2 weeks, IMDb suffered continuous hacker attacks. Without enterprise-level firewalls or professional security staff, the site was frequently down and customer support was overwhelmed by calls. The solution was simple. Purchase professional security software and hire experienced site maintenance engineers. But these required funds IMDb lacked. At that critical moment, Mangrove Capital returned with a new proposal. This time, the two sides compromised, sidestepping the contentious commercialization issue. They agreed IMDb would remain free for all users while allowing commercial operations behind the scenes. Mangrove Capital invested $2 million, securing a 40% stake and becoming IMDb's largest shareholder. Chapter 462, Monica's Surprise Reward. By mid-January, Monica, Noriko Sakai, and Christiana had wrapped up their overseas promotions ahead of schedule and returned to Los Angeles. Fortunately, although both Christiana and Monica looked a bit worn out, their pregnancies were progressing well. The very first thing the three did upon returning was to throw an extravagant party for Linton. Noriko Sakai, despite looking exhausted from the long promotional tour, was just as energized as the others. The two movies had truly boosted their profiles immensely. Monica and Noriko Sakai also fulfilled the biggest surprise they had promised to give Linton on the phone. Inspired by their enthusiasm, Christiana quickly caught on and joined in, much to the astonishment of Madonna and Sophie Marceau. Happiness turned contagious, and by the end, even Madonna and Sophie joined them. This made Linton incredibly happy and delighted, savoring an unforgettable experience. After 3 consecutive nights of such positive energy, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko recovered their vitality and looked dazzling once again. However, Linton's promise to take all 4 of them to a countryside garden retreat hadn't materialized yet. It wasn't due to him backing out. Monica and Christiana were deep into Oscar campaigning, leaving no time for a break. Up to this point, The Sixth Sense had been in theaters for 28 days and grossed $247 million in North America. Even on weekdays, it still pulled in over $3 million a day, making a $300 million total well within reach. It performed even better overseas, raking in $260 million in just 3 weeks, with projections suggesting it could reach $400 million abroad. Meanwhile, As Good as It Gets had been out for 21 days, making $108 million domestically, with an expected final tally around $150 million. Internationally, the film did well too, grossing $90 million in 2 weeks, aiming for roughly $100 million in foreign markets. Both movies had submitted entries for multiple Oscars, receiving rave reviews with solid chances at winning. Christiana was in the running for Best Actress, while Monica had submitted for Best Supporting Actress. Given their performances and with a strong push, their chances looked promising. Linton approved a $12 million campaign budget with Harvey and gave him strict orders: secure wins for Christiana and Monica at all costs. Harvey was riding high with Klinsman's reassignment, still serving as deputy manager of distribution. Though Linton kept the formal title of manager, he handed most responsibilities over to Harvey. Driven by ambition and, perhaps heavily influenced by Linton's will, Harvey was determined to snag those 2 Oscars. To smooth the path, he contacted Levitt at Universal, explaining the situation and requesting an early end to overseas promotions for Christiana and Monica to focus on campaigning. Though reluctant, Levitt had no choice but to comply when he learned the demand came directly from Linton himself. Plus, an Oscar boost would greatly enhance the film's international licensing prospects, so it made business sense to fully support the initiative. This was why Christiana, Monica, and Noriko returned to Los Angeles early. From the very next day, under Harvey's guidance, Christiana and Monica dove headlong into intense Oscar-related PR events. Linton had initially worried about their health, especially since both were 3 months pregnant. He hoped they'd rest a couple of days before participating. But he underestimated the allure of the Academy Awards for female stars. Both insisted on jumping right in. Hearing about the Oscar campaign energized them even more. Powered by the sense they had already gained from Linton, they were unstoppable. Naturally, they refused Linton's offer for a break. Christiana said excitedly and firmly, "Honey, you don't need to worry about our health. After last night's performance, I'm fully recharged. Besides, the Oscars have been my dream since I was a little girl. This time, I have to give it my all. If you really can't trust us, just make it up to us properly tonight." Monica agreed enthusiastically. "Yeah, you've already done so much for us. This is such a rare opportunity. We have to commit ourselves to the publicity events. Don't worry about our health. We'll continue the party again tonight." Though Linton didn't quite understand their overwhelming obsession with the Oscars, he gave them his full, unreserved support. Deep down, he admitted his own attitude towards the Oscars was far different from theirs. Of course, he wanted the golden statue, but unlike them, he had never harbored a burning desire or obsession to win. He hadn't even intentionally pursued award-worthy projects. He felt the Academy had brought much of their downfall on themselves by losing artistic integrity and getting overly involved in North American politics. The constant manipulation and declining standards, even questionable entries that challenged human decency, made the ceremony a chaotic spectacle. At the core, the Oscars' authority and professionalism had come under serious doubt, weakening its influence, a decline Linton personally witnessed. Yet, there was no denying that today's Oscars still carried immense authority and fairness in judgment. Its global influence remains unmatched. At this stage, winning an Oscar greatly boosts both films and stars, bringing substantial benefits. For female stars especially, the Oscars' value extends beyond prestige or salary hikes. It significantly elevates commercial appeal. Take Sophie Marceau, for example. Before winning Best Actress last year, her endorsement deals fetched about $3 million annually. After the award, that skyrocketed to $5 million, with many high-end brands lining up to work with her. Even Winona Ryder, who took home Best Supporting Actress, saw her annual endorsements increase from $3.5 million to $4.5 million. Of course, their endorsement fees still paled compared to Linton's. Last year, as contracts for his endorsements came up for renewal, brands practically begged him to stay, with fees climbing to $15 million a year. Even the cheapest sponsor, Pepsi, was paying $12 million annually, largely because Linton's personal popularity enhanced their brand tremendously. And during media attacks against him, Pepsi always stood firmly by his side. Given all this, Linton had voluntarily reduced his endorsement fee for Pepsi's renewal. Such advantages were why Linton pushed so hard to secure Oscars for his women. As for himself, he would take it as it came. Winning would be nice, but missing out wouldn't change much. After all, no matter the awards, he had reached the ceiling in terms of status, pay, and commercial value. There was simply no room left to climb. Chapter 463, Puff Daddy, New Album. Strictly speaking, Linton had one job he hadn't managed to complete last year. Almost like he broke a contract. That was the release of his third album scheduled for the end of last year. He simply hadn't had the time. This was primarily because in October, he acquired Universal Group. After taking over, the very first thing he did was shake up the entire executive team mercilessly. Although Daniel, the president of Universal Records, narrowly escaped the bloodbath, his position was far from secure, so Daniel didn't dare to press Linton on the missed album release. Now, more than 2 months had passed. For the sake of Universal Records' performance and his own standing, Daniel had to muster the courage to approach Linton. He first gave Linton a comprehensive report on Universal Records' overall performance. By all accounts, Daniel was a competent leader, and Universal Records had been doing quite well under his management. Even though Linton hadn't released any singles or albums last year, the label's profit still reached $250 million. While that was a significant drop from the previous year's $280 million, it was understandable. In the previous year, Linton's singles had brought in more than $60 million in profits for Universal. Without him last year, revenue from old songs didn't exceed $5 million. So, putting Linton's absence aside, Universal Records' business had actually continued to grow healthily. Especially early last year, Daniel had pushed through against opposition and invested $8 million to acquire a 51% stake in Bad Boy Records, founded by East Coast rapper Puff Daddy. This label had several rising stars in gangsta rap, including Puff Daddy himself, Notorious B.I.G., Faith Evans, Mace, and Total. Daniel then secretly orchestrated a massive musical battle between their artists, most notably Dr. Dre and Puff Daddy, which ignited a full-scale feud of diss tracks between East Coast and West Coast rappers. This rivalry caused singles and albums from gangsta rappers on both coasts to sell like wildfire. The two leaders, Dr. Dre and Puff Daddy, gained the biggest dividends, becoming iconic representatives of East and West Coast gangsta rap, each selling over 2 million albums. Bad Boy's roster also thrived, releasing diss tracks aimed at West Coast artists filled with sharp, explicit lyrics reflecting their aggressive style. Though harsh and raw, the market loved it, and their fame soared alongside impressive sales. In short, this acquisition and strategy had made Universal Records the biggest winner behind the scenes, even if it wasn't visible publicly. When Linton heard the name Puff Daddy, he momentarily paused, recalling the rapper's infamous global controversies involving wild parties and scandalous allegations, not to mention his tragic downfall. The name alone was enough to make him mutter it under his breath. But then Linton shrugged it off. Although Puff Daddy had some talent and street smarts, his influence wasn't at a level to impress Linton much. He could make some money for Universal for a few years, but if he ever caused trouble and damaged Linton's reputation, well, the rapper wouldn't last long. As far as Linton was concerned, there was no chance anyone would dare cross him seriously. Should anyone try, they'd get cut down swiftly, wiped off without a trace. Daniel, sensing Linton's interest when he mentioned Puff Daddy, hurried to speak. "Boss, Puff Daddy is really talented, very smart, and knows how to get things done smoothly. Would you want to meet him?" "No need. I know of him and his talent, but I've also heard about his character. Plus, he's deeply connected with the New York underworld. He can be nurtured to bring profits to the company, but that's all. I'm not interested in anything else. And let me warn you, don't get too close to him personally. You don't want to get dragged down by his mess," Linton replied. "You're right, boss. Thanks for the heads up. Carry on." After Daniel's report, Linton praised his work and dangled a bigger carrot. "Well done, Daniel. Keep up the momentum. If Universal Records keeps growing at this pace, I might consider spinning it off to stand alongside Universal Pictures as a separate company." Daniel immediately jumped at the opportunity. "Thank you, boss. I'll work hard. But what about your new album? Shouldn't it be on the agenda too? Linton didn't mind. He knew it was time to release his third album. I knew you'd have a motive coming here today. Boss, I can't help it. It's for the company's growth. Don't worry. I've already prepared it. Here are 12 tracks. I've put together, plus the 3 singles we released at the end of the year before last I Know, You Are Not Alone, and Water Runs Dry. It fits perfectly into one album. The track list included 1. Smooth Sooth. 2. Bailamos, Bayos. 3. You'll Be in My Heart, You'll Be on My Heart. 4. Quit Playing Games, With My Heart, Quit Pie Gas. 5. I Knew I Loved You, IQ I Loved You. 6. The Crossroads, The Crossroads. 7. Don't Speak, Do T Speak. 8. Everything You Want, Everything You Want. 9. Drops of Jupiter, Drops Off Jupiter. 10. How to Save a Life, How to Save Your Life. 11. I Finally Found Someone, I Feely Found Su. 12. The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, Chinese song remade into English. Yer Kong Zhong Zuilang Xing. The sound continued in his previous style, a blend of blues and rock. Daniel was thrilled. That's fantastic. Thanks, boss. This will definitely boost my performance figures. I'll get the team started immediately. When will you be available to record? You go ahead and get ready. We'll aim to start recording officially around the end of the month. And the music videos? Any thoughts, boss? We'll use the original production team for the videos. Producer Carson, director Jack, choreographer Axe. They did a great job on my past videos. But no auditions for the female lead this time. I've made other plans. Other plans? Yes, I'm lining up actresses I've worked with before in films. Nicole Kidman, Naomi Watts, Cameron Diaz, Jennifer Connelly, Winona Ryder, Kate Winslet, Charlize Theron, Heidi Klum, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Noriko Sakai. Each will star in a video with me. Daniel gasped. Wow, boss, those are huge stars. If they agree to collaborate, that's a game changer. The videos will sell like crazy. But do you think they'll be willing? You don't need to worry. I'll handle it. There's the matter of their paychecks. Those stars command huge fees. What's the budget? Don't worry about fees. We'll offer them a friendly price. They won't mind. The filming is tentatively set for April. Thank you, boss. Rest assured, I'll assemble the best crew and prepare scripts perfectly suited to each song. Linton nodded, already looking ahead to a successful album release and a boost for Universal Records. Chapter 464, Halle Berry Comes Knocking. After the new year, Linton officially closed the San Francisco branch of his charity foundation and relocated it to Los Angeles. However, he did not set up the new charity office in the Linton building, but instead rented a 2-story house in the West Side area of Los Angeles. At the same time, he purchased a medium-sized detached villa on the hillside in the Summit community of Beverly Hills as a gift for his aunt. The location was just a little over 10 minutes drive from Linton's estate, offering a prime spot. The community's environment and security were excellent, making it an ideal neighborhood for wealthy residents. Aunt Kelly and her family completed all their affairs in San Francisco by mid-January and moved to Los Angeles as well. On their first day, Linton hosted a grand welcome party at his home. Aunt Kelly held the rosy-cheeked little Lena lovingly, overwhelmed by maternal affection, calling her baby repeatedly and reluctant to let go. Then, thinking of her late sister, tears welled up in her eyes. She finally pulled out a carefully prepared gift, a set of Tiffany jewelry. Although Lena was too young to wear or comprehend it, the sparkling platinum pieces made her giggle, clutching them happily. Upon hearing that Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, and Monica Bellucci were all expecting Linton's children, Aunt Kelly felt dizzy and unsure how to react. Her nephew was simply unbelievable, a genius with top-notch earning power and a big heart. Yet, he was such a player. She could never understand how these delicate superstar women could be so devoted to him. If this was any other man, she would have blacklisted him and forbade the family from associating with him. But since he was her nephew, she could only take their hands, sincerely bless them, and even share her own experiences about motherhood. With help from Goodman and Henry, Aunt Kelly began setting up the new charity office, including recruitment and establishing regulations. Of the 14 staff members at the old San Francisco office, most refused to relocate and resigned, with only 3 young employees following her to Los Angeles. This year, the foundation had heavy charitable spending obligations with a budget of $150 million, more than 7 times last year's amount, transforming it into a large-scale charity institution. Consequently, more staff and tighter regulations were necessary. Her husband, Jeff, chose to work at Universal Studios, starting from an ordinary position, which was good for him and conveniently close to home. Judy, meanwhile, was like a caged bird freed, spending every day with Winnie, her idol. The two were inseparable during the day, like sisters. With his companies finally running smoothly, Linton enjoyed an easygoing life lately, sticking to a regular routine. During the day, he'd slack off a little in the office, play games, and occasionally listen to his subordinates' reports. At night, it was all about exciting parties and immersive theatrical performances. Of course, for Christiana and Monica, who were busy with Oscar promotions recently, Linton made special efforts at parties. He generously shared his vitality essence with them to help relieve their fatigue. Time flew to late January. One day, Linton was happily playing Tomb Raider in his office as usual when his assistant, Mina, walked in holding the phone. "Boss, your call," from Halle Berry. Halle Berry reminded him of the times they had worked together. During the production and premiere of his first movie Step Up, she had left him with fond memories. Fortunately, she was a woman who knew her limits and never clung to him. Plus, with her smooth career in Hollywood, their contact gradually diminished. He took the call. "Hey, Halle. Linton, are you at the office?" "Yeah. I'm heading to your company right now. Mind if I come see you directly?" "No problem. Just come up to the 16th floor." "Thanks, see you soon." They hadn't been in touch for 2 or 3 years. Why the sudden visit to the office? Whatever it was, he'd find out soon enough. Shortly after, Mina led Halle Berry through the office door. She was clearly dressed up with care today. Long black hair draped over her shoulders, exquisite makeup on her face, wearing a sleek blue evening gown that accentuated her alluring figure, while also exuding a unique, relaxed elegance. Truly a captivating black pearl. Upon seeing Linton, she didn't hesitate to throw her arms open and gave him a warm hug, even whispering breathily in his ear. Clearly, she had a serious reason for coming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have started by flirting with him. After Mina served coffee and left, Halle didn't pick up her cup, but turned and locked the office door behind her. Striding like a cat, she walked right over to Linton and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around him and planting a passionate kiss. "Halle, what are you doing?" "I'm reliving the good, old memories," she said, then didn't stop but dove under the desk. "Wait, I have cameras installed here." He joked, though there weren't any. Hearing this, Halle jumped from the desk and exclaimed, "How dare anyone install surveillance in your office?" "It's okay, only I can watch. It's mainly to stop anyone from framing me since I'm a big star. Only you can watch." "Then it's fine. Let's continue." Saying that, she disappeared back under the desk. Continually teased by Halle, Linton soon got excited, pulling her up and carrying her toward the inner room. "Baby, let's just stay here. I like it here." "All right, whatever you want." Still, their passion took them all over the place since the 16th floor was spacious. 2 hours later, they finished and swam 2 laps in the pool, then cuddled up on a lounge chair. "Halle, what exactly brought you here this time?" "Darling, I missed you, didn't I?" "Of course you did, but there must be something else." "You're right. I heard Universal is preparing a movie called The Nutty Professor." "Yes, that's true. It's in pre-production." "What?" "I heard it's a $20 million investment, a movie featuring mostly black actors." "Yes. Darling, there are so few black-led films in Hollywood to begin with. Those that do exist tend to be low-budget art films. A big-budget commercial film produced by a major company is a top-tier opportunity for black actors. How could I not have ideas? Can you help me? I think I'm the perfect fit for the female lead, Carla." Over the past few years, Halle had actually done quite well, starring in several movies and firmly establishing herself as the premier black beauty icon in Hollywood. The only real competition was Tyra Banks, who hadn't fully committed to her acting career. However, it was still 1996. Although the 1992 Los Angeles riots had boosted black status significantly, the racial equality movement in North America remained in early stages. Hollywood opportunities for black actors were still scarce, mostly leading roles in small productions, but only supporting parts in larger commercial films. This rare, big-budget, black-led commercial film was naturally an excellent chance for her. Thinking it over, Hallie was quite considerate. She hadn't bothered him all this time and now came knocking, offering warmth and exceptional service. More importantly, her image perfectly suited the role of Carla in the movie. All right, I'll talk to Brian about it. Be ready. Darling, you're the best. I owe you big time. Chapter 465, Casting the Leading Lady and Recording New Songs. Nearly 2 months had passed since the projects Twister and The Nutty Professor had been greenlit. The preparations for both films were progressing smoothly, and it was almost time for casting. Previously, Linton had decided on Naomi Watts as the lead actress for Twister, leaving the rest of the casting decisions to the production team. However, he hadn't expected the competition for the other roles to be so intense, especially for characters he wasn't particularly interested in. Halle Berry, after all, was considered one of Hollywood's top mixed-race actresses and ranked as a solid B-list star at best. Despite her current popularity and status, she felt she had little chance of landing a role and had surprisingly come to Linton behind the scenes to pull strings. It seemed Linton had underestimated just how fierce and ruthless the Hollywood casting race had become. He remembered that in a previous era, the lead role in this very movie had gone to Jada Pinkett. No one really knew how she snagged the part, but her career skyrocketed after the film's release, elevating her above even Halle Berry at the time. She later married Will Smith, and together, they became the hottest black celebrity couple in Hollywood. Will Smith eventually rose to become a superstar. Of course, what made them truly famous wasn't their star power alone, but the way they navigated their high-profile relationship, earning them a reputation as one of Hollywood's most unconventional couples. Since Halle Berry had come to him personally, Linton figured the lead role was now off the table for anyone else. Thinking this, he looked at Halle, who was still fumbling nervously on the phone. "Blake, it's me. Boss, what are your orders?" Blake responded immediately, straightening up with respect upon hearing Linton's voice. "How's the movie prep coming along?" "Everything's on track. Casting starts next week. No need to audition for the female lead, Carla. I have the perfect choice." "Oh, boss, may I ask who it is?" "You know who, Halle Berry. If you say she's the right fit, then she sure is. But I have a suggestion. Go ahead. Although we've decided on Halle Berry, we can't announce it publicly just yet. After all, we've already released casting info to the unions and agencies. So, we need Halle to just go through the audition process to keep everything above board." "No problem. I only care about the result." After hanging up, Linton patted a still flustered Halle on the shoulder. "Halle, you heard that, right?" "Darling, I heard you loud and clear. I love you," Halle said, then nervously stumbled over her words even more. After more than a year, Linton walked into the door of Universal Records once again. It looked the same as ever, the familiar Universal Records. But everything had changed. He had once been a superstar and the undisputed #1 artist on the label. Yet, back then, he was just a performer, cherished by the company but never truly respected. Now his role had shifted. Not only was he a top singer, but he was now the owner of Universal Records. As he stepped out of his car, he spotted Daniel arriving with a group of senior executives standing respectfully at the entrance, ready to greet him. Universal had even moved his office from the artist's floor to the executive suite on the highest level. The space was larger than Daniel's own office and boasted the title of chairman. They had also established a dedicated chairman's office, staffed solely to provide him support. His assistant, Molly, had been promoted accordingly, now serving as director of the chairman's office. Seeing all this, Linton shook his head internally, tempted to tease Daniel but deciding against it. He didn't want to undermine his team's ambition. Since this was his first visit since acquiring Universal, besides recording songs, he had a meeting lined up to get a comprehensive update on the company. Without going into the details of the meeting, Linton was generally satisfied with Universal Records operations. Moreover, he had never had conflicts with any of the management prior. There was no drama or backstabbing. Rather, his rise had been so rapid that before anyone could react, he had already become a star. Even if some had ill intentions, they never had the chance to act on them. And once someone hits it big, the people around them usually become allies rather than enemies. They wouldn't risk offending a promising young star. Plus, he had quickly expanded his career focus into movies, which meant fewer resource conflicts with other artists at the label who might be competition. After finishing the executive meeting, Linton, accompanied by Daniel, headed to the recording studio. The producer on this project was still his old friend Lisa. After over 10 days of preparation, the song arrangements were complete and all backing tracks were ready. They just needed Linton to show up to start recording. With Linton's ever-deepening experience, especially now at the celestial presence stage of his abilities, he had complete control over every part of his voice. Typically, singers relied on techniques like switching between head and chest voice or breath control to compensate for vocal limitations. But for Linton, these were mere embellishments. His vocal power alone could carry any song. Whether hitting the highest notes or the lowest growls, it was effortless for him. The recording team was left dumbfounded. How could he improve his singing so dramatically in just a year? Was it even possible for a human voice to reach such levels? Though almost surreal, the recording process went incredibly smoothly. Linton's control over his vocal tone was so strong that he passed each take within 3 attempts. Even the most challenging parts didn't take more than 5 takes. In just 3 days, Linton recorded all 12 songs. For comparison, even top-tier singers like Shania Twain usually needed at least 3 days to record a single track, given that auto-tune and other digital tools hadn't reached today's levels yet. Plus, vocal rest and care were necessary to avoid strain, so recording 12 songs to a high standard would normally take at least 6 weeks. In the past, Linton's best output had been 1 song per day, which was already extraordinary. Now, after a year away, he effortlessly knocked out 4 songs per day. It was superhuman. How could anyone else compete? Lisa and her team were amazed, but also felt kind of deflated. No matter how skilled they were, they couldn't match Linton's unique talent. Of course, this singing prowess added another layer to Linton's growing legend. Beyond being a prodigy, he was now officially recognized as having the strongest vocal skills in the industry. Chapter 466, Award Plans. By the end of January, the Oscar public relations campaign had reached its most critical phase. Even Linton personally attended several events to rally support for the 2 films, The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets, especially on behalf of Christiana and Monica. Christiana and Monica were busier than ever, going out early and returning late every day, barely having time to catch their breath. They typically left around 9:30 a.m. and didn't get back until after 9 p.m. This intense schedule deeply worried Linton, knowing that both women were well over 3 months pregnant. To maintain secrecy and their polished images, they insisted on wearing high heels whenever they went out. Fortunately, it was winter, and while the weather in Los Angeles wasn't freezing, they could at least layer up to stay warm. Otherwise, Linton would have seriously considered putting a stop to it. He had gently reminded them several times to prioritize their health and cut back on some public appearances, but both firmly refused. "Dear, this is our best chance. You have to support us. Besides, we're feeling great. There's nothing to worry about." At a loss, he resorted to providing them with more of his revitalizing energy every night to help sustain their stamina. He also instructed Harvey to reduce their workload during PR activities as much as possible and, most importantly, to ensure they didn't drink alcohol. Harvey found his job tough. Usually, PR work involves drinks and showing up for after hours, he thought. But no drinking allowed? That hardly seems like PR. Still, orders were orders. He couldn't refuse the boss, no matter how unreasonable the demands. He just needed to be more creative. If necessary, he'd handle the drinking and late-night engagements himself. Money always smoothed things over. At this point, the competition dynamics began to clarify. Harvey took the time to brief Linton privately to decide on the next moves in their PR strategy. "Boss, the situation is shaping up. For Best Actress, Christiana doesn't have any strong rivals. Her win is basically guaranteed." "Good, but we can't slack off. Make sure she wins." "Understood. For Best Supporting Actress, the competition is never as fierce. With our PR push, Monica shouldn't have any trouble either." "Excellent. Same deal. Keep the momentum going, secure the awards." Best Picture nominations for The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets look solid, but winning is another matter. Their biggest competitor is Braveheart. Should we take action? Let me ask you, if we took down Braveheart, Which film would stand the best chance to win? That's hard to say. The Sixth Sense is a horror movie, and As Good as It Gets is a comedy. These genres rarely win over the Academy. There's no guaranteed victory. Then don't bother. It'd be damaging for us and pointless anyway. Braveheart's lead actress is Sophie Marceau, so let's at least assure their Best Picture nomination. Focus on the Golden Globes instead. Conveniently, the Golden Globes have two Best Picture categories, drama and musical/comedy. Let's aim to win both. All right. Harvey felt the outlook grow dimmer. What? You don't think we can pull it off? Don't worry, boss. I'll get it done. Then keep going. For Best Director, Night Shyamalan and Zack Snyder are likely to get nominations, but winning is unlikely. Mel Gibson is the lock. Getting nominated is a win in itself. Keep pushing. For Best Original Screenplay, The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets both have a chance, and no strong contenders. But we have to choose one to avoid splitting votes and letting someone else sneak in. Since you wrote both, you decide. Let's go with The Sixth Sense. Got it. Best Actor. Jack Nicholson has the edge, but he faces a strong challenger, Nicolas Cage. Not because Nicolas is necessarily a better actor or more compelling performer, but because he's the nephew of Francis Ford Coppola. Coppola's influence in Hollywood is enormous, and the Italian-American community tends to support their own. They make up a significant portion of the Academy voters. Jack will have a tough time. Yeah, Coppola is hard to handle. Let's just focus on Jack's own efforts and assist where we can. Whether he wins depends on his luck. We'll also cover him for the Golden Globes. Understood. For Best Supporting Actor, Haley Joel Osment's nomination is safe, but winning is unlikely. His main rival, Kevin Spacey, is too strong. All right, that's the Oscar plan. I want to emphasize no mishaps with Christiana and Monica's awards. Execute the rest as discussed. Got it. We'll get it done. As for the Golden Globes, let's put extra effort into grabbing more awards. Boss, rest assured, I've arranged everything. Just like last year, the day after tomorrow, all the Golden Globe voters will be on a yacht party. Plenty of fine wine, gourmet food, 100 beautiful women, 50 handsome men, and a 3-day nonstop, no-holds-barred celebration. At the same time in Chicago, a small meeting was being held about the Golden Raspberry Awards. The previous summer, the film Independence Day had mortified film critics everywhere. Critics had been soundly defeated in a public war of words with the film's producers and distributors. Most upsetting was that since then, almost all major blockbusters ignored critics during their release campaigns. Coming forward to exert influence was now mainly limited to independent, art house, and awards-aspiring films, cutting into critics' influence and earnings. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's income is akin to striking their family, an unforgivable offense. With awards season upon them, it was time to settle the score with Independence Day. The meeting was convened by Roger Ebert, joined by John Wilson, the founder of the Razzies, along with David Denby, Kenneth Turan, Todd McCarthy, Claude Hank, and others. John, I propose we give this year's Worst Picture to Independence Day, Worst Director to Michael Bay, and Worst Actor to Linton Anderson, Roger said bluntly. Independence Day is tacky and bad, but not necessarily the worst, just overly commercial. John, it's our duty to remind Hollywood not to dive too deep into commercialism. Look at Independence Day. It's the epitome of all the worst cliches, yet it made huge box office numbers. If we don't stand up and say no, Hollywood films will sink further into this commercial abyss. But there are objectively worse films and performances out there this year. Take Showgirls. Utterly dreadful. John, you have to consider the film's impact. Picking Showgirls as Worst Picture won't send as strong a message to Hollywood as Independence Day would. But Linton is not only a director and star, but also the head of Universal. Are we really ready to cross him so completely? Old friend, where's the courage you showed in '81 when you named President Ronald Reagan for the Worst Achievement Award? You can't bow to power now. John, we're actually trying to save Linton. We can't just watch a talented young man go down the wrong path. All right, you've convinced me. I'll seriously consider it. Chapter 467, Golden Globe Awards. On Saturday, February 10th, 1996, the 53rd Annual Golden Globe Awards ceremony took place at the Hollywood Hilton Hotel. Because Linton Anderson had received a nomination for Best Screenplay, He attended the event alongside key members of the production teams of The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets. Since NBC began broadcasting the Golden Globes live, the event's popularity and influence had grown significantly, with many viewers considering it a bellwether for the upcoming Oscars. This year, the Golden Globes committee had set up a long red carpet at the hotel entrance, allowing stars to showcase their style and charm. Christiana and Monica were both dressed stunningly, and hoped Linton would accompany each of them on the red carpet. This put Linton in a bit of a dilemma, but eventually, Christiana took the initiative and suggested, "Why don't the three of us walk the red carpet together?" "Sure, I don't mind," Monica also agreed. Thus, Linton made a grand appearance once more, walking the lengthy red carpet to the cheers of numerous fans present and the attention of millions of viewers watching live on television. He linked arms with Christiana on his left and Monica on his right, and the three of them beamed with excitement as they passed through. Unlike the Oscars, the Golden Globes awarded prizes in a more formal banquet setting. Led by the staff, they moved to seats near the stage, where the organizers had reserved 3 round tables specifically for the film crews of The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets. Fortunately, the 2 crews were seated closely together, so Linton wasn't too troubled. Ultimately, the 3 of them sat tightly beside each other at the same table. Another team associated with Linton was also present, the television series, which had earned 3 major nominations. For Best Drama Series, George Clooney for Best Actor in a Drama Series, and Sherry Stringfield for Best Actress in a Drama Series. Vivian Chow had also arrived, though she was not nominated for any awards. However, the crew did not sit with Linton's group. It was well known in Hollywood that there was a hierarchy, with television being regarded as far less prestigious than film. This was reflected at the Golden Globes banquet where TV crews were seated behind the film crews. Producer Grace naturally brought her team to Linton's table to meet, and Linton made introductions between the 3 crews. He even kept Vivian Chow at his table, seating her next to Christiana, a subtle message to others that Vivian was his. As time passed and more attendees arrived, food and drinks were served, and the ceremony officially began with a relaxed, festive atmosphere. Unlike the Oscars, the Golden Globes were more lighthearted and casual. The host was bold on stage, cracking witty, sometimes risque jokes at the expense of the stars. Even Linton walking the red carpet arm in arm with both Christiana and Monica became a joking topic. One of the hosts, Johnny Carson, quipped that Linton walking with 2 goddesses fulfilled the dreams of many men. Though he wondered if, after the ceremony, Linton would still be holding hands with them back at the hotel for a wild evening. The audience responded with a mix of boos and envious glances toward Linton. Undeniably, Harvey's PR efforts had been effective. 3 days and nights of an open yacht party had paid off visibly. The Sixth Sense won Best Drama Motion Picture. As Good as It Gets won Best Musical or Comedy Motion Picture. Jack Nicholson took home Best Actor in a Drama. Christiana won Best Actress in a Drama. Monica received Best Supporting Actress. Linton received Best Screenplay. Both The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets had been showing in theaters for 8 weeks. They had already been pulled from theaters in most overseas markets. The Sixth Sense had grossed $291 million in North America and earned $360 million internationally. As Good as It Gets had earned $141 million domestically and $163 million overseas. But unlike other release periods, the films hadn't been pulled from domestic theaters yet, since it was award season. Both films were kept in limited release in many theaters, waiting to expand their distribution scale after winning important awards. With such prestigious Golden Globe wins and the resulting buzz, plus the upcoming intensive media coverage lasting several days, the 2 films were expected to expand their theater count to over 1,000 theaters each the next day, generating another box office surge. Even if they failed to win anything at the Oscars later, the value of the film rights would increase significantly from these accolades. Sure enough, the next day, after the company's distribution department communicated with theaters, the release scale expanded from fewer than 100 theaters to 1,200 theaters for both films. Media coverage of the Golden Globes was overwhelming, with significant promotional impact. Because it was Sunday, combined with the Golden Globe buzz, The Sixth Sense earned $3.12 million at the box office that day, while As Good as It Gets made $3.08 million. Then, on February 12th, the 68th Annual Academy Awards nomination luncheon was held at the Beverly Hills Regent Hotel. As expected, Braveheart became the biggest winner at the nominations luncheon, receiving 10 nods. It was undeniable. The film style was exactly what the Academy favored. The Sixth Sense also did well, receiving 6 nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Editing. As Good as It Gets earned 5 nominations: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best Original Score. Harvey's PR team had perfectly achieved their second goal. Christiana and Monica showed Linton just how wild and high the excitement could get at the party. With the Oscar nomination announcements, Harvey's PR campaign shifted entirely underground. Any visible lobbying stopped immediately. The Academy had clear rules forbidding lobbying of voters after nominations were announced. Christiana and Monica could finally take a breather. With the Oscar nods publicized, The Sixth Sense and As Good as It Gets. Exposure increased even more, prompting additional media to cover the films actively. Naturally, Linton's own media outlets went full throttle to promote the 2 films. Encouraged by the Oscar nominations, even though it was a Monday, box office receipts were still strong. $2.84 million for The Sixth Sense and $2.77 million for As Good as It Gets. The company's distribution team seized the opportunity to negotiate further with theaters. Given it was a quiet season for moviegoers and competition was weak, the number of theaters showing both films expanded again to 1,500. In the following week, The Sixth Sense grossed $20.33 million domestically, bringing its total North American box office to $311 million. As Good as It Gets earned $18.15 million more, pushing its North American total to $159 million. Chapter 468, Beauty Pills. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, all the women had returned to the estate. Linton spent the entire day playing games and partying with everyone, making it a lively and joyful celebration. The next day, he took advantage of his recent free time to fly by private jet to his Montana farm estate with Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, Monica Bellucci, Noriko Sakai, and Madonna along with her daughter. Of course, his assistants Mina and Lee Shaoran came along, as well as 2 nannies. Though it was mid-February, Montana remained bitterly cold, with snowflakes drifting in the air and a thick, white blanket covering the ground everywhere. But thanks to the quartz pendants the women wore, none of them felt the cold. The stunning scenery enchanted Sophie, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko. Only Mina and Lee Shaoran, bundled in heavy down coats, still shivered despite the warmth. Once inside the garden protected by a weather array, the temperature inside steadied around 27 degrees Fahrenheit, -3°C. A heaven compared to the chill outside. Mina and Lee Shaoran finally felt the garden's warmth embrace them. For Sophie, Christiana, Monica, Noriko, and Madonna and her daughter, the quartz pendants radiated a steady warmth, making it feel like springtime. They eagerly shed their bulky coats and returned to elegant and stylish attire. Although Sophie, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko had heard by phone how beautiful the garden was, nothing compared to seeing it in person. It completely surpassed their expectation. Next came a joyful time of savoring gourmet food, admiring the views, having snowball fights, playing games, hosting parties, and even performing little skits. In this magical place, Sophie, Christiana, and Monica seemed to unleash their playful spirits, even engaging in a sort of pregnant lady's antics with Linton. Who could possibly handle that? Even a seasoned player like Linton himself could barely keep up, expending tremendous energy every night. Of course, Linton's visit wasn't just for vacation. He planned to use this rare free time to craft the beauty pills and the vitality elixir. He had bought all the necessary ingredients over 6 months ago, but had been too busy to start. Now, with the chance to accompany Sophie and the others, he set aside time to focus. After 2 days of fun, during which the 4 ladies picked their rooms, study, villa, and exclusive personal attendants, Linton let them handle their own schedules during the day. He retreated alone to the adjacent 3-story office building. On the first floor, he had set up 2 large rooms, each equipped with cutting-edge pharmaceutical machines purchased last year. Unlike the cultivation alchemy furnace, this gear was electric, allowing precise temperature control, plus functions for crushing, extracting, fusing, and shaping the ingredients. Because earthly herbs lacked spiritual energy, the final elixir had to undergo one last step, the spiritual infusion, literally imbuing with life force to activate its supernatural effects. This setup was foolproof. With the right recipe and ingredients, making potent pills shouldn't be difficult. All the herbs sourced last year were stored here. He started with the simpler beauty pills, made from 11 herbs. He measured out a pound of each, ground them finely, and stored them with labels. Following the recipe, he heated and extracted each herb individually to eliminate impurities and capture their essence. This was the toughest step. Each herb required a unique temperature and duration, but the recipe didn't specify these details. Therefore, he had to test each herb under various temperatures to find the optimal extraction conditions. Thanks to his strong spiritual insight, Linton could observe the process clearly. Still, on the first day, he only figured out the best conditions for 5 of the herbs. The next day, he tested the remaining herbs. Building on prior experience, the process went smoother, and by nightfall, he had found the best temperatures and timings for all 11 herbs. Nighttime meant more parties, laughter, and good times. On day 3, combining the extracted essences according to their precise ratios, he began melting them at varying temperatures to find the best fusion point. The entire day consumed over 50 portions of raw materials, with only incomplete success. However, he sensed success was close. On day 4, after losing over 20 portions, he finally succeeded in melting the ingredients into a cohesive pill mass. The final step was shaping. The machine automatically pressed the mass into 10 molds, each forming a pill about the size of a soybean. 5 minutes later, he obtained 10 rounded pills. The pills looked unremarkable on the outside, but through his spiritual senses, Linton witnessed them immediately beginning to absorb life energy from the air, a clear sign they were taking in ambient spiritual energy as designed. The estate's inner garden sat at the center of a large life energy gathering array, where the spiritual energy concentration was notably high. For ordinary people, living here improved health and extended life. Although it was not enough for genuine cultivation due to the lack of underground energy veins, the spiritual energy originally came from a thunder trial Linton passed here, lightning infused underground and transformed into life energy. Still, the amount of energy was limited. If Linton used it to cultivate, his power would quickly drain the life energy, reverting the land to a lifeless state within a day. Even in the inner garden, the air's life energy concentration was limited, so the pills took time absorbing the energy. Before infusing the pills' spiritual energy, Linton tested their raw effect. He swallowed one pill and focused inward with his spiritual sight. As expected, he felt a faint medicinal force seeping into his entire skin, though barely perceptible. While the effect was minimal, it might be stronger for ordinary people. In terms of enhancing appearance beyond commercial topical products, it wasn't a breakthrough. At best, it lacked side effects. Clearly, the spirit infusion step was necessary. Only with enough spiritual energy could the pills transform, enabling incredible beautifying effects. With that in mind, Linton descended underground and retrieved quartz stones from a spatial ring, arranging a small life energy gathering array over 5 acres, compressing the energy into a 1 square meter area. Upon activation, the energy surged sharply at the array's core, reaching 50 times normal levels. Linton placed the remaining 9 pills in the center. Through his spiritual vision, each pill developed a tiny vortex, rapidly absorbing the life energy and visibly changing. Initially gray and dull, the pills gradually turned green. After about 40 minutes, absorption stopped, the pills achieving a translucent quartz hue and emitting a fresh fragrance. Linton swallowed one, attentively tracking the effect. This time, he experienced a very different result. The pill released an unknown energy that flowed toward the skin, moisturizing it. Soon, his skin felt a cool sensation. Although at his cultivation, his flawless skin remained unaffected, the medicine's mechanism was confirmed, and it was clear there were no side effects. He wondered how effective it would be for ordinary people and decided it was time to test the pills on others. After deactivating the array, Linton returned to the main house and gathered Sophie, Christiana, Monica, Noriko, and Madonna. He handed out 5 pills. These are my personally crafted beauty pills. Each of you take one and see how it works. Sophie, who was pregnant and had a ravenous appetite lately, grinned. Wow, they look delicious. Are they edible snacks? You can treat them like treats. But the main effect is beautifying. Who wants to try first? I'll go. Sophie volunteered, popping a pill into her mouth. Tastes like nothing. Don't move. Try to feel if there's anything special. Madonna, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko all watched Sophie closely. Within 10 minutes, Sophie exclaimed, "Wow, I really feel it. The skin all over my body feels a bit cool, like when I used to apply facial masks." Do these pills work on the entire skin surface? Since being with Linton, none of them had needed facial masks anymore, but Sophie still recalled the familiar soothing feeling. Why don't you take off your clothes so we can check if your skin has changed? Okay, let's see if my skin looks better, Sophie said confidently, stripping down so everyone could observe. The tests proved the pills wasted on her. Thanks to Linton's long-lasting energy, their skin had already reached near perfection. Each of them had radiant, supple skin. Though the pill stimulated a subtle response, there was no significant improvement to be had. Next, Madonna, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko each took a pill and sensed similar subtle changes. After reminding them to keep this secret, Linton summoned Mina and Li Xiaoran to the office and gave them the last 2 pills. Mina, you've been envious of Madonna and the other's skin, right? Try this pill. Boss, this pill can improve looks. Take it and feel the effect. Mina eagerly swallowed the pill without hesitation. Soon, she excitedly reported, "Boss, I feel it. A cool sensation all over, like a facial mask." That's right. Li Xiaoran, accompany her to the bathroom and see if her skin changes. From the bathroom came surprised voices from Mina and Li Xiaoran. Oh no, my skin is breaking out with little black spots. Li Xiaoran, check my back. There are a few on your back, too. Fortunately, Linton's voice came through. That's normal. It means the pill is starting to take effect, clearing impurities from your skin. The first time can have strong results. After washing, it will be fine. Through his spiritual awareness, Linton saw everything more clearly than they did. The changes were fine for a single beauty pill. The toxin and dead skin deposits near the surface were expelled. More extensive purification required continuous use for at least half a year. The first dose showed the most dramatic effect. Subsequent doses would not be as noticeable. In any case, the pill worked. The recipe from the cultivation world was truly powerful. How long does it take? Until the cooling sensation stops. About 30 minutes later, a voice from the bathroom said, "Boss, the cooling feeling's gone. Can I wash now?" "Go ahead." Water ran, and after about 10 minutes, louder exclamations rang out. "Wow, Mina, your skin really improved. Not just lighter, but radiant. Let me see myself. Wow, it really did. My skin feels more hydrated and glowing." Mina and Li Xiaoran came out. Their faces lit up with excitement as they looked at Linton. "Boss, can I have a pill too? That last one's for you." However, Li Xiaoran's effect was weaker, likely because her skin was already good. Then Linton called in housekeeper Erica and gave her the final pill. The poorer her baseline skin, the more obvious the improvement. Though life on the estate's inner garden for over 4 months had nurtured Erica's body, the pill still caused significantly more black spots to emerge for her. After washing, the changes were dramatic. She looked at least 2 to 3 years younger. Having personally experienced the pill's astonishing effects, who wouldn't want to keep taking it? The 3 eagerly looked at Linton until Mina finally spoke up. "Boss, can we get more of these pills in the future?" "Of course. Work hard, and these pills will never be lacking for you." "Yeah, boss, you're the best. I love you." Mina cheered, planting kisses on Linton's cheeks from both sides, while Li Xiaoran followed suit timidly. Erica hesitated but held back due to being married. "But the current production is limited, so you have to keep it secret." "Don't worry, boss, I won't tell a soul." Chapter 469, Vitality Elixir, Crisis Resurfaces. After successfully crafting the beauty pills, Linton spent 2 delightful days enjoying the gardens with Madonna and her daughter, Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai. Thanks to the exceptional culinary skills of chef team, they savored a variety of carefully prepared dishes each day. Evenings were filled with lively, unrestrained parties. In this secluded paradise far from the city's hustle, life felt as carefree and blissful as a fairy tale. Then, determined to push forward, Linton returned to the lab in the office building to continue refining the beauty pills. Before starting the potion-making process, he remembered he had to handle the packaging. He called Winnie, asking her to have someone design 2 exquisite plastic vials and immediately commission their production. The materials had to be non-toxic, with 100,000 units for one vial type and 20,000 for the other. Modern pharmaceutical equipment had advanced far beyond ancient alchemist furnaces. Once the properties of the ingredients and every step of the process were understood, the entire procedure could be precisely programmed into machines, including every temperature and timing detail. In other words, once the elixir was successfully brewed once, the recipe could be replicated nearly perfectly every time, making future batches practically foolproof. This was a far cry from the old days when elixirs were made solely by trial and error through a master's experience. Linton then spent 2 full days using up all the ingredients for the beauty pills. He produced over 6,000 pills, storing them all together in a large glass jar, which he then placed safely inside a space ring. That night, he relaxed to recharge and chase after the pleasures of life. The next day, everyone woke up full of energy. Linton made his way to a different lab room on the first floor equipped with more advanced pharmaceutical equipment. Here, he began working on the far more complex and potent vitality elixir. This elixir required 18 different ingredients in total. 3 were the same as those used for the beauty pills, and 15 were brand new. Among the 3 shared ingredients, 1 was suma root, but there was a significant difference in the required age of the root. According to the authentic vitality elixir formula, the principal ingredient of suma root had to be over 100 years old to have the proper medicinal potency. For the beauty pill, suma root was just a supplementary herb with no specific age requirement. When Linton last procured herbs, he had purchased 3 types of suma root: wild suma root, forest suma root, and ordinary garden-grown suma root. The wild suma root was only about 30 years old, while the forest suma root was even younger at 10 years. The beauty pills had been made with the garden suma root, and it had worked fine. Now, unsure if these suma root roots would be potent enough for the vitality elixir. Intended for everyday use, Linton methodically spent 2 days testing all 15 new ingredients plus 2 types of suma root to determine the best temperatures and processing times. Then, after another 2 days and consuming over 60 batches of ingredients, he finally produced 10 pills made of the elixir. The first batch used forest suma root. Linton didn't bother with intricate designs for the pills. They looked similar to the beauty pills, just a bit larger. But after the pills were made, they didn't absorb ambient energy like the beauty pills did. Was it a failure? He took a pill himself and, using his spiritual awareness, examined it internally. It had only a faint, subtle effect on the body, far from the promised power of the elixir. Carefully reviewing every step and comparing it to the formula, nothing seemed amiss. The pills had formed correctly but failed at the last step. They couldn't absorb the environment's vital energy to complete their crucial transformation. What could be wrong? Could it be that the forest suma root didn't have enough potency, resulting in an inherently weak pill that couldn't interact with ambient energy? Eliminating other possibilities, this seemed the most likely cause. So he decided to try again with wild suma root, hoping for success this time. Although both were suma root, the properties of wild and forest suma root varied significantly. Switching the principal herb meant restarting the production, but prior experience still helped. After a full day and wasting over 30 batches of materials, Linton finally succeeded again, producing 10 pills. Thankfully, this time the pills immediately began absorbing ambient energy as he watched, indicating success. He took the 10 pills to the beauty pills lab next door and placed them at the center of a small energy-gathering formation. The formation quickly amplified the external energy concentration to 50 times normal levels. Through his mental focus, Linton saw tiny whirlpools form above each pill, which rapidly absorbed the energy and visibly transformed. The Vitality Elixir was indeed a high-grade tonic that fortified the body's foundation, demanding far more energy than the beauty pills. After 2 full hours of energy absorption at this intense concentration, the pills changed from nondescript white to a semi-translucent golden color, releasing a rich fragrance. Linton tried one and carefully sensed the changes within his body. Unlike before, the pill emitted a vigorous vitality spreading through his organs and tissues, and some of this vitality flowed with his bloodstream into every muscle and bone. Of course, since Linton was already at an elite vitality stage, his body couldn't benefit further. But the mechanism was clearly sound, and there were no side effects. The question was how it would affect ordinary people. It seemed time to recruit test subjects. With that, he deactivated the energy formation and took the remaining 9 pills with him. Back at the main house, he gathered Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, Noriko Sakai, and Madonna, presenting them with 5 pills. "Wow, what's this? It smells amazing," Madonna exclaimed. "This is the Vitality pill I personally formulated. It strengthens the body's core and boosts vitality. Each of you should take one and see how you feel," Linton said. "What does strengthen the body's core mean?" they all asked, intrigued. "In other words, it makes your body healthier, younger, and more energetic," explained Linton. "That sounds great. I'll go first." Madonna happily swallowed the pill. After a short while, she described the effect. "It feels like a warm, soothing energy flowing through my whole body. So pleasant." Under Linton's mental observation, the pill's vitality was subtly permeating her body, though effects were not striking. This was mainly because Madonna's body was already highly nourished and regenerated from Linton's unique vitality essence. She was 37, but could easily pass for an 18-year-old. Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai took the elixir afterward, experiencing similar effects. This suggested that Linton's vitality essence alone provided superior nourishment compared to both the vitality and beauty pills combined. However, the vitality pill was too potent to give casually to assistants or household staff. Its effects were significant and should remain confidential. Moreover, the elixir's raw materials, especially wild suma root, were extremely rare, limiting production quantities severely. Linton then spent nearly another day completing the processing of all vitality elixir ingredients, finally producing over 1,500 pills. Because the main ingredient was wild suma root of over 30 years, this was destined to remain exclusive to elite and wealthy clients. Due to the rarity of wild suma root, increasing scarcity was inevitable, with extinction a real possibility. Linton wondered if the suma root he was cultivating on his farm, nourished by ambient energy, might eventually substitute for wild roots, though for now, that had to be kept secret. If revealed prematurely, he'd find a better time to launch. Linton's determination to develop these 2 elixirs had been forced by circumstances. 2 years ago, U.S. Senator Jennifer Casito joined forces with 11 other powerful women and, through Cedars-Sinai Medical Center's director Caroline, established the X Laboratory aimed at discovering Madonna's secret to reverse aging. During that time, Caroline tried to manipulate Madonna several times during her pregnancy. Enraged, Linton orchestrated the elimination of everyone involved in that conspiracy and ensured the FBI investigation was misleading. He thought the threat was over, until earlier that month, when Hillary came to his estate seeking his assents, delivering troubling news. In Washington and New York, elderly female power brokers were secretly collaborating to break the secret of female reverse aging. Madonna, at 37, still looked like an 18-year-old, which bred envy and jealousy among these older women. Even more astonishing was that Madonna gave birth at 37 and soon regained her youthful figure and appearance, a phenomenon that would typically accelerate aging, yet seemed not to affect her at all. This made these powerful older women desperate to uncover and claim this secret. Their research targets included not only Madonna but also Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, and Nicole Kidman, 4 actresses in their 30s who all looked 18 again. They even turned their attention to Hillary, though they dared not do anything to her directly. Instead, they repeatedly pressed for visits, subtly probing for her beauty regimen's secrets. Hillary, at 48, had restored her appearance to that of a 30-year-old, baffling them. Each time, she deflected with excuses about good mood, fitness, and diet. Since they couldn't touch Hillary, they might attack others. Linton had already eliminated one wave of threats. He couldn't go on killing people forever. This problem needed a fundamental solution. He resolved to take two approaches. First, increase protection around Nicole Kidman. Second, keep Madonna, Christiana, Sophie, and Monica secluded at the farm and gardens, confident no one could harm them there. Simultaneously, he would accelerate the development of these beauty and vitality pills to release them strategically, addressing the root of the problem. As for the previously considered magic solutions, those were ineffective against these well-connected older women who wielded too much power and influence. Linton wasn't worried for himself. His elite vitality state made him invulnerable, but his circle of women was large, increasing risk. The relentless quest by these women to regain youth underscored the massive demand in the beauty market. Why not shake up the entire market with his beauty elixir and advance his overall enterprise? In fact, the beauty market dwarfed even the film industry. With the elixir's effects, he couldn't afford to price it too low. High profits were necessary, possibly garnering more income yearly than his media empire combined. Another advantage was that his formulation was impossible to replicate. Even if competitors obtained the recipe and processes or poached his technicians, they couldn't produce authentic beauty elixirs without ambient energy for activation. Vitality elixir, on the other hand, fundamentally strengthened the body's core and sustained youthfulness. Long-term use could root out many illnesses like hypertension, leukemia, diabetes, and heart disease. Most importantly, it extended longevity by around 5 years, according to his estimates. However, releasing the vitality elixir posed a huge risk, potentially provoking a united front from pharmaceutical giants far more formidable than any media conglomerate. Therefore, he hadn't yet decided how or whether to bring it to market. Since success had been achieved, securing large quantities of raw materials was next. He located the contact for the herbal supplier Alvarez at the Herbal Emporium and placed an enormous order. He demanded all 28 types of herbs procured previously. Suma root counted as 3 types, except for the garden suma root, adjusted to the new recipe. The order was 100 times larger than before. For wild suma root over 30 years old, he ordered 1,000 kilograms, double the previous amount. Worried about increasing scarcity and possible future shortages, he aimed to stockpile. Although he had considered ordering 2,000 kilograms, Alvarez explained that was beyond his capacity. Ultimately, Alvarez agreed to supply 1,000 kilograms. The price was steep. The total order cost $13 million. They agreed on price, quantity, quality standards, delivery method, and payment terms over the phone. Thus, the preparations for mass production of the Vitality Elixir were officially underway. Chapter 470, Pill Business. This year's Super Bowl was scheduled for February 27th at Mountain America Stadium in Phoenix, Arizona, featuring the Dallas Cowboys against the Pittsburgh Steelers. At the end of last year, the event organizers had invited Linton to perform at the halftime show, but he politely declined. If it had been the year before, he might have considered it. But now, as the head of Universal Group, that kind of stage had little to offer him in terms of added value. The main issue was that the Super Bowl demanded a lot from its halftime performers. They had to spend countless hours rehearsing on-site beforehand, which wasn't worth his time. Moreover, to stand out on such a stage, a performance had to be energetic with singing and dancing, requiring a band and backup dancers, plus coordination practice, all of which would consume even more time. All that time could be better spent preparing for his own concert. As it stood, Linton had still never held a concert, something Daniel had been eagerly hoping for, but Linton simply did not have the time. Nevertheless, football was America's top sport, and the Super Bowl was the biggest sports event of the year nationwide, with enormous impact beyond the 80,000 fans in attendance. The television ratings were astronomical and continued to grow year after year. Last year, 70 million Americans tuned in, making the Super Bowl the undisputed king of TV ratings in the U.S. Beyond North America, over 100 international networks broadcast the game. with overseas viewership reaching 110 million last year. In total, the Super Bowl attracted a staggering 180 million viewers worldwide. Interestingly, the commercials and halftime show often outshine the game itself, drawing even higher ratings. Because of this unique phenomenon, the commercial value of the Super Bowl platform was extraordinary, with major global brands vying aggressively for halftime advertising space. According to Forbes, the overall commercial valuation of the Super Bowl stood at $3.5 billion, making it the world's most valuable sporting event. In comparison, the FIFA World Cup's commercial value was estimated at $1.3 billion and the Olympics around $1.9 billion. Without question, the Super Bowl completely outpaced them all. Linton's film company followed this trend. For the movie's Mission, Impossible and The Long Kiss Goodnight, his team bought 30-second commercial spots each. This year was special as Victoria's Secret president Les Wexner proposed a joint promotional campaign combining the Mission Impossible film and the Victoria's Secret Angels during the Super Bowl to generate buzz, with Linton at the center of the campaign. Therefore, Linton had to attend the Super Bowl in person. Among the 5 women in his estate's garden, little Lena was still nursing and too young to come. Madonna definitely couldn't attend either. Sophie Marceau, Christiana, and Monica were all over 4 months pregnant, making them unsuitable guests. Noriko Sakai felt the Victoria's Secret show and Mission Impossible campaign weren't really related to her and had to return to Japan for work during her vacation, so she couldn't join. Linton reached out to Catherine and Winnie, inviting them to accompany him, which would also help raise the profile of Mission Impossible. He promised Madonna and the others that he would return to the estate for a vacation with them after the Super Bowl. Before he knew it, it was already February 25th. Linton flew back to Los Angeles with Noriko Sakai, assistants Mina, and Lee Shaoran. There was no extended stay in LA. After dropping off Sakai, he picked up Winnie and Catherine and flew directly to Phoenix. Robert and Universal Studios' new president, Scott Flick, had already arrived earlier with their team to make preparations. Phoenix is the capital and largest city in Arizona. Its climate was very different from Montana, hot and dry in summer, warm and mild in winter. At the end of February, daytime highs reached 70 F, 21 C, with nighttime lows around 48 F, 9 C, similar to Los Angeles. Winnie and Catherine wore summer dresses, showing off their tall and sexy figures. With just over 1 million people, Phoenix's economy was modest, and the city wasn't that large. However, with the Super Bowl approaching, the usually sleepy city had become vibrant and crowded. Everywhere, people were painted face to toe with team colors and dressed in wild costumes. Fans from across the U.S. had flocked here, packing the entire city to capacity. Hotels and inns across Phoenix couldn't accommodate all the visitors. Temporary tents were set up on street corners. Some fans, unable to find rooms, spent the night in bars or, as a last resort, on the streets. Of course, Linton had no such worries. Robert had made all arrangements at the Scott's estate, a luxurious vacation villa nestled halfway up Camelback Mountain on the outskirts of Phoenix. Linton's film company, Universal Studios, and Victoria's Secret were all housed there, with an entire Villa 18 reserved exclusively for him. That night, in Villa 18's meeting room, Linton convened a brief meeting with Robert, Scott Flick, and Les Wexner to check on preparations. Besides the game itself, 2 main Super Bowl-related events involved Linton. First, the Victoria's Secret lingerie fashion show would close the halftime performances with 6 minutes on stage. Second, after the game, Universal Studios, Linton Films, and Victoria's Secret would jointly hold a press conference. The purpose was to hype the collaboration between the Victoria's Secret lingerie brand and the Mission Impossible film. Linton, as the focal point, was expected to give a speech and answer reporters' questions. Robert, Scott, and Les Wexner had finalized all arrangements and even conducted a full walkthrough on site. Scott handed Linton a packet, saying, "Boss, this is your speech for tomorrow's press conference, along with the list of anticipated reporter questions. Take a look." Linton glanced over the documents and said, "You're putting too much on me, crediting everything to me." Mission Impossible aside, it was Les Wexner who truly planned the Victoria's Secret fashion show at the Super Bowl. "How did I end up as the face of it?" This is part of the publicity strategy, Scott explained. Using your name draws media attention and sparks more buzz. Linton, stop resisting. Actually, this idea came up thanks to your suggestion when you invested. Don't you remember? Les Wexner chimed in. For the success of Mission Impossible and to boost Victoria's Secret's brand, you've got to take on more responsibility. Robert added. After the meeting, once everyone else had left, Linton called Winnie in. He handed her 2 pills, a beauty pill and a vitality pill, asking her to take them. As expected, since Winnie had long benefited from Linton's essence, the 2 pills had little effect on her. After listening to Linton describe their effects, she was astounded. Her first thought was, no wonder sex with you has these miraculous effects. You're not just a messenger of God. You're his incarnation. That's one way to think about it. But I can control these effects during sex, Linton replied. Upon hearing this, she asked, have you patented these pills? Linton hadn't considered patents since no one could replicate them. Hearing no competitor could clone the pills, Winnie didn't press the issue but agreed the beauty pill should go into production quickly, while the vitality pill needed more caution. You approved the plastic bottle design. I found a manufacturer. Delivery will be ready within a month. Good, very good. And the storefronts you requested. I've submitted applications in your name to the property managers on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills and the shopping center in Santa Monica. Since these products have no brand recognition yet, renting 400 square feet or more in these prestigious spots will be tough. Don't consider other locations. We'll only open 1 store. Even if they reject us for now, just apply. If approved, we'll speed up renovations. If not, once all paperwork is done, I'll plan a marketing campaign to create competition between those locations. All right, I trust you. I've informed Goodman. He has gone to Montana for the factory setup. Once back in LA, we'll take the sample pills and documentation to the FDA for dietary supplement registration. Dietary supplements? These are potent miracle drugs. Isn't that a downgrade? Will it hurt pricing? The medicinal effects are so strong that getting drug approval would take forever. How long? At least 2 years. We can't wait that long. Plus, these pills outclass anything else on the market. We don't need their endorsement or to worry about price. Dietary supplements should take about a month. There is no rush. A month is plenty. Building the factory also takes time. Where will the factory be? On the small farm, near the garden town. I picked the location before leaving. The factory doesn't need a large space. After half a month, when the snow melts, construction can begin. Linton hesitated long over the factory's location, but ultimately chose the small town. Though placing it inside the estate would have been ideal and safer, once operational, the factory would attract many visitors and worldwide media attention, including competitors. If inside the estate, even in the outer yard, the activity would disturb the peace, disrupting his and the family's life. The final step in pill production required imbuing the pills with spiritual energy, which needed plentiful energy in the air. While the estate's garden was the center of the farm's protective energy array, it wasn't a perfect circle. In the initial plan, Linton had reserved a small area on the edge of the core estate for workshops like a brewery, oil mill, or dairy, food processing plants for estate use. This area was at the garden's periphery, where spiritual energy concentration was close to that in the outer yard. With the additional small energy arrays installed there, the energy level was sufficient for the pill's spiritual infusion, though the process took longer. Linton had tested it. Imbuing the beauty pill took just over an hour here, so he set 2 hours for the actual process to ensure success. Having this factory helped the town's development and commerce and made estate supplies easier to procure. Located within the farm's territory and protected by thunder guards, security wasn't an issue. The 3-meter-high wall would isolate the factory, so the town's noise wouldn't bother the outer yard, much less the inner estate. On the 26th, as arranged, Hillary arrived in Phoenix and checked in at the Scott's estate villa, ready for the next day's Super Bowl. That afternoon, Hillary formally visited Linton, who intended to discuss launching the beauty and vitality pills. But as soon as she entered and closed the door, she threw herself into Linton's arms and kissed him sweetly. "Master, please indulge your slave." Judging by her mood, she wasn't thinking about business until her desires were satisfied. Linton had no choice but to pick her up and find an empty room. 2 hours later, Linton presented Hillary with 2 pills and explained their effects in detail, though he told her that with his essence, she probably no longer needed them. Master, you really created these 2 pills. They're America's blessing, the world's blessing. With these, you could earn massive wealth, and the threats lurking over your anti-aging secret would disappear. The problem is, the Vitality Elixir's effects are so powerful it can cure most diseases outright. If this pill hits the market, won't the pharmaceutical giants unite against us? That is indeed a major concern. Their combined force is formidable. While you might be fearless, your people could face danger. Avoiding this conflict is wiser. Hillary, as the First Lady, had broad vision. After a moment, she said, "Actually, no need to worry. We'll use differentiated marketing. Target only the high-end market. Wait here. Let's discuss in the conference room." 10 minutes later, in the meeting room sat Linton, Hillary, and Winnie. Linton introduced them to each other. "You're 2 people I trust most. Hillary, you said not to worry about the pharmaceutical backlash. Explain." With Winnie present, Hillary returned to her First Lady poise. "All right. First, I need to confirm 2 things. First, these pills' extraordinary effects won't fail or develop resistance, right?" "Absolutely guaranteed." "Good. Second, can anyone copy these pills? For products this advanced, patent protection won't stop imitators." "Absolutely not possible." "Perfect. Since those conditions are met, we're in business. Please explain." "The strategy is differentiated marketing. Your pills are so powerful they're destined for only a limited customer base. I want to know your pricing plan." "I haven't decided on the Vitality pill price yet. For the beauty pill, 1 pill lasts 10 days. That's 3 a month, 36 a year. I plan to sell a bottle of 36 for $10,000. You're way off. I suggest a bottle of 18 pills, enough for half a year, priced at $100,000. 20 times the price. Yes, with such a miraculous product, only wealthy people can afford it. There are 2 advantages to this pricing. 2. First, you earn extravagant profit. Second, a high price limits consumers, minimizing impact on existing beauty and cosmetics markets." "I see. Less market disruption means they won't gang up on me." "You're half right. If you weren't powerful, they would come after your formula. But you're strong enough they don't dare risk it. If anyone crosses the line, the Douglas and Bronfman families are examples of what happens." "What about the Vitality pill?" "Same logic. It's practically a godsend. How long does 1 pill's effect last?" 1 month, so 12 per year. Then sell 12 per bottle for $2 million. $2 million per bottle. How many can afford that?" Winnie asked. "Don't underestimate the global elite. Also, I assume raw materials are limited? Production can't be high, right? 1 herb can't be farmed artificially and has a cycle. Without controls, supply would stop in a few years." "Perfect. The ultra-high price controls total volume, protects supply, ensures profits, and avoids medical market disruption." As expected from the First Lady, her perspective and problem-solving were unlike ordinary people's. Problems troubling Linton and Winnie for long were solved in just a few words. Chapter 471, Meeting Ivanka. On March 27th, the Super Bowl officially kicked off at 3 p.m. Early in the morning, right after breakfast, the assistant Mina came in carrying 2 T-shirts and baseball caps, one bearing the Dallas Cowboys logo, the other the Pittsburgh Steelers. Lee Sharon followed, holding a bunch of natural face paints and brushes. "Boss, which team are you rooting for?" "Can I just not pick either?" "That's not a great idea. We're going to the stadium to watch the game, and you shouldn't stand out too much. Plus, there's a press conference after the game." "All right, then I'll go with the Dallas Cowboys gear." "Want to put some face paint on?" "No, just ask the others." At 2 p.m., the group took the hotel shuttle to the Mountain America Stadium. This stadium boasted 88 luxury suites and nearly 80,000 seats, with a retractable roof and the world's first fully movable playing field. Since Linton didn't insist on a dress code, everyone wore jerseys of their favorite teams, but none had painted their faces, showing that no one was a hardcore fan. Once inside, the roar of 80,000 cheering fans waving flags was deafening. The atmosphere was already electric before the kickoff. Robert, Scott, and Wexner led the way. Linton walked in the middle with Winnie and Catherine closely on each side. Behind them followed Mina and Lee Shaoran, surrounded by several bodyguards as they headed to a luxury suite in the center. The suite overlooked the stadium with one open side, while the other three walls were tinted glass, offering a clear view of the field. The suite was spacious, comfortably seating 20 people. On the table were bottles of champagne chilling in ice buckets, along with various snacks and dozens of wine glasses. Shortly after Linton sat down, a New York real estate developer appeared wearing a Pittsburgh Steelers t-shirt and official cap, his face painted with the Steelers logo. Accompanied by bodyguards, he approached, followed by a striking young girl. "Buddy, you're cheering for the Cowboys? Looks like we're on opposite sides today." The developer's social skills were undeniable as he warmly embraced Linton. "Don lad, how did you know I'd be here?" "Well, you're a superstar. The stadium's big screen showed your image as soon as you arrived. Once I noticed, I knew. Let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Ivanka." Before Linton could reply, Don lad had already pulled the young girl forward. Linton took a good look. Ivanka was quite beautiful, tall, about 5 feet 9 inches with golden wavy hair. Unlike her dad, her face had no Steelers logo but was lightly made up. Though sporting a Steelers t-shirt, her figure was striking. She wore denim shorts, showing off long, lean legs full of youthful vitality. Though only about 15 or 16, she matured early. Even at this age, she carried the grace of a princess. He extended his right hand. "Hello, Ivanka." "Hi, Linton. I'm your fan. Can I have a hug?" Ivanka opened her arms eagerly. "Sure, it's an honor." Linton hugged her briefly. "I have all your singles and albums. I've bought every movie you've starred in on tape, but unfortunately, I didn't bring them today. Would you please sign my shirt?" Ivanka looked like a true fan. "Where should I sign?" Still a bit shy, she said, "Thanks, Linton. Sign it on my back." Then she turned lightly, presenting her back. Linton took the pen from Mina and signed his name across Ivanka's back with flourish. He added a message, "Wishing beautiful and lovely Ivanka all your heart's desires come true and happiness every day." After the autograph, Don lad, ever the socialite, popped a bottle of champagne open. Mina quickly grabbed glasses and poured drinks for everyone. "To the Super Bowl." Everyone raised their glasses. Linton noticed a flicker of envy on Ivanka's face as she watched the champagne raised, but she quickly masked it and picked up a bag of snacks, sitting quietly beside the table like a good girl. It seemed that Don lad's parenting wasn't too bad, but Ivanka probably had some mischievous streak she kept hidden. After a couple of drinks, Don lad excused himself. Just before leaving, Ivanka grabbed Linton's arm. "Linton, can I intern at your company this summer?" "Intern with me? What do you want to do?" "Be your assistant." "Assistant? That's cool, but you'll have to wait until you're in college." "Why wait? I've been working part-time every summer since middle school. Last summer, I even did some modeling. Trust me, I'm responsible and won't get in your way." "It's still not a good idea. Being my assistant would be a heavy workload and a lot of running around. It'd interfere with your studies." "Okay, then maybe the year after." "And you can't say no." "No problem. Keep working hard." Don lad left, and Wexner soon followed. He had to oversee the Victoria's Secret Angels to ensure the halftime show went smoothly. Before heading out, he asked Linton, "Want to check out the models' dressing rooms backstage?" "No thanks. I've seen all 6 of those angels up close and personal. There's nothing new. Besides, with all the paparazzi lurking around, if any photos got leaked, it'd ruin my image." Robert and Scott also had preparations for the press conference later, but weren't in a hurry. They'd watched the first half of the game and halftime show in the suite before getting ready. Chapter 472, Puff Daddy's Party Invitation. What surprised Linton the most was that at this year's Super Bowl site, apart from himself, there was a large gathering of Hollywood stars. This clearly demonstrated just how influential the Super Bowl had become. No sooner had Donald Trump and Les Wexner left, did the Hollywood celebrities who learned the news come to visit one after another. The first visitor was a black star with a distinctive pair of protruding ears, Will Smith, who had previously worked with Linton on The Man from Nowhere. Since playing the second male lead in The Man from Nowhere, Will Smith skyrocketed to fame as the movie became a blockbuster. Last year, he starred in the cop action film Bad Boys, which was made on a $20 million budget and grossed $141 million worldwide. With 2 major box office hits in a row, although The Man from Nowhere was just a significant supporting role, It propelled Will Smith into the second-tier stars in Hollywood, unquestionably the top tier among black actors. In Will's eyes, Linton was the key to his success, a visionary who saw his potential and cast him directly as the second lead in The Man from Nowhere when he was still a rookie. In his mind, Linton was his lucky patron. Seeing Linton enter on the big screen today, he naturally rushed over immediately to pay his respects. Coincidentally, like Linton, he wore a Dallas Cowboys t-shirt, although without the snapback hat. Instead, he had the Cowboys emblem painted on his face. Behind him was a tall, handsome black guy also wearing a Dallas Cowboys t-shirt, but with no face paint. Hey, big, exaggerated smile lit up Will's face immediately when he saw Linton, his prominent ears wagging as he spread his arms wide. Linton, long time no see. Will, hello. Linton had initially hesitated to hug a man. After all, he wasn't a beauty, but could never resist Will's playful grin. After the embrace, Will introduced the guy behind him. Linton, meet a new friend, also a singer signed to your company, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy. Hello, Sean. Boss, just call me Puff Daddy. Linton, Puff Daddy's incredible. Last year, his album sold over 2 million copies. I've heard of you, Puff Daddy. Daniel told me you're very talented, a promising artist. Thank you for the compliment, boss. You're the real genius. No need for formality. Come on, let's have a drink. At that moment, Assistant Mina brought over 2 champagne glasses and poured for Will and Puff Daddy. Thanks, cheers. Boss, are you a Dallas Cowboys fan too? No, I just think the Cowboys have a better chance to win. Looks like great minds think alike. I agree the Cowboys will take the championship. Puff Daddy raised his glass. Puff Daddy, you're not really a Cowboys fan? Boss, my real favorite team is the New York Giants, but unfortunately, they've been knocked out. Ha ha ha. So it looks like I'm the only true Cowboys fan here. I'm confident they'll win the title. Will boasted, using the game as a common ground. With all 3 rooting for the Dallas Cowboys, their bond quickly grew. The unfamiliarity between Puff Daddy and Linton gradually melted away. After another round of champagne, Puff Daddy finally mustered up courage. Boss, I'm planning to host a big party in New York this April. May I have the honor of inviting you to attend? Linton, Puff Daddy's parties are amazing and lots of fun. I'm looking forward to going with you. Will added enthusiastically. In truth, the real purpose of Puff Daddy's invitation was to bring Linton into his inner circle. Since Linton acquired Universal and ruthlessly purged much of its management, Puff Daddy had been watching him closely. After analyzing Linton's career path and style, he concluded that Linton was destined to become a major figure. Ever since, he had been seeking an opportunity to connect, but hadn't found the right moment until now. He hadn't planned to attend the Super Bowl, but once he heard Linton would be there, he realized it was a golden opportunity. Of course, just knowing Linton wasn't enough. Puff Daddy's goal was to join his core circle and have Linton as his backing. Inviting Linton to his party gave him absolute confidence that it would leave a strong impression and win favor. He was known as a party master, throwing lavish events with every kind of extravagance imaginable, attracting countless eager guests. Super Bowl tickets were tough to get for the average fan, but money was no object to Puff Daddy. Thanks to his cash power, he quickly secured a luxury box through scalpers. Next, he needed a proper introducer. Otherwise, if he approached Linton directly, he would at best be just an acquaintance. The ideal introducer was naturally Daniel. But Daniel had been warned by Linton not to get too close to Puff Daddy privately, so he dared not get involved. So Puff Daddy turned to Will Smith, who had worked with Linton before. Both were hip-hop artists and black entertainers, so they were longtime acquaintances. Although Will had shifted to acting, he hadn't abandoned his music contacts and was a Dallas Cowboys fan already. Puff Daddy was pleased when Will accepted the invitation. When the stadium's big screen showed Linton's entrance, Puff Daddy asked Will to introduce him. Will didn't hesitate and agreed cheerfully. Just as Will and Puff Daddy expected Linton to accept the invitation, his answer dashed their hopes. Thanks, but I won't be attending any parties. You probably don't know, but I never attend private parties hosted by others, and I never throw private parties myself. That's too bad, Puff Daddy said in disbelief, reluctantly accepting Linton's refusal. Puff Daddy, keep working hard and don't waste your musical talents. Universal will definitely support those with real talent. Thanks, boss. We'll take our leave now. Encouraged by Linton's words, Puff Daddy and Will left with mixed feelings, disappointed but still somewhat satisfied. No sooner had Will and Puff Daddy left, Bruce Willis came in next. Shortly after, Leonardo DiCaprio, Matt Damon, and his close friend Ben Affleck also arrived one after another. It wasn't just male stars. Beautiful leading ladies Julia Roberts and Jodie Foster, among others, also came by. The lively scene caught the attention of camera crews roaming the stands. A cameraman boldly approached outside Linton's box and started filming. In no time, Linton's luxury box became the focal point of the entire stadium, the footage occupying the big screen for a long stretch. Only when the broadcast announced the event was about to officially start did everyone say their goodbyes and return to their own boxes. Finally, peace and quiet returned to Linton's suite. Chapter 473, The Super Bowl and Victoria's Secret Angel Lingerie Show. At 3 p.m., the pregame opening events for the 1996 Super Bowl officially began. The first to kick off were the owners of the two finalist teams, who took an electric cart to circle the stadium, much like a ceremonial parade. This was a unique Super Bowl tradition, a special honor reserved exclusively for the team owners. Next up was a lively performance by the Arizona University cheerleading squad. Honestly, this team was impressive overall, and the 18- and 19-year-old girls were at the peak of their beauty, making the opening show a visual delight. Their physiques, toned legs, and perfectly synchronized moves paired with hot and energetic dance routines truly impressed the crowd. At 3:30 p.m., the 30th Super Bowl of the American Football League officially kicked off. Watching the game live, being on-site, surrounded by powerful collisions, countless tackles and sprints, players' fierce roars, and the crowd's wild enthusiasm, really got his blood pumping. Especially after picking a team to support, his emotions were fully engaged, leading him to cheer enthusiastically with the rest of the crowd. The first half ended with the Cowboys leading 13-7, followed by the much-anticipated halftime commercial block. This year, the Super Bowl organizers went all out with 70 commercials, totaling 35 minutes. Each advertiser packed their 30-second spot with vivid stories, humor, and memorable moments that conveyed their core values and product highlights. The commercials were extremely well-produced, more captivating than many movies. Observing the audience, Linton noticed that most people were even more engaged watching the ads than the game itself. Since Linton first placed an explosive ad for Speed in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, it sparked a trend among Hollywood studios this year, culminating in 15 movies advertising during the game, including his own film company's Mission Impossible and The Long Kiss Goodnight, as well as Universal's Apollo 13. Movies that advertise during the Super Bowl are usually blockbuster action flicks or visually spectacular spectacles. Condensed into 30-second highlights, they were often far more entertaining than other commercials, holding the audience riveted. Unfortunately, Twister didn't make it this year. Given its earth-shattering special effects, an ad during the Super Bowl would have been a major hit. Next came the halftime show. The stadium went dark, followed by a dazzling light show and fireworks display. Then the legendary 50-something diva Diana Ross took the stage with her female vocal group and backup dancers. While the performance was heartfelt and lively, the effect was underwhelming. Perhaps Diana's age was a factor. The crowd's reaction was lukewarm, nothing compared to what one might expect. It was puzzling why the organizers didn't book a currently reigning pop diva instead, like Whitney Houston or Mariah Carey. Their presence would have been far more electrifying. The final act of the halftime show was a 6-minute Victoria's Secret Angel Lingerie runway show. Heidi Klum led the 6 sexy, statuesque angels wearing minimal and daring lingerie as they stepped onto the runway that had been set up on the field. Each model sported wings symbolizing their angel status and blew kisses to cameras and the audience, constantly interacting with fans both in the stadium and watching live broadcasts. During the show, each model changed through 3 sets of lingerie, each more sensuous than the last. The display made women both admire and envy the looks while sending male fans into a frenzy of excitement. Linton wasn't sure how the TV audience reacted, but at the stadium, the effect was explosive. From the moment the angels appeared, over 80,000 fans roared with screams and cheers that nearly shattered the roof. When the 6-minute show ended, Many spectators lamented how brief the Angel runway had been. Without doubt, the Victoria's Secret show completely stole the spotlight from the game and other halftime performances. In those few minutes, Victoria's Secret firmly imprinted its brand in everyone's mind. Following the show, the second half of the game resumed. Robert and Scott left the VIP box to join Les Wexner backstage, preparing for the upcoming press conference. Meanwhile, Linton, accompanied by Winnie, Catherine, and two assistants, remained energized, watching the intense physical clashes on the field. In the end, the Dallas Cowboys edged out their rivals 27-17 to claim the 30th Super Bowl championship, sending their fans into a wild celebration. After the game, Linton did not leave the stadium. Under the protection of his bodyguards, he entered the Super Bowl press conference hall alongside Victoria's Secret representatives to hold a joint news briefing for the Angels and the movie Mission Impossible. This was part of a carefully coordinated promotional campaign involving Victoria's Secret, Universal Pictures, and Linton Films, with Linton as the centerpiece. All parties wanted to leverage this opportunity to generate buzz for both Mission Impossible and Victoria's Secret, attracting extensive media attention. As planned, Linton took the stage to deliver a speech, highly praising today's lingerie show and announcing that during the premiere of Mission Impossible, the Victoria's Secret Angels would do a live runway event to help promote the film. Having the Angels walk the runway for a movie premiere was a brilliant and highly marketable idea that journalists eagerly anticipated. The reporters in attendance were visibly impressed. Heidi Klum, stepping in as the temporary host for the press conference, mentioned that Hollywood legend and megastar Linton was also a major shareholder in Victoria's Secret. The concept for this show had originally come from Linton himself, the acclaimed Hollywood director. Already a Hollywood icon, and now a key stakeholder in Victoria's Secret, his new movie and promotional ideas instantly became the media's hot topic. The already frenzied crowd of reporters and paparazzi went into even greater excitement. Linton said, "Media and fashion have always been inseparable. There are many opportunities for resource sharing and mutual support. I see my investment in Victoria's Secret as a win-win for Universal, my film company, and for the future of Victoria's Secret." He continued, "Actually, I just put forward the idea for the Angels to walk at the Super Bowl. It was Victoria's Secret CEO Les Wexner who turned this vision into reality." Following the prepared remarks lauding Victoria's Secret, Linton smoothly shifted the conversation back to the new film. "Spy movies aren't just about 007 anymore. I'm confident Mission Impossible will become a new milestone in the spy genre, a classic blend of action, adventure, and espionage suspense." Chapter 474, 1 against 6, Upgraded. After the press conference wrapped up, it was already 7 p.m. Linton made his way to the back lounge where he met up with Robert, Scott, Winnie, and Catherine. Victoria's Secret was hosting a thank-you cocktail party nearby at the Hilton Hotel. The group split up. Linton, Robert, and Scott headed to the Hilton, while Winnie and Catherine returned to the estate villa for a quiet evening. Linton wasn't actually too keen on attending parties like this. With his current status and star power, he'd inevitably become the center of attention the moment he walked in. A swarm of women would likely flock to him. There was no stopping that. The problem was, none of these women were that famous or exceptionally beautiful anymore, so it was hard for him to get interested. But after all, he was the second-largest shareholder of Victoria's Secret. Today marked the spectacular debut of the Victoria's Secret Angels, which had created a huge buzz. It wouldn't look right if he didn't show up. He decided he'd just make a brief appearance to show his support, mingle a little, and then quietly slip away. The party was a typical industry event. The spotlight was definitely on the 6 angels who had just finished their runway show. Each one radiated charisma, and they were surrounded by a crowd of admirers. As soon as Linton entered the ballroom, Heidi spotted him right in the center of the crowd. Politely excusing herself from the people around her, she swiftly made her way to Linton and hooked her arm around his with a radiant smile. Linton casually grabbed 2 glasses of champagne from a waiter and handed one to Heidi. "Congratulations. The show today was fantastic. The Angels definitely made a strong first impression." "Likewise. It's all thanks to you and the excellent promotion your film had," Heidi replied with a warm smile. "Aren't you tired of all this socializing?" "Darling, My mission tonight is to keep you company and shield you from any unwanted attention. Good. I like how responsible you're being. Linton was quite pleased with Heidi's behavior. As they chatted, many guests who noticed Linton approached to greet him, quickly surrounding the pair. Linton raised his glass, returning greetings one by one. With men, it was manageable. After a quick hello and some small talk, they moved on. But the enthusiasm from the women was almost overwhelming. Had Heidi not been holding onto his arm, some of these women would have dived straight into his embrace. Before long, a number of room key cards found their way into his hands. The message was clear, if not outright stated. Unfortunately, although a few of the women were somewhat attractive, they paled in comparison to Heidi. Besides, they weren't major celebrities. Linton wasn't interested in any of them. Finally, the crowd around him began to thin. Heidi whispered to him, "These women would have swallowed you whole if I weren't here. You might still be stuck here if it weren't for me. It can't be helped. I guess I'm just too handsome. Yeah, now I finally understand why you avoid these parties. Enough about that. Want to head to the estate villa tonight?" Heidi Klum had arrived in Phoenix 3 days ago, but was tied up with rehearsals for the crucial runway show and had stayed at the Hilton with the other 5 angels. The nights before had been booked solid, so no time for parties or dates with Linton, who hadn't bothered her. With the show's tremendous success today, it was time to relax. "Darling, can you stay tonight? Aren't you planning to join Winnie and Catherine at the villa? They're still waiting for us there." "Not just me. If it were only me, I'd happily join you at that party. You've invited others. Darling, that's because you're too handsome and powerful. Remember the 3-day party in New York before Christmas? Daniela, Stephanie, and the other 3 were completely won over by you. They haven't stopped thinking about you since. When they found out you'd be at the Super Bowl, they came to me a couple of days ago, asking to throw another party and have another round with you. So you've already planned it for tonight?" Yes, they were so enthusiastic. After hearing you'd attend the thank you party tonight, they all swung by to see me. We've booked an executive suite upstairs. So can you stay? Why do you want me to stay here for the party? Wouldn't it be better at the villa? I'm the captain of the Angels, of course. I take care of the team's work and life. For the Angels to become a powerful brand, we all need to work together. And you're a very responsible captain? Darling, considering how successful the show was today, just stay for me, all right? Okay for you. Linton was actually quite pleased with last time's 1-against-6 experience. Plus, with today's successful show, the Angels' fame would definitely be soaring. Staying here to recharge might even speed up his own progress. A win-win situation. Great. Then let's go upstairs. Not going to let them know? No need. They'll come up on their own. Hand in hand, they quietly left the ballroom and took the elevator. Upstairs. Once inside the room, Linton first made 2 calls. One to Winnie, letting her know he'd head back tomorrow morning. The other to his assistant Mina, asking her and Lee Shaoran to return to the villa by themselves. Then, he swept up the shimmering-eyed Heidi in his arms. As Heidi sang her heart out, Daniela Pestova, Stephanie Seymour, Tyra Banks, Helena Christensen, and Letitia Casta had all slipped away from their respective groups and arrived one by one at the executive suite upstairs. They didn't interrupt Heidi's singing, but instead smoothly joined in. Heidi's solo soon became a beautiful duet, then a triplet, eventually culminating in a 6-part harmony. Of course, alongside their enchanting singing, there were also some peculiar noises interspersed. Maybe thanks to their experience from the last party, everyone moved in perfect sync like a well-rehearsed ensemble. Or perhaps it was the exhilarating success of today's Victoria's Secret Angels show that ignited their fiery passion and unleashed their full energy, making Linton's experience especially enjoyable. What surprised him even more was that, just as he anticipated, the Super Bowl Victoria's Secret lingerie show had not only conquered the 80,000 fans in the arena, but had also captivated millions of viewers watching live on television. He clearly felt that the Angels' popularity had shot up tremendously compared to last time. It was as if they were all upgraded celebrities with a higher star status. Linton silently gave a thumbs up, wanting to simply say, the upgraded Victoria's Secret Angels were even more dazzling. Chapter 475, Network Crash. The 6-against-1 party went on until 9 a.m. the next day before finally wrapping up. Linton packed up his gear and bid a reluctant farewell to the 6 Victoria's Secret Angels. He took the elevator down to the underground parking garage, where his assistant's car was waiting to take him back to the estate's vacation villa. As soon as he walked in, he saw Winnie and Catherine sitting on the living room couch, excitedly reading through newspapers. A thick stack of today's papers was spread out on the coffee table. "What's the good news? You both look so happy," Linton asked as he naturally walked over and sat between them, wrapping an arm around each and planting a kiss on each one's cheek. "Darling, you're back. Let's have breakfast together," Winnie replied, blowing him a kiss. "Darling, yesterday's Victoria's Secret Angels runway show was a huge hit," Catherine exclaimed, eagerly sharing the news articles with him. "Nearly all the entertainment headlines in the papers covered the event, and they all mentioned our Mission Impossible film as well. It's getting massive media attention." After breakfast, Linton casually flipped through the papers, browsing the entertainment section. As expected, the news of yesterday's Victoria's Secret fashion show dominated the headlines everywhere. Among the many pictures of the angels were stills of Linton himself and screenshots from the Mission Impossible trailer. "Darling, there's another interesting update on the internet," Winnie said, shifting the conversation. "The internet?" "Yes. At 6 p.m. yesterday, right after the Victoria's Secret show wrapped, over 1 million people flooded into the Yahoo forums to talk about the event. It far exceeded Yahoo's capacity, and as a result, the site was down for almost an hour. 1 million users at the same time," Linton mused. "What's going on with Yahoo? 1 million people chatting, and their servers couldn't handle it." "Yes, it was way beyond expectations. It's a huge boost for both the internet and Yahoo. Even though their servers crashed, the company's stock prospects were actually boosted. Investors became even more optimistic, and the IPO valuation increased significantly." Linton suddenly remembered it was still 1996, the early days of the internet boom. This wasn't the internet explosion of the future. So 1 million simultaneous users on a website truly was a remarkable milestone. "Hey, can we get online here? Let's check it out," he said. "There's internet access in the study. I've already logged on." Linton opened Yahoo's homepage, and sure enough, a big red banner congratulated Yahoo forums for surpassing 1 million concurrent users. He browsed the forums. Among the top 10 trending posts, 8 were about the Victoria's Secret Angels or the lingerie show. The other 2 were ranked third, the Dallas Cowboys winning the Super Bowl, and ninth, Linton and Mission Impossible. The hottest post was a photo collage of the 6 angels from yesterday's stage. Each wore seductive lingerie, smiling sweetly. Some blew kisses to the audience, some waved, others struck alluring poses. The caption subsections like, "A Dream Lingerie Show," "Mysterious and Sexy Victoria's Secret Lingerie," "My Favorite Victoria's Secret Angel." Not long ago, this post comment count had already blown past 12 million, clearly showing just how viral it was. Linton and Mission Impossible were also doing well. Both the newspapers and online buzz confirmed the massive success of the Victoria's Secret show. It truly stole the spotlight away from the game itself and the halftime acts. Of course, Mission Impossible benefited greatly as well, but Linton felt most of the attention wasn't directly because of the trailer. It was mainly because it was linked to the Victoria's Secret show. "Darling, looks like Victoria's Secret is about to take off like a rocket. Congratulations on the big win with your investment," Winnie said, her eyes burning with intensity as she looked at Linton. "Darling, the buzz around Mission Impossible totally outshines every blockbuster out